Once a terrifying golden devourer, it gradually fell from grace due to the extreme difficulty of breeding, but the moment I laid eyes on it, I decided to make it my contracted beast. The entire school called me a fool, but they didn't know I had not only awakened the hidden profession of insect tamer but also activated the insect monarch system. I could traverse the powerful insect realm, contract all insect species, and infinitely strengthen them. Meanwhile, the aloof school beauty, who had always been overshadowed by me during the awakening ceremony, awakened a rare golden legendary class, the top-tier battle thunder mage. Although I awakened a new hidden profession, in a world devoid of powerful insect races, I couldn't find suitable insects to contract, earning me the mockery of being a useless early-stage awakened. Their taunting caught me off guard. They couldn't even see how exhilarated I was at that moment. Right then, I decided to leave immediately, afraid I wouldn't be able to hold back my excitement. Moments later, I returned directly to the dilapidated bungalow, closed the door, and immediately opened the insect realm system. Skill enhancement boosts the effects of all host skills tenfold, with the enhancement magnitude increasing as levels rise. Position swap, the host can swap places with any spiritual pet, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Interdimensional travel, every 10 levels, the host gains 3 chances to traverse the insect realm. These 3 abilities are practically god-tier skills, but what struck me as most miraculous was the insect realm traversal. The so-called insect realm was something I had never heard of before. Suddenly, an ethereal scene flashed in my mind, a distant world where a peculiar insect stood beneath an army of bugs, amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, with the wails of death echoing wherever the insect horde passed. As my consciousness descended, all the insectoids turned their gaze toward me and bowed in reverence. Stunned by the sight, I watched as the vision slowly faded. Reflecting on what I had just witnessed, I realized this was an alternate world ruled entirely by insectoids. With this thought, I forcibly suppressed my excitement, took a deep breath to calm myself, and then softly whispered, "Insect realm traversal." The next second, I felt a connection to an unknown spacetime, and my body entered this insect realm. An ancient aura enveloped me as I found myself standing on a slippery bed of fallen leaves, the air thick with the scent of decay. Towering ancient trees surrounded me, making it clear that this was a primordial forest, likely untouched by humans for billions of years. But my mental energy was rapidly depleting, and I grew wary. I estimated I could stay in this world for no more than 5 minutes. Perhaps it's because my level is too low and my mental strength is too weak, but now I must find an insect with combat capabilities to serve as my pet. I looked around and sensed countless powerful insect races living in this vast forest. Moving cautiously, I made quite a bit of noise, but after 4 minutes had passed, I still hadn't found a suitable insect. The depletion of my mental strength left me feeling weak. Just then, I saw a mantis larger than an adult human, its arms raised with massive scythes, exuding a sense of deathly oppression. Insect contract. I quickly activated my professional skill, sensing my mental connection with it. The unique affinity of an insect tamer influenced the mantis, and its defensive stance gradually softened. Could I actually succeed? My heart leaped with joy, but at that moment, the mantis began to struggle violently. My mental strength instantly failed to suppress its power, and the connection shattered. Enraged, the mantis raised its scythes for a fatal strike. Fortunately, my mental strength was exhausted just then, and I instantly vanished in a flash of white light. I suddenly opened my eyes and found myself back in that shabby bungalow, panting, my face pale with worry. That alien insect world was extremely dangerous, and the success rate of insect contracts seemed low. Frowning, I pondered the reason for my failure. It must have been because the insect was too high level, its mental power too strong, making it impossible for me to form a contract. After resting briefly and recovering most of my mental energy, I activated the insect world shift again and re-entered the insect world. This time, I appeared in a desolate plain, surrounded by barrenness. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed in the distance as a giant segmented worm spewed flames into the sky, scattering the surrounding insects in panic. If I had appeared near them, I probably wouldn't have survived. Hiding in a depression in the hills, I realized these insects were beyond my current ability to summon. Perhaps I'd have a chance once I leveled up. After 5 minutes, I vanished from this alien world once more, waking up again in the bungalow. I checked the panel information. Only one insect world shift remained. This was my last chance. Anxiety gnawed me. If I couldn't summon a spirit beast in time, my awakening would be meaningless, and missing the Grand Marshal exam in half a month would be a huge loss. Taking a deep breath, I knew I had to seize this final opportunity. With determination, I activated the insect world shift one last time. This time, I appeared at the foot of a volcano, its eruption blotting out the sky, the surroundings covered in volcanic ash with no signs of life. Had I failed again? Just as I was about to leave, a beetle flew past, its fist-sized body surviving in the harsh environment. Though it didn't seem powerful, this insect was my last hope. I initiated the insect contract, and a bond of affinity instantly formed. The beetle paused, seemingly dazed as if just waking up, and was effortlessly contracted, becoming my pet insect. Back in reality, I saw a black insect flying before my eyes. This was the creature I had contracted from another world. I checked its information: devourer beetle. A legendary insect born in ancient times that could devour almost anything in heaven and earth. Its shell was incredibly hard, offering supreme defense, impervious to both fire and water. This was the ancient devourer beetle. My heart swelled with excitement. I had finally gained something. No wonder it could survive near volcanoes. This insect wasn't as weak as I had thought. Had I stumbled upon a treasure? Eagerly, I checked the devourer beetle stats. Level 1 devourer beetle. Strength 200. Agility 100. Spirit 100. Constitution 200. Skills, none. I rubbed my eyes, afraid I had misread. Even with my calm temperament, I was shocked. The stats were absurdly high. My own 4-dimensional attributes were barely in the double digits, making me seem like a weakling in comparison. But I quickly realized this was due to the overpowered nature of my insect companion. All thanks to my god-tier talent. Skill enhancement. All skill effects are enhanced tenfold for the host, with the enhancement increasing as levels rise. Normally, the stats should have been around 10, but since the insect was summoned through a skill, the numbers were exaggerated. Now, I could summon 10 devourer beetles. Summon devourer beetle. I shouted loudly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The first one. The second one. A total of 10 gold-devouring insects emerged from the void. I felt dizzy, my mental energy exhausted, unable to increase the number of summons. Looking at these 10 monstrous gold-devouring insects, my heart swelled with anticipation. Tomorrow's beginner dungeon. I could solo it and sweep through everything effortlessly. Moreover, I could traverse the insect realm, imagining a future where I could contract thousands of powerful insects, building an army of billions. The entire world would bow before me. The night passed, and the next day I arrived at school, following the organized group to the beginner dungeon. Starting today, combat profession students from the 8th high school would enter the dungeon, killing monsters to level up and prepare for the major exam in half a month. During this period, the higher one's level and the stronger their abilities, the better their chances of achieving excellent results in the major exam and gaining admission to a top-tier higher education institution. As for life professions, they would undergo specialized training. An hour later, we arrived at the dungeon entrance, where many students from other schools had already gathered. The beginner dungeon wasn't exclusive to our school. All students in Yongcheng City who had awakened combat professions could participate. There were about 1,000 people on site. The monsters in this dungeon ranged from level 1 to 9. Cities often chose such dungeons to train students, making them ideal for beginners to level up by killing monsters. However, it was generally necessary to form teams, as going solo could still be life-threatening. Students from various schools were busy discussing team formations. At this moment, Ning Yuanci stood not far from me, occasionally glancing in my direction intentionally. Of course, aren't you going to beg me to team up with you? Don't you realize I came here to give you a chance? She thought to herself, clearly annoyed that I seemed oblivious to her goodwill. Seeing me give her only a brief glance before ignoring her, she grew even angrier. Lin Hao, you're really stubborn. If you don't want to level up, why even come here? Who in the entire 8th high school has higher combat power than me? If you don't team up with me, who else can you even ask? Lin Hao didn't move a muscle, but a large group of Ning Yuanxi's lickspittles kept appearing around her, wanting to team up with her, fawningly accompanying the request with a smile. But Ning Yuanxi was extremely short-tempered and had only one word for those people: get lost. At this time, Yu Dapeng came to Lin Hao's side wearing a golden shining outfit. Lin Hao, let's team up to kill monsters together. Apparently Yu Dapeng's family had done a lot of preparation for him last night. A 24K gold blinged out dirt cheap outfit. Armor, shoes, helmet, gloves. Are simply armed to the teeth. Not bad for a rich thug coming from a tank that's afraid of death. So you were waiting for Yu Dapeng? Ning Yuanxi seemed to understand. Only, Yu Dapeng was just a tank with no output at all. What monsters could he kill? A female therapist with huge breasts that swayed more than a little when she walked gently approached eating a chorizo. This girl usually harassed Lin Hao and always wanted to be his brother. That is, I have boobs and you have brothers. She glanced at Lin Hao and said in a clipped tone, Brother Hao, I'll team up with you too, I'll milk you. Ning Yuanxi stared at the female classmate's huge breasts, suddenly generating a wave of extreme irritation as she said in a cold voice, get lost. Ning Yuanxi raised a staff in her hand, turned her head to stare at Lin Hao, and said in a trembling voice, Lin Hao, I'll team up with you. The one I have in my hand is a silver-level staff. I don't need a milkmaid at all. For the monsters inside, I can take seconds. After saying this, she slightly regretted it. Ning Yuanxi, what happened to the maidenly reserve that you said you must maintain before? How could you lower yourself and take the initiative to invite that stinky guy? That Everest saw Ning Yuanxi's angry face and hurriedly slipped away. She wouldn't dare mess with it. Lin Hao looked at the two people in front of him, and his gaze landed on the staff in Ning Yuanxi's hand. The staff was glowing with a silver light, and it was obvious at first glance that it was not an ordinary item. Silver equipment? Without checking, the increase of this staff must have reached a perverted level. Silver equipment that could be used at level 1 had a price, and only the first family of Yang City could get it, right? It seems that they have all done a lot of preparation. On the contrary, Lin Hao just casually took a school-issued white plate steel knife. A mage, with a steel sword, is completely self-absorbed. No, I'm not going to team up with you guys today, I'm going to paint solo by myself. Lin Hao said. When his words came out, Yu Dapeng froze, and Ning Yuanxi froze. Even Principal Mo Ren, who was walking over, froze. Lin Hao, are you serious? Principal Mo Ren asked. Yes, Principal, please approve. Lin Hao looked at Mo Ren and said seriously. Chapter 5, Extremely Fast Upgrade, Attributes Enhanced Dramatically. You really want a single brush? This. That. Okay. Mo Ren wanted to refuse, but when he saw Lin Hao's stubborn face, his heart ached for a moment. Then take care of yourself and come out if you can't. Never mind, let's just let him waste a teleportation stone, Mo Ren thought to himself. For newbie copies, schools are allotted a teleportation stone, so if there is a risk, it is possible to teleport out at any time. But teleportation stones were valuable, and the school would only give one to each person. There is only one chance to use it, so it's not something that people normally use lightly. Principal Mo, how do you agree to this request of his? Ning Yuanxi huffed, his eyes looking towards the white plate steel blade in Lin Hao's hand. Principal Mo Ren was a bit remorseful in his heart at this point. Don't know what's good for you, I'd like to see what you can do with a single brush. Ning Yuanxi turned her head and glared at Lin Hao. She was completely surprised that Lin Hao had actually rejected her good intentions of teaming up. Ning Yuanxi, Ning Yuanxi. You're such a... As long as one smiles, how many male children full of equipment licked their faces to beg for a team, and now, you actually don't have the face to take the initiative to team up with someone else. It was also rejected. She turned away in a huff. She was afraid that if she looked at that stinker one more time, she wouldn't be able to resist a bolt of lightning to him. Yu Dapeng, on the other hand, gave a thumbs up. Boss is really the boss, people can't even beg the goddess, you even refused, I'm convinced. Lin Hao said indifferently, Rock, I'm sorry, I can't team up with you today, you team up with someone else first, and when you have the chance, we'll be together again. Are you sure, you're really okay? Yu Dapeng was a bit worried. Aha! Lin Hao nodded. Okay. Yu Dapeng wasn't pretentious and sniffed and went to team up with other students. He knew Lin Hao, almost a man who said nothing, so he stopped persuading each other. There were also quite a few students next to them who witnessed what had just happened, and they all shook their heads at Lin Hao. All felt that Lin Hao could only be described in 2 words, crazy. But who knows, Lin Hao is now as powerful as hell. 10 gold eaters with perverted strength will absolutely sweep the newbie copies. He doesn't have much time. Half a month for the big exam, Qingbei Martial Arts University, which he was required to attend. Walk into the entrance of a replica of a watery, inverted lock. Lin Hao felt that he had come to a small plain all of a sudden. There were weeds half a man's height everywhere, and in the extreme distance there seemed to be a grove of trees. There seemed to be quite a few animals hiding in those half-man-high bushes in front of them. Lin Hao released a gold-devouring insect. The wings fluttered and flew around Lin Hao. Lin Hao took a step forward. A mountain chicken appeared in the field of view, and it looked at Lin Hao vigilantly. As long as Lin Hao showed hostility, it would attack Lin Hao. Go! The gold-devouring insect flew towards the mountain chicken with a whoosh, like a sharp arrow. The gold-eating insect landed on the mountain chicken's neck and opened its mouth to bite. Successfully killed level 1 mountain chicken, experience plus 10. The level 1 chicken was instantly killed by the gold-devouring worm. Lin Hao looked at the experience. Experience increased by 1%. A level 1 monster increases experience by 1%, so to level up, you need to kill 100 monsters. With the efficiency of the Gold Eater in killing monsters, it was less than a second. Seconds. So, killing monsters won't take any time at all, not nearly as much time loss as finding them. Come out, my partner. Lin Hao, who had made up his mind, didn't hesitate too much and summoned all the gold-devouring insects all at once. Go, each find a monster to kill. After a command, 10 gold-eating insects flew off in all directions. It quickly swiped the screen. Successfully killed the mountain chicken, experience plus 10. Successfully killed the mountain chicken, experience plus 10. Successfully killed the mountain chicken, experience plus 10. 10 gold-devouring insects, wherever they go, no monster can be spared. However, in a few minutes, Lin Hao's experience value went up to 50%. In other words, 50 mountain chickens had died under the sharp teeth of the gold-eating insects. This efficiency is horrifying. Even if a team of 5, with 10 team speeds added up, kills monsters at a speed, it's just like that, isn't it? Before coming in, Lin Hao had read the novice copy records. So far the record holder of the fastest first round clearance of a novice copy and the highest level up. Surprisingly, it was his own sister, Lin Dong. Not only did my sister break the previous year's record, but it was unbroken for 2 years. Sister, it's more powerful than expected. The novice copy round is 12 hours, and once the 12 hours have passed, no matter whether you pass the level or not, and whether you kill all the monsters inside, you will be forcibly teleported out. Had to go in again. Lyndon started at level 1 with a record of 8 hours to clear the first round. And, rise to level 10. Probably killed all the monsters inside? According to what Lin Hao knew, the shadow dancer profession was not considered a group attack profession, but the fact that her sister could also kill all the monsters inside showed what kind of fight she should be. After Lin Hao entered the copy, other teams also started to enter the replica one after another. Ning Yuan-si, like Lin Hao, ended up brushing alone. With Ning Yuan-si's rare awakening electric mage strength, it would have been possible to single-handedly brush the novice copy. For those with superb abilities, single brushing was the most efficient, so Lin Hao's choice was single brushing. Ning Yuan-si was now carrying a silver staff with plus 300 attack power, which was also enough to sweep through the novice copies. When she had asked Lin Hao to team up with her, she had completely fought to share her experience with Lin Hao for nothing. It was just that he didn't expect Lin Hao to actually refuse. At this time, she entered in the copy alone. It doesn't matter if it's a level 1 or level 2 monster as soon as it shows its head. A lightning bolt went down and killed in seconds without a doubt. Lin Hao, Lin Hao, you don't have any battle power at all right now, what makes you brush the copy alone as well? If you can do what I do, it makes sense. She still had a hard time thinking about the fact that she had opened her mouth on a rare occasion, had given him the biggest face, and had been rejected. Just because I beat you once? Are you so strong that you must act like you're the strongest? Is it so hard to bow down? Lin Hao, after this round of copies, I, Ning Yuan-si, will wait for you to beg me. As she struck, she also muttered, I'll beat you to death, beat you to death. One by one, the monsters exploded in lightning. If the monsters bunch up, she uses chain lightning. One dead, one big one. She, too, had a group attack vocational skill. Half an hour later, thousands of students had entered their copies. A dozen or so principals got close enough to chat under boredom. Old Mo, I heard that your 8th middle school has awakened to greatness this time. 2 advanced, 1 rare, and 1 hidden unique awakening, proper number 1 out of the 13 middle schools in Yangqing City. Several principals were quite complimentary to Moren. Moren cheerfully said, the 8th middle school is good, but everyone's awakening is good. He was proud when he spoke of the awakening of this class. I heard that the awakening rare electricity mage is a female child of the Ning family. The Ning family has a successor, and in the near future, another heavyweight. The Ning family, they really do have excellent genes. 8th middle school is awesome. I heard that this year, there was even a hidden new profession of bug tamer that you don't see for 100 years. They were also all extremely shocked when they first heard that the 8th middle school had actually come out with a hidden awakening. They had heard that there had been such an awakening, but they didn't expect that such an awakening would actually occur in Yangqing City as well. But I heard someone say there's something wrong with this new profession? What's going on here? Yeah, the vocational skills aren't very good? Old Mo, you tell me. Chapter 6, Increasingly Faster Upgrades. Principal Moren let out a long sigh. The bug tamer career skill is quite powerful, it's just that it's harder to contract your own bug pet in the early stages. He roughly described Lin Hao's situation. In that case, it is indeed quite troublesome. If that's the case, it's true that he can't form his own battle power in the early stages. One slow step, I'm afraid it's a slow step. In that case, this hidden awakening of his is no match for that little girl from the rare awakening Ning family. It's a pity that such a good seed, such a person, not to mention our city of Yang, even the whole country, is extremely rare. The principals, who are very knowledgeable, understood this kind of pre-professional problem of Lin Hao as soon as they heard it. They all felt a little sorry for themselves. It's not easy to come up with a talent like this. It's not only the pride of the 8th grade, but also the pride of Yangqing City. It might have been better if someone had taken it up front. The principal of the 5th grade school exclaimed. But who would want to group someone who doesn't have any fighting ability, even at our school level? It's not good to force other students, after all, it's about the big exam in half a month. The principal of the 7th form said. Right, so what team is Lin Hao teamed up with now? The principal of the 1st high school asked curiously. He, said Moren slowly, he applied himself for a single brush. What? The principals froze. What does the boy think? Capricious. What's he got for a solo? There's no combat power at all. You didn't promise him, did you? Moren also panicked a bit at this point. No, I promised him, he already went into the copy alone. The principal of the 1st school blamed it first. Old Mo, that's not right, what do you think? Although students can have some of their own will, the school is also the gatekeeper. How can you let him enter the copy by himself alone? Yeah, you're really old. What's the use of entering a copy alone without combat power? Watching the scenery? Or looking for death? It's not about upgrades anymore, it's about lives. Even though it's a rookie copy and it's rare for people to get killed, there are a handful of injuries every year. Hearing the principal say this, Moren was even more flustered. I think if he can't kill the monsters, or if he encounters any danger, the big thing is just to use the teleportation stone to come out. Principal 1 shook his head and said, costing a teleportation stone just because of unnecessary caprice? Old Mo, you want to take care of his vanity? Obviously, he's a wasted awakening, but he has to pretend to be an expert? Students, they are most afraid of not pretending to understand and not acting as if they do. I guess we'll see him teleport out in less than 10 minutes. Just as the principals were talking. Half an hour had passed, and Lin Hao had leveled up to level 3 in the novice copy. Name, Lin Hao. Occupation, Bug Master only. Rank, 3. Power, 40. Agility, 40. Spirit, 70. Physical fitness, 40. Occupational skills, insect contract, favored insect summoning level 3. Natural skills, skill enhancement level 1, position swap, worm world travel 0 times. Summoning level 3 gold eating insects, current number 1030. With the increase in level, all of Lin Hao's attributes increased dramatically. Lin Hao calculated that for every level, the 3 attributes of strength and agility and physique were plus 10 attribute points. Occupational special spiritual attribute, plus 20 points. The skill level of pet insect summoning is raised in tandem with the level of the professional. The gold eater was also synchronized to level 3. It's that, skill enhancement, strong remains at level 1. Each level up increased the number of summons by 10, and Lin Hao began to continuously summon gold-devouring insects, and in a moment, it increased from 10 to 30. With an army of 30 gold eaters sweeping through, there was every chance of breaking the record for this copy. By now, Lin Hao was finally relieved that the professional awakening had brought about a turnaround in his life, and this rebirth, it was stable. 5 years of living in bitterness and boredom. He had also been disheartened. He didn't want to repeat his previous life, or live a miserable life. If so, what was the point of living another life? In life, you should fight the storm. I'd rather turn the world upside down than bumble along, unless there's really no way around it, and then the other way around. At this moment, Lin Hao's chest was suddenly filled with a sense of bravado. So, a new life begins with this newbie copy. Thinking of this, Lin Hao took a step deeper into the grassland. Still swiping like crazy. Successfully killed level 2 one-eyed rat, experience plus 20. Successfully killed level 2 one-eyed rat, experience plus 20. Successfully killed a level 3 porcupine, experience plus 30. Successfully killed 4 grassland wolves, experience plus 40. All the way to seconds, no questions asked. After another half hour, Lin Hao had risen to level 4. This upgrading speed, although Lin Hao couldn't compare it with the other classmates right now, he could be sure that it definitely hung with the others. Outside the copy, Principal Mo Ren's heart was restless. It had been an hour since Lin Hao had entered the copy. But until now, he still hasn't been seen coming out with a teleportation stone. Could something have happened in there? What's he going to do to kill monsters on his own now? There's no fight at all. Is it possible to take that blank steel sword and rely on regular human strength to cut down monsters? In that case, I'm afraid I can't even beat a level 1 mountain chicken. An image came to him. Lin Hao is sweating, bruised, and full of stubbornness as he desperately fights a mountain chicken. He winced at the thought. Why hasn't that Lin Hao from your 8th grade school come out yet? A principal thought of this as well. Yeah, hasn't he been in there for an hour? It shouldn't have lasted that long. Could something have happened? It can't be finding a place to hide? But what's the point of that, when the copy ends at the end, it's still level 1 out? The murmurings of several principals made Mo Ren's mood even more uneasy. He was now very chagrined for agreeing to Lin Hao entering the copy alone. If anything happened, then he would be upset for the rest of his life. This kid, why is he as stubborn as his sister? He suddenly remembered 2 years ago, the desperate Lin Dong. Decades of teaching, smart people have seen a lot, but so desperate students, Lin Dong is the most ruthless one. Still a woman. He sighed. At this moment, Lin Hao, who was in the copy, was walking leisurely, as if he was taking a cozy walk after a meal. He was now deep into the area of level 6 or 7 monsters. The experience value is still bristling. Successfully killed level 6 spotted leopard, experience plus 60. Successfully killed level 7 northeast tiger, experience plus 70. Seconds. Still the thrill of seconds. It's no different than killing a level 1 mountain chicken. Only a short while later, Lin Hao's level came back to level 470%. I believe that in another 10 minutes or so, he'll be up to level 5 again. Chapter 7 Incredibly Powerful Attributes. For each level, the required experience value is doubled. It stands to reason that as you upgrade, the upgrades will slow down. But now, Lin Hao went deeper into the copy, coming into contact with more and more advanced monsters, and gaining more experience with each monster he killed. Therefore, not only did his current upgrade speed not slow down, it seemed to be getting faster and faster. These gold-eating insects are just too ferocious. No monster escapes their poisonous hands. Finally up to level 2. After killing a few hundred monsters, Yu Dapeng caught his breath. At this moment, their team arrived at the level 3 monster area. As a tank, he has to carry the monster damage in the front. However, he was all decked out in dirt cheap gear. No problem with the top monster, it's just too stuffy. Taking advantage of a break in the line, he took his helmet off to catch a few breaths. I wonder how that Lin Hao kid is doing. On his own, he should also be very hard-pressed against a level 1 chicken. He's such a proud guy, he's never been number 1, I guess this time it hurt his pride. When you finish this round of copies, come in next time and group him together, by then, he should be dead in the water. Right now, he only expected Lin Hao to be unharmed. As for whether or not he could be upgraded, he hadn't even considered that. Ning Yuanxi had also risen to level 350% at this point. Although the combat power is strong, it continuously drains mental energy to cast spells. She can't carry it off a bit either. Luckily, the magic staff given by my family is powerful, otherwise it would be hard enough to brush the copy alone. At this moment, she was hiding in a remote and safe place to meditate and recover her spiritual power. I don't know how this Lin Hao brat is now? You should have suffered a lot, right? If you don't suffer some, how will you understand my lady's kindness? Oof. Arrogance is fun for a while, but eventually a round of replica time passes and you end up getting knocked back down? I really don't know what the point of this is. Outside of the replica, the conversation among the principals shifted back to upgrades. It's been an hour, most people should be up to level 2 by now, right? The level 1 monsters of the mountain chickens aren't hard to kill, the difficulty starts with the level 2 monsters, which are active attacking monsters. This is a stage that young people have to go through, and down the road, they will have to face situations a million times more vicious than this, and they can't be flowers in a greenhouse forever. Several other principals nodded. A principal said to Moren, "By the way, old Mo, the record for the first round of novice copies was still broken by your 8th grade students 2 years ago, right?" Moren nodded. "Well, it's Lin Dong, Lin Hao's sister. Passed the first round in 8 hours and rose to level 10. Ha! Lin Dong and Lin Hao are siblings." Several of the principals sniffed and became interested as well. I remember Lin Dong was the great martial arts examination that year and won the top prize in Jiangning province, right? Yes, and he also got into the Qingbei Martial Arts University, the highest institution in Daxia. For a woman, Lin Dong, to do this, it's really impressive and admirable. It's a pity Lin Hao's start is one earth and one sky compared to his sister's. One step is slow and 100 steps are slow. It's impossible for him to catch up with his sister. Lin Dong's copy record, I'm afraid that in the next 10 years, it will be hard for anyone to break it. Not necessarily, that little girl from the Ning family has a silver suit, even if she can't break it, I guess it's about the same. 2 hours later, Lin Hao's level came to 30% of level 6. By this time, the other students in the replica are usually level 2-3 and are upgrading at a much slower rate. As the monsters leveled up, their advancement began to have to be careful. Many of the teams also panicked and some were even injured. If they knew that Lin Hao was now alone in the copy, idling away and had risen to more than level 6, they would definitely not believe it. Lin Hao looked at his attribute panel. Name, Lin Hao. Occupation, Bugmaster. Rank, 6. Power, 70. Agility, 70. Spirit, 150. Physical fitness, 70. Occupational skills, Insect Pact, favored insect summoning level 6. Natural skills, skill enhancement level 1, position swap, worm world travel 0 times. Summoning level 6 gold eaters, current number 4060. Base attributes, 7 times more than just coming in at level 1. Most notably, with the upgrades, his spiritual power increased a lot. As he upgraded, he summoned more gold-devouring insects. The number is now up to 40. The 40 terror eaters scattered in all directions. Totally kills God and Buddha when he meets God. And, with the upgrades, the gold-devouring insects leveled up and gained another leap in strength. The speed of killing monsters was like a snowball. It's getting faster. Lin Hao also checked the gold-devouring insect attributes. Level 6 Gold Devourer. Power, 1200. Agility, 600. Spirit, 600. Body mass, 1200. Skills, none. This gold-devouring bug upgrade principle was the same as Lin Hao's. However, under the divine skill increase. Pervert. That's sick. It's unbelievable. And, instead of owning one has 60 of them, and, in addition, a steady stream of them. Successfully killed level 7 East Mountain Tiger, experience plus 70. As the last level 7 Dongshan Tiger fell to the ground, Lin Hao began to advance towards the level 8 monster area. It only took 2 hours to reach the level 8 monster area. Who would dare to believe it? Seconds. Still seconds. Experience is still bristling and rubbing off as usual. Not only was the gold-eating insect super strong in battle, but it could also fly and was extremely fast. Groups of them fly in mid-air, spotting monsters, a dive down, and it's a second kill. At this rate, Lin Hao felt that he was expected to brush the entire copy within 4 hours. His level will also come to the limit of 10 for a round of copies. I'm sorry, sis, but I'm going to be way ahead of you. Lin Hao grinned. The sister's record, to be broken, must also be broken by the brother. Others must be ineligible. Would she be shocked if she saw her sister again and told her that her copy record had been broken by herself? Will you be angry? I don't think she'll be angry. On the contrary, she should be happy. Will she say, "You're really worthy of being my Lin Dong's brother, you're really something"? Unfortunately, the monster density of the newbie copies is still not high enough. The result is that you are not upgrading fast enough. Another 10 times the density of monsters would be too much to digest on its own. Bug tamer, not bad for a hidden new profession. Definitely the ceiling for swarming professions. Sister's record was broken in her own hands, so, could anyone else possibly break her own record in the future? As in previous years, most students will repeat the novice copy upgrade over and over again. At least half of them or so, a novice copy, brush up enough for half a month, and then take the big test then. However, it was time to leave the novice copy after your own round. If the novice copy was a greenhouse, then the wilderness outside the city was the real battlefield. There, not only is there more experience in killing monsters, but the monsters you kill drop items. These items will be acquired by organizations so that he can not only upgrade but also make money. Chapter 8 Sudden Change in the Vicebook, Monster Demonization. Outside the novice copy, Principal Mo Ren kept an eye on the teleportation port. He had been waiting for Lin Hao to teleport out. Lin Hao didn't come out, and his heart never let go. At this time, he completely regretted agreeing to let Lin Hao enter the copy alone. Suddenly, whoosh! A white light appeared at the teleportation port. It was a student who had encountered a danger he couldn't cope with and used a teleportation stone to teleport out of his copy. Lin Hao. You kids finally gave up and came out. Principal Morin was relieved. Keeping himself, the principal, here all the time worrying about him. It's really a bit much. The teleportation glow dissipated away and the person was revealed. It was a flat-headed boy. What? Not Lin Hao. The student was panting roughly, pale, and seemed to have a look of fear on his face. This boy, Morin, knew him and was also a student at the 8th middle school. In his heart, Morin inexplicably felt some anger towards this student who had teleported out. Lin Hao hadn't even come out yet when he was hacking at monsters with a blank steel sword, and you came out with a teleportation stone? Can't you do something right? Although it was said that the instant teleportation stone was meant to be used by students to save their lives when they encountered a crisis, but usually at this time of the year, at most, they would just run into level 2 and 3 monsters, and this was too much to top? What a pisser! At that moment, those principals next to him looked over. They all thought that the person who came out was Lin Hao. A principal shook his head and laughed. Oh, this kid is also quite capable of surviving, so long to come out. I'm afraid that old Mo is worried to death, has been moping. Huh, up to 2 levels, looks like the kid is pretty desperate in there too. I don't know how he managed to rise to 2 levels while he was in there, but what's the point? Without the strength to fight level 1 and 2 monsters, it's barely justifiable, but to fight a level 3, is it even possible? Okay, everyone stop talking, even though people are a bit stupid, it's still a good spirit. Zhao Dahai, what's going on? Principal Morin asked in a deep voice as he walked over to the flat-headed boy. School. Principal, the monsters inside are too scary, that one-eyed rat, level 2 monster is too scary, the attack power is so high. The male student replied in a low voice with his head down, looking like he was still in shock. One-eyed rat, a level 2 monster in the newbie copy. The group of principals next to him almost laughed out loud. Level 2 monsters are horrible, that's refreshing. Huh, so that person isn't Lin Hao. So, that Lin Hao is still inside? Oh, if there's a crouching dragon, there's a phoenix, it's too hard for old Mo. If our school was like this, I wouldn't be able to stand it just the same. Alright. Principal Morin interrupted the student with a sullen face, then go over and take a break. A level 2 monster that couldn't be dealt with, what was the use of this combat profession awakening? It's a disgrace to the 8th high school. But just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 more teleportation rays flashed by. 4 more students came out and had similar expressions, all looking fearful. These 4 students, however, are not students of the 8th high school. What's going on? Why are you guys out here too? The principals of the schools to which the students belonged came forward and asked. After laughing at the 8th grade in one foot, he was at his own school in the next. Those principals who came up to ask questions also had ugly faces. Something's wrong, the monsters inside have suddenly become so powerful and vicious in nature, it's horrible. A still slightly subdued student rushed to answer. The principals froze. It's not strange for one student to run out, but it's a bit of a problem when 4 or 5 of them all run out as well. What's the situation? A principal rushed to ask. One of the students said, I put in a detection spell and those monsters have the word demonized after their names. Demonized? Contaminated by demons? A principal asked in alarm. At that very moment, blah 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 blah. 2 military vehicles rushed towards the novice copy base at breakneck speed. The 2 military vehicles stopped like crazy, almost hitting the students who had just teleported out. The principals were about to chide, but couldn't help but call out when they saw the sign posted on the car. The City Defense Force? The doors quickly opened and 4 men and 1 woman got out of the car, led by a man. The man was about 40 years old, with an inch head, a face of upright and heroic, a dragon walk, and between his steps there seemed to be wind and thunder rolling. Cho Jae-jung? Principal Mo Ren's face was incredulous as he subconsciously shouted. Enchanter, it's been several years since I've seen you. That middle-aged man smiled as he walked towards Mo Ren and clasped Mo Ren's hand with both hands at once. The city guards? General Zhai? The other principals recognized the person at that moment, and their hearts fluttered. Zhao Kaijun, 20 years ago, was also a student from the 8th middle school, which is why he called Mo-ren his mentor. He is now the general of Yangqing City Guards, responsible for the security and safety of Yangqing City, and is one of the most powerful people in Yangqing City. Moreover, the strength ranked into the top 3 of Yangqing City. How did you get here? Combined with the fact that just now, there were constantly students teleporting out of the copies, and a character of Zhao Caijuan's status appeared again, Mo-ren had an intuition that something might have happened to the novice copies. Zhao Kaijun, teacher, to put it simply, we monitored that the novice copy was contaminated by an abyssal demon invasion, and we just happened to be in the neighborhood, so we rushed over. Contaminated by an abyssal demon? Principal Mo-ren's heart sank. It wasn't uncommon for copy passages to be contaminated by abyssal demons, but it was the first time I'd heard of it happening to a low-level copy like a novice copy. Mo-ren immediately became anxious. What then? There are nearly 1,000 freshly transformed children in there. The group of principals next to them also panicked. They couldn't imagine that something really big had happened. Teacher, don't panic. Aren't these novice children allotted a teleportation stone in their hands? Unlike the principal's panic, Zhao Caijuan had a calm face as he said softly. When they come out, we'll seal off the copy and go in and clean it up, and the copy will be back to normal. Zhao Kaijun glanced around the group of principals and continued. The principals need not worry, the students cannot resist these demonized monsters when they encounter them, and soon the children will know that they are contaminated. You guys should normally offer an emergency drill class, right, and the way this situation is being handled, they'll probably teleport out of the copy soon. It seemed to corroborate Cho Choi-jun's words. Just then, the teleportation port was filled with a white light that rose and fell in succession. It was the countless students who teleported out. The principals glanced at Zhao Kaijun and sighed in their hearts that they had all panicked when they heard about the drastic changes just now. But look at General Zhao, he's as steady as a mountain, worthy of being in the army and fighting demons for years. The principals began to individually comb through the students transmitted out of their schools. Besides, Lin Hao, who was in the copy at this time, finished clearing the level 7 monsters and went deep into the level 8 berserk ape area. A level 7 gold-eating insect frantically fought with a level 8 berserk gorilla. The two rolled and wrestled on the ground for a few moments before the berserk gorilla came to a deathly halt. Ha! Level 8 monsters are so fierce that they can't even second the upgraded gold eater? Lin Hao, who saw this situation, was stunned. How could such a sick level 8 monster appear in a newbie copy? How does that other average newbie play? At that moment, a message flashed across the panel. Successfully killed level 8 berserk ape demonized, experience plus 160. What? Demonization? Chapter 9, Double Experience, Rocket-like Upgrade Speed. Lin Hao frowned. I haven't heard that there are demonized monsters in novice copies. Difficulty, this copy has mutated? He threw a probe spell onto the head of a rampaging gorilla. Berserk gorilla demonized, rank 8. Power, 340. Agility, 160. Spirit, 160. Body mass, 340. Skills, none. After demonization, all the attributes of the monster have been doubled from the original level 8 monster. It was already equivalent to a level 10 monster. No wonder, the experience value, which was supposed to be 80 points, had risen to 160 points, and had also risen by a factor of 1 to 160 points. After a brief thought, Lin Hao decided that it must be the copy that had mutated. According to the usual emergency class drills, at this point, he should have immediately teleported away from the copy. However, seeing the 160 experience brought by a level 8 monster just now, he hesitated again. It's the equivalent of double the experience. Although the demonized monster's strength had increased greatly, it was still no match for the Gold Eater. At this time, the other Gold Eaters also met the demonized Berserk Ape one after another. Successfully killed level 8 Berserk Ape demonized, experience plus 160. Successfully killed level 8 Berserk Ape demonized, experience plus 160. The experience bar rubbed up at a rate visible to the naked eye. The rate of increase is actually twice as fast as brushing level 7 monsters. Ding, leveling up, you've reached level 8. At this rate, I'm guessing I'll rise to level 9 soon. This double experience value. It really shouldn't be too good. The demonized Berserk Gorilla doesn't look like much of a threat to himself at this point. But the experience value, it makes it so good. As if Lin Hao had been driving a sports car level upgrade speed, now with the addition of nitrogen, it was like a rocket. Keep brushing. To brush immobility and a crisis. Lin Hao watched as the experience value was frantically brushing the screen. It's been a while, and it's at 30% of level 8 again. Sure enough. With his super strength, he still had to brush stronger monsters to maximize his speed. A novice copy is appropriate for the average student, but for yourself, it really isn't enough. To end the novice copy, you must go to the wilderness outside of the city to brush the monsters, where you have heard that there are many high-level monsters and have an unending number of them to kill. That would be cool. For the fact that you have the ability to cross over and swipe monsters, this must be utilized to the fullest. At this moment, Lin Hao's gold-devouring insects had already summoned up to 50. Both the power and number of attacks are increasing greatly. Upgraded to level 8, the gold-devouring insect grew quite a bit in size, almost twice as big as its original size. The two sharp teeth in his mouth began to emit a cold aura. It's even more hideous. It's up to level 8 now, and at this rate, it shouldn't take long to get to level 10. If you get to level 10, you can go to the bug world again and look for spirit bug contracts. By then, it might be possible to contract powerful bugs again. Lin Hao also knew that once the copy was contaminated by an abyssal demon, someone from the relevant organization should quickly come over and blockade the copy. The time difference, though, is an hour or so, anyhow. As long as one brushed the monsters and got out before they came to deal with the copies, then nothing would be affected. After all, this opportunity for a quick upgrade was too rare. He said himself that he would break his sister's record. By now, all the other students should have realized that the copy was contaminated and couldn't carry it, teleporting out of the copy one after another. But, unlike them, I can handle myself. With an hour time difference, one can brush oneself out in that time. Lin Hao's judgment was not a problem. But it was still wrong. The speed of the city guard Zhao Zhejian's arrival far exceeded his suspicions. How could he have thought that Cho Choi Choi and the others happened to be nearby? Kill them all for me like crazy. Lin Hao commanded the gold-devouring insects and accelerated the killing speed. Seemingly sensing their master's mind, those gold-devouring insects that were killing around Lin Hao went a few more crazy. Bump into one of those demonized berserk gorillas and pounce on it with a frenzy of bites. These gold-devouring worms are invulnerable to fire and water, and their armor is so hard that those berserk gorillas tore and howled and punched and kicked, but they simply couldn't break the gold-devouring worms' defense. Only after 10 minutes or so, Lin Hao's 30% experience value rose to 60% again. At this rate, it shouldn't take more than 15 minutes, and one would surely rise to level 9 again. What a rocket speed upgrade! This kind of pleasure made Lin Hao as if he had eaten ginseng fruit, his whole body was so cool. If this speed, let the students and principals outside the replica know. I'm afraid my eyes have fallen out. Because no one in history has ever been a newbie and upgraded so fast again. In front of Lin Hao's powerful strength, the so-called demonization was nothing more than the equivalent of giving Lin Hao a double experience hang. Double experience. This is in the newbie copy, unprecedented. After 15 minutes, as expected, Lin Hao had risen to level 9. The various attributes of Lin Hao and the gold-devouring insect had enhanced again. The berserk gorilla that used to take 3 or 4 rips now becomes extinguished in 1 or 2. Soon, half an hour passed and all the level 8 berserk ape were killed. Lin Hao leveled up to level 9 80% again. It really was too good to be true. I didn't expect that not only would the experience become double, but also, the level 8 and 9 monsters were so dense. Otherwise, it's not really possible to reach such a fast speed. Without any hesitation, Lin Hao took a step towards the highest level 9 of the novice copy, the Hanging Eyes Fierce Tiger area. At this time, the outside of the replica was bustling with people. Thousands of students are coming out of their copies. The students gathered together and told of the thrilling crises they had encountered. Each school was also counted separately. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chimes in and out. Yu Dapeng had risen to level 4, and he was looking for Lin Hao everywhere in the crowd. Have you seen Lin Hao? Have you seen Lin Hao? But the answer was always, I don't see it. It's over and done with. Yu Dapeng's face turned green and his mouth muttered. It's been 3 hours since the copy was opened and 3 hours since the copy was contaminated, and another hour since it was contaminated and 4 hours since then. 4 hours without seeing anyone. Regular copies were menacing enough for Lin Hao. Now, it also meets the copy of the mutation inside the killing opportunities. It was definitely fierce. What? Still can't find him, can you? Ning Yuanxi stood next to Yu Dapeng and asked with a frown. I can't find him anywhere, he shouldn't have come out yet, I really don't know what this kid is still staying in there for. Yu Dapeng said with a disheveled face. What an ungrateful fellow. Ning Yuanxi cursed under his breath. But her mind was in a panic now. Something's not really wrong, is it? This former caprice is understandable, but what is it now? Now, the copy under the pollution, the killing machine, is completely different from the original. If not careful, you may lose your life. Don't think that having a teleportation stone is insurance with demonized monsters attacking, it may be too late to even use it. Lin Hao, don't go too far? How dare you make this lady worry about you again and again? Come out in a minute, I can't even teach you how to behave without giving you a cum flash. She stared tightly at the teleportation entrance, expecting to see Lin Hao come out in the next moment. Unfortunately, she was disappointed time and time again. For the next 6 or 7 minutes, no one actually ever came out again. Unlike half an hour ago, the white light was almost continuous. Chapter 10 Reaching Level 11, Boss Levels. Zhao Kaijun asked in a deep voice, Principals, have you counted the number of people in your schools and have they all come out? The principal of the first school, our schools all out. The principal of the second high school, our schools all out. Principal of the third grade, our schools all out. Each of the principals replied seriously to Zhou Zhejun's question. Although they were the head of a school, they didn't dare to be perfunctory or negligent towards Zhao Kaijun. Teacher, where are the 8th grade students? Aren't they all out yet? At this time, Principal Mo Run of the 8th middle school was still looking around with a sweaty face. Needless to ask, there must be students still out there. Mo Rin said with a bitter look on his face, there is still one person missing. At that moment, standing beside Zhao Kaijun, a woman about 20 years old said to Zhao Kaijun, Uncle, if the replica is not closed in time and cleaned up immediately, when the entire replica is contaminated, then there will be trouble then. Or even, it could lead to the destruction of the entire copy. The implication seems to be a suggestion to leave that student inside alone. This young girl had short hair and a handsome face. Zhao Kaijun looked at the young woman and frowned. Shen Ziqing, how many times have I told you, at work, don't call me uncle, I'm your superior, General Zhao. Woman, okay, got it, from now on it's going to be General, Uncle. Zhao Kaijun shook his head helplessly as he turned his head to Mo Rin. Teacher, tell me about the student who didn't come out. Hearing that Zhao Kaijun didn't immediately close the copy as his niece had said, Mo Yan was slightly relieved. He knew that once a copy was sealed, the people inside couldn't get out until it was unsealed again. But when it will be unblocked, that's hard to say. In other words, Lin Hao had to stay with the monsters inside for a long time. He talked to Zhao Kaijun briefly and quickly about Lin Hao's general situation. This year's hidden awakening? Pre-death penalty? No combat power? Well, his name is Lin Hao, a member of the Lin family. Mo Ren nodded. The lambs? Zhou Zhejung didn't understand why Mo Ren emphasized the Lin family. It's Lin Yuanshan's son. Mo Ren suddenly said. What? His son? Zhao Zaijuan's pupils shrunk violently and his face changed slightly. It was not at all like the state of being calm and steady in the face of events just now, with the color of Tarzan crumbling before his eyes unchanged. Kaijun, this child isn't easy. For the sake of you and Lin Yuanshan being classmates, you must find a way to save him, you can't easily abandon him. Mo Ren looked nervously at Zhao Kaijun. Cho Choi Jun nodded. He and Lin Yuanshan were more than just classmates. He said softly to Mo Ren. Teacher, don't worry, since this Lin Hao can go through a normal copy for 3 hours and a mutated copy for 1 hour, if he's fine, it proves that he has the ability to survive in both situations. And he hasn't used the teleportation stone since he started, so that means he's alive and well now. Worthy of being a Zhao talent who had experienced great storms, in a few words, he had speculated Lin Hao's current situation clearly. Really? Mo Ren, who had heard the words, including Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi and the others who were at the side, did not quite believe Zhao Zaijuan's judgment. Impossible, how could Lin Hao have the strength to stay in such a situation? Yeah, it would make a little more sense to say that he's badly injured and hiding in a corner somewhere. Of course, it was impossible to say these words in front of Zhao Kaijun. General Zhao, so what do we do now? Along with them were 3 city guards, who asked Zhao Kaijun for instructions. What to do? Of course we have to seal the copy right away, no matter what condition that kid is in now. If he finds out about the mutation and still doesn't come out, the consequences will have to be borne by him. The young girl didn't hesitate to jump ahead. A few of the city guards beside them nodded their heads as well, seemingly agreeing with what the young girl had said. The Lin family, all agreed alike. Zhao Kaijun thought in his heart, this kid, he must be in there swiping monsters. However, it was on his lips. If the copy is sealed, he won't be able to get out even if he wants to. Tell you what, we'll give him another half hour. If he doesn't come out in half an hour, we'll seal the copy again. The young girl frowned, but so much time has just passed, and in another half hour, I'm afraid the entire copy will be ruined. Uncle, it's against the rules when you operate like that. The young girl insisted. Zhao Kaijun said indifferently, half an hour the copy can't be destroyed yet. If it is really destroyed, the responsibility will be borne by me personally. Yes. Those few city guards bowed their heads and answered. The young girl flattened her mouth on the side. But there were no more words. There's an inside story. Who's that kid in there? Why does Uncle care so much? She thought to herself. Curious about the one that never came out. Zhao Kaijun thought in his heart, Lin Yuanshan's son, how could he be trapped by a small novice copy? Oh, I really want to meet him. Hidden Awakening? Interesting, Farzan, you have a successor. Lin Hao, who was inside the copy, didn't know what was happening outside. He was hungry and frantic as he swiped the level 9 demonized hanging eyes manticore. Although these demonized jungle tigers are incredibly powerful. However, it was still not an enemy of Lin Hao's gold-devouring insects. Ding, you've reached level 10. It's cool, it's so cool. It's the thrill of this escalation that's the most enjoyable. Lin Hao led his 50 or so incomparably strong gold-devouring insects across the board, invincible and unbeatable. The entire jungle at the end of the replica was filled with the screams of the hanging eyes manticore. These miserable screams composed the triumphal song of Lin Hao's upgrading. 10 minutes passed, and Lin Hao's experience came back to level 10 50%. Hurry! It's too fast. The final level 9 monster area had monsters that were much denser than any of the previous ones. The experience value is insanely brisk. Another 10 minutes passed. Ding, you've reached level 11. Rumble. After the last level 9 jungle tiger fell to the ground, all the level 9 monsters were all killed by Lin Hao. Lin Hao's experience bar came to level 11 30%. At this point, if anyone can look down on the entire newbie copy from God's perspective. As you can see, at this point, the newbie copies are basically all contaminated. The remaining uncontaminated portion is less than 10%. At the previous rate of contamination, this 10% would be about 10 minutes at most. Just when Lin Hao was about to think that this copy was going to end, in front of him, a small temple emerged. Lin Hao was stunned. Level 9 monsters killed, should be the entire copy has ended. I have not heard that there is such a temple. Newbie copy, I haven't heard of a boss level? How do you have a boss level by yourself? Could it be that the copy after the abyssal contamination is different from the original? Chapter 11 Demonized Minotaur? Kill. At this point, if Lin Dong was here, he would know that Lin Hao's judgment was wrong. Generally speaking, level 9 hanging eye tigers are really the end of the line for newbie copies. However, if, in the first round, the professional kills all the monsters in the novice copy, one by one, there is a chance to get out of the last boss level. Almost no professional starting at level 1 has managed to kill all the monsters within all the copies. There's no such thing as strength. And it's all too normal for strength to cover it, and for some to be missed. But 2 years ago, Linden did it. She also beat the copy boss level. Only, 2 years later, Lin Hao faced more than just the boss pass. Rather, it's a boss level tainted by an abyssal demon. Without hesitation, Lin Hao took a step towards the temple. About 100 meters away from the temple, Lin Hao suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. What the hell is in there? The breath alone is so terrifying. And this kind of breath seems to have a feeling of coming from hell. Lin Hao not only didn't advance at this time, but instead backed up 100 meters. More than 50 hideous gold-devouring insects hovered in front of Lin Hao. Go! At Lin Hao's command, 50 gold-devouring insects flew towards the temple like 50 miniature bombers. The closed doors and windows of the temple couldn't stop these gold-eating insects. The gold-eating insects crawled to the doors and windows, and in no time, those of unknown material were bitten through. The gold-eating insect burrowed in. It is worthy of being a gold-devouring insect that can devour nothing. Ah! A few screams came from the temple. Immediately afterward, there came a cry of utter panic. What the hell are these things? Get the hell out of my way. To be able to speak human? Lin Hao retreated another dozens of meters. Could it be that what's inside are intelligent creatures? Intelligent monsters are plentiful in this world. But never have I heard of intelligent creatures at such a low end of the scale as level 10 and 8. Boom! The door to the temple was slammed open by a huge figure that stumbled and ran out. The pupils of Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. It was actually a monster with a bull's head. On the bull's head, 2 long, curved, sharp horns were hideous. Lin Hao threw a detection spell over. Minotaur Lord Demonized, level 15. Power, 4000. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 1000. Body mass, 3000. Skill, Death Trample. A level 15 Lord level and demonized boss. This 4-dimensional attribute is too perverse. It's comparable to the level 40 or 50 monsters out there, right? And there are skills. It was the first time Lin Hao had seen a monster with skills. But whatever you're playing at, you're destined to be nothing but my experience value. Kill. At Lin Hao's command, all 50-odd gold-devouring insects flew at the bull-headed behemoth. Then, madly devouring. Ah! The Minotaur Lord was in so much pain that he frantically slapped his hands on himself like a madman. Boom boom boom. It wanted to shoot down these gold-eating insects on its body. Quite a few gold-eating insects were indeed slapped and dropped. There were even quite a few gold-devouring insect shells that were slapped and cracked. However, those wounds were recovering at the speed of the naked eye. The gold-devouring insect's ability to recover was once again out of Lin Hao's expectation. It's too strong. Totally undefeatable. That bull-headed behemoth grabbed a gold-devouring insect in each hand and tried to crush them. However, the gold-devouring insects were hard, pinching in the hand, like pinching 2 hard stones. It was so angry that it threw the 2 gold eaters to the ground with force. Suddenly, the bull-headed behemoth popped up dozens of meters into the air and rushed to the ground at high speed, finally stomping heavily on the ground. It was exactly using its skill, Death Trample. Boom, an ear-splitting roar. Dirt and rocks are flying. The ground was directly stomped out of a large pit by the Minotaur Behemoth Lord. The walls of the large pit cracked with countless fissures, stretching out in all directions. Rumble. At this time, the temple on the side couldn't take it either, and half of it collapsed. Smoke rolls in. Those gold-devouring insects that were crawling on the ox-headed beast also dropped most of them. However, the gold eater that fell to the ground quickly climbed up. Refly down to the Minotaur Behemoth. Lin Hao, who was standing hundreds of meters away, also shook for a moment. Good fellow, this skill is also too powerful. Fortunately, just now, be cautious, directly back more than 100 meters. If by this guy stepped on his head, I'm afraid that even if he doesn't die, he will have to take off layers of skin. Several minutes passed. The bull-headed beast was drenched in blood. The outer layer of skin and flesh had been gnawed off by the gold-eating insects. Suddenly, the bull-headed beast lord stared at Lin Hao with glowing red eyes. You wretched human! You, damn it! It probably also understood that Lin Hao was the master who drove these abominable bugs. It staggered towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao, however, didn't move a muscle and coldly looked at the bull-headed behemoth. He could certainly see that the current bull-headed behemoth was at the end of its tether. It's about to go down. If, at first, it had focused on pouncing on itself, then he's still a bit of a danger himself. Now well. Have no chance. Wait for the bull-headed behemoth to rush in front of him. Position swapping. Lin Hao let out a soft cry. In an instant, Lin Hao appeared on the opposite side at a distance of 300 or so meters. The bull-headed behemoth froze. It could never have imagined that it was so hard to reach Lin Hao's side, but this person disappeared all of a sudden. It turned its head with great difficulty, only to see Lin Hao standing at the entrance of the temple with a bland face. Rumble. With a loud bang, the bull-headed behemoth fell to the ground, its eyes seeming to show its unwillingness. It probably couldn't have imagined that it would die without even touching a piece of this human's coat. Successfully slayed the Minotaur Lord Demonized, you gain 20,000 experience. Ding, you've reached level 12. This boss experience is also too rich, right, and it even allowed Lin Hao to directly rise 1 level, reaching the unprecedented level 12 of a novice copy. Just as the kill and upgrade beeps fell, a stream of smoke suddenly rose from the bloody mouth of that huge minotaur behemoth lord. This smoke was black and red and gave off an eerie aura. And in the process of rising, it coalesced in mid-air into the shape of an enchanting woman. Forward and backward. Although it wasn't a real person, just outlined by smoke, it exuded a charming enchantment. This shadow was extremely beautiful, and this beauty was different from Ning Yuanxi's. Every inch of her exuded a seductive power that made people go crazy. Born, it seems, to slaughter men. Instantly, Lin Hao felt his mouth dry. My God, is there such a woman, such a creature in this world? Damnable human little mongrel, how dare you kill this vessel of this holy maiden? You can't atone for your sins by dying 10,000 times. What is it? Lin Hao bit his tongue, slightly sobering up. Could it be that this fellow known as the Holy Maiden is a demon, and it was her invasion that caused the newbie copy to mutate? Chapter 12, Level 12, Record-breaking, Unprecedented. It seemed that after leaving the body of the Minotaur Lord, this abyssal soul couldn't stay for long. The woman was in mid-air, twisting and writhing in agony. Rapidly fading in. You little thing, this Holy Maiden remembers your appearance. I will definitely come back to find you again in the future. This soul dropped a harsh word and dissipated without a trace. This. Lin Hao was a bit speechless. Just like that, you've made an abyssal deadly enemy of yourself? I was just brushing up my monsters and upgrading. Who told you to hide here? Slowly, Lin Hao's gaze turned cold, and he hummed. We'll really meet some other day, when I tear your real body to shreds. Let's see if you can still talk tough. Lin Hao examined himself. In 4.5 hours, he had beaten the entire novice copy by himself and had risen to a terrifying level 12. This is the most powerful record of the novice copy so far, then 8 hours to fight through to level 10, that is beyond a whole lot. It's long over level 10, so it should be able to travel through the worm world 3 times, but I've just been so busy that I haven't been able to take a closer look. Lin Hao opened the panel. Sure enough, it says, Bug World Shuttle 3 times. It's time to enter that ancient and mysterious bug world again to summon the god bugs. How terrifying would one be with a few more god bugs? He was kind of impatient now. But come to think of it, this newbie copy has been tainted by the abyssal demon for a while now. Those authorities should be almost there, right? If the copy is closed, you can't get out. He didn't want to be blocked out of his copy and forced to stay in it for 10 or 20 hours. If it was blocked, it would be impossible to even teleport out with a teleportation stone. Better get out and talk. Thinking of this, he walked towards the teleportation array. When the copy is swiped through, a teleportation array will appear at the end, so you don't have to walk back to where you started to enter. At this moment, outside the replica, thousands of people were staring intently at the array on the teleportation port. After half an hour, all the students now know that it is now the only student inside who has not yet come out. The students of the 8th middle school certainly knew about Lin Hao's situation. And students from other schools are curious about someone so not out. After they learned about Lin Hao's previous first stance, awakening visions, hidden awakenings, new profession of bug tamer, to abolishing awakenings, to hard refusal of goddesses, to solo copying. One by one, all of them are mind-blowing stories. Simply a legend. Some feel sorry, some disdain, some feel ridiculous, some feel that Lin Hao doesn't know what's important and affects the big picture. However, there were also quite a few sisters who had developed a strong interest in Lin Hao. In particular, Lin Hao had repeatedly rejected the goddess Ning Yuanxi. They kept Lin Hao's name in their hearts, all wanting to see what kind of legend he was. It's also the last minute before the half-hour deadline. He should have died in there a long time ago. What are we waiting for? The copy should have been sealed a long time ago. Waste of time, there's no way this guy is still out, he must have been killed by the demon monster. A wasted awakening. I really don't know what this kind of person is doing in the copy. What can he do? Yeah, the funniest, or a solo. If the whole copy is broken, we won't even have a place to upgrade then. I really want to see with my own eyes how wretched this kid is. Only Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi and a few others did not make a sound. Yu Dapeng was fidgeting at this moment. My Lin Hao, why don't you come out yet? Could it be that something really happened to him in there? Ning Yuanxi was also staring at the teleportation port with a heavy heart at this moment. She couldn't help but ask him, Oren, headmaster, the copy will be sealed soon, but Lin Hao hasn't come out yet, what should we do? If he's sealed inside in a while, and even more so if he has to face those terrifying monsters, I'm afraid the situation will only get worse. How would Oren know what to do at this point? His mind had long been in turmoil. He couldn't help but look at Cho Choi-jun. But at this moment, Zhao Caixuan's expression was bashful. No angst at all. At his side, a couple of city guards stared at their watches to check the time. At this point, there was only half a minute left before Zhao Caixun said half an hour. A few of the city guards had long wanted to go and seal the copy. They felt it was pointless to wait the half hour. However, since it was Zhou Zhejun who said half an hour, even if there was a second left, they didn't dare advance. Time's up, a city guard said. Cho Choi-jun nodded. Just as the city guards immediately moved to manipulate the sealing stone, a bright light surfaced in the teleportation array. The light dispersed. It was Lin Hao. His appearance immediately caused a commotion among the thousands of students. And this one came out? It's a good life to still be out. Entering the copy and hiding, hard to the last half minute, selling the name, I serve you first. I guess he's been hiding in some lump since the beginning and doesn't even know that his copy is demonized, right? It's funny that so many of us were waiting for him. Mo Ren, Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi and the others immediately greeted him with a few steps. Yu Dapeng rushed up and hugged Lin Hao, shouting with excitement. You kid, finally out. Mo Ren was in front of Lin Hao, smiling. He didn't drop any of his classmates in this crisis. Wait, 12 levels? His old eyes bulged with shock, completely unbelievable. Lin Hao, you've risen to level 12? Oh my god, how is that possible? Totally incredible. At this moment, Yu Dapeng sniffed and also threw a detection spell onto Lin Hao. Lin Hao, Insect Trainer, level 12. Yu Dapeng lost his voice and shouted furiously. Lin Hao, you're not, level 12? Level 12, my ass. You know, right now Yu Dapeng has only reached level 4. Even as strong as Ning Yuanxi, currently, he had only risen to level 6. Ning Yuanxi also discovered Lin Hao's rank at this time. In an instant, he changed his face, with a look of incredulity, like he had seen the most impossible thing. Grade 12? How? How did this happen? Even if he kills all the monsters, that would be level 10 at most. Besides, what ability does he have to kill all the monsters in 4.5 hours? Just now Yu Dapeng lost his voice and shouted, and there was a kind of hysterical shock in his tone. More than 1,000 pairs of eyes in the entire room all turned to stare at Lin Hao. In an instant, thousands of detection spells hit Lin Hao. White light streaked across Lin Hao's body. Ahem. Lin Hao knew that as long as he was recognized when he came out as a level 12, he would definitely cause a stir and draw the attention of the entire staff. He didn't want to, but there was no way around it, who made him the last one out. And pull enough to get all the attention yet. In an instant, his level set off the room. Level 12, my ass. That's impossible, it's completely beyond what the textbooks say. It must be an illusion, it must be an illusion. A person who should have died in the copy long ago has risen to level 12, while the others, the highest level is only level 6, say it, the ghosts don't believe it, right? Didn't they say he was pre-capitalized? Who the said that? Stand up for me. Always thought he was the clown, but it turns out he's the clown himself. Is this the guy? Lin Hao, who rejected the goddess Ning Yuanxi and, in addition, broke everyone's perception? A sister's eyes glittered with gold. Wow, he's so handsome. Another nymphomaniac. Mo Rin didn't understand how Lin Hao did this though. But the facts are in front of us. Lin Hao, awakening, broke the record. And now, a newbie copy record has been broken. 4.5 hours to clear the novice copy and level up to level 12. Broke his sister's record himself. Not to say there will be no one after, but certainly no one before. It was estimated that, not to mention 100 years, at least 50 years, no one could break the record of this novice copy. Well, Lin Hao, not only did you survive, but you also rose so high in rank, I'm relieved that you're like this. He was so excited that he burst into old tears. At the same time, a kind of euphoric weariness spread throughout his body. Lin Hao looked at Mo Ren and said softly, I'm sorry, Principal Mo, I made you worry. The principals of the other 10 schools were also looking at Lin Hao with shock on their faces at this moment. They were equally disbelieving. Decades in education, and this is the first time I've seen this kind of thing. It was surprising that someone would clear a novice copy in 4.5 hours and rise to level 12. It was something they never dared to think about. today, this kid completely shattered perceptions. 8th middle school, a real dragon. Lin family, another dragon. One of the oldest principals muttered. Chapter 13, I hope one day we can fight side by side. At this time, a few city guards who were preparing to seal their copies walked up to Zhao Kaijun and said incredulously. General Zhao, after testing, the source of the replica's contamination has disappeared and the replica is back to normal. Is the replica still blocked? Are you guys stupid? What's the point of sealing when you're all back to normal? Zhao Kaijun rebuked. Yes. Several city guards looked ashamed. How could I have said such a stupid thing? Actually, only because it was so unexpected. Who would have guessed that when the copy was destroyed at the last minute, it would miraculously return to normal? This has never happened before. It left them momentarily at a loss for words before they asked Cho Choi Jun for instructions. Zhao Kaijun looked at Lin Hao and nodded slightly. Others may not understand it, but how can he, who has been through a lot of battles, not know it? The source of the replica pollution disappeared. There was only one possibility that this Lin Hao in front of him had killed that demon chant. Zhao Kaijun also walked up to Lin Hao at this time and said with a smile. You are Lin Hao? Very good. You are? Lin Hao froze slightly, actually seeing people in military uniforms at the scene. Moreover, the other party had an aura of unruffled authority, like a mountain. After a slight freeze, then his eyes narrowed slightly. This guy's not easy. There was a thick murderous aura as thick blood. How many people must have been killed? How many beings must have been killed to coalesce? Emorin then stepped aside and introduced, Lin Hao, this is also your senior, Zhao Kaijun, General Zhao. Once, a classmate with your father. Father's classmate? The smile on Lin Hao's face slowly disappeared. The last thing he wanted to hear was anything about his father. Everything related to him. However, he still greeted respectfully, Lin Hao has met senior, General Zhao. Cho Choi Jun nodded in satisfaction. Appreciation for Lin Hao had risen another layer. The young man was extremely talented, but without the slightest bit of false pride. The mind is very calm. Zhao Kaijun said to Emorin, Teacher, since the replica crisis has been lifted, we're ready to retreat as well. He suddenly turned his head to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, I truly hope that one day, we can fight side by side. The attitude is very sincere. He took out something from his body and threw it to Lin Hao, laughing. Here's a little something for you. In some places, it might be a little useful. Consider it a little gift from your senior to your junior. Lin Hao then, looking down, saw that it was a jade plaque that was very warm in his hand. On the face of the card, the words Zhao Kaijun are engraved. This thing was not simple, and presenting this jade tablet was, in many places, equivalent to Zhao Caijun's personal presence. Who is Zhao Kaijun? General of the first city, one of the biggest names in Yangcheng City. In the Daxia military, it was also a heavyweight. Thank you, senior. Lin Hao bowed slightly. No, uncle, how can you give this away? A woman's voice came. It was Chen Ziqing, who had been standing beside Zhao Kaijun and had been staring at Lin Hao and sizing him up. A first pass at level 12 for a rookie copy is a bit of genius, but it's just a level 12 rookie. See how you all seem to be putting him on a pedestal. It's still just a small, unimpressive Karami in our Daxia Abyssal Army. The short-haired woman said coldly. The words Abyssal Army came out. A few city guards next to him immediately straightened their backs with solemn faces. The Abyssal Army? This was the first time Lin Hao had heard this name. Ahem. Zhao Kaijun, slightly embarrassed, took the short-haired woman's hand and rushed him. Oren, teacher, let's go. With that, and without waiting for his niece to say anything else, he pulled her into the car. He knew that this niece of his had always been arrogant as hell, and seeing the crowd look adoringly at Lin Hao for breaking the record of newbie copies and rising to level 12 in 4.5 hours had touched her competitive heart. Even if she couldn't do it herself, making her obey? That's impossible. Woo-hoo-hoo. The car started and was soon far away. At this moment, a group of principals were still stunned by what Zhao Kaijun had just said. Lin Hao, I truly hope that one day, we can fight side by side. Zhao Caijun's words, like a morning bell and a drum, shook the principals. How a great person like General Zhao looked favorably on Lin Hao. The jade tablet that was given as a sign of identity. It even seems to have the intention of making good karma. Lin Hao suddenly said to Emoran, Headmaster, I want to apply to leave the novice copy and head to the wilderness outside the city to kill monsters and upgrade. Emoran nodded. Yes, you're level 12. There's no point in still being in the novice copy. I'll open the exit letter for you in a moment. Emoran had also recovered at this time after the shock earlier. On the bus back to school, the way the group of students looked at Lin Hao was completely different from before they came. Before, it was regret, pity, ridicule, even gloating. But now, total shock. Some people still have fear. It was as if it wasn't Lin Hao sitting on this seat. Instead, it's a prehistoric beast. For some reason, they felt a sense of horror of nature suppression, rank suppression. Ning Yuanxi, on the other hand, looked at Lin Hao with a complicated and unusual expression from a few rows of seats away. So, I thought I finally beat him for once, but I didn't realize that it wasn't. He's not some death penalty awakening, but an unprecedented super terrifying hidden awakening. But so what? I, Ning Yuanxi, won't always lose to you. I also have my resources, I also have my strength. She resolved in her heart that down the road, she would frantically upgrade and enhance her strength. Thinking back to last night, the family had prepared a lot of extreme equipment for her, but she resisted a bit, feeling that with her own strength, it was enough. At the very least, among students of the same age in school, even if one didn't use any equipment, one was the number one combatant. Now, she kind of regretted it. If one uses those equipments, at least, one won't pull such a big gap with him, right? But Lin Hao's heart was thinking at this moment. Instead, he was planning to go home and travel through the insect world, summoning divine insects and going to kill wild monsters outside the city in the morning. Lin Hao got out of the car halfway. Straight home. He didn't want to meet up with those classmates now to eat or drink or discuss anything. Those were ineffective socializing for him. The opportunity to rise strongly was right in front of him, and he couldn't afford to waste it. Worm World Shuttle. In an instant, he projected into the bug world. He was very calm this time as opposed to the several times he had panicked before. Deeply haunted, ancient atmosphere. Bug world. This time, he appeared in a huge canyon. On both sides are strangely high mountains. On the mountain is a large waterfall that soars down. A rumbling sound filled the eardrums. Below the canyon, there are a number of water holes. In the pool of water, various swimming creatures were vaguely visible. A huge thing crawling at the bottom of the canyon. Kind of like a snail and kind of like a snapping turtle. This crawling giant is the size of a soccer field. The body size was even a few dozen meters tall. The breath was as deep as an abyss and as thick as a mountain. Where it passed, the nearby beasts and birds all fled in panic. Chapter 14, Returning to the Insect World, Transparent Butterfly Worms. Lin Hao hid between a rock crevice. Don't move a muscle, don't dare make a sound. The giant thing was at the edge of the pool of water, its turtle-like head sticking out into the pool of water, and it didn't go into the water. Not long after, the head poked out, head up to the sky, bulging throat stretching and shrinking, seems to swallow countless things. Heck, it was preying. And it feeds on what's in the water. This giant thing came and went, and moved slowly. It was always in front of Lin Hao. Without trying, Lin Hao knew that this guy was incredibly powerful. The defense is even sicker. Can be used as a super tank. If one had such a hard-shelled pet to push across the front. Ride on it yourself. Must be pulling a lot of weight. According to past experience, this kind of high-grade animal was not something that could be summoned by one's current ability. Therefore, he did not call on it easily. Another failed shuttle now. Lin Hao was helpless. Half an hour later, Lin Hao's body disappeared in a white light. Lin Hao appeared in the bungalow home. Although he failed, Lin Hao realized that he was no longer in the bug world for 5 minutes at level 1 this time, but for half an hour. Sure enough, as one's spiritual power grew stronger, the time spent inside will be extended. That's kind of a bonus. After an hour's rest, Bug World Shuttle. Tornadic gusts of wind and endless sand. Lin Hao seemed to have landed in an uninhabited desert land this time. The sky and the earth were filled with yellow sand, just like the end of the world. He was certain that there were quite a few ferocious insects lurking under the sand. However, it was the middle of the day. The surface temperature is extremely high. Lin Hao's feet felt extremely hard as he walked on it. All those bugs under the sand lurked deep underground, out of sight. Half an hour will pass. He was able to move forward no more than half a mile. But there was not a single bug in sight. This trip is probably going to be fruitless again. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. I wonder if I can summon my favorite insect here. Lin Hao suddenly came up with an idea. Come out, my partner. He gave a soft call. 20 gold-devouring insects floated around Lin Hao. Really? Lin Hao now showed an unexpected surprise. If I had known that, I could have let myself loose in the world. There is some guarantee of safety, and you can also have your own gold-eating insects help you find it. This is hundreds of times more efficient. But this time it's too late. Lin Hao collected his favorite insects and disappeared in a white light. When he re-entered his civilian house home, Lin Hao felt a moment of weakness in his spiritual power. After 2 consecutive otherworldly shuttles, his mental power had almost bottomed out. It's going to take a couple hours of rest to do that. There's one last chance. After these 2 shuttles, along with the 3 shuttles at level 1, Lin Hao took out a paper and pen, writing down his experiences and extended inferences on them. First, as you upgrade, your mental strength increases and you can stay in the bug world longer. Corollary, when one's own mental strength is sufficient one day, then it is entirely possible that he may stay there for 3 or 5 days, or even for a year and several months. If that's the case, there's a lot of things one can act as. Second, in the bug world, he can also summon his favorite bugs. Inference, then, one can put the favored bugs to use, such as finding other favored bugs. Or, one can fight all sorts of strange insects there. It's just that, I wonder if some items that are different from this world will pop up after killing the bugs of the bug world? Or, not only can you summon the bugs inside, but it's entirely possible that you can also kill monsters and upgrade in there as well. Suddenly, bolder thoughts popped into his head. Since you can summon favorite insects inside, is it possible that you can leave some of them inside yourself? If this works, then next time, when one travels, one doesn't have to randomly appear in a different location each time. When the time comes, one can reappear at the same spot as the previous appearance with a direct location swap. It's entirely possible to explore the world in steps. Could it even be possible to travel directly from the real world to the worm world by swapping positions? Then one can go over there anytime. I believe that it won't take long before I have thousands of different favorite insects. One type of gold eater is sick enough. If it was thousands of kinds, Lin Hao would feel unbelievable when he thought about it. These guesses caused Lin Hao's blood to rise and his heart to thump. He forced down his excitement and meditated to recover his mental power. 3 hours passed. Bug World Shuttle. It's still that deep, ancient, otherworldly scent. An endless green wilderness. Birdsong and flowers. A wave of greenery washed over me. The place that appeared this time was a plain that was vibrant with flowers, swarms of butterflies, and all sorts of honey-gathering bees and insects. Another different scene than before. This time the big deal is done. Lin Hao was bursting with excitement. Because, just now, when he looked around, and as far as the eye could see, he had already seen quite a few insects. This is finally a good year compared to the previous ones. However, he was not careless. Come out, my fellows. Lin Hao released 70 gold-devouring insects in one breath. These gold-devouring insects surrounded Lin Hao, protecting him. Lin Hao walked forward slowly. In addition to the lush green grass, there are like flowers. The most important thing that comes to mind is the bee insects that fly between the flowers and the various colorful butterflies. These bugs, unlike in the previous scene, are extremely aggressive. For Lin Hao's appearance. It doesn't seem to matter. There are even some with a few friendly messages. A nearly transparent flying insect landed on Lin Hao's shoulder. This flying insect is shaped like a butterfly, but not quite the same, as it seems to be made up of 2 transparent leaf-like wings. If it wasn't for the starry light on its wings, Lin Hao wouldn't have been able to see it. At this moment, it stood on Lin Hao's shoulder, its 2 wings fluttering together. Not long after, a few more of their kind flew down, all landing on Lin Hao's shoulders. It seemed that Lin Hao was emitting an aura that made them comfortable. Lin Hao even felt their ecstatic emotions. He dropped a detect spell onto them. Surprisingly, no information could be detected. One didn't know if it was because Lin Hao was lowly, or if the rules of this world were meant to be like this. The detection technique that Lin Hao now mastered was a very simple skill. Almost everyone grasps it. The information that can be measured by this detection technique is information that cannot exceed 10 levels above one's own level. Detecting no information about insects made it difficult for Lin Hao. I don't know which is the right one to call for citation. Is it the stuff on your own shoulders, or the ones next to you? Several wasps with favorable stings in their mouths and poisonous needles in their asses darted from flower to flower. Whoosh! The speed was so fast that it was difficult for Lin Hao's eyes to catch it. If called to this wasp bug, no doubt the power is great too. They are, quite literally, the top assassins of extreme speed. This kind of bee bug was very appealing to Lin Hao. Chapter 15 Elf Butterfly, Life Sharing. Right at this moment, another swarm of the previous kind of butterfly insects flew in, fluttering around Lin Hao. In an instant, Lin Hao's entire body flashed with starlight. They seemed to be extremely fond of Lin Hao. However, it wasn't too happy about Lin Hao's gold-devouring insects. Flying around avoids them. Seeing that there was no danger, Lin Hao also put down his heart. Come back. Except for leaving one gold devourer to fly into the grass roots and hide underneath, the other gold devourers were all put away. Since you like me so much and want to come with me, I will summon you first. The closer you are to the bug tamer, the more likely it is that the affirmation call will be successful. Lin Hao planned to be here today and make a big deed. It would be a shame to have a good year without collecting 10 or 8 bugs as favorites. The butterfly bug in front of me was the first. Bug packed. Lin Hao lightly called out. The skill then landed on a butterfly bug. In an instant, his spiritual power was on communication with the other's soul. No resistance. The other side still seems to be very happy. At the same time, there were also a few curiosities about Lin Hao. Lin Hao increased his spiritual communication, infecting the other party with the unique affinity of an insect tamer. Just when everything was going very well and ready for both parties to form a contract. Suddenly, Lin Hao felt a stabbing pain in his brain. At the same time, his spiritual energy was like a flood that had broken the dike and surged madly over. He wanted to control his mental powers. But it simply can't be controlled. In a few seconds, his mental power was about to bottom out. No good. Lin Hao's face turned white. He realized instantly that this was no accident. Rather, it was the amount of mental energy required to form a contract with this insectoid that was too much. More than one can bear at the moment. I remembered that the first time I summoned the gold-devouring insects, I didn't feel that it consumed much mental energy. How come it's totally different when it comes to this butterfly bug? Lin Hao's spiritual power was completely weak. It was a sign that he would soon be leaving the bug world. Failed again? A white light flashed, and Lin Hao disappeared into the bug world. However, it seemed to feel that the moment he disappeared, Lin Hao felt that his spiritual power seemed to connect with a certain soul. It seems that at the most critical moments, covenants are formed. Lin Hao opened his eyes in the real world. He then saw a butterfly standing on his shoulder. Sure enough, it came true at the last crucial moment. If one started to summon the invocation a little later, one's spiritual power would be consumed partially again, and the remaining spiritual power would not be able to support it at all. Close call. Lin Hao checked its information. Elf butterfly, born in a place rich in the aura of life, has a gentle temperament and does not like to fight, but has a huge amount of blood and has awakened an excellent auxiliary ability. Outstanding secondary abilities? Lin Hao opened his information panel. Name, Lin Hao. Occupation, Bug Master only. Rank, 12. Power, 140. Agility, 140. Spirit, 270. Body mass, 140. Occupational skills, Insect Pact, Favored Insect Summoning Level 12. Natural skills, Skill Enhancement Level 2, Position Swap, Worm World Travel 0 times. Summoning Level 12 Gold-Eating Insects, Current Population 100-120. Summon Level 12 Elf Butterflies, Current Number 120. Lin Hao pondered and calculated his newly upgraded data. He found out. Level 10 is a watershed moment. 10 and before, for each level, the basic attribute increases by 10 points, and the special attribute spirit increases by 20 points. After level 10, each level increases the basic attribute by 20 points and the special attribute spirit by 40 points. Most importantly, skill enhancement is upgraded to level 2. Skill enhancement level 2, the effects of all the host skills are enhanced by 20 times, and the enhancement increases as the level rises. It has reached a 20-fold increase from the original 10-fold increase. Lin Hao checked the gold-devouring insect attributes again. Grade 12 Gold Devourer. Power, 5,600. Agility, 2,800. Spirit, 2,800. Body mass, 5,600. Skill, Rage. Rage, when the Gold Devourer is in a state of rage, its attack power is increased by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. This skill was a skill that the Gold Eater had comprehended when it rose from the Black Iron rank to the Bronze rank at level 10. Level 12 Lin Hao carried a cap of 120 such gold-eating insects. Say it in fear, the whole world will drop their jaws. Manhwa was no longer weaker than the level 15 demonized Minotaur Behemoth Lord that he had once killed. The most important thing is the quantity. Look again at the Elf Butterfly properties. Grade 12 Elf Butterfly. Power, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 100. Body mass, 11,600. Skill, Life Sharing. Life sharing, elf butterflies can share their lives with others, transferring damage taken by others to them. Sure enough, it's a harmless elf butterfly. Is it really a harmless elf butterfly? 3 of the 4-dimensional attributes are 100, suggesting that the elf butterflies are really quite completely insect-like with no offensive power. But it's shocking that the physique is so off the charts high. Of course, this was after being increased 20 times by Lin Hao's skill enhancement. But it's also a proper bloody cow bug setup. The first technique it awakened was surprisingly life-sharing, completely turning Lin Hao into an immortal body. Now that he was standing there without moving, letting the entire student body of the 8th middle school frantically output, he was afraid that it would take a long time before he could be injured. It really is a treasure to pick up. There's one more important thing to verify. Lin Hao didn't forget that he had intentionally left a gold-devouring insect in the other world and didn't follow him back. He sensed it slightly. Then he smiled. That gold-devouring insect that lurked into the grass roots didn't leave with Lin Hao's departure. It's still in that bug world. Lin Hao could sense that his favorite insect was in a distant time and space. Although the connection with the current human insect perception was much worse, however, there was indeed a trace of a connection, if any. Lin Hao could be sure that it was still in the bug world. A surge of excitement surged through him. The results of this test are so important. Since the favorite insect can stay there, it is equivalent to setting up a locus. This made it possible to run the bug world on their own in the future. I just wonder, is it possible to teleport there now? Position swapping. Lin Hao activated the skill. Nothing had changed, Lin Hao was still standing in the same place. Sure enough, no. Crossing the border does not allow for positional interchange. This wasn't out of Lin Hao's expectation. However, Lin Hao was almost certain that the next time he went to the bug world, he could definitely use location swapping. Then yourself, you can totally build a base from that grassland. Then step back and explore the entire bug world. That bug world that's in the middle of nowhere is amazing. It seems like any random bug is as invincible as a bug. Right now, he very much wished that he had risen to level 20 and entered that worm world again. Consuming all of his spiritual energy, he summoned 10 elf butterflies, and then summoned to 120 gold-devouring insects, placing them into the favorite insect space, so that they could be stowed away at any time when the time came. Lin Hao was so weak that he didn't have an ounce of mental energy. Go to bed to recover. Tomorrow, go to the outskirts of town and kill monsters. Chapter 16, All want to win over Lin Hao once. One night passed. The next day, Lin Hao didn't go to school, but directly headed to the wilderness outside the city. At the same time, Principal Mo Ren of the 8th Middle School organized the students of the school and re-arrived at the novice copy. Ning Yuan-si quietly searched through the crowd. Only, everyone was there, but there was no Lin Hao figure. Did he really leave his novice copy and head to the outskirts of town to kill monsters? To enter the wilderness on the second day of awakening, this kind of person isn't the first, but also extremely rare, right? She suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loss inside. She didn't understand why she was in such a mood either. Why is it so hard to see how he looks when he's here? Now that the person has finally disappeared, what about the opposite of being unhappy inside? As she prepared to enter the copy again, she felt bored and it seemed like she was doing something really low. I'll give myself a day to brush up on my newbie copy as well, and then I'm out of here. She regretted it a bit because the clan had told her today that they were offering her help in getting a high-level professional to take her straight to the wilderness or a copy. Borrowing the power of the family allowed her to upgrade and increase her strength at a faster rate. She didn't think it was necessary at the time and declined. Maybe, I shouldn't have said no. She thought to herself. It may be true that it's difficult to catch up with him by relying on his own strength, but the Ning family, after all, is the #1 family in Yangqing City, with all kinds of resources and power that are still very powerful. Yu Dapeng also realized at this time that Lin Hao really didn't come to the novice copy and went to the wilderness to upgrade. Awesome, worthy of my boss's table. The first day you pull away from the others, and the next day you go your separate ways on the highway. You'll have to work up to it yourself, or you won't get another chance to be at his table again. He saw Ning Yuanxi looking slightly bereft in the distance and walked over to him. Sister Ning, do you want to defeat Lin Hao? Oh. Now I suddenly understand how you felt before. This guy Lin Hao, he really makes people despair. Yu Dapeng smiled cheekily. For some reason, I suddenly want to catch up with him and defeat him now too. If I can defeat him, even once, I think it must be a great feeling. Ning Yuanxi was silent for a while, and suddenly said, then today, the two of us will team up, put up a bit of a fight, match up our equipment, and go fight in the wilderness or copies tomorrow to speed up our upgrades. Good. Yu Dapeng nodded his head and said, we have money, equipment, and people in our family, there's no reason to lose to that guy. If the ability is not enough, then money will match it. At this moment, Lin Hao approached the outskirts of the city. How could he have known that his behavior had stirred up the fighting spirit of Ning Yuanxi and Yu Dapeng? More than that, he vowed to win him once. A huge wall hundreds of meters high divided the city into two worlds. Is this the wall that preserves the survival of the people in the city? Lin Hao tilted his head and looked at the towering city wall. It was also his first time on the outskirts of town. It was unimaginable, at first, how much labor and material resources were spent on building such a wall. At the same time, it also shows how bad the living environment of human beings is now. Lin Hao suddenly remembered that all the novice copies in the city had been invaded by that what's-her-name abyssal holy maiden. Has it gotten to the point where even the high walls can't protect Young City? In the newbie copy, if not manually a teleportation stone. Then this group of students probably basically died in there. At that time, the valiant short-haired girl who had been standing beside Zhao Kaijun mentioned abyssal army, and at that time, several of the city guards had a solemn and worshipful look on their faces. Presumably the abyssal army, the main force against the abyssal demons. That's why it's so prestigious in some circles. He himself came out of the mutant novice copy and rose to an unprecedented level 12. That was a rank far above that of her classmates, but the short-haired girl said that compared to the abyssal army, she was just a little karami. Quite a bit of looking down on himself. Indeed, although he had great potential and was a senior who had only just awakened. But 12 levels is 12 levels. If, right now, I threw myself into the abyss, I'm afraid I wouldn't make it through a minute. Battlefield, but it doesn't matter if you're a level 12 newbie or a level 52 veteran. One is still too weak. Then everything, grow from today. Lin Hao firmly took a step toward the city gates. When he approached the city gate, Lin Hao realized that there was a huge square here. There are a couple of lively streets next to it. On the streets, countless stores were open. There are apothecaries, weapon stores, and defense stores of all kinds. It seemed that there were a lot of people coming in and out of the city on a daily basis, whether they were getting ready to leave the city and needed to refill their equipment, or they were bringing back various items from the wilderness, which drove the commerce here. Where there are people, there is buying and selling. A huge oval-shaped building on the edge of the square was the place Lin Hao came over to look for today. Before leaving the city, he still needed to complete one more task, which was to go to the Professionals Exchange Center to authenticate his identity. When you walk into the lobby, there are hundreds of people, in different areas, conducting different business. Lin Hao walked directly to the authentication area. At the staff's direction, he pressed his hand against a black crystal ball. Identification begins. Authentication successful, Daxia National, Lin Hao. Basic access to the Career Center has been opened. Competence, Level 1. The Professionals Trading Center, the largest trading platform for items and information in Daxia. After authenticating the information, it is equivalent to having a login identity. Level 1, which allows the use of base permissions. As you go up in rank, the permissions you can use get higher and higher. After authentication, pay another 10,000, and Lin Hao gets a watch. Lin Hao endured the pain and pressed almost his entire fortune on it. This electronic watch, worn on his hand, allowed him to log on to the upper professional trading center whenever and wherever he wanted. Not only can you view the buying and selling information inside, You can also go into some of the professionals' communication forums to get some information on recent copies. You can log into the center to check the information while fighting monsters in the wilderness later, so there's no point in wasting time here. Lin Hao left the professionals center and headed for the city gates. At the entrance of the city, a team of city guards was patrolling. Emergency response to a monster attack is always available. When he came to the city gate, Lin Hao was stunned, never imagining that he would see an acquaintance here. It was the short-haired girl who was with Zhou Zhezhong yesterday. She was wearing a uniform today, which made her look even more heroic. A couple of city guard men next to her were respectfully reporting something to her. Sure enough, the young girl was one of the city guards. And it seems to have some authority and status. Thinking of her rather unimpressed attitude towards herself yesterday, Lin Hao also didn't really want to put a hot face on her cold ass, so he just pretended not to see her. He walked straight to one of the city guards and showed the school's permission to leave town. Chapter 17, Out of the City in the Storm, First Time in the Wilderness. It's you? What are you doing here? The short-haired girl also saw Lin Hao at this time, and after a slight stare, she faintly asked Lin Hao. Captain Chen, he's leaving the city. The city guards who were checking Lin Hao's exit book answered first. Out of town? Out of town for what? A student who's only level 12, you should be in a school-organized novice replica right now, not coming outside the dangerous city. The young girl said coldly. The city guards who heard this handed back the exit book to Lin Hao. Lin Hao froze. He didn't expect the twists and turns that happened out of town. Lin Hao didn't take back the book of leaving the city handed over by that city guard, nor did he look at the short-haired girl, he just calmly looked at that inspecting city guard. What, do I have a problem with this exit book? That city guard was momentarily speechless. The problem is that there is no problem. There's no problem, then why don't you agree to me leaving the city? Lin Hao directly interrupted him. This flat-headed city guard was in a dilemma for a while, and it was reasonable to say that with this letter of exit, it was possible to get out of the city, but the captain vetoed this letter of exit, and he returned it in passing. Moreover, Lin Hao was indeed only a 12th grade student. In his perception, it was true that level 12 shouldn't be out in the wilderness, let alone a student with a lack of experience. Only, it was completely unexpected that Lin Hao would question it. He looked at Chen Ziqing a bit helplessly. Chen Ziqing said coldly, the monsters outside of the city are moving around, so we are not allowed to leave the city now. Obviously, Chen Ziqing held power in his hands and casually found a reason to make Lin Hao suffer. Lin Hao was silent for a moment, reaching out and pulling out a jade pendant from his pouch. I have this, can I get out of town? Hold the jade pendant up in front of you. It was exactly what Zhou Zhezhong gave him yesterday. The jade pendant is out. Chen Ziqing's eyes narrowed slightly. The crowd of city guards next to them were in awe. That city guard, who was specialized in checking documents, didn't care what Chen Ziqing said again at this moment, and respectfully said to Lin Hao, excuse me, please. While still urging, it's complicated outside the city, not only are there vicious monsters, but you also have to be careful of evil people, it's best to return to the city at night, don't stay in the wilderness for the night. Are you kidding? It's a general's token from the city guards. The cards are played to represent the general's intentions. He was all a bit remorseful that he had acted according to Chen Ziqing's intentions earlier and hindered Lin Hao from leaving the city. If the general finds out, a reprimand is inevitable. Lin Hao nodded at his words and took a step toward the outside of the city. Didn't even look at Chen Ziqing. As the city gates opened and then closed, then Lin Hao's figure went far away. Chen Ziqing was so angry that her little face turned red. Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs, a guy who just awakened and went into the wilderness alone, I don't know how dangerous it is. It's only level 12 and it's awesome, people have to team up at level 18 before they dare to go out into the wilderness. Used to get a few bragging rights from your classmates and teachers, and then the sky and the earth were all yours? Let's see how long you can stay out there. She turned her head to one of the city guards and said, Xiaowu, in a moment, if you guys patrol the wilderness, pay attention to this brat, if it wasn't for Uncle's fancy for him, I wouldn't bother. Yes, Captain. The city guards at the side respectfully returned. Besides, Lin Hao walked out of the city gates. At the same time, the jade pendant was also put away. It's good stuff, and sometimes it's good to take it out and pull a tiger out of the hat, ha. A cold wind from the wilderness blew. Lin Hao felt that the weather outside the city seemed to be quite gray, and the tearing howls of wild beasts seemed to come from afar. Even in the air, there seemed to be a smell of blood coming from it. It seemed such a step into another world. However, not only was Lin Hao not afraid in his heart, but his hot blood slowly came up. A real man should leave the greenhouse and fight in the battlefield. Wilderness, danger everywhere, killing at all times. However, there is also a lot of experience, as well as materials and money. These, all by themselves, are needed. Lin Hao kept moving forward. Slowly, he moved away from the walls, and when he looked back again, a mound behind him completely blocked the shadow of the walls. Lin Hao instantly felt that he was alone in a dangerous world. There is no one here to rely on but yourself. With a thought, 100 gold-devouring insects appeared around Lin Hao. Right now he had a summoning limit of 120, and so far, 100 had been summoned. Also, 20 elf butterflies showed up. Spreading his wings lightly, the light dots. Then these elf butterflies attached themselves to Lin Hao. The light recedes into stealth. A few howls and half a dozen wandering hyenas came into view. Lin Hao threw a detection spell over from afar. Wilderness hyena. Rank, 10. Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Spirit, 50. Physical fitness, 150. Skills, none. Wilderness hyena, the legendary anal hollowing penis, whether it is human or other beasts, if it is to fall into their hands, the end is not generally miserable. At this time, they also discovered Lin Hao and rushed over like crazy from afar. Sure enough, the monsters outside the city are so aggressive. However, this kind of four-dimensional attribute was nothing more than a normal ordinary low-level 10 monster in Lin Hao's eyes. It's still a bit underwhelming. Go! With a movement of his mind, 6 or 7 gold-eating insects separated from the swarm and each flew at a wilderness hyena. The gold eater that had risen to level 12 was already the size of 3 fists. Those wilderness hyenas saw the gold eaters and pounced on them. Their bites were not small. However, the gold-eating insect did not fear or flash at all, and landed directly on the head of the wilderness hyena's mouth. Between the opening and closing of his teeth, he bit off the entire dog's head. Seconds. Kill wild hyena, experience plus 400. Get wilderness hyena teeth 1. As half a dozen wild hyenas fell to the ground, half a dozen messages scrolled across the panel. This was all expected by Lin Hao. After testing these monsters, Lin Hao had a bottom in his heart, and at that moment, he no longer hesitated. Spread out and look for monsters to kill. He gave an order. 100 gold eaters are like 100 small bombers. It radiates out in all directions. However, roughly with Lin Hao as the center of the circle, a radius distance of about 100 meters was pushed forward. Soon, the experience value in Lin Hao's viewport began to brush the screen. Kill level 10 wild hyena, experience value plus 400. Kill level 10 wild hyena, experience value plus 400. Get wilderness hyena teeth 1. Get wilderness hyena teeth 1. Lin Hao's storage space had one more bone. These small materials, the price is not expensive, but the accumulation of a small amount of money, when the time comes, it is also a considerable amount of income. Awakened professionals are given a storage space, and it grows larger as they rise in rank. People can store all kinds of items in it, materials, equipment, recovery pills and whatnot, which can boost range. Wilderness, here I come. Chapter 18 Pushing across the wilderness, singling out cockroaches. Level 10 monsters, no matter how many, were not difficult for Lin Hao. After all, he was also invincible in the novice copy, brushing the level 10 demonized hanging ice fierce tiger, and those monsters were unstoppable. Lin Hao was only level 12 now, but, according to his current strength, he should have a maximum efficiency of brushing monsters at a level between 15-20. Even if it was a level 30 monster, he wasn't afraid. Therefore, under releasing hundreds of gold-devouring insects to come out and frantically kill monsters, Lin Hao began to walk deeper outside the city. That is, Lin Hao is so perverted, if it's an ordinary player, as Chen Ziqing said, all level 18 professionals have to team up before going out of the wilderness. After all, the wilderness is different from a novice copy, which has relatively clear-cut monster areas one level at a time. And the wilderness is a mixed bag. No one could guarantee that some level 20 monsters would appear in a group of level 10 monsters. Lin Hao's goal was to enter the level 20 monster area and see what happened. He was afraid of being shocked if his thoughts were known to Principal Morin, and regretted letting him out of town. He agreed that Lin Hao would go out of the wilderness, and by default, he would be near the outskirts of the city, fighting some level 10 monsters. If there are any problems, you can return it to town in a timely manner. Where would one expect that Lin Hao would go straight to the depths? You know, the students who were in the same classroom a few days ago are still in the novice copy, fighting small monsters of level 1-5. Successfully killed 11 poisonous stinging bees, experience value plus 500. Drops poisonous wasp tail pin 1. Successfully killed 11 poisonous stinging bees, experience value plus 500. Successfully killed level 12 heavily armored cockroach, experience value plus 600. Cockroach whisker 1, drops cockroach whisker 1. Lin Hao pushed all the way across, no monster could stop him. The monsters he encountered were turned into his experience value and items. The experience value on the panel flew through the screen. It's so cool. It seemed like the idea of leaving his novice copy and making it to the wilderness outside the city in time was beyond correct. It wasn't that the wilderness monsters were very dense, but the sky and the earth here were immensely vast, and the monsters couldn't be killed. After stabilizing, in about half an hour, I was up to level 12 and 40%. Expect another 40 or 50 minutes to get to level 13. This upgrade speed is actually much faster than the regular newbie copies. The amount of experience value required for each level up is now massive. Hundreds of gold-eating insects flew everywhere. Pounce on monsters when you see them. One by one, the monsters fell. Lin Hao walked all the way through, killing everywhere. Corpses are everywhere. In half an hour, thousands of monsters fell under the mouths of the gold-eating insects. I wonder how many levels this kid Yu Dapeng has risen to now. Lin Hao suddenly thought that if he could leave the novice copy, he could take him with him when he had the chance. Yu Dapeng, like Lin Hao, is not very popular in the class. Lin Hao is because of his cold nature and not fitting in. And Yu Dapeng, a thuggish rich second generation and bottom of the class academic scum with an ugly mouth, is the kind of person that many people are naturally repulsed by. The two of them combining at the same table was so magical that others were almost tempted to call the pair Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Yu Dapeng had had a dream that he had always wanted to pull Lin Hao to spend time and get high when he got high, and then find a few young ladies to break Lin Hao before he awakened at the age of 18. Unfortunately, it has not worked so far. Usually, knowing that Lin Hao's family was in a difficult situation, he often found excuses to buy more than enough and pushed it in front of Lin Hao when he was playing rice or buying water. In Lin Hao's eyes, he was so much better than those types of people who thought they were born in elite families and always acted like they were superior. This time, awakening, Yu Dapeng reversed a flight of fancy. Advanced Awakening, Sword and Shield Master. In the past, in the eyes of teachers and classmates, it was a pile of that could not be helped on the wall. If he took him to upgrade himself, and after half a month, he took the martial arts examination and rushed to the highest martial arts school in Daxia, Qingbei Wuda University. I wonder how many people who think they are elite have been sickened and vomited. Lin Hao suddenly thought maliciously. He's capable of doing that. However, he was just thinking about it, everyone has their own path in life. He wasn't trying to change anyone. As for Ning Yuanxi, he was indeed the type of person born into an elite family. Born and bred to be eugenic. People, not only are they beautiful, they are truly outstanding. However, Lin Hao never wanted to get close to this kind of person, he had always felt that he wasn't a type of a circle with her. He felt more like the wild, stubborn weeds of the wilderness. Not trying to get into the backyard of a rich man's house. If expected correctly, she should be here in 2 or 3 days. After all, novice copies are only suitable for the average awakened. For a small group of people at the top of their game. In the last period of time, you will definitely choose to go outside the city or copies to kill monsters to level up and strengthen your strength. However, by the time they got here, they themselves hadn't known how many levels they had risen to. I don't know how they would feel if they came here full of excitement and realized they were almost 10 levels away. Lin Hao had always felt that his sister should have encountered an opponent that was difficult to defeat, otherwise she shouldn't have fallen into a desperate situation. If that's the case, then being slightly better on your own isn't enough. Thinking of this, Lin Hao expanded the insect control range from 100 meters just now to 200 meters. As a diameter range, that's 400 meters. During this hour, he summoned the remaining 20 gold eaters as well. Battle power increased by another 20% all of a sudden. Killing monsters is much wider and faster. The first appearing profession, the bug tamer, deserves to be the king of soloing. Now his speed is no less than 10 or 20 team combinations. And no one is as reckless as he is, treating an entire wilderness as his own. That arrogant Chen Ziqing thought Lin Hao must be careful when he first arrived in the wilderness, right? In her eyes, Lin Hao was nothing more than a level 12 little guy. Experience bar level 12 90%. It should be another 10 minutes or so before I can level up to 13. A level 12 heavily armored cockroach, crawling out from a pile of dirt bumps, appeared in Lin Hao's line of sight with 2 long whiskers on top. The range was expanded too far, and there were inevitable oversights, and this heavily armored cockroach even became a leak under the gold-eating insect kills. Lin Hao dared to expand his range and pursue killing speed, and he also had the backbone and confidence to do so. Ever since the elf butterflies shared their lives. Although he was a level 12 player, the 20 elf butterflies could currently share hundreds of thousands of blood. No matter how high the damage, it's impossible to hurt yourself for a short period of time. Moreover, with a distance of 1 or 200 meters, it would only be a matter of 3 to 5 seconds for him to let the gold eater fly back. Plus, he's got positional swaps that he can just pass away at any time. So, what may seem risky is actually safe. Just as Lin Hao wanted to summon a gold-devouring insect back to settle this heavily armored cockroach. But he, suddenly, stopped. He slowly drew out from his space when he had the white plate steel sword that the school had issued when he was a novice copy. It's a bit uncharacteristic to keep relying on the favorite insects to fight, when you yourself, the master, haven't even put up a fight. Today, I, the bug tamer, will personally take a steel blade to finish off your heavily armored cockroach. Lin Hao, childlike, held his steel sword in front of his chest and took a stance. That heavily armored cockroach saw Lin Hao at this time as well, and a wave of anger rushed up to his head, charging straight at him. Good timing. With a clang, Lin Hao slashed down towards the head of the heavily armored cockroach. Chapter 19 First Encounter with a Wilderness Professional. The steel blade rebounded, causing Lin Hao's tiger's mouth to tingle. However, this slash also cut a small slit in the top of the heavily armored cockroach's head, and some green blood shot out. The heavily armored cockroach ate the pain and pounced crazily, trying to tear into Lin Hao. Lin Hao stood still. He was knocked out by the force of the heavily armored cockroach's charge. Lin Hao took a few steps backward. Look closely at the body. If normal, he'll take no small amount of damage. But at this point, there was no damage on him at all. At the same time, he sensed that a certain elf butterfly in his possession was slightly hurt. But, for that matter, it's also almost microscopically invisible. What a life share! Lin Hao felt that if he stood here motionless and let the heavily armored cockroach hit him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to injure himself for most of the day. With a bottom in his heart, Lin Hao was no longer polite and slashed down again, this time, cutting down a heavily armored cockroach's beard. Lin Hao's level was comparable to that of the heavily armored cockroach, and his strength was equal. Heavily armored cockroaches that move slowly but have thick defenses. Strength was not something Lin Hao was good at, however, he had learned some basic fighting techniques in school before. One man and a cockroach fought back and forth. It's not a pleasure. Dead cockroach, eat me again. Lin Hao shouted and slashed at the cockroach again. After a few minutes of fighting, the heavily armored cockroach had lost most of its blood by now. Move even slower. Ha ha ha. Lin Hao burst into laughter, not at all ashamed of the fact that he had only managed to beat a heavily armored cockroach, while the gold-devouring insect killed it in seconds. It's just fun and painful. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, in the distance, there was a jeering sound. Lin Hao turned sideways, only to see a team of 4 people appear behind him. Those 4 people were coming in Lin Hao's direction. Those 4 people couldn't help but laugh maniacally when they saw Lin Hao battle a cockroach and kill it. That guy's not a cutie, I'm afraid, a level 12 Yakuza who came to the wilderness to single out cockroaches? Look at the blood all over the ground, I'm afraid these 2 guys have been fighting for half an hour, right? Ha ha ha, what a laugh, there are such people in this world. It's true that monsters are painted all the time, cutie. Every day. These few people pointed at Lin Hao. This was the first time Lin Hao had seen group adventurers outside the city. It is said that in the wilderness, which is almost an outlawed place, killing is a common occurrence. That city guard at the door then instructed Lin Hao that in the wilderness, not only should he guard against monsters, but also against other professionals. At that moment, a wave of vigilance rose from Lin Hao's heart. With a thought, dozens of gold-devouring insects quickly flew back from outside. But all quietly hidden under the grass. Scattered around him. The group was fast, getting closer and closer to Lin Hao. At this time, Lin Hao also saw that this was a more functional team, a tank swordsman, an archer, a mage, and a healer. And everyone is over level 20, with 2 reaching level 22. As a high-level player of 20 or so levels, he certainly wouldn't care about a tiny level 12 Lin Hao, much less put it in his eyes. What do the weak think? When have the strong ever cared? Human beings, do they think about the feelings of the little ants under their feet? These people were pointing at Lin Hao in front of him, recklessly talking and laughing non-stop. Outside the words, there is no concealment that Lin Hao was regarded as a. And, of course, the words that come out of his mouth are hard to hear. Lin Hao, apart from fighting with the heavily armored cockroaches, also divided some of his energy to focus on the movements of the group. 20 or so level players, Lin Hao wasn't afraid of them now. With the strength of his current gold-devouring worm, it wasn't too difficult to exterminate them if they dared to make a move against themselves. However, if it wasn't too much, Lin Hao didn't want to kill someone just because of a few taunts. Just as that Lin Hao had hacked half a day, he was ready to kill the heavily armored cockroach with 1 or 2 more slashes. Suddenly, a fireball flew out of the mage's hand. The fireball flew straight toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a few steps back to the side. Boom! The fireball hits the heavily armored cockroach. Boom! The heavily armored cockroach falls to the ground, dead. It turned out that the target of that mage skill was not Lin Hao, but the dying cockroach. The mage's hand made the rest of the group burst into another fit of laughter. Ha ha ha! Joe ran, you're even stronger, killing a heavily armored cockroach with a small fireball. Skill proficiency has increased again. Did you see someone chopping too hard and help him out, huh? Another round of jeers erupted from the ranks. Lin Hao noticed that there was no experience value displayed on the screen. Dare I say that the last hit was killed by the mage, and the experience value goes to him. Lin Hao was slightly angry in his heart. This heavily armored cockroach fought himself for 5 or 6 minutes, sweating. This mage just snatched it away in one final blow. 1 heavily armored cockroach experience value is a trivial trifle. But what the mage in that group did was very excessive. Didn't take Lin Hao seriously at all. Lin Hao was about to make a sound. The swordsman in that group said, "Don't make trouble, everyone speed up or we won't be able to find him in time." The remaining few people heard this and stopped teasing Lin Hao. It ran straight into the distance, and a moment later, it disappeared. Seems to be in a hurry for something. Lin Hao looked at their distant backs, his eyes were showing a few chills. Count yourselves lucky. If you really annoy me, I'll make you guys feed the worms. They regarded Lin Hao as a mole cricket. In fact, these guys, in Lin Hao's eyes, were not much different from the wild monsters he was brushing now. Lin Hao also had a clear perception of his own strength. They went away, and that was the end of a little storm. Lin Hao continued to kill monsters in the depths. Successfully killed level 13 demon fly lizard, experience value plus 700. Successfully killed level 14 bewitching flower, experience value plus 800. Dropping the petals of a bewitching flower plus 1. Successfully killed level 16 lizard man axe soldier, experience value plus 1000. Drop lizard man axe plus 1. A cross-pollination. Non-stop seconds. Still a crazy amount of experience value swipes. Ding, you've risen to level 13. Finally got up to level 13. An hour and a half out of town and I'm up a level. At this rate, it was quite possible to go up 3 or 4 levels a day. With such a fast upgrading speed, it was unimaginable how many levels one could live to for the big exam half a month later. At that time, not only the classmates, but also the teachers and principals were astonished. I'm afraid that even I was taken aback. According to the data of previous years, many combat profession awakened people, for half a month, just stayed in the novice copy. Leveling up to about level 10 as well. Just like that, such people, too, can get into some institutions of higher learning. And by that time, one was surely beyond level 20 or more. One could say that one could pull out to a completely different level from them. Thinking that after reaching level 20, he could go to that ancient and mysterious bug world again. Lin Hao's heart was on fire. Chapter 20 Lost Mines, Killing Chance. After accumulating several experiences, next time, when you enter the bug world again, you can immediately use the position swap to reach that meadow. Just use that meadow as your base for running the bug world. Solves the problem of always randomizing yourself to places with too high a failure rate. Perhaps, the next 3 chances, one could summon an increase of 6 or 7 types of favorite insects could be possible. When the time comes, it's not that you're afraid of being underpowered. Just be afraid that your strength is too appalling. The goal now is still to upgrade as fast as possible. Back then, my sister was the top martial arts examiner in Jiangning province in the Great Martial Arts Examination. At the current rate of his own development, he should not be able to achieve less than his sister. But is that enough? Definitely not. My sister's troubles are not small, and I still need to be stronger myself. I heard that Qingbei Martial Arts University is the highest martial arts academy in all of Daxia, and everyone inside is a proud son of heaven screened from all over the world. All of them are perverted to the extreme in strength. Could there be someone like yourself among them? Lin Hao thought freely while leisurely killing monsters. Brushing monsters didn't slow things down, but level 13 to level 14 tripled the experience required again. The wilderness seems endless and the monsters are endless to kill. Here than the newbie copy, the good thing is that the monsters are high level, the experience gained from killing a monster is much higher, and the second is that the monsters can't be killed, they are all over the place. It just doesn't feel dense enough again. He now had 120 gold-devouring insects, and could summon up to 130, completely terrifying killing machines. If there is such a place, the monsters are particularly dense, or there are high-level monsters for you to kill. That's even better. He lifted his watch and touched it lightly. An electronic screen floated in front of him. Lin Hao was brushing monsters while browsing all kinds of information on it. First, there is information on trading all kinds of items and equipment. Entering the professional trading center, Lin Hao realized that there were all kinds of things and needs in this world. Tens of millions. He didn't want to scrutinize anything right now. Just have an initial idea. The main purpose, still, was to look and see what nearby locations or copies were suitable for his current upgrades. Yangchang neighborhood. This copy is a bit interesting. The Lost Mine, the closest to myself, less than 3 kilometers away, near the outskirts of town, with easy access. Lin Hao checked this copy information. It's a copy of a passageway that's only been discovered a year ago. This copy has a strange constraint that only players below level 20 can enter. The monsters in the cave are between 20-25 in level. The monsters are extremely dense. It makes it very difficult for the average team to get down a copy. How strong can a professional below level 20 be? It's not like you can enter a copy if you're over level 20. So, this copy is not very popular. So far, the average team has only been able to play normal and elite levels. Copy Nightmare also only has 1 pass. The highest difficulty, Hell, has never had a team to beat the level. Many speculate that the Hell rank will drop the Heart of the Night Star. Lin Hao checked the Heart of the Night Star. This is a superb ore, sunk in the ground for hundreds of millions of years to take shape, hiding the magical essence of heaven and earth, which can be used to create necklaces with a sizable increase. In the trading center, there were also people begging for the Heart of the Night Star. The price is 3 million. Lin Hao instantly locked onto this copy, and he planned to check out this copy tomorrow. It wasn't necessarily appropriate for others, but for Lin Hao, it was simply too good. Under level 25, super dense monsters. For others it was a pain, but for Lin Hao, the fear was that you didn't have enough monsters. But before that, find a way to get to level 15 first. Lin Hao felt that it was only when he rose to level 15 that his strength would be able to handle various copies in a relatively stable manner. At noon, Lin Hao took out bread, water from the space and simply passed a lunch. Looked at the experience bar, level 13 20%. Trying to catch up to level 15 today is almost 2 levels away. A bit of a challenge, but it should do the trick. The big deal is to brush up a bit more at night. At this point, all of the level 16 Lizardman Axe soldiers within a range of about 300 meters fell. Lin Hao walked into a forest from the jungle, beginning to enter the area of level 17 sword and armor beasts. The wooded view is a bit worse than the plains. Lin Hao continued to maintain 200 meters and didn't blindly expand his range. A level 17 sword armored beast fell down and turned into Lin Hao's experience value. Still seconds. Suddenly, there seemed to be a commotion not far away. A few gulps. Rub-a-dub-dub. Another rush of footsteps sounded and came rushing in Lin Hao's direction. Someone else? In the wilderness, Lin Hao only wanted to quietly brush monsters and upgrade, and didn't want to have too much contact with people at all. Boom boom. Several fireballs exploded hundreds of meters away. Seeing the fireball spell, Lin Hao remembered the group of adventurers he met outside the city in the morning. The arrogant mage. He frowned slightly. Right at this moment, a lavender silhouette swept past Lin Hao some 50 meters away. Extremely fast. The figure flickered between several large trees, originally heading east, and suddenly folded to the south not far from Lin Hao. Like a rabbit rising and falling, a few up and down, and then disappeared. Lin Hao saw a purple, seemingly more petite figure. With such a fast speed, it should be an agility adventurer. Probably an archer or assassin class. After half a minute or so, two silhouettes appeared in Lin Hao's line of sight again. One carried a heavy sword in his hand, the other held a staff. It was clearly the two people who had met that team early this morning. Mages and swordsmen. It seemed like they were chasing the guy in front of them. These two also looked surprised to see Lin Hao. They didn't expect to see this person, Lin Hao, in such a deep area of the wilderness outside the city. In their expectation, Lin Hao, a novice, went out to the wilderness outside the city but also played around the high wall. In the end, even if they don't die, they know what's going on. While they froze, it was no longer possible to discern the direction of the lavender figure. The mage opened his mouth and asked Lin Hao, "Hey, kid, in which direction did that person run just now?" Lin Hao frowned slightly. "Hey, I asked you a question, are you deaf?" The mage looked impatient. Lin Hao said indifferently, "I don't know." That mage was furious. "Grass, you kid wanna find death?" He couldn't imagine that a little rookie would dare to refuse his questioning. A fireball quickly condensed in his hand. Preparing for the next moment, he was going to give Lin Hao some color. The swordsman on the side pressed down on the mage's palm, signaling him not to attack. At the same time, he looked around. It seemed to want to know if Lin Hao was having an accomplice in the neighborhood. A level 12 professional, coming so deep into the wilderness. It struck him as odd. There must be a high-level professional leading him. His nature was much more cautious than the mage's. There were no accomplices he expected in the vicinity, and he was a bit puzzled, frowning as he stared at Lin Hao. The swordsman said in a cold voice, "Brothers, that person stole something from us, we must catch her." Bother to tell. Lin Hao still shook his head, still saying, "I don't know." "Big brother, your kid is playing with us, people passed in front of him, didn't he see it? I'll give him a fireball, that should make him remember." The mage roared, 5 fingers of his right hand spreading out as a fireball prepared to condense out again. Lin Hao's face was calm. But dozens of gold-eating insects had already returned to the neighborhood. For this group of people who have been messing with themselves over and over again. He also rose to kill. Chapter 21 Hanging Upgrade Mode. Just when both sides were on the verge of a fight, the swordsman who had been staring at Lin Hao suddenly rushed at the mage. "Forget it, let's chase in that direction," said he, then dashed off in the original east direction. That mage rushed at Lin Hao and said in a cold voice, "Count yourself lucky, kid." Then, too, he followed the swordsman as he quickly headed east. "I'm lucky? You're the lucky ones." Just now, if these two had dared to take a step further, he would have had to make a move. The repeated behavior of this group of people made Lin Hao's heart on fire. Can't even think of a quiet day. Although he himself was only level 13, killing those two level 20 or so guys shouldn't be too difficult. For we're seen in the morning, now there are only 2, where are their other 2 accomplices? Scattered? Or killed by the purple figure? Lin Hao didn't want to waste time and continued killing monsters. The experience bar, at this point, was 60% of level 13. Before it gets dark today, I have to rush to a little over level 14 in order to use the middle of the night to level up to 15, and rush back to the city to go to the mine replica first thing in the morning. Successfully killed level 17 sword armor beast, experience value plus 1100. Dropped sword armor beast skin armor plus 1. Successfully killed level 17 sword armor beast, experience value plus 1100. Dropped sword armor beast skin armor plus 1. Still flying through the monsters. When the sun dipped in the west, a white light flashed on Lin Hao's body. You're upgraded to level 14. It's level 14, and it's still a little slow. With such a powerful strength as himself, upgrading is still so slow. Than other people, to rise 2 levels, it is estimated that 3 to 5 days to do so. I wonder how many levels those of you who are still scrubbing your rookie copies today have gotten to. Now Lin Hao had more experience per level up than he had before level 8 combined. They're probably around level 3-5 or so. The strength of someone like Ning Yuan-si, who had powerful equipment and was a rare profession, must be far above the average. Should probably go up to level 8 or so. Yu Dapeng, this kid, only rose to level 4 yesterday. To leave the novice copy, he estimated that it would take 5 or 6 days. It's so trashy. An advanced awakening in vain. But to bring up the kid, the level pull is so great that there's no chance. The sun was setting in the west, coloring half the sky golden. The evening night breeze is a bit cooler. Lin Hao recalled a portion of the gold-devouring insects and had them crouch under the leaves of the surrounding trees. For the rest, extend the range out and no longer limit it to 200 meters. Lin Hao built a pile of fire and prepared to roast some meat for dinner and rest for a while. Though the city guards had instructed themselves to make sure they returned to the city at night. However, Lin Hao didn't intend to go back. This level of wilderness posed no threat to himself at all. Maybe, to the level 30, 40, 50 monster zone. It's only then that it might be a little dangerous. That kind of area, though, would have to be walked in depth for a few days. While Lin Hao was only traveling for a day today, and walking around to fight monsters, the wilderness monsters in this range were, relatively speaking, still relatively weak. The powerful, high-level monsters that posed a threat to scurry about had long since been removed by the city guards who patrolled the city on a daily basis. They certainly couldn't let monsters that were a threat to the inner city exist nearby. The sword armor beast, a pangolin-like animal with compact flesh. Not long after, 20 or so pounds of sword armor beast meat on the fire began to nourish with oil. A strong scent emanated. Just as Lin Hao was in the process of building a fire and roasting meat, the panel was still constantly brushing experience values. The gold-devouring insects that dispersed outward didn't stop killing. Then slaughtering nearby monsters. It's proper hang-up upgrade mode. This was if Yu Dapeng knew that as a tank, he needed to shoulder 10 million monster damage. Ning Yuan-si, to output one lightning bolt after another. Lin Hao, on the other hand, grilled meat and leveled up. They're afraid they're going to vomit blood and fall to the ground. Smells good, looks like I'm just in time. A lavender figure stepped out of the dimly lit bushes. Her? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Recognizing it as the purple figure that had fled ahead in the afternoon. The bright firelight at nighttime illuminated the other's face. Full-body purple outfit, purple blouse, purple sarong, delicate features, big and watery eyes, wearing a rather avant-garde smoky makeup, and not too old, seemingly the same age as Lin Hao. What's going on today? These two guys got to themselves or something? Whether it was that team of professionals or this girl in front of him, he didn't want to get involved. He just wanted to focus on upgrading now. At that moment, he said coldly, I don't care what kind of grudges you guys have, but none of you should come and bother me, otherwise, I won't be polite. That young girl turned her gaze from the roasted meat to Lin Hao's face. Egu, look at you, you're a handsome guy, how can you be so cold and heartless to a lonely, starving woman in the dark night? Lin Hao frowned slightly and didn't say anything, but the intention of expulsion remained. Alright, I'll just have 2 pieces of meat and leave when I'm done, I'm starving. The young girl flattened her little mouth slightly and looked at Lin Hao with an aggrieved face. Lin Hao turned his gaze to the roasted meat on the fire. She glanced at Lin and said softly, Lin Hao, Insect Tamer, level 14. Ha? Up to level 14 so quickly? She was filled with amazement. In the past, when I ascended from level 13 to 14, it took me more than a whole day, and you've only been here for just 3 hours since this afternoon, right? It seems to be an artist who is bold, no wonder he dares to come to this wilderness alone to kill monsters. I saw a weird bug killing monsters in the woods today. This is your pet, right? Is the bug tamer so powerful and upgrades so fast? Obviously, she was shocked by Lin Hao's upgrade speed. Lin Hao threw a detection spell onto his opponent. Zhao Shaoling, assassin, level 19. Sure enough, it's an assassin. Lin Hao took a few steps forward, took out a dagger, and started cutting the meat. That young girl's eyes were staring at the roasted meat, and it seemed like her mouth was watering. That look of gluttony. I'll leave after eating the meat, I won't implicate you, those people are evil, they've been chasing me for a few days in order to snatch what I have on me, and even though you're a bit special as a bug tamer, you won't be a match for them. Seeing Lin Hao agreeing to her eating some meat, she hurriedly explained. The implication was that it wouldn't make that team of professionals misunderstand that she was associated with him, and thus not only deal with her, but also with him. In her judgment, if Lin Hao was moved to anger by those people, it was impossible for a level 14 low-leveler to escape from the hands of those level 20 professionals. And the untouched wilderness, killing people, who understands? But she didn't know that Lin Hao wasn't afraid of those people at all, and he even moved to kill that venerable master today when he pushed him. Luckily those two were walking faster. Hoo. The roast was still hot, but Zhao Xiaoling was obviously too hungry to wait at all. A small mouth with 2 rows of neat teeth opened up to desperately bite into the meat and eat it. Then huffed and puffed while eating it because it was too hot. This kid hasn't eaten in 2 or 3 days, by any chance? Lin Hao sliced off a few slices of charred meat and handed them to her. As the meat was thinly sliced and cooled quickly, it was just right when it entered her mouth. Zhao Xiaoling took it and put it in her mouth with a satisfied look on her face. She laughed. You, on the surface, seem cold, but with girls, you're quite attentive. Lin Hao was speechless for a while. He took out 2 drinks from his space and threw one to her. Thank you for giving me a poor sister to lean on tonight. It's raining so hard tonight, I haven't slept all night and I'm scared of sharks. Chapter 22 Sisters News. Looking at your level, you're a senior who only awakened the day before yesterday, right? I remember my sister saying that the day before yesterday was the day of the unified awakening for seniors. Without waiting for Lin Hao to reply, she then shook her head. No, if it was awakened the day before yesterday on the day of awakening, wouldn't it only take 2 days to kill monsters and upgrade? It's not possible to rise to level 14 in 2 days. As a matter of fact, you are a person who dares to brush the monsters alone in the wilderness. Naturally the strength is extraordinary, but no one has ever heard of someone who can rise to level 14 in 2 days, unless those big guilds take manpower and equipment to pile up. But do you, a wizard with a white-plated steel blade in your hand and a look of self-loathing, look like a bastard child of a great guild? Of course not, it's too much to comprehend. Lin Hao was originally too lazy to answer her. However, looking at her confused face, Lin Hao still said lightly, I was awakened the day before yesterday. Huh? Really awakened the day before yesterday, huh? Aren't you too scary then? Never heard of a person who can upgrade so fast. You're not as simple a person as you seem. You're low level, but you're definitely super strong. Zhao Xiaoling was still in shock, her face unbelievable. Even the eating of the meat paused. Is a bug tamer that sick? In that case, with your strength, half a month of the Great Martial Examination, the entire Great Xia, you can enter whichever academy you want. What school do you want to get into? Lin Hao said indifferently, I want to enter Qingbei Martial Arts University. Zhao Xiaoling laughed, I guess it is. If you do get into Qingbei Martial Arts University, then you have to call me senior sister. Lin Hao froze slightly, you're a student of Qingbei Martial Arts University? Then you are only at level 19. If Zhao Xiaoling had entered Qingbei Martial Arts University last year, in a year's time, she had only leveled up to 19, which was a bit low. Zhao Xiaoling heard what Lin Hao meant, and she gave a heave. My situation is a bit special, but I'm really a student of Qingbei Martial Arts University, so take a look at this. Zhao Xiaoling threw a sign over. Lin Hao took a look at it. It was a school license plate, with the 6 words Qingbei Martial Arts University engraved on the front, and the 3 words Zhao Xiaoling engraved on the back. It's really a student of Sibei Budo University. Lin Hao handed the sign back to her and asked at the same time, then have you heard of someone called Lindong? She entered Qingbei Martial Arts University 2 years ago. Linden? Zhao Xiaoling thinks for a moment. Finally, he shook his head, doesn't ring a bell. Lin Hao was slightly lost. He wanted information about his sister. But come to think of it, they weren't in the same class after all, so it wasn't surprising that they didn't know. Girlfriend? Family member? Zhao Xiaoling asked curiously. My sister. What is your sister's occupation? Lin Hao was silent for a while and finally said, I don't really understand, it seems to be a shadow dancer. Zhao Xiaoling laughed, shadow dancer ah, isn't that an assassin just like me? When she said that, she suddenly blushed. What's wrong? Lin Hao's heart jumped. Zhao Xiaoling paused, it's nothing, I just suddenly remembered someone, but it shouldn't have anything to do with your sister. Generally according to Lin Hao's nature, when the words came to this point, he definitely wouldn't pursue further. But it involves a sister. He didn't want to stop the conversation there, not at liberty to say? That's not true, I just once heard that a year and a half ago, a few big events happened in the capital, all related to a shadow dancer, but I haven't heard that it had anything to do with Qingbei Martial Arts University. Is that shadow dancer a woman? Well, it seems like these things happen in the guild. For some unknown reason, a few big battles broke out, and a subsidiary guild of a mega guild, with more than 300 people, was directly killed by all of them, and turned into dust overnight. A mega guild? Lin Hao frowned. I've only heard people talk about it in conversation, and I don't really know what the truth is. Zhao Xiaoling spread her hands, signaling that that was all she knew. Guilds, a product unique to this professional society. They bring together a large number of professions on their hands, both combat and life. In this society, wherever there are interests, there are basically guilds. It is the most powerful civic organization outside of the state war effort. In many places, individual guilds, whose power even overwhelms the government forces, are the masters of local power. Lin Quan pondered for a while and finally asked, "What happened to that shadow dancer afterward?" Didn't learn the ending. It seems that someone deliberately blocked the news, which triggered a big shock, but disappeared fast. Lin Hao nodded. It seemed like that was all Zhao Xiaoling knew. That shadow dancer may not have anything to do with the sister either. However, it cannot be ruled out. If it really is a sister. Lin Hao's eyes revealed a cold aura. Half a month later, he went to the capital himself, found his sister, and everything was clear. Lin Hao, why has your face become so ugly? The coldness that suddenly erupted from Lin Quantity caused Zhao Xiaoling to feel a chill all over her body. Lin Hao shook his head. I'm going back to school in a few days, so I'll ask around for you and we'll add a contact. The two of them friend each other on the pro trading platform. The professionals platform is not only tradable, it is also possible to send messages, make calls, and play videos, and each person has only one unique identity. Because of this layer of older sister and younger brother relationship, the distance between the two has become much closer. Lin Hao cut a few more slices of meat for her. The night breeze is a welcome relief, if not in the wilderness where the world is treacherous. It's a beautiful thing to do in the company of a beautiful woman, grilling and eating meat at night. The two ate their meat and had a word. Mostly it was Zhao Xiaoling who was talking. Lin Hao was listening. The meat of this sword-armored beast, which was similar to the piercing armor type, was really great. Lin Hao also roasted with care. In fact, the carcasses of quite a few wild beasts are quite valuable to take back, especially after those chef professions cook them into fine and good meat. There are some adventurers who specialize in hunting for ingredients, and they are called food hunters. Lin Hao has read the book, Food Hunters is the most famous than the Four Kings of Food. Right at this moment, a faint white light came from Lin Hao's body. You've risen to level 15. Lin Hao was happy in his heart and hung up for a small half of the night. Finally got up to level 15. Your own plans and goals are reached. Zhao Xiaoling, on the other hand, was filled with disbelief. She shocked City asked, You just upgraded? Aha! Lin Hao faintly answered. Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but burst out. Have you ever escalated like that? Is there someone as sick as you? What kind of bug tamer profession can hang on to upgrade? How do you make other professions look bad? Lin Hao's expression was indifferent. It's just a promotion. What's all the fuss about? Chapter 23 Wild Boss Refresh Point. Chapter 23 Wild Boss Refresh Point. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly tilted her head sideways and asked, Do you want to know about those people and why they hunted me for a few days? Don't want to know. Lin Hao said indifferently. Previously, he had heard Zhao Xiaoling say that those few people wanted a certain treasure from her body. This kind of thing was very sensitive, and Lin Hao had never thought of inquiring about this sensitive inside story. Zhao Xiaoling snapped, Why are you like this? You have to talk to death, right? Lin Hao was a bit speechless. You don't want to know, do you? He thought for a moment and said helplessly, Then why are they after you? Zhao Xiaoling smiled cheekily, That's right. When you talk to girls, be enthusiastic, take on a variety of topics, and maintain a passionate interest, understand? Zhao Xiaoling posed as a schoolmate. Because I found a boss refresh point in the wilderness, but there were too many elite monsters in that place for me to handle alone, so I retreated near the entrance, but I mapped down the coordinates. But somehow, information leaked out and the gang tried to corner me place. That group's level is not low, although it's not exactly high, however, their strength is not small, their whole body is fully equipped, at least bronze, and it is said that those four people are known as the Four Evils of Yang City. They've been operating in the wilderness near the outskirts of the countryside and will strike when they see a suitable target. The four of them work very well together, and quite a few high-level professionals have died in their hands. They just chased and I just kept running and running. As for what the four evils of Young City were, Lin Hao didn't put them in his eyes. Just, wilderness boss refresh points? Lin Hao jumped in his heart and looked at Zhao Xiaoling. He certainly understood the content of the phrase after years of theoretical study. This is something that drives a lot of people crazy. Monster invasions in gathering places were divided into several types, one of which was wilderness scattered monsters, like the ones Lin Hao killed today, widely present, but generally ordinary monsters. One type was a copy like the Lost Mines that Lin Hao was preparing to head to. It's a separate kind of space and a gateway for monsters and demons to invade the Earth. The copies are also divided into multi-dimensional and one-dimensional copies. Multi-dimensional copies mean that multiple groups of professionals can enter the copy at the same time, but basically each does not interfere with the other. A one-dimensional copy is one in which anyone who enters the copy appears in the same space, and the groups can meet up. There is another, somewhat similar to the open one-dimensional copies, which are field bosses that appear in a fixed area of the wilderness. Killing a wild boss will drop rare items or equipment. However, such wild bosses are basically dominated by guilds. They don't publicize locations and refresh times for long-term hogging and enjoying the benefits of killing them. So, wild boss, huge value. Lin Hao was a bit surprised that Zhao Xiaoling actually mentioned this to herself. Wasn't she afraid that she would get greedy together and clean her up? It was no wonder those four had been chasing her. Hearing me say that, are you impressed? Zhao Xiaoling looked at Lin Hao sideways with a kind of smiling expression. Lin Hao couldn't help but spit in his heart. This chick doesn't think she's like those four guys and wants to kill people and get away with it like this, does she? Isn't it too underestimating me, Lin Hao? I was a clean slate, and you got me into goat trouble so forcefully. At that moment, Lin Hao shut his mouth. Zhao Xiaoling certainly saw Lin Hao's mind. The more she thought about it, the cuter this schoolmate was. If you want to know the location, I can tell you. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly added. I don't want to know. Lin Hao was expressionless. He. Zhao Xiaoling said. This location, even if it's reported to the union, or the professional trading center, getting a certain reward won't be less. But I don't want to choose either of those, and I have another way of dealing with it, and that's that I can get someone to work with me, play it a few times, and then sell it when I get tired of it. Lin Hao didn't say anything, just quietly looking at Zhao Xiaoling. Although he wanted to see the wild boss, he wasn't very eager inside. All he wanted to do now was to upgrade and enhance his strength to take the National Grand Martial Arts Examination and enter the Qingbei Martial Arts University in 13 days. Then, go find your sister. Other things like swiping gear, swiping items, making money, and so on, are also important, but only in second or third place. That boss refresh point is within a valley. The entrance is so small that it's hard for the average person to find it. I was stealthily sneaking in to get a general idea of what was going on. That valley is full of enhanced and elite monsters. Around level 20-25, I can kill some monsters over level, but the monsters there are so concentrated that I can't booby-trap the monsters one by myself. As for the boss, I don't dare detect it for fear of being discovered, but it's estimated to be around level 25. Lin Hao felt that if it was a level 20-25 monster, he would probably have little problem killing it by himself, and he wasn't afraid of dense monsters. However, this was Zhao Xiaoling's discovery and had nothing to do with herself. After Zhao Xiaoling finished talking about the wild boss situation, she also quietly looked at Lin Hao and stopped talking. The two of them were just looking at each other quietly and lovingly. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Lin Hao couldn't stand it a bit. He asked lightly, "Why are you looking like that?" Zhao Xiaoling spread her face and smiled. "I thought, you people would be indifferent under a girl's direct gaze?" She stared at Lin Hao's eyes. "I'm curious now, I've told you so much about the boss, aren't you at all impressed?" Lin Hao said indifferently, "How heartbroken. Like those four people, forcing you to hand over your copy?" Zhao Xiaoling, "You don't need to force me, just ask and I'll tell you and give it to you. Are women's minds especially complicated in this world?" Zhao Xiaoling suddenly stretched out her waist. This action raised her front breasts and her body in the shape of an S. She was already stunningly beautiful, but at this time, she was even more alluring. "Alright, Lin Hao, do you think you can deal with those monsters?" Lin Hao was silent for a moment and said indifferently, "You want to find me to cooperate? Kill that field boss together?" Zhao Xiaoling moved closer to Lin Hao at once, staring at him closely. "Yo, you this person quite bad, I found. You obviously always knew I have this meaning, heart penetrating very much, but just do not take the initiative to mention, right? Must I export said clearly, only to answer it. Are you averse to dealing with people and have never asked for anything?" In the time it took to eat meat, Zhao Xiaoling had in turn figured out Lin Hao's little personality clearly. Lin Hao, indeed, was such a person. To be honest, I had previously asked a few of my sisters to take down this boss together, but they couldn't make it here yet, and your performance just now was so shocking that it gave me some ideas for cooperation. You have pets, maybe you can help me bait the separation one monster at a time and then I'll deal with it. It's tough, but I think it's worth a try. If it doesn't work, we'll think of something else. The benefits gained are split 70-30, 7 for me and 3 for you. What do you think? 70-30%, this Zhao Xiaoling is quite generous, the resources are hers, letting Lin Hao just use his pet to attract monsters. If the average guild does this, they basically don't give a cut. Even if you give a cut, a 10% would be good. However, Lin Hao didn't care about these so-called benefits at all. What he thought of was the dense elite monsters there that would allow him to upgrade even further. That boss experience must also be very substantial. What Zhao Xiaoling said about that capital city shadow dancer caused a wave of anxiety to arise within Lin Hao. If that shadow dancer is really a sister. Now, then, she's in a big crisis. Or, even, may have met an untimely end. He now felt that developing with his current strength wasn't enough, he needed to be stronger. At that moment, Lin Hao said, I promise you. Zhao Xiaoling was very happy to hear that. You little man's mind is too hard to gauge. I wasn't even sure that this boss could arouse your interest. I'm glad you finally agreed, so let's rest for 2 hours and then we'll head out. In 2 hours? At night? Lin Hao froze. Well, nighttime is more conducive to combat for an assassin type like me. I struggle more during the day. Why? Is there a problem? No problem, I don't care. Lin Hao said indifferently. Well then, we're off in 2 hours. Chapter 24, Going to the Wild Boss Spot, Stalker. Although Lin Hao had been brushing monsters all day today, and with high intensity. But in reality, it was all the favored insects that were fighting. Lin Hao himself didn't do anything, shaking his hands. He has basically nothing to lose in terms of physical energy. Zhao Xiaoling seemed a bit tired, and with a shake of her hand, she took out a blanket from her storage space and spread it on the ground. I'll take a break then, it's expected to be a nasty battle in 2 hours. Lin Hao nodded, you rest, don't worry, I'll keep watch. Finally, I don't have to sleep in a tree. Zhao Xiaoling smiled cheekily and lay down with her clothes. Not a moment too soon. A soft snore sounded. It looked as if she was extremely tired and fell asleep. Lin Hao looked at this scene and cried and laughed a little. This Zhao Xiaoling, her heart is too big, she hasn't known herself for a long time, so she's so relieved to put her safety in her hands? Other than a small number of gold-devouring insects that were measuring sentries, most of the rest Lin Hao quietly retrieved the space. Let them recover for a while. He squinted slightly and closed his eyes as well. Presumably, all the nearby wild monsters were cleared out by the gold eaters, and at this point in the night wilderness, everything was quiet. The occasional night insect chirped softly. At times, there was an occasional popping sound from the firewood. 2 hours passed quickly. The boss point isn't far from our place, it's about an hour away, let's go, let's set off. Zhao Xiaoling woke up and simply packed up. I'll group you. Zhao Xiaoling has initiated a team-up invitation to you, do you agree? Agreed. This was the first time Lin Hao had teamed up with someone. This presents a teaming status with Zhao Xiaoling on your own message board. This is a bright ice pill, after you eat it, you can brighten your eyes, although you can't act like it's daytime, but at least, the darkness is half as weak to you, with a time limit of half a day. Zhao Xiaoling handed Lin Hao something similar to a pill. Bright-eyed Dan Lin Hao had read the introduction in the book. Knew there was such a thing, but this is the first time I've seen it. This stuff, it's expensive. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaoling casually took it out of her space backpack and gave it to Lin Hao to take. Lin Hao swallowed it with his head held high. A stream of heat followed. Lin Hao opened his eyes again, and although it was still nighttime, it had become like early morning. Although it doesn't compare to daytime, the vision is much better. What a marvelous elixir, was it made by those life faculty alchemists? Lin Hao thought secretly. The two men took advantage of the night and started walking west. At night, a number of monsters come out. Zhao Xiaoling led the group in the front, and generally speaking, at night, it would make people visually impaired and ignore crisis traps. Extremely dangerous. But all the monsters that come out at night, more stealthy one-hit kill assassin characteristics. However, for Zhao Xiaoling, none of this was a problem. She was an assassin herself. Shadows and darkness were supposed to be their main battleground. She walked quietly, and along the way, monsters around level 20 fell on the dagger in her hand before they could even react. This young girl is not simple, very strong. I guess it's also out of which elite family in the capital. Lin Hao secretly thought. However, if it wasn't strong, how could it possibly have been roaming the wilderness and discovering the wild boss spot? As powerful as the four evils of Yang Chang, they couldn't do anything to her. Looking at the constantly refreshing experience value, Lin Hao estimated that for a two-person team, the experience value was about 60% of an individual solo brush. An hour later, Jia Shaoling arrived at the entrance of a valley. Here it is, right here. The entrance is narrow, but there's something else inside. It's huge. This entrance is between two mountains. This place, it's so hidden. If you weren't standing at a particular angle, you wouldn't even be able to see the entrance. No wonder it's been so long, it's gone unnoticed. Jia Shaoling said smugly, it's hard to find, isn't it? I also found it by extreme chance. Lin Hao nodded, well, it looks like an ordinary shallow cave. Zhao Shaoling suddenly said seriously. Going in through this entrance, about 300 meters or so, there will be a lot of enhanced and elite monsters roaming around, so let's clear them out while slowly advancing forward. You'll mostly be responsible for helping me lure one monster at a time to the side with your pet, and I'll stealthily stay to the side with my assassin skill and strike at them. Remember, as a rule, one monster leads one monster, 2 or 3 I can still deal with, more than 4, we must quickly back off and wait for the monsters to return to their wandering state before we continue. Remember? Lin Hao nodded. Just as Lin Hao and Jia Shaoling were about to enter the valley and kill the wild boss, the woods where they had originally grilled and rested, a dark shadow emerged. The people have left. A sharp-eared man stood by the fire, staring at the fire with only faint sparks remaining. As soon as the words fell, 4 more figures appeared in the seclusion of the trees. Run away? If Lin Hao and Jia Shaoling were here, they would know that the 4 people who appeared behind them were the 4 evils of Yang City who had been chasing Jia Shaoling. Huangguan, we brought you, the tracker, in from the city, and you find out what's going on and track where it's going, or you won't get a penny. The swordsman said in a hushed voice to the sharp-eared man. Don't worry, Boss Trey. This sharp-eared man named Huangguan, occupation, tracker. He only saw Huangguan inspecting around the fire, sniffing the air a few times every now and then as he said. 2 people stayed here, a man and a woman. The woman is an assassin by profession, the man is unknown. They ate barbecue together, stayed for about 3 hours, and left about an hour ago, in a direction to the west. 2 men? Is that man the same kid we saw today? That mage poo-pooed. I've long thought that these 2 are a gang. If it wasn't for you stopping me, boss, I would have killed him during the day. Who? You mean the one who singled out the cockroaches today? The archer was surprised. No kidding? That level 12 kid can still run here? The healer was skeptical as well. That's why I say they're in cahoots. The kid alone, of course, couldn't have come this deep into the wilderness, but if that chick brought him, it makes sense. The mage said. Makes sense. The archer and healer both nodded. Huangguan, can we still track them now? Swordsman asked in a deep voice. Of course, in the wilderness, I have never lost a person. That tracker, Huangguan, proudly said, now keep tracking up? Swordsman nodded, of course, leaving this late, there's a big chance that they're heading to the boss refresh point. Good. Huangguan lifted his head, and headed off in a westerly direction, saying as he went, the other party left in a partnership of 2. The direction was exactly where Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling had left in the beginning. The 4 behind them hurriedly followed. That mage took a few steps to the swordsman's side. Boss, whether that chick is going to the boss point this time or not, she's dead. She thought she could escape our pursuit. She must not have imagined that we could find trackers to find her. The archer also chimed in with a heated sneer. In front of a tracker, an assassin is a piece of. The healer said at this time, this chick has caused us to look for a few days in the wilderness. Take her down in a while. Not only do we need to get the boss location, but we can't let go of the person either, and play for a few days in a row. Huangguan, the stalker, went ahead. It didn't seem to take much effort, and it kept moving along the route Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling had taken earlier. Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling were unaware that an expert had locked onto them. Zhao Shaoling cleared away the ordinary monsters on the passageway and kept going inside. At the end of the narrow passageway, a huge valley with high mountains on all sides and a disk of land in the center was clearly visible. No wonder Zhao Shaoling said that there was something else inside. Who would have thought that there would be such a wide open and great environment here? Zhao Shaoling led Lin Hao to crouch on a hillside. The 2 men looked down. Down the hill, a one-eyed giant humanoid monster roamed. Zhao Xiaoling whispered, "See those Cyclops monsters? Level 20 elite monsters, they're more powerful than the average professional of the same level. In a moment you have your favorite insects seduce one by one to this mound on the right, and I will kill them. Remember, never draw more than one at a time." When she finished, she catapulted to her right, her form slowly fading as she went. Chapter 25, Attracting Monsters, Killing Monsters. The valley was filled with either light or thick mists, making everything vague and unfathomable. Obviously, this was the area of monsters generated by the demonic chi after the invasion of the earthly realm, and it had not been set foot by humans yet. Far away, Lin Hao couldn't see clearly. But at the bottom of the hill, a myriad of cyclopes 10 or so meters apart wandered about carrying big sticks. Those big guys that were more than 4 meters tall were obviously power monsters with muscle explosions all over their bodies. They were the guards of this valley, but anyone who dared to come close could be slapped into mush. Do not approach the living. If it's average monsters, this density is pretty good. If it's all elite monsters, it's pretty substantial. Lin Hao let a gold-devouring insect fly over. Soon, the gold eater caught the attention of the nearest giant monster. Strange breath. Something has invaded here. The giant monster became furious all of a sudden, carrying a huge wooden stick and charging towards the gold eater. At the same time, the other Cyclops monster beside it followed. Leads to 2 now. There's no way to lure a monster alone, it's almost impossible. Luckily, the 4 or 5 Cyclops monsters not far away didn't follow. The gold-devouring insect turned its head and flew toward the mound on Lin Hao's right. 2 Cyclops monsters were in hot pursuit. Lin Hao released a detection spell onto the Cyclops. Cyclops Warrior Reinforced Elite Monster. Rank 20. Power, 2300. Agility, 1500. Spirit, 1000. Body mass, 2500. Skill, Frenzy Strike. The 4-dimensional attributes are really high. It was not at all on the same level as the usual level 20 monsters in the wilderness, and it was worthy of being a reinforced elite monster. And, having skills. In a flash of cold light, a dagger appeared out of nowhere and stabbed a Cyclops monster in the heart. It was Zhao Xiaoling who used the assassin's assassination skill. This blow caused the Cyclops to let out a loud hoo-hoo, and at the same time, a quarter of its bloodstain fell. The 2 Cyclops manipulated large wooden sticks to slash down at Zhao Xiaoling. Zhao Xiaoling's stance flashed like a phantom. The big wooden stick couldn't even hit her. Boom boom boom. The large wooden stick hit the ground, splashing dirt and sending grass and trees flying. The atmosphere is tremendous. If this were to hit Zhao Xiaoling with a stick, the damage would be so great that it would be hard to know if that petite body of hers could stand it. But Lin Hao observed for a while. Then he realized that he might have been overly concerned. 1 or 2 monsters couldn't really hurt her. Zhao Xiaoling's stance was too strong. Between tossing and turning, he couldn't even stick to a piece of her skirt. However, the swing of the huge wooden stick swept up a powerful air current, blowing her hair around. There were also skirts flying, revealing her long, white thighs from time to time. And Zhao Xiaoling saw a gap and kept stabbing her dagger into the first giant monster. The latter damage obviously didn't do as much damage as the first time the stabbing skill was used, and it probably took about 5% of the Cyclops' blood each time. If she didn't count the stabbing skill she used after her first stealth, she could probably finish off a Cyclops warrior with about 20 slashes. Seeing that they couldn't strike Zhao Xiaoling, the 2 Cyclops monsters became angry. Suddenly, that big heavy wooden stick seemed to become twice as fast, attacking like a wild storm. It was the Cyclops who used the frenzy skill. Doubled the attack speed. The 2 Cyclopes' 2 large wooden sticks were used in a frenzied attack technique, so even though Zhao Xiaoling was powerful, she still didn't dare to be careless. With a few flashes of her body, she pulled away from the lower Cyclops. The Cyclops gave frantic chase. 1 dodged and 2 pursued, hitting the entire mound with bursts of noise and chaos. 2 minutes passed, and apparently the time for the frenzy skill was up, and the 2 large wooden sticks slowed down. Zhao Xiaoling caught a break and stabbed the first Cyclops again. She kept her aim locked on the first Cyclops. Intend to kill one completely before taking on the other. This line of thought was right. If it was Lin Hao's turn, he would choose the same way. But it would be too slow to kill like that. Lin Hao observed for a while, and understood that Zhao Xiaoling did deal with 2 or 3 monsters, or could kill them while ensuring his own safety, but it would take longer. As for 4 or 5 together, she did have enough to deal with. Your team kills the Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster and gains plus 4,800 experience points. Get Cyclops Heart 1. Please choose how to get the item. Captain picks it up, Free picks it up, Swinging picks it up. Lin Hao chose Captain Pickup. 4,800 points, what a high experience value. With 2 people in a group, it's still much higher than the average monster in the wilderness. If you are soloing, you are afraid that a monster will have 8,000 experience value. At this point, Zhao Xiaoling, who had finished killing one, only had to deal with the other Cyclops warrior. Now she was more fluid. It's also faster to spin around another monster and get out of the way. Seeing this, Lin Hao had a bottom in his heart. Come out, my partner. Lin Hao softly chanted and released 40 gold-devouring insects at once, and made them fly towards the crowd of Cyclops down the hillside. Just then, a message came through. Your team kills the Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster and gains plus 4,800 experience points. Get Cyclops Heart 1. It was Zhao Xiaoling who had killed the other Cyclops Warrior. 2 monsters at once is okay, but 2 more really can't handle it. Zhao Xiaoling called out at Lin Hao while gasping for air there. Lin Hao, be more careful with luring monsters. Never lead more. Generally grouped to kill monsters, must have a tank in front of the top, and closely attract the monster's hatred. The output can then cast as much damage as it wants off to the side, or behind it. If you couldn't do a second kill, then Zhao Xiaoling would be very passive in fighting monsters. She must pull monsters and dodge them, after all, she can't resist monster damage with an assassin's body. If you do get hurt, there are no therapists here and it will be a pain in the ass. Therefore, Zhao Xiaoling had to be very careful. Lin Hao asked, Zhao Xiaoling, are you alright? Zhao Xiaoling waved her hand and shouted, I'm fine, I'm okay, you watch me, wait until I'm stealthy in a bit, then you can lure the monsters over. Just then. Your team kills the Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster and gains plus 4,800 experience points. Your team kills the Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster and gains plus 4,800 experience points. Your team kills the Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster and gains plus 4,800 experience points. A series of messages brushed the group panel. Zhao Xiaoling was dumbfounded. Thought I was seeing things. Upon further inspection, there was another string of experience item information. What's going on here? Her watery eyes widened. If she hadn't been convinced it was impossible, she would have thought the grouping panel was wrong. What happened? Zhao Xiaoling looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao in the distance was still the same as he had just talked to her, without a single change. Didn't you see the message on the group panel? Zhao Xiaoling couldn't be bothered to stealthily prepare for the next batch of monsters that Lin Hao would immediately seduce at this time, and she walked towards Lin Hao. What news? Lin Hao thought that Zhao Xiaoling had just intimidated him a little. Brush up on the experience news, ya. Oh. Lin Hao faintly answered, see. It's inexplicable. I'm not blind. Why can't I see it? At this moment, Zhao Xiaoling walked over to Lin Hao's side. In an incredulous voice, he continued, hey, don't you think it's strange? Just the 2 of us in a group, who is going to kill so many monsters? And, the killing speed is so fast? I even fought 2 Cyclops for 4 or 5 minutes, and in those 4 or 5 minutes, 50 or 60 Cyclops warriors died, right? The system made an error? Zhao Xiaoling was still at a loss. Lin Hao was speechless for a while, he thought this was a shock. No mistake, I killed him. You? How can that be? Zhao Xiaoling stared at Lin Hao, unable to believe it. Chapter 26 Captain Chief Cyclops. Looking at Zhao Xiaoling's shocked, confused, and unbelievable expression. Shocked at how fast you kill monsters? Lin Hao thought to himself, this is just my regular operation alright. And, I release less than half of the gold-devouring insects. I still have 30 elf butterflies transformed into protective clothing on me, protecting me, so if you know all about it, wouldn't you be even more scared to death? Lin Hao faintly said to Zhao Xiaoling. My favorite insect is down there killing monsters. That said, the number of monsters in this place has a decent experience value, so let's hope that it can help me rise to level 16, it's not a waste of a trip. Zhao Xiaoling looked down the slope. It was too far away for Lin Hao's little bugs to really see, and it looked as if one Cyclops warrior inexplicably fell down with a bang. It's so weird that it's like a gust of wind blowing through, and the monster falls wherever it goes. There were cries of hoo-hoo, everywhere. Zhao Xiaoling turned her head again to stare at Lin Hao closely. After a minute, she breathed out, Lin Hao, you've shocked me once again. I finally understand why you've risen to level 15 in 2 days, no, maybe level 16 in a while. I finally understand why you, a low leveler, dared to come to the wilderness alone. You are an all-time great pervert. I'm dizzy. Your whole family is the big pervert. Come on, let's go down. Lin Hao waved his hand. The two headed for the center of the valley. At this point, all the reinforced elite Cyclops in the nearby area had been cleared. It's a moment's work. Roughly 200 Cyclops warriors fell under the mouth of the Gold Eater. This was still the case where Lin Hao had only released less than half of the gold-devouring insects. Lin Hao felt that half of the gold-devouring insects fighting was completely enough, too many and it would just be a swarm, there was no need. Zhao Shaoling nodded. Follow Lin Hao down the hill. Dozens of gold eaters are in front of us. Kill. 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 Your team kills the Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster and gains plus 4,800 experience points. Get Cyclops Heart 1. Your team kills the Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster and gains plus 4,800 experience points. Get Cyclops Heart 1. The group screen was frantically swiping experience values. Zhao Shaoling couldn't help but look towards Lin Hao's face again and again. However, she couldn't see anything. Lin Hao still had that same bland look. Not excited at all? Lin Hao, I know you're great, I didn't expect you to be so great, honestly, I'm really completely convinced of the profession of bug tamer now. It's not exactly that the bug tamer is so great, I'm a different kind of weird, okay? But these things, alone, were his secret alone. We'll never tell anyone about it. Conquering a valley full of giants is a treacherous journey for many masters' teams. But when it came to Lin Hao's operation here, it became as if he was walking around the chicken coop, surrounded by weaklings. The night was twilight and misty, though it was still the same thrilling place of demonization. But Zhao Shaoling, who was walking beside Lin Hao, didn't feel a sense of security for no reason. What a shame. Zhao Shaoling sighed. Thinking back to the other day when I was here for the first time, I was careful after stealth. In the end, he was careless, was discovered by the monster, and escaped in an extremely sorry state. Previously, when he cooperated with Lin Hao, he himself still held little hope, only wanting to utilize Lin Hao's skill of using favored insects to attract monsters. Propose a 70-30 split, 7 for her, 3 for Lin Hao. She always thought she was the main one. That was why it was only rightful to let Lin Hao take the night watch and go rest himself. I can't believe I'm here now. He himself is just a paddler, playing the role of a soy sauce. Zhao Shaoling said, Lin Hao, now the main force has become you, the 70-30 split I said before, I'm 7 and you're 3, let's switch over. She was quite worried that Lin Hao would have a grudge against the previous distribution of benefits. Lin Hao smiled, you don't have to care about that, I don't care anyway, it's better to say how it was before, okay? He looked sideways at Zhao Shaoling and faintly said, do you understand what I mean? Zhao Shaoling smiled broadly, I see. In fact, this point of interest she does not care, a little playhouse game, out to experience the rules of the game just. But Lin Hao's attitude was once again out of his expectation. The world is chasing fame and fortune, and will do whatever it takes for the sake of profit. Fathers and sons become enemies, brothers turn against each other, and friends are backstabbed, to name but a few. But what about a Lin Hao who was just starting out? It is quite like looking at wealth and riches as if they were floating clouds, and not being enslaved to the chest of external objects. This kind of person, in the future, is destined to shine in this world. Zhao Shaoling commented to Lin Hao. How could Lin Hao know that Zhao Shaoling had so many little thoughts turning in her little head? If he had known, he would have had to retort. Where is he so noble? Right now he's still struggling to make ends meet, and he's as desperate as ever for a small profit. Now he had his backpack, full of miscellaneous items. When he was brushing monsters in the wilderness before, some items that were barely worth much money, he couldn't even throw them away yet. A monster twice the size of a Cyclops warrior appeared and was no longer holding a thick wooden stick, but a huge iron wolfsbane. Captain Cyclops, leader of the reinforced elite monsters. Rank 23. Power, 4,000. Agility, 2,250. Spirit, 1,500. Body mass, 4,000. Skills, Berserk, Roar, Trample. Level 23 Elite Cyclops Captain. The 4-dimensional attributes are almost twice as much as those of the Cyclops warriors in front of them. However, it was still completely no match for Lin Hao's gold-devouring insects. 8 or 9 gold eaters pounced on them. A tear. Captain Cyclops roars wildly and uses the berserk technique there. A large wolfsbane wielded in the wind. However, such a large weapon was useless against the smaller gold eater. There were 4 or 5 gold eaters who took care of the Cyclops warrior next to them and flew over to try to swarm the captain again. That Cyclops captain suddenly opened his mouth with a huge roar. Woo-hoo! A wave of sound like ripples spread out in all directions. The vibrations caused sand and rocks to fly and roll around. Quite a number of gold-devouring insects were shaken to the ground. The sound of a loud roar still echoed throughout the valley. All of the remaining monsters in the valley were instantly shocked and rushed to the area at the sound of their voices. This captain took an even bigger leap and trampled heavily into the ground. In an instant, he stomped out a large pit. A dozen or so gold eaters were shaken out. Boom, boom, boom. Monsters were coming this way from all directions. At first glance, the number appeared to be no less than 600 or 700. It was almost exclusively reinforced elite Cyclops warriors, with 1 or 2 captains interspersed in between. The entire valley, the ground shook as these massive giants ran by, their enormous weight and bulk stomping on the ground. Like a landslide and the end of the world. I can't imagine dealing with a captain whose skill caused so much action. The whole valley wasn't small, but it wasn't exactly big either. That growl and trample was too loud. The whole valley's monsters are rushing this way. Bad. Zhao Xiaoling, who was standing beside Lin Hao, instantly turned snow white. The two of them, Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling, were like 2 small dots under the monster's great mountain wave. Zhao Xiaoling's entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This place, this valley, is a death trap for whoever comes here. It's fine to fight Cyclops warriors, but once you hit the captain, it's easy to create a scenario where all the monsters in the valley are rushing in. Now, did she and Lin Hao still have a chance to live? Lin Hao's brows furrowed when he saw this huge scene. It seemed that 40 gold eaters would have a hard time handling the situation at hand. Come out, all my little friends! In a flash, 90 more black, hideous, with a furious killing aura, gold-devouring insects of the same level surfaced around Lin Hao. There was a blackness all around. Instantly, Lin Hao was like a monarch in the darkness, dominating. Ah! Zhao Xiaoling's eyes snapped open and she groaned. She lost her voice and cried out. Lin, your favorite insects, surprisingly. There are so many? Chapter 27 Terrifying Forbidden Spell, Blazing Sun of Death. 130 powerful gold-eating insects rushed towards the oncoming group of reinforced elite Cyclops warriors. Fury. Each of the gold-eating insects unleashed their skills one after another. Rage. When a gold-eating insect is in a state of rage, its attack power is increased by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. This is equivalent to boosting double the attack power. The strength of the gold eater was already perverse enough and the damage was high enough, but now it was boosted by 2 times. Moment. Killing up the giant warrior, speeding up again. Under Zhao Xiaoling's shocked gaze, pieces of Cyclops warriors fell like wheat in a crop. Just now, he faced the giant warriors that came like a tsunami. An irresistible despair surged through her as she thought her little life was going to be lost tonight. She didn't expect at all that this field boss refresh point would have such a trap. If those sisters of theirs come and team up together to conquer this place, it's entirely possible that regimentation is possible. She felt cold all over at the thought. One is still underestimating the openings for wild bosses. Opening up the land is completely different from refreshing the brush points later on. It's no wonder you rarely hear of small groups of players opening up, it's all guilds organizing sea of people to do so. This was one reason why the wild boss spots were almost exclusively owned by guild forces. She glanced at Lin Hao beside her, facing these giant monsters. The man beside her still had a calm face. His favorite insects had just seen for themselves how terrifying the individual battle power was. What's more shocking is just how many of him there are. How could there be people with such a terrible profession and such terrible strength in this world? You know, this was only a level 10 or so professional. When he grows up, what a terror it will be. 130 gold eaters rushed together with 600 to 700 reinforced elite Cyclops warriors, along with a total of 3 captains, and instantly battled in the valley. The ground was pounded with sand and rocks, and the grass and trees were like fallen leaves, fluttering in all directions. The gold-eating insects were quite numerous and their strength was even more terrifying, but the giant monsters were even more numerous. Countless gold-eating insects were sent flying to the ground. But water and fire don't invade, and the overly strong defense under the hard shell of the gold-eating insect immediately flew up again. The fight continued again. The gold-devouring insects under the fury launched an even wilder attack. Batches of gargoyles fell to the ground. Corpses are everywhere. Your team kills the Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster and gains plus 4,800 experience points. Your team kills the Cyclops Warrior Enhanced Elite Monster and gains plus 4,800 experience points. Swipe the screen. A quick swipe. Zhao Xiaoling was numb at this point. Another different message shows up. Your team kills the Cyclops Captain, the leader of the Reinforced Elite Monsters, and gains plus 14,400 experience points. You have obtained silver equipment, Giant's Armor. Heck, one of the captains was bitten to death by a gold-eating bug. This valley was not to be described as horrible, and the strength of the crowd of monsters was not to be described as powerful. It's very likely that the average expert team will die here. However, Lin Hao overwhelmed the monsters with a single move, using only his own favorite insects. The giant monsters were getting fewer and fewer as the Gold Eater killed them. It should take at most 10 minutes for all the monsters here to be wiped out. At this time, Lin Hao looked at his experience bar, and it had already come to 60% of level 15. After killing these monsters, you should be able to level up to 16. Even if you don't get promoted, the difference won't be that big. Just then, a faint light lit up on Zhao Xiaoling's body. Then Lin Hao saw Zhao Xiaoling jumping up and down happily. Upgraded? Zhao Xiaoling said happily, got up to level 20, this level, it's been simmering for half a month. Suddenly, Lin Hao's face changed. Just now, when the Gold Eater and the many giant warriors were killing battles in the valley. He then felt as if a particular pair of eyes were staring at him for a moment. Only, when he tried to look for it, the gaze disappeared again. Then there seemed to be a faint chanting of magic. Only, he couldn't capture the source of the sound at all. And now the chant suddenly became louder. This meant that there was a powerful magic skill about to be completed. There's a powerful archmage here? Before he could think of another speculation, a thrill of horror jumped through him. No good, mage magic. At that moment, a huge blazing sun suddenly appeared above the valley. The blazing sun glows brightly. The light shone down across the valley, transforming night into day in an instant. And in the blazing light of the sun, the air was instantly twisted and distorted. The Death Blaze Ban? Zhao Xiaoling let out a shriek. Lin Hao also felt bad the moment the blazing sun appeared, and his entire body was instantly in an oven with 1,000 degrees of heat. At the same time, under the blazing rays of the sun, the flowers and trees in the valley, as well as some loose rocks, were turned into charcoal. As Lin Hao felt that he was going to turn into ashes as well. Anum. Slapping, slapping, slapping. A large group of elf butterflies showed their bodies on Lin Hao. And all of them appear to have different damage. Hurrah, the elf butterfly under life sharing replaced the damage that Lin Hao had received. No good. Lin Hao suddenly thought of something, roared, and rushed towards Zhao Xiaoling, who was on the side. This kind of ranged attack magic was unavoidable for both him and Zhao Xiaoling. He copied Zhao Xiaoling, not caring what was going on, and pressed her underneath him, using his body to help shield her from the blazing death rays of the sun. Searing. When Lin Hao felt like burning up, another elf butterfly was injured, and Hera took his damage again. The blazing sun not only illuminates the entire valley of the sun. It also pierced the entire wilderness night. It seemed that those glances, that chanting, were not illusions, that there was a powerful mage behind the other side that had been casting spells, casting forbidden spells. And it worked. There was basically no equipment on Lin Hao right now. Just a body of flesh. Defenseless, so to speak. At this moment, Lin Hao didn't dare to move a muscle. Because on him, there was still a Zhao Xiaoling. If Lin Hao didn't have more than 30 life-sharing elf butterflies, 10 Lin Hao would have to die at this point. It was unthinkable that this tiny valley was hiding such a terrifying archmage. This was Lin Hao's career awakening, becoming an insect tamer and traveling through the insect world 6 times to get 2 insect types. Killed monsters for a couple days and have been coasting along under the first treacherous encounter. It startled him. This world, it's not as simple as one might think. He glanced to the center of the valley, where those death rays fell on the fighting gold eaters. Those gold-devouring insects were surprisingly completely fine. Lin Hao was first stunned, then he also quickly realized that he had originally discovered the gold-devouring insect in a volcanic environment. Moreover, when the gold eater was introduced, it was also said that it was immune to water and fire. Even if the gold-devouring insect couldn't be completely immune to the water and fire elements, it was almost there. The mage in the valley was definitely this field boss. And with no small amount of intelligence. It's been hiding in the shadows. It was also clear to see how powerful Lin Hao's favorite insects were. It must also know that with the passage of time, a group of Cyclops and several captains in the valley must all be dead. So, it didn't enter the battle, but kept the magic ready for the strongest blow. The good thing is, Death Blaze only has half a minute. The hot sun disappeared and the valley returned to darkness. Lin Hao looked down at Zhao Xiaoling beneath him. Instantly, he was shocked. The Zhao Xiaoling underneath herself at this moment was completely naked. Her dress skirt had been reduced to ashes by the death ray that had started it all. A one pendant around her neck was glowing green and protecting her as well. Chapter 28 Stone Palace, Boss Mage. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoling didn't move a muscle. It's not dead, is it? Zhao Xiaoling. Lin Hao didn't care about what nakedness was, shouting out, grabbing her with his hand in the heat of the moment, and his hand was slippery. The skin didn't take any damage. I guess that green pendant was a magical equipment that allowed her to survive the blazing sun of death. But why is she still not moving? Zhao Xiaoling was wearing ordinary clothes, and under the death ray, of course she couldn't top it. Unless it's one of those fancy outfits. Suddenly, Lin Hao also realized that he was now naked just like Zhao Xiaoling. Hers was the light, and the clothes he was wearing turned to ashes. A wooden stick was placed across Zhao Xiaoling's femur. Still feeling the warmth of her body heat. Lin Hao, who was originally clinging to Zhao Xiaoling's body, hurriedly left Zhao Xiaoling's body and jumped up at once. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. He quickly took out a set of clothes from his space and put them on. Fortunately, before going out into the wilderness, he had considered that he would be spending some time in the wilderness, so he had prepared quite a lot of living materials, including clothing and so on. After putting on his clothes, Lin Hao rejoined Zhao Xiaoling. Under the night light, the fruit-bodied Zhao Xiaoling was like a white jade, radiating a soft white luster. Moving to the extreme. But where did Lin Hao care about this at this moment? He now had to make it clear how much damage she had suffered and whether she could still be saved. Zhao Xiaoling. What's wrong with you? Lin Hao's heart was anxious. It wouldn't be possible that the schoolmate that I had only just met, who had been driving and brushing monsters together with myself, would die just like that, would it? He wanted to pick up Zhao Xiaoling's body for a closer inspection. However, it was only half the body that had been gathered up. Boing boing. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly made a sound. How much longer do you have to go away? This accident made Lin Hao unable to react for a moment. After a slight beat, Lin Hao, who was even a straight man, understood. Zhao Xiaoling has been fine. It just didn't matter if she was underneath her when she was protecting her, or if she was in her sight now, she didn't dare move. Had to play dead. And now that the situation was dangerous and urgent, Lin Hao had to judge whether she was injured and took action before she had to squeak. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Lin Hao immediately stood up and turned around. Gulped down a mouthful of water. And with difficulty, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I'm turning around now, you can get up and get dressed. Aha! A faintly audible response. Zhao Xiaoling also didn't dare to still fruit body lying on the ground. Nor did he care to tell Lin Hao to walk away before getting up himself. She got up from the ground in a flash and quickly pulled new clothes out of her space and put them on. Lin Hao heard a rustling sound of dressing behind him. A hanging heart just dropped. As long as the person is okay, everything is fine, and as far as unexpected embarrassment goes, that's trivial. It's okay. Not long after, Zhao Xiaoling behind her spoke, presumably because her mood had calmed down quite a bit, although the tone of her voice was still a bit shaky. Lin Hao turned around. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoling's face was scarlet. The expression was also quite awkward. I'm sorry. Lin Hao said, it's all my fault. No more. Zhao Xiaoling said softly, if it wasn't for you, I'd probably be dead at this point, and my person would have turned into ashes, thank you for saving me just now. Zhao Xiaoling wasn't the type of woman to squirm either. The words are basically back to what they were before as well. Both of them kept some other emotions to themselves. At this time, there was basically no more fighting in the valley. The Gold Eater killed almost all the Cyclops warriors and captains. "It's that boss, releasing magic, right?" Zhao Shaoling said softly. "It must be, otherwise it wouldn't be so powerful." Lin Hao nodded. How could there be such a powerful boss, a level 20-something monster with such terrifying spells? It's simply unimaginable. Go! Let's go check it out, it's time to settle accounts with it. Lin Hao's eyes went cold, remembering that if he and Zhao Shaoling didn't both have some special cards, at this moment, where would the two still have lives? They would have turned into dust. Aha! Half an hour ago. In the dark wilderness. A group of 5, cleaning up the night. Monsters while walking towards the valley. Suddenly, a light and huge blazing sun appeared over the distance. The light dazzles. This is... The 5 were startled. Surprisingly, it's a magic forbidden spell. A mage was filled with shock. Must be those two opening up to fight the field boss, a swordsman said in a deep voice. It should be that bearing. The one who answered was a sharp-eared man. Swordsman waved his hand, "They're hitting late, let's pick up the pace." The 5 of them moved at once to speed up, twice as fast as before. Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling both walked towards the end of the valley. Along the way, uncountable corpses of giants lay strewn about. Although he knew that Lin Hao's favorite insects had killed a crunching mess in front of him before, when this kind of close contact scene was taking place, Zhao Shaoling was still in a state of shock and heart palpitations. This man, so powerful. A huge stone building shaped like a palace appeared at the end of the valley. 30 or so stone pillars served as pillars, each 30 meters tall. The top is a crown-shaped capped roof. The stone door half opens and closes. Lin Hao let the gold-devouring insects go in to poke around. He could see that it was empty and there were no giants inside. So, at that moment, he didn't hesitate and stepped in. Zhao Shaoling followed behind Lin Hao. An empty hall. It can hold thousands of people, even giants, and hundreds. On the hall side, there was a raised platform with a large stone chair on it. "Damnable humans, how dare you step into this king's territory? And killed so many of the king's warriors. We deserve to die." A voice came from the stone chair. Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling looked at the same time. Instead, he saw a small monster sitting on a large stone chair. It was a gnome goblin with a bone staff, just a tiny little thing, a stark contrast to the huge stone chair. If he hadn't spoken, it would have taken Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling a while to realize it. "You have dared to trespass on King Celsus' territory, and if you do not retreat quickly, you will die," the gnome goblin yelled. A bit colorful though. Lin Hao could tell that at this moment, the gnome was quite depressed at this time. It was probably because the death blaze forbidden magic had drained its spirit just now. Lin Hao threw a detection spell at it. Celsus Chief Goblin Mage. Rank 25. Power, 2000. Agility, 2000. Spirit, 7000. Body mass, 2000. Skills, Fireball, Death Sun. Sure enough, it's a gnome mage. And, it's a boss with a name, which is very uncommon. Since they had hit the boss level, Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling of course had to kill it. There's not much to say on either side. Not to mention, just now, this bastard had sneaked out a big move and almost finished off Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling. Zhao Shaoling was invisible and disappeared into thin air. Lin Hao, on the other hand, waved his hand, and hundreds of gold-devouring insects flew towards it. Chapter 29 Dwarf Goblin King Celsus Magnitude. Seeing Lin Hao and the other two invaders make a move, the gnome goblin King Celsus' face changed dramatically. Lin Hao guessed correctly that the one death blaze that had just struck out had almost drained its magic power, and that was a quarter of an hour's worth of chanting magic. It is also its strongest magic skill. That's time traded for countless giant deaths. It worked, and the magic fell on those two. Only, what shocked it was that the two of them were fine, and even those terrifying bugs were fine. This is completely beyond its perception. Pouring it on doesn't work. It is now a weakling. The hysterical rant just now, telling the other party to back off quickly, was just colorful and pretentious. It really doesn't have the ability or time for another death blaze. All it could do now was raise its staff at the blackened bugs. Hoo hoo hoo. 3 fireball spells struck out, crashing into the swarm of gold-eating insects. But as expected, the fireball burst through the bugs. But it didn't hurt at all. These damn bugs, they're even immune to fire magic. Celsus, the gnome goblin king, said angrily. Go away, you damn things, go away. How dare you violate the gnome goblin king Celsus? Damn it, damn it. Ah. My face, my fingers, my body. Celsus rolls around wildly on the stage. On it, countless gold-devouring insects tore at it. Boom. Tumbling and struggling, it fell from the high platform to the ground. Lose the guard. Lose the big move for it. As a magician, at this time, it was no stronger or even weaker than a Cyclops warrior. Zhao Shaoling Fong stealthily thought of striking out next to the gnomes. She was only halfway there when she heard the last roar of Celsus, the gnome goblin king. If you dare to kill me, the holy maiden of the abyss will not let you go. I am her person. That abyssal virgin again? But who cares who you are? In the next moment, both Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling saw the message from the group panel. Your team kills Celsus, the gnome goblin king, and gains plus 90,000 experience points. Acquired gold equipment, Celsus staff. Acquired gold equipment, Celsus dagger. Acquired gold equipment, Celsus one-handed sword. Acquired skill scroll, Deadly Sun. Celsus staff, gold grade, spirit plus 100, physique plus 100, 15% increase in power of energy-based skills, can be used after level 20. Celsus dagger, gold grade, agility plus 100, physique plus 100, agility skill power increased by 15%, can be used after level 20. Celsus one-handed sword, gold grade, strength plus 100, physique plus 100, strength-based skills power increased by 15%, can be used after level 20. Magic scroll Death Blaze, spirit power profession can use it. After using it, you will get the fire magic skill Death Blaze. You can use it after level 20. At this instant, Lin Hao felt that this opening was so worth it. This gnome goblin king, Celsus, is giving something to ho-hum. First, the group can also split 90,000 experience points. A shimmering light lit up on Lin Hao's body instantly. Up to level 16. Surprisingly, it exploded with weapons and equipment. Of all the equipment, there is no doubt that weaponry is the most valuable. And it was 3 pieces in one blast, or top gold level. This level of gold equipment, it could almost be said that there was a price for it, and it was an extremely sought-after piece of equipment in the current professionals trading center. Which of the various families, which of the great eunuchs, do not want to get pieces to train their elite disciples? With the strength of the Ning family's power, they could only provide Ning Yuan-Si with a silver suit. One could imagine how much income would be gained by selling these 3 pieces of gold equipment. However, no matter if the rich experience value or the 3 golden weapons and equipment, when added up, it was feared that it would not be able to compare to this magic scroll. Magic scrolls can be divided into 3 categories from the level of use. Primary scrolls, levels 120. Intermediate scrolls, level 2140. Advanced scrolls, 41. The main thing is that skill scrolls are generally randomized, meaning that you may use dozens or hundreds of scrolls and may not open the skill you want. And now, this magic scroll has designated magic. How strong this magic, this death-blazing sun, was, both Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling had seen it earlier. Most of all, this kind of magic usually only appeared in high-level scrolls out, and the chances of it coming out were still extremely low. This one, however, is one that you can use to learn at level 20. Zhao Shaoling looked at these harvests. Also, the eyes were so wide they were falling out of their sockets. It was a trip that went before the ghosts, but in hindsight, it was worth everything. Opening up a wild boss was also the first time she had done it. Precisely because it was her first time doing it and she didn't have any relevant experience, she surprisingly started to do it with both Lin Hao. That's if those big guilds know about it. And I don't know if I'm laughing or scared to death. Opening up a land is completely different from brushing up on monsters later on for a gain. There may be hundreds, thousands of times the difference between the two. As in the case of this gnome goblin king Celsus, if he refreshes and fights again in the future, it will not be possible to pop out gold equipment again. It's also impossible to drop the Death Blaze skill book. At best, it's dropping silver equipment. But even silver equipment is still extremely substantial. Seeing such a lucrative gain, even though Zhao Shaoling came from an extraordinary background and had seen a lot of the world. But still, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Each of these 4 items is worth a lot of money. However, Lin Hao still made a point with his small hand and collected them all into Zhao Shaoling's space backpack. Zhao Shaoling looked up at Lin Hao. Beyond the vibration, there was an inexplicable touch. How many people can be in the same trouble, but as soon as the rich and powerful reveal themselves, they instantly make a move? This situation in this society, too many. Even if you don't do it, who doesn't want to be in control? But Lin Hao was just so casual. As before, everything was handed over to her to deal with. And then finally the agreed upon 70-30 split. This kind of bosom, when really few in the world. What's more valuable is that it's a trust. A trust that has not changed from start to finish. How much does Lin Hao know about himself? Nothing more than a name. Origins, interests. Don't know anything, okay? But that's how he believed in himself. If, however, he had been a little greedy, all of what was there today, all of it could have belonged to him. It even includes boss experience values. Lin Hao was perfectly capable of teaming up with himself when boss was dying. If he wanted to kill himself, it would be a matter of waving his hand, all with his own hands. Zhao Xiaoling looked at his backpack, and in addition to various items such as the giant's heart, there were also several pieces of silver equipment that had been popped off when the strengthened elite giant captain died. And, of course, the 4 items given by Celsus, the gnome goblin king. Just as she was figuring out how she would split the bonus in a moment, a voice sounded not far away. It seems that we came just in time. Thank you for helping us kill the boss. Now, please hand over all items obediently. 5 of them. Walking inside the stone palace, he appeared in front of Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling. Chapter 30, I'll give you one last chance. These 5 people were exactly the team that Lin Hao had seen and had been chasing Zhao Xiaoling. 4 of them were none other than the 4 evils of Yang Chang. The 5th person, the middle-aged man with the pointed ears, was unfamiliar. However, it can also be guessed that it must be the helpers called by the 4 evils of Yangcheng. Whether they are powerful outputs or have special professions, such as tracking talents, is unknown. Probably the latter. As soon as this team showed their faces, Zhao Xiaoling's face changed. A dagger then reached her. Ha, what a pair of dogs and men, even let us have a good search. It turns out that they actually came here to open up the land to fight the boss. The mage was the first to burst out laughing. The archer teasingly laughed, great night, it's a waste for the 2 of them to come here to fight monsters instead of fighting in the field, isn't it? If you don't know how, I can teach you some on site later for free, and there's no tuition. The treatment in the back surveyed Zhao Xiaoling's breasts and her body. Eyes showed undisguised desire. That swordsman captain looked at Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling silently. He said in a deep voice, both of you, we are merely seeking wealth. If you automatically and consciously hand over what you have just obtained, we can make a way for you to go out, and from now on, we will not know each other. Zhao Xiaoling looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao sneered in his heart. Although it was his first time in the wilderness and his first time dealing with other professionals. But he's not a first-timer. Instead, it's 2 lives. Some of those men spoke harshly and some spoke well, but how could he not know that this situation, whether they handed over the items or not? None of them can make a way for you to get out, as they say. For sure, both will eventually make a move and try to kill both of them here. Meh, there's no telling who's going to kill who. Before this group of people offended themselves again and again. He himself was up for the kill early on. It's true that if there is a way to heaven, you won't go, and if there is no door to hell, you'll come here in a hurry. Zhao Xiaoling looked at the 4 people in front of him. This was a fully functional combat team, with tanks, outputs, and assists, and each of them had reached a level of over 20. There is no doubt that the war effort is strong. After dealing with them for a few days, Zhao Xiaoling knew better that these few people, who had been teamed up for a long time, were skillfully coordinated. Combat style, even more pugnacious. She said to Lin Hao in a faint voice, these people are not the same as monsters. Monsters are witless and good to fight with a high level, but this gang of villains, who have killed people and done a lot of killing, are very experienced in fighting. We're no match for this group. Later I'll hold them off for a while, you hurry and escape. Run as fast as you can and don't look back. I'll hand over all the items to you later and you take them with you. Remember? You're gone so I can get away as an assassin. She, herself, had only just risen to level 20, while Lin Hao, too, was only level 16. Although Lin Hao's favored insects were powerful and numerous. But she didn't think that 2 people could deal with the 5 people in front of her. Therefore, she quickly proposed that Lin Hao go first, and she would find a chance to get away. Zhao Xiaoling was right, being the same human, even if the level was lower, it wasn't comparable to a monster. 4. Man is wise. More cunning, more aware of the weaknesses of their kind. Zhao Xiaoling said loudly to those people, "You've been chasing me all this time, but you just wanted to get the coordinates of this place, and now you've got it. I can give you the stuff, but this one beside me has nothing to do with it, he's just someone I called over to cooperate in helping me open up the land. You guys let him go first and I'll give you the stuff." As he spoke, Lin Hao realized that in the teaming window, Zhao Xiaoling put up a bunch of items. As long as Lin Hao clicked agree, those things would be transferred to his backpack. It seemed that Zhao Xiaoling didn't intend to give them anything either. That swordsman's face turned cold. "Zhao Xiaoling, do you think we're stupid?" He sneered a few times. "You want to let him go and then you can rely on your assassin skills to get out of the way, don't you? We were able to find you, don't you want to know why? Do you know what profession this one beside me is?" The swordsman pointed to the man with the pointy ears. "He's a tracker by trade." Tracker Huang Wang looked at Zhao Xiaoling with a wanton gaze. "Tracker?" Zhao Xiaoling blanched. This is a profession that completely restrains the assassin line. Extremely uncommon. She didn't expect that the four evils of Yang Chang would find such a person. Tonight, it seems, it's hard to escape. Even the opening bosses, they came to life. It was hard to kill the boss and get the bountiful items. Still waiting for them to leave, they were found by these people. She was so upset. Besides, it wasn't about a few items now, but how he and Lin Hao could escape their strikes. If the item is actually handed over, the two would have to get out of here. She would not hesitate to hand it over. However, she also understood that handing it over would probably result in them doing it faster and the two of them dying faster. Therefore, she devised a ploy to let Lin Hao go first. But the other side saw through it. Also, it shows that there is a tracker around. Now, her heart fell straight into the abyss. Even if Lin Hao left first, this team, likewise, could easily catch up with Lin Hao at any time. It doesn't work at all. If can kill that tracker, there might be some chance. But, will the other side give a chance to her? Zhao Xiaoling glanced sideways at Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao didn't have any expression on his face. He said suddenly and faintly, "Tell you what, I don't want to kill anyone either, I'll give you one last chance, you throw all your belongings to the ground, including the clothes on your body, and I can let you have a dog's life." Lin Hao's words came out. The guys froze completely. Even Zhao Xiaoling froze. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." A sneer erupted from a few people on the opposite side of the room. Presumably this doesn't know what it's talking about? Sure enough, this one's a cutie. Two people, what a pair of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. Big brother, what are we wasting words with them? Kill them and the things will all pop out just the same. The swordsman nodded. Whoosh. An invisible arrow shot towards the two. Hers was the archer who made the first move. A faintly visible mark immediately surfaced on the heads of Lin Zhao and the two of them. This is not an attack arrow, but has a special purpose. Zhao Xiaoling's face turned white as she lost her voice. "Oh no, we've been tagged." Marked arrows that not only disable the assassin's stealth skills, it also greatly improves the accuracy and power of the archer's attacks. Go! Zhao Xiaoling let out a soft cry. At the same time, she leapt, and her figure appeared on the right side, more than 10 meters away from Lin Hao. She was trying to distance herself from Lin Hao. Front to attract the attention of those guys. Create opportunities for Lin Hao. A battle shield appeared in the swordsman's hand. He stood cross-legged in front of the other four. That swordsman didn't let his guard down just because Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling were at a low level. A standard battle stance takes shape, demonstrating his extremely high level of combat literacy. Boom! A fireball flew out of the mage's hand. The mage immediately casts a quick fire spell. The fireball flew towards Zhao Xiaoling. At the same time, whoosh! Two bow sounds. The archer also fired 2 arrows. That healing aide raised his staff in his hand and cast several consecutive auras onto the others. The entire team, as soon as they moved their hands, cooperated in all sorts of ways, apparently very skillfully. Chapter 31 Strike and Kill. That fireball and bow and arrow clearly predicted Zhao Xiaoling's direction of advance. She was forced to turn. A little pale. She rejoined Lin Hao again. It was a few simple exchanges, and this team clearly had the upper hand. It's over, she murmured. At this moment, that mage launched over a bigger fireball at Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling. Die for me. The mage's eyes flashed with cruelty. Boom! The large fireball exploded in mid-air. The mage froze. The flames scattered, revealing 5 gold-devouring insects. It was Linhao who commanded the gold-devouring insects to block the fireball. The gold-eating insect was not immersed in water and fire, and the great fireball technique just now was simply scratching an itch with it. The hot sun of death can't even hurt them. After those 5 gold-devouring insects crashed and exploded the large fireball, they only gave a slight lurch and flew towards the 5 people. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The serialized arrows. The archers shot 5 bows and arrows at the 5 flying gold eaters. Ding, 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 ding. 5 voices. It seemed as if the bow and arrow were shot at the golden jade. The bow and arrow only made the gold-eating insect pause slightly, but it didn't have any major impact at all. Still flying towards the 5. The gold eater's performance startled the 5. They couldn't figure out what kind of bug it was. Big fireballs can't hurt, and bows and arrows can't shoot. Caution! Don't be careless. 5 gold eaters flew in front of the sword hand. Roar, the swordsman bellowed. Mockery! The gold-eating insects all pounced on the sword hand. Protect the aura. An aura lit up on the swordsman, protecting the swordsman like an egg. 5 gold-eating insects lay on the egg aura and opened their mouths to bite. The halo went dark. Darker. The swordsman's face changed. He didn't understand why Halo could even be bitten. What kind of bugs are so powerful? How does he know this is the ancient times existed in the strange insects known as nothing cannot eat? At this time, the 2 outputs in the team, the archer and the mage, various skills were also cast, attacking towards the gold-eating insect. But the mage's fire skills weren't much use at all. All that damage from the archers couldn't help the gold eater at all either. Both of their faces also changed dramatically. If the output can't even hurt, there's going to be a moment when the swordsman can't top it. There was a soft snap. It was clearly the swordsman's protective aura that had been bitten through by the gold-eating insects. The swordsman bellowed, "Resist aura." Another aura lit up on him. The 5 gold eaters were pushed away several meters by this aura. However, they turned and lunged at the swordsman again. Output, you guys hurry up and output, I can't hold it for long. The swordsman yelled. 2 skills were broken by the gold-eating worm one after the other. His heart sank to the bottom of the sea in an instant, and he felt bad. It was the first time he had encountered such a horrible bug. No attack can hurt them. And the attack was so horrible. His current means was simply to raise his shield, and to use his one-handed sword to try and swat away the gold-eating insects that were pouncing on him. Pop! A gold-devouring insect was slapped out by the sword-hand's sword plate. But 2 landed on his shield. The other 2 landed on him. Ah! The swordsman let out a scream. His powerful defense still couldn't resist the gold-devouring insects. 2 large holes were instantly bitten out on his body by the gold-devouring insects. The nervous healer rushed to drop healing spells on the swordsman. The healing spell was truly magical. The 2 wounds on the swordsman quickly stopped bleeding, the skin and flesh and healed up with the speed of the naked eye. Still, it didn't work. Before these 2 wound holes could heal, the gold-devouring insects tore off piece after piece of flesh from the sword hand. The swordsman screamed continuously. The healer also panicked at this point, not wanting magic in general, throwing healing spell after healing spell onto the swordsman. 2 outputs at this point. Both the archer and the mage stared with wide-eyed expressions of disbelief. They saw the 2 gold eaters that swooped down on the shield. Hurts to realize that even the shield is bitten through by them. How sick is this? What the hell kind of monster is this? Big brother, it can't be done, we can't hurt these bugs at all, we must escape immediately. The mage cried out in fear and trembling. How does a swordsman not know? There was just no way he could get rid of the 2 bugs on him right now. Want to go? It's too late now. Linhao, who was standing in the distance, smiled faintly. I said I'd give you one last chance, but you don't want it, so it's not my fault. This is a nice view of the valley, so tonight, you'll be here forever. At this time, Zhao Xiaoling was also no longer invisible. She looked at the scene happening in front of her with a shocked face. Quick, 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 you guys attack that guy, as long as you kill him, his bugs are naturally useless. By this time the swordsman was rolling on the ground in pain. Even in this situation, he still had eyes like a torch, seeing the key point that the real owner of these bugs was Lin Hao. If one killed Lin Hao, there was a big chance to lift the immediate crisis. Worthy of being the one to lead the three evils and have all three recognize him as the boss. Unfortunately, Lin Hao was something they could kill. Even Lin Hao's bottom card couldn't be forced out. That mage and archer also stopped caring about the swordsman and the bugs on him. Several fireball spells and bows and arrows flew towards Lin Hao. "Come out, my fellows." Lin Hao waved his hand, and more than 100 gold-devouring insects floated in front of him. Snap ding ding. A few rings. The fireball dissipated in midair while the bow and arrow fell to the ground. Then, a large swath of black pressurized gold-devouring insects flew towards the 5 people. It's fantastically fast. When the 5 people took a look, all of them turned green and white. The party couldn't deal with a few small bugs anymore. And there was a large black mass in front of them, afraid of hundreds. When they flew over, could they have lives? In an instant, except for the swordsman who was still rolling on the ground. The remaining archers, mages and healers had their hearts in their mouths. Immediately, he turned around and ran towards the door of the mountain stone palace. No longer caring at all about the swordsman on the ground. At that moment, they realized that the tracker had run more than 100 meters ahead of them. Lin Hao had released 5 bugs earlier, and when the 4 evils of Yang Cheng couldn't do anything with them, he tried to run away. When Lin Hao released hundreds more gold-devouring insects, he didn't even think about it and immediately fled. Moment. He regretted beyond words coming to this row. However, these few fast, can they be faster than the Gold Eater? Soon, the Gold Eaters were the first to pounce on the slowest running healers and mages. Then the archers. Catch up again with the tracker running at the front of the pack. Ah! Ah, help! Ah, that hurts. Those 4 people tried to slap open the gold-eating insects that were swooping onto their bodies like they were mad. But the blackness swooped in. Didn't give them a chance at all. Mercy! Master, spare us, we were wrong. Please leave me alone. I'll give you anything, please. In their hearts, they should be regretting it at this point. What, you want to mess with that guy? Who would have thought that a man who singles out a cockroach monster with a blank steel sword would be so terrifying? At that time, people still laugh at this. It turns out that is itself. They repent. It's just that there's no medicine for regrets anymore. Frantic pleas for mercy. The screams were gruesome. However, Lin Hao in the distance was not moved at all. Time is short. Less than half a minute. Those hysterical shouts were gone, and the whole stone palace was quiet. Zhao Shaoling looked at the scene in front of her with a face of fear. At the moment, she only felt cold and numb in her hands and feet. The 5 people who were alive and extremely arrogant just now turned into 5 white bones. However, those gold-devouring insects still pounced on the bones and devoured them frantically. Even the bones, it seems. Chapter 32, Murder, Destroy the Body, Destroy the Trace. This instantly contrasting situation still hasn't made her adjust to it until now. At first, the 5 appeared. She was still quite desperate. She'd been playing chase and escape with these guys for a few days now, and she still knew a bit about them. Among the 20 or so leveled professionals, it's not considered top tier though, right? But definitely not weak. So, what she started to think about was how to escape with her life. Though she also knew that the chances weren't too good. By the time she learned that the 5th man was a tracker, she almost despaired. At that time, her only thought was to create a slight chance for Lin Hao to escape with his life. As for herself, she no longer dared to fantasize. It wasn't that she didn't know how powerful Lin Hao's favorite insects were. But fighting against a professional and killing monsters are 2 completely different things. And across the street, there were 5 of them. And both were at a level far higher than the 2 on their side. Until Lin Hao made a move. In one fell swoop, not only did he prevail, he was completely crushed. Seeing that the 5 people across the street were so easily defeated by Lin Hao's gold-devouring insects, she was totally shocked. Just a few minutes for such a powerful group of people, and the group was wiped out. Just like that, a strong team is gone? She comes from a strong family. And have seen too much genius. There are also countless strong people among them. But like Lin Hao, an awakened who was only level 16, he so easily annihilated a team supporting various professions. It still turned her perception upside down. It was only awakened the day before yesterday. Who'd believe it if I told you? Who dares to believe that? The 5 men across the street stopped begging for mercy. It means they're all dead. But Lin how? It still doesn't seem to be striking. She stood a short distance away and witnessed the scene alive before her. Those gold-eating insects gnawed at their flesh. Until all the meat was gone, still devouring the bones. Like a scene of the most horrible tragedy. Although the other side is a bunch of evil people. It was the opponent who had just tried to put them to death. She also didn't doubt that without Lin Hao's bugs, if the two of them had fallen into their hands, they would have ended up in a miserable state. Even she herself was expected to be endlessly humiliated. She also had long had the intention of committing suicide as soon as she was captured. But when she saw 5 humans, before her eyes, struggle, die, and turn into a rack of white bones. Even the bones were gnawed. She was green and white, her hands and feet were cold and numb. Trembling. She closed her eyes, not daring to look again at the vanishing white bones. She didn't dare look any further. And, right now, she didn't even have the courage to turn her head to look at Lin Hao. From start to finish, Lin Hao didn't even utter a sound. Much less recall his favorite insects. It showed that doing all this was Lin Hao's intention. It's him. It was he who was determined to do so. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoling felt like she was surrounded by what was not a green and cute schoolmate. He was a cold and unfeeling man. Killing and decisive. Tough as steel. A man no less vicious than the fiercest demons of the abyss. Original. The man he had always thought he was not at all. A hand gently rested on Zhao Xiaoling's trembling shoulders. Zhao Xiaoling thought she would be shocked. Thought I'd fall to the floor in shock. But as the hand rested on his shoulder, she suddenly felt a warmth. An extremely grounded, safe feeling. The demonic image that had been in the mind before, instantly shattered like glass. She, no longer trembling. Zhao Xiaoling violently turned around, and all of a sudden, with great force, hugged Lin Hao tightly. Lin Hao gently put his arm around her. Woohoo! Zhao Xiaoling suddenly, without any sense, bawled. Lin Hao gently patted her back. In the entire huge valley, at this moment, there were only 2 people. The night breeze, brisk. Though in the air, there was still a strong smell of blood. But much lighter. Moonlight night this time. Zhao Xiaoling didn't know how long she had been holding Lin Hao. And Lin Hao lightly embraced her. The few white bones on the ground in front of them were long gone. Those gold-devouring insects also returned to Lin Hao's favorite insect space. Suddenly, Lin Hao said softly, "What's wrong? Think I'm being too cruel in my strikes?" Zhao Xiaoling also slowly regained her composure at this time. No. She took a deep breath and said, "A moment ago, I might have felt that way, but now, I don't to be merciful to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself." Since the invasion of demons, this side of the human world, for hundreds of years, the history of mankind has been the history of blood and fire. Those battlefields between humans and demons, which battle is not a mountain of corpses and blood? Which is not a horror scene. How, you're not the type to live in a small circle of life. People like you will one day stand at the highest place of mankind, and at that time, you will surely face the most evil of demons. If, indeed, you are as I, a little woman, think you are, then the higher you ascend, the more miserable you will one day die. Lin Hao nodded and said indifferently. It's good that you think so. Zhao Xiaoling left Lin Hao's arms. Her face was scarlet. She couldn't figure out why she had suddenly hugged Lin Hao just now. It was just one night, but a lot seemed to have happened. Let's go. Lin Hao said softly. Aha! Zhao Xiaoling was next to Lin Hao. I don't know if it's fear or what. The empty stone palace had a faint script on a stone chair on a high platform. Valley of the Giants restart time, 14 days at 23:50. And, that latter time jumps every minute. Zhao Xiaoling said, this field boss was opened up by us and started refreshing for a period of 15 days. 15 days, and I'm not even in Yangchang. Lin Hao, do you still want to come and brush this place? Lin Hao shook his head. No, at that time, I'll participate in the National Unified Grand Martial Examination, and after the examination, I'll also leave Yangcheng soon. Zhao Xiaoling laughed. Then it would be good for us to sell it to the Professionals Trading Center for some benefits. Aha! In a cave half a mile from the valley. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling decided to stay here for a few hours. Wait until dawn before you leave. By the fire. Zhao Xiaoling sat next to Lin Hao. Just now, Zhao Xiaoling had taken all the other items, except for the golden dagger, and she had given them all to Lin Hao. She also didn't allow Lin Hao to refuse. Separately. A golden staff. A golden one-handed sword. There are also 3 silver suits dropped by the captain. Silver equipment, giant's armor, strength plus 50, physique plus 50, strength-based skills power increased by 5%, can be used after level 20. Silver equipment, giant's helmet, strength plus 50, physique plus 50, strength-based skills power increased by 5%, can be used after level 20. Silver equipment, giant's shoes, physique plus 50, speed increased by 10%, can be used after level 20. And 2,000 giant heart items. When the day breaks. The morning sunlight pours over the entire wilderness. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling returned to the vicinity of the city gates. Lin Hao, my family sent someone to pick me up and just sent me a message, so for this half month, I won't accompany you to upgrade in Yangqing City. I'll wait for you in the capital, okay? You have to come find me, okay? Lin Hao nodded. Well, I will definitely go to the capital. Chapter 33, What a Wizard. Looking at Zhao Xiaoling's distant figure, Lin Hao's mouth revealed a faint smile. At this time the city gates. The Chen Ziqing and Ping Tu city guards and others that Lin Hao had met when he first left the city were all there. What? For a day and a night, Lin Hao wasn't found near the outskirts of the city? Didn't make it back to town last night either? Chen Ziqing listened to the report of a city guard named Zhao Hu. Yes, and, yesterday, we inspected the entire 3 kilometers outside the city walls without any trace of this person. When Lin Hao went out of the outskirts of the city, although Chen Ziqing tried to stop Lin Hao from going out of the city, he didn't let him go until Lin Hao took out Zhao Caijuan's token. However, afterward, she still instructed Zhao Hu and the other city guards to keep an eye on this person when patrolling. After all, this is the person that my uncle is particularly concerned about. The flat-headed city guard said worriedly, could something have happened to him? After all, it's only a level 12 first awakening, there's no way he could have traveled 3 kilometers away, there's no reason why he couldn't be found. Chen Ziqing said angrily, it wasn't me who stopped it in the first place, but you let him out? This. The flat-headed city guard was momentarily speechless and whispered, he took out the general's token, can I not let him out? Besides, he does have the school's certificate of leaving the city. Humph. Chen Ziqing suddenly said, you probably don't realize how big of a mistake you've made. What happened to me? The flat-headed city guard froze. Do you know who that kid is? Isn't it Lin Hao, the hidden awakening that appeared in the 8th middle school this year, who has a pre-professional death sentence? The flat-headed city guard spoke out what he knew about Lin Hao. He's Lin Yuanshan's son. Chen Ziqing uttered. What? Ping Tu and Zhao Hu were shocked. That's really what they don't know anymore. Marshal Lin's son? 10 years ago, when the monsters attacked the city, if it wasn't for Marshal Lin saving the day, Yang City would have collapsed. Zhao Hu muttered. So what now? The flat-headed city guard had an anxious look on his face. Chen Ziqing said in a deep voice, Zhao Hu, go and lead 1,000 city guards, divide them into 10 groups, research carefully again, and widen the range of 3 kilometers outside the city to 5 kilometers. Yes. Zhao Hu answered. I'll go find my uncle and see what he can do, hopefully this kid is lucky and didn't die at the hands of the monsters outside the city. Chen Ziqing had a serious face. Then what do I do? The flat-headed city guard fretted. The people were released by him personally, and if anything really happened, he would be upset for the rest of his life. You guard the door and keep us informed if he comes back. Just as a few people were about to split up, the flat-headed city guard suddenly shouted, wait, guys, look, who's that? Outside the city gates. A figure was walking slowly under the rising sun. Lin Hao. Chen Ziqing lost his voice. It's really him. He's fine. Zhao Hu exclaimed happily. Ha? You're all here? Lin Hao, who walked into the city gates, saw Chen Ziqing and the others looking at him with strange faces. Kind of a nerd. Humph, where did you run off to yesterday? Didn't I instruct you that you must return to the city at night and not stay in the wilderness overnight? Seeing that Lin Hao was full of leisure, not having any problems at all, but he and the others were here worrying about him for nothing, Chen Ziqing instantly became angry. Who says you must return to the city and not spend the night in the wilderness? Lin Hao faintly asked back. Remembering that when he left the city before, this chick had unreasonably blocked him, and now once he came back, he came out to freak out again, and Lin Hao didn't give any good face. You. Chen Ziqing was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Could you, Lin Hao? My mom and others are here worrying about you, but you are so cross. Lin Hao, it's good that you're back. Ziqing was very worried about you. The flat-headed city guard said with a smile. He was really worried that something had happened to Lin Hao, and now he was very happy to see him back. Lin Hao glanced sideways at Chen Ziqing. This chick was still so concerned about herself? It can't be? Bye. Lin Hao waved at the flat-headed city guards and the others and walked towards the city. Chen Ziqing was so angry that she stomped her feet. Huh, he's level 16? Zhao Hu suddenly exclaimed. Really, it was only level 12 when I left the city yesterday. The flat-headed city guard also lost his voice. Really level 16, how did he do it? Chen Ziqing also had a shocked look on her face, and she forgot to get angry. It's too outrageous. Zhao Hu muttered. I remember General Zhao once said that he was only level 12 on the third day after his awakening back then, right? Right, with General Zhao's speed back then, he was a celebrity who easily entered Qingbei Martial Arts University. What about this Lin Hao? This mustn't take this year's Jiangning Provincial Top Scholar? Scholar or not I don't know, but to lessons in the city of Yang, it will cause a big sensation, right? Awesome, one person, 3 days to level 16. I remember back then when I awakened for 3 days, it seemed like I was only level 8, not even 10. What a wizard. Cut. Chen Ziqing sneered, it's just a low-level upgrade, so what if it's even faster? Where is it so magical as you guys think? Zhao Hu and the flathead city guards both turned their heads to look at Chen Ziqing. The expression was very odd. What are you guys looking at me like that for? Being stared at by Zhao Hu and the others with such a special gaze, for no reason, Chen Ziqing was flustered. Though she had some authority to direct the two in her work, they were her elders, and she respected them quite a bit when she wasn't being petty. Zhao Hu laughed. Ziqing, you look like an ingrate, do you like this kid? The flat-headed city guards interjected, if you really like it, I'll talk to General Zhao. He and this kid's father were friends in distress. With him stepping in, the matter should come to fruition. What are you guys babbling about? Chen Ziqing instantly turned red. I'm ignoring you guys. Chen Ziqing turned his head and fled as if leaving the city gates. Ha ha ha. The crowd at the city gates laughed. Lin Hao didn't know what was happening at the city gates and didn't know that he was being flirted with. He returned to the professionals' exchange. Sell the various small items dropped by killing monsters throughout the day and night directly to the center. 100,000 in hand. It's mostly the giant heart that's worth it. This was the first time Lin Hao had such a huge amount of money. His hands shook a little when he saw the amount. There are 3 ways to consign on the exchange. One is to sell directly to the official. The price is usually a little lower, but the advantage is to get the profit immediately. The second is to price your own consignment and other professionals complete the transaction if they are willing to buy, with the benefit of setting your own price. Thirdly, time-limited bidding, where one can set a reserve price and then set a time when whoever bids the highest price will end up with the deal. Lin Hao put the 3 silver equipments into the trading center in the third way. After 3 days, the highest bidder would win, and he didn't bother to set any reserve price. As for the things that the Elf King had exploded, he didn't deal with them this time. After replenishing some more supplies, Lin Hao intended to spend a small amount of money to directly use the teleportation array to go to the Lost Mines copy. He was going to go there and brush up on his monsters until the Great Martial Arts exam, hoping to rush to level 20. The big test half a month after the start of Awakening Day was 4 days past and there were 11 days to go. Time is running out. Whoosh. After a slight vertigo, Lin Hao appeared in front of a copy. What made Lin Hao slightly surprised was the place was extremely lively, and the front of the replica plaza was filled with professionals. I thought this was a cold copy? Chapter 34 Lost Mines, Strongman's Guild. The place was crowded and a hubbub. Normal difficulty, 5 short of 1, get on the bus as fast as you can if you want to get into a copy. 1 nurse is missing, come quickly. A copy of the mine, a long-term recruiter of masters, through the elite level. A yell to form a group. There were also some people who had set up stalls next to them and were trading. Recovery potion, city price, if you want it, hurry. Acquire copies of the Nightstar Stone material at the right price. Lin Hao came to the entrance of the replica and checked the replica information. The duplicate is restricted to professionals below level 20. There are 4 difficulty levels for the mine copies: normal, elite, nightmare, and hell. Monster levels are between 20-25. According to the information displayed, this copy monster, even at the normal level, was twice as difficult as a wilderness monster of the same level. And the monsters are very dense. The replica normal levels all require a team of 3 or more to dare to enter. To paint an elite, you need to support a team of 5 at least, and an elite team at that. The current nightmare mode is just that there was a strong team that beat the past 6 months ago. Hardly anyone enters now, it's too demanding. This copy was found a year and a half ago, and hell mode has not been cleared so far. Because even an elite full team can't beat that. The levels came up, the equipment kept up, and the players who could beat them were over level 20 again. No access at all. Lin Hao was checking out the information of the copy with 2 gold-devouring insects, causing many people to be curious. Some of them approached and sized up the gold-devouring insect standing on Lin Hao's shoulder. "Hey bro, what's your profession? Is this the bug you summoned? What a strange-looking bug. Kind of like a beetle. Are you an ornamental or combat bug? I'm a favorite bug specimen collector, but I've never seen one like this. Is this a new species, bro? Looks like a cool look. Bro, can you sell me one?" People were constantly coming up to talk and ask questions. However, Lin Hao ignored these people. 16 levels in, the gold eater was no longer completely black now. Instead, it's black with a hint of silver. When the whole body turns silver, these bugs are promoted to a high-level pet bug by level 20. Every 10 levels, the gold eater's strength was a big leap. It is at level 10 that these gold eaters generate the skill rage. With 4 more levels, they should awaken new skills again when they reach level 20. Some people who were a bit more timid saw the hideous appearance of the gold-devouring insect and didn't dare to approach. Watch from afar. Pointing the finger. "Are you a summoner, brother? Want to form a team?" Summoners can be half a meat shield and are popular on some teams. The hell level hasn't been cleared so far? Lin Hao frowned lightly. It means that this copy is very bad. Many speculate that the Inferno class will drop the Heart of the Night Star. The Heart of the Night Star, but it was an excellent ore that could be used to create necklaces with a sizable increase. Lin Hao remembered that in the trading center, someone was asking for $3 million. There weren't enough wilderness monsters to brush to satisfy Lin Hao's desires. So when you come here to brush up on your copy, of course you want to fight hard enough. You have the strength to cross the level of the monsters yourself, so you definitely need to play it up. Normal is definitely too easy, elite barely, should nightmare be more in line with yourself. But hell, would love to try. Let's fight hell directly, with your own gold-devouring insect strength, you should have a great chance. If you can't, then you can come out again and go back to nightmare mode. Having risen to level 16, Lin Hao's both his own attributes and favorite insects had increased dramatically compared to before. Lin Hao opened the attribute panel. Name, Lin Hao. Occupation, Bugmaster. Rank, 16. Power, 220. Agility, 220. Spirit, 450. Body mass, 220. Occupational skills, Insect Pact, favorite insect summoning level 16. Natural skills, skill enhancement level 2, position swap, worm world travel 0 times. Summoning level 12 gold eating insects, current number 140-160. Summon level 12 elf butterflies, current number 3160. As the level of pet bug summoning increased, the pet bugs summoned by Lin Hao went straight to the highest level, but with that, the spiritual power needed was much higher. He was also now relying on his energy to slowly return, slowly replenishing the number of favored insects. Looking at the gold-devouring insect attribute again, it was ridiculously strong. 16th grade gold-eating insects. Power, 8,800. Agility, 4,400. Spirit, 4,400. Body mass, 8,800. Skill, Rage. Rage, when the Gold Devourer is in a state of rage, its attack power is increased by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Under normal circumstances, Gold-Devouring insect attributes were similar to Lin Hao's attributes, and the pattern of upgrading attribute increase was also the same. However, they were augmented by Lin Hao's skill enhancement level 2, which boosted their attributes by 20 times, creating their current terror. As for the elf butterfly, it's still a proper blood cow as always, and now, it's even sicker. Look again at the elf butterfly properties. 16th level elf butterfly. Power, 200. Agility, 200. Spirit, 200. Body mass, 15,000. Skill, life sharing. Life sharing, elf butterflies can share their lives with their masters, transferring damage taken by their masters to them. With the elf butterfly as a blood cow sharing life. Lin Hao was almost an undefeatable little strong man. Lin Hao now had a very strong desire for upgrading. Only after leveling up and gaining strength can you go on a quest to conquer stronger secret realms. It's the only way to make sure you get into Sibei Budo University. Just when Lin Hao wanted to try to enter the hell level copy, a few white lights flashed outside the copy. It was a team of professionals that came out from inside the copy. 4 in all. This team's entire body was equipped in a silver color, and at a glance, it was clear that it was all silver level equipment. There are swordsman tanks, mages, archers, and supports. Looks like a standard supporting team. However, at this moment, the 4 of them were filled with fatigue. And countless wounds of all sizes on his body. When this team came out, the whole room was in an uproar. The Strongmen Guild is out? This is the 3rd time they've attacked a hell level copy, isn't it? 5 went in, only 4 came out, and 1 hung in? Guess it failed again. The mage was a tall man who swept his gloomy eyes around. Those who were murmuring immediately stopped talking. What the are you looking at? Swordsman Tank was a hot-tempered man, and bellowed at the many professionals around him. That mage raised his hand and said in a deep voice, "Let's go back to heal and come back in 6 hours. I don't believe that we can't beat this hellish copy." Off. That swordsman body slammed Lin Hao, who was about to check the information. Lin Hao frowned. Those 4 people, led by the mage, walked past Lin Hao and headed into the distance. Chapter 35 Hell Copy Mode. When those few people were far away, the surrounding professionals began to talk again. Strongman Guild, the most powerful guild in Yang City now, and the team they formed couldn't beat Hell Pass. If they can't even beat it, in the entire city of Yang, then there's really no one who can beat the level. Death Pass, it's not called that for nothing. Did you guys see that mage? That's the crown prince of the Strongman Guild, Wu Rend? The Strongman's Guild? Previously, Lin Hao had been in school and didn't know much about this side of the force. A strong team fully equipped with silver suits can't even take the Inferno level? That hard? Lin Hao pondered for a while and still chose the Hell mode. Does it indeed enter the Hell copy mode? Okay. Whoosh. In a flash, Lin Hao teleported into the copy. The crowd beside him froze. Into the copy? Just him? This kid can't be crazy, even in normal mode. It's not something that one person can do alone. But the kid disappeared like that. Then it's safe to assume that it must have gone into a copy. Wait. This kid went into Hell mode? He's crazy? My god, I can't be wrong, can I? There's a lot of danger in copies in the higher levels. It's not like you go into a copy and slip around or find a place to hide and eventually come out and then you get to blow awesome. It's a pointless thing to do. Where's the rash? This can't be a student who just awakened and came to break into a copy without knowing anything, right? A person can't even brush up on normal mode and fight hell. It's too much of a small life. I'm not going to get off the copy today. I'm going to wait here and see how this kid dies. The last sentence resonated with a number of people. Yeah, I'd really like to see what's going on with this kid. I'll wait and see too. So a large group of people had sat down on stone benches at the entrance to the replica and waited outside to watch the show. Lin Hao felt his eyes blink and he appeared inside a cave. It's a big abandoned mine. Presumably many miners used to dig here for a living. It was only later that the demons descended here. So the mines were deserted. The walls of the cave are also seen studded with sporadic night starstones. It glowed cold and bright in the dimly lit mine. Nightsterite, an energy ore for smelting weapons. It took millions of years to form. It's a good value for an ore when you do the math. Of course, there's not much value in excavating this kind of sporadic ore right now. Much less will anyone rush these bits of ore into this copy. Lin Hao started to walk towards the mine after a slight stop. A humanoid creature wearing tattered clothes appeared in Lin Hao's line of sight. Eyes red. Muscles across the entire body. An eagle hoe in his hand. Lin Hao threw a detection spell over. Lost Miner reinforced elite monster. Rank, 20. Power, 2500. Agility, 1000. Spirit, 300. Body mass, 2000. Skill, strike short burst of double strength, lasting 5 seconds, but 10 minutes for cold moves. Very high attributes. It was worthy of being a hell-level copy, no wonder no team had beaten it so far, the most elementary monsters were so perverted. The main attributes strength and life are ridiculously high. The skills are even more impressive. Double power, wouldn't that be a 5000 power attribute to hit? No wonder no one still has a first pass after over a year. With just this kind of monster, even a top level 30 professional would simply not be enough to look at. But to Lin Hao, you are not to be blamed for being strong, just afraid that you are not strong enough. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish, the more advanced the monsters, and the more experience. His gold-devouring insects weren't vegetarians either. Home, where is home? I want to go home. The lost miner said over and over again. Digging here day in and day out, not seeing the light of day, living like the walking dead, eventually lost in body and soul, going mad. Spends his days roaming the mines and keeping people away. But whenever a human enters here, kill kill kill. Go! A gold eater flies quickly towards the lost miner. That's when the lost miner also spotted the invading gold eaters, and he swung his eagle hoe and charged as well. The two immediately fought together. The lost miner, seemingly full of resentment, swung his eagle hoe and struck at the bug. Phew! The hoe brushed past the gold bug. The gold bug pounced on the miner and gave him a crunch. In an instant, the miners were bloody. It didn't take 2 or 3 rounds. The miner fell down. Kill level 20 lost miner, experience value plus 7000. Obtain Night Star Stone 3. Cool. When they were in the wilderness before, Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling stayed in the grove and brushed a lot of level 17 sword armor beasts, with an experience value of 1100. Killing level 20 monsters in the wilderness is worth no more than 1500 experience apiece. Enhanced elite monsters of the same level now have more than 4 times the experience. If it's dense enough, then it might blow up another wave of high velocity after you're level 16. Come out, my fellows. 139 gold-devouring insects floated around Lin Hao. It was supposed to be full of 140 bugs, but one stayed in the bug world. Buzz. Carrying 1 or 2 out individually, the feeling wasn't obvious enough, but when a group of them were combined together, they instantly exuded a terrifying aura. As the level of the gold-devouring insects increased and their strength grew, their aura now was not the same as when Lin Hao had contracted them out, that kind of dullness. Cold, hideous, devouring the sky and the earth, like the potential of the ancient evil insects in the gradual slow awakening. If they waited for them to rise to level 30 or 40, or higher, they were afraid to face them again, as if they were facing an ancient beast. The vision Lin Hao saw when he awakened the bug tamer surfaced in his mind. Wherever the insect army passes, there is a mountain of corpses. All spirits submit. Go! 100 gold eaters formed a spear shape and flew towards the depths of the mine. There were also 39 gold-devouring insects around Lin Hao. It was like a black nebula surrounding Lin Hao. Lin Hao raised his steps forward. 1 step at a time, he went deeper into the mine. The swarm swooped down on 5 lost miners who were wandering. How do the lost miners top that? A single gold eater was sick enough, and then a swarm. Almost as soon as the battle began, it ended immediately. Kill level 20 enhanced elite lost miner, experience value plus 7000. Obtain Night Star Stone 4. Kill level 20 enhanced elite lost miner, experience value plus 7000. Obtain Night Star Stone 5. Instantly, 5 messages swiped by. 35,000 experience points to hand. It's really fast, much faster than the wilderness. Come to the right place. I wonder if I can get to level 17 with 1 round of copies? By the bright light from the Night Star stones on the cave wall, Lin Hao took 1 step towards the depths of the mine. Kill level 20 enhanced elite lost miner, experience value plus 7000. Obtain Night Star Stone 3. A message brushed Lin Hao's screen board. Chapter 36, Head Mine Overseer, Friendly Forces. After 10 minutes had passed, Lin Hao's experience bar rose by a hair. In addition to the experience value, it also drops a large amount of Night Star stones. This too, is well priced, with the market price of a piece being no less than $200. Before he was awakened, Lin Hao's life had been exceptionally difficult. Sometimes, meals are not even eaten. That was why Yu Dapeng often excused himself for buying more rice and water and pushed it in front of Lin Hao. He silently helped Lin Hao, but was worried about hurting Lin Hao's pride. But from the time after awakening, when one entered the wilderness, one started to hit quite a few items dropped by monsters, those miscellaneous ones, which didn't have much value in other people's eyes, but for Lin Hao, the gain wasn't low. And opening a desert with Zhao Shaoling, the harvest was extremely fruitful, and those giant hard edges alone were sold for $100,000. There are also 2 silver suits hanging in the trading center. More so, there are a few pieces of gold equipment and scrolls of extreme quality that have not been dealt with yet. If all of them are sold, then it may get to be an astronomical amount of money. This shows why everyone wants to be a combat professional. Having the strength to fight is just too lucrative. Making money by playing screws with your hands? It's simply not on the same level as a pro's income from painting copies. However, since you're on this path, the expenses for purchasing equipment, potions, etc., are also extremely scary, and those are not a mouthful of money. Half an hour after entering the copy, Lin Hao looked at his experience bar again, 16 levels and 30%. Come on, it's too fast. Half an hour. That's 2 or 3 hours in the wilderness. Wilderness has to pull a big range to find enough monsters, and they're all normal ones. Unless it's like that field boss spot in the valley. But that kind is too hard to find. In this Lost Mining Cave copy, it was basically 10 meters by 8 meters a monster, and they were all reinforced elite monsters. The experience is worth as much as 4 times as much as the former. For Lin Hao, these monsters were powerful, although they couldn't be killed in seconds one-on-one. But the reality of several bugs going up is that it's no different than seconds. Such a dense concentration of monsters. No wonder they all say that the mine copy is the mecca of upgrading. For many professionals, more monsters, although the experience value will also be more, it also means that the danger is high. But for Lin Hao, there was only the former, not the latter. It wasn't long before the mine appeared to diverge. First time here, and there are no selection criteria for judgment. Lin Hao chose one passage, but he didn't let go of the other one either, splitting out a dozen or so gold-devouring insects. Lin Hao continued to advance. Walked a distance of 100 meters. Meet the split path again. This mine, it's really like a maze. This way, I don't know which path to choose is the right one. Yeah, whatever, just go, kill wherever you go. I guess the process is a lot of diverging paths that are ultimately connected? Every time he encountered a diverging path, Lin Hao split a dozen or so gold-devouring insects over. As they advanced, all the places where the gold-devouring insects had traveled fed back information to Lin Hao's mind. In Lin Hao's mind, the map of the entire mining cave slowly expanded and took shape. Meanwhile, the information on the experience panel snowballed like a snowball, rolling faster and faster. In a number of diversions, the gold-eating insects that had been released reappeared. This proved Lin Hao's conjecture. These mines are basically connected. Another 10 minutes passed, and Lin Hao's experience value came to level 1650%. Killing monsters along the way. Unconsciously, Lin Hao had walked 2 or 3 miles in the mine. It has also entered the latter stage. Lin Hao saw a room hollowed out and dug out of the cave wall. It is not known whether, at the time, the rooms were occupied or used to hold escaped miners. Anyway, Lin Hao saw quite a lot of old bloodstains in those rooms. Dang! A humanoid monster that bore a passing resemblance to the image of the lost miner emerged from a room. But the size is 3 or 4 times the size of a lost miner. It was 5 or 6 meters high. A face of horizontal meat, born very vicious. Not an eagle hoe in your hand. Instead, it's a barbed leather whip. Lin Hao's detection technique fell onto it. Mine Supervisor Leader Enhanced Elite Leader. Rank, 24. Power, 5000. Agility, 2000. Spirit, 1000. Body mass, 5000. Skill, summoning supervisors can summon nearby monsters below the supervisor's level. Chieftains, often the strongest monsters outside of a copy boss. What a high attribute. Summoning, the skill is very interesting. Is this calling all the neighborhood monsters together? If so, it's the same as the openings, so it's another group fight? Group warfare? I like it. Waiting for all the gold-devouring insects to return to Lin Hao. It's about time. Buzz off! 20 gold-eating insects flew at the head overseer. The head overseer spotted the enemy and hissed and swung his whip, drawing quite a few gold-eating insects out. Those gold-eating insects that were not drawn came to the overseer. Rip! The gold eater opened its mouth wide, and when its sharp teeth closed, it bit off a mouthful of flesh from the overseer. In less than 10 seconds, the overseer couldn't hold his head above water. The overseer suddenly slapped down the 5 or 6 gold-devouring insects on his body, turned around, and ran towards the depths of the mine. I can't believe I'm trying to escape. While running away, he let out an odd sort of howl. Ang on. A loud, odd shriek went out through the mine. It continued to travel through the echoes, reaching almost the entire mine. Thump, 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 thump. Countless monsters rushed this way from different passages. Coming. How many exactly? One by one, the lost miners appeared from various mines and rushed toward Lin Hao. It looks like the number is 400 or 500. If it wasn't for Lin Hao's previous cleanup was just too clean, and the whole mine ran over, I'm afraid it would have to be thousands. Go! The 100 or so gold-devouring insects around Lin Hao met them. For a while, a group battle, blood and flesh flew. The sound of eagle-ho strikes and all sorts of tearing shouts were heard. One by one, the miners fell to the ground. Kill level 20 lost miner, experience value plus 7,000. Obtain Night Star Stone 5. Kill level 23 miner ghost, experience value plus 8,000. Obtain Night Star Stone 8. Crazy experience points and item swipes. At the same time, Lin Hao's experience value was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such an insane amount of experience value. It's just too good to be true. Here, have some more. Just as almost all of the lost miners fell, the head overseer, who had been clutched by 20 or so gold-eating insects, also fell. Kill the head supervisor, experience plus 50,000. Acquired bronze equipment, miner's shoes. Acquired bronze equipment, miner's bow. Another big income of experience and items. This head overseer is practically a war veteran. A convocation that summoned all the monsters in the neighborhood. It all saved Lin Hao from looking everywhere. Suddenly, Lin Hao came up with an idea. The next time you enter a copy, you don't have to take your time to find monsters to brush, come as fast as you can to this miner overseer leader, put some bugs to bite it and make it go crazy, calling the whole mine over to the monsters. A nest of your own. Lin Hao put the idea over and over again and found it extremely feasible. Chapter 37 Cave Lord, Kill and Pass. If other players knew Lin Hao's thoughts, they were afraid that they would vomit blood. Why was this copy of the Lost Mine so hard to beat? The biggest murder barrier is here. There was no team that could stand a swarm of hundreds or thousands of crazy monsters all at once. Even the most powerful Hawu, by the group of monsters a rush, not group destroyed, the team is in disarray. There was simply no other option but to run for your life. Gather up the remnants of the battlefield. At this time Lin Hao's level also came to level 1680%. Lin Hao continued to walk towards the final place of the mine. A huge cave appeared in front of Lin Hao. It's not like the usual mine passages before. It was a square plaza in general, big enough to hold thousands of people. A large platform towered over the center of the cave. A giant creature was sitting on a huge stone chair on a high platform. 10 meters tall. A humanoid monster with a body width of 7 or 8 meters. Like a giant fat guy. This body type gives a great sense of oppression. At a glance, you can tell it's a power boss. Next to him sat a huge wolfsbane. The wolf's toothstick was made of fine iron and covered with sharp spikes. Who is it? Dare to break into the mine? A low voice rang out. A sharp gaze stared at Lin Hao. Lin Hao threw a detection spell over. Cave Lord's leader rank monsters. Rank, 30. Power, 8,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 1,000. Body mass, 6,000. Skills, strike, fly. Skill, flying 20% chance to send opponent flying when slashed by a large sword. The attributes are super high. But now it's the only one alone, and it's only going to be rounded up until it dies. Kill him, and you've beaten the entire copy and completed the first pass. Lin Hao's mouth grinned slightly. Death to those who break into the cave. The cave guard lord stood up with a snarl. After saying that he leapt and landed on the ground from the high platform. Rumble. There was a loud bang. It shook the entire cave. Quite a lot of rubble fell from the surrounding cave walls with a loud boom. Gee, this lump, how heavy must it be? Lin Hao staggered. If it was any other professional facing this boss, it is very difficult indeed to take down. But who is Lin Hao, the boss nemesis? Any boss was just experience value and equipment backpacks in his eyes. Go! Lin Hao's eyes went cold and he raised his hand and swung it forward. The huge mass of gold-eating insects pressed down on the cave lord like a cloud. Bold! The cave lord roared. Phew! The lord raised his huge wolf-toothed club and swept it across the room, like a swirling wind. The swarm of gold-eating insects suddenly dispersed. However, there were also 20 to 30 gold-devouring insects that were knocked out by the wolf-tooth rod. The remaining gold-eater immediately pounced on the lord. Those gold-devouring insects that were knocked away flew back again. Ow! The lord's entire body dropped blood and flesh, and it couldn't help but howl incoherently. It desperately swung its wolf-tooth rod and kept hitting the gold-eating insects that were still flying around. All the while, the big left hand slapped the body over and over, trying to shoot down those gold-eating insects. But at this moment, its entire body was crawling with gold-eating insects. How do you shoot down? It grabbed a few gold eaters and tried to crush them. But to his surprise, the bugs were very hard. It's nothing less than a piece of cast iron. It hit the ground hard. However, the bugs soon crawled back up. It's literally impossible to pinch and smash. A mouthful of sharp teeth and sharp as hell. One bite. Then a large piece of meat was torn out. Agony. The lord felt most of the muscles on the outside of his body being torn apart by this abomination of a bug. Ho ho ho! The life drained out of the lord. This lord was empty of great strength, but in front of the gold-devouring insect, it was useless, and could be said to be naturally restrained. 4 or 5 minutes later, there was a loud boom. The lord fell to the ground in resignation. The entire grotto shook with vibrations. A few ding-ding-ding-ding beeps followed. Successfully killed the cave guard lord, experience plus 100,000. Obtained silver equipment, giant wolf's tooth rod. Obtained silver equipment, giant leather armor. Acquired item, heart of the night star. Obtained item, night star stone 200. The harvest sounds are literally continuous. 100,000 experience points. A white light flashed, and Lin Hao finally rose to level 17. 2 silver suits. Awesome! It's almost hard to pop silver equipment for players below level 20. They are usually black iron and bronze suits. Lin Hao can see the heart of the starry night again. This heart-shaped item that shone with light looked extremely extraordinary. Lin Hao looked at the item description. The heart of the starry night, born in the ground and generated only after billions of years, is immune to elemental damage by 10%, and if crafted into the heart of the starry night necklace item, the heart of the starry night necklace is immune to elemental damage by 30%. This starry night heart necklace, if it's actually made, it was simply the nemesis of elemental mages. After clearing this hellish copy, a teleportation array appeared at the end. Lin Hao walked into the teleportation formation right then and there. Whoosh! Lin Hao appeared outside the copy. Coming in before and after, Lin Hao stayed inside for about 2 hours. When Lin Hao's figure appeared outside the copy, the noisy voices around them stopped instantly. This guy's still alive, huh? The kid's been up for a couple hours, and he's finally willing to come out? I guess they were in there hiding all over the place and managed to hold out for a couple of hours, couldn't take it anymore and ran out. Young man, you have to go into a copy of hell just to blow off some steam. The group of players outside, seeing that Lin Hao didn't die, were still slightly disappointed. People, in general, hate pretentious players. What? Look guys, the first pass of the hell copy has been made. A person who was checking the information of the copy suddenly shouted out. A crowd of people next to him froze. When the meaning of the words was understood, they all rushed up. It can't be, can it? There's no strong team challenging the hell copies at this time of the year. Who got it through the gate? More than a year. This copy of the hellish level has been a mountain of a puzzle. It's been called the death barrier. No player can brush it off at all. Instead, a lot of people got hurt and died in it. As strong as the Strongmen Guild, there was nothing they could do about it. It should have the name of the first passer on it, So look who it is. Some of those who couldn't squeeze in yelled outside. Lin Hao. The first passer is Lin Hao. Someone shouted from inside. Lin Hao. Who is this? I've never heard of such a person. Some people are confused. Usually outstanding players make a name for themselves in the circle. But this Lin Hao, really no one knows. That's not right, alone? Not a team? My God, it's a one-man first pass, not a team at all. A man suddenly called out. Could it be that kid from earlier? I forgot to probe what the kid's name was just now. How can that be? What are you talking about? The crowd was in a flurry, looking for Lin Hao everywhere. But Lin Hao had long since walked away from the chaos just now. The copy cooldown, it would be 6 hours before he could enter the copy again. Chapter 38 Ning Yuan Si and Yu Dapeng's team. Come in the morning, 2 hours to beat the hell out of the Lost Mines level, and it's not even noon at this hour. Lin Hao operated, so to speak, without any delay. Hit it and leave it. Lin Hao planned to go home and rest for a while, and once the 6 hours were up, come over and brush up again. Just during Lin Hao's rest, news of lost copy, hell pass being passed began to spread. Lost copies aren't a big deal on a national scale, but in Yanqing City, they're still pretty popular. The main thing is that this copy has been impossible to actually pass for over a year. Zhao Kaijun was sitting in his office, listening to his men's reports, and Shen Ziqing was also at the side. Oh? Someone finally beat the hell out of this copy? Yes, General. A city guard said respectfully. It's someone from the Strongman Guild, right? I've heard that recently they've been forming a professional team under level 20 to rush the barrier. No, it's a man who fights his way through. The city guard said. One person? Shen Ziqing was surprised, not a team? When did Jiang City produce such a strong low-level player? Oh? Zhao Kaijun also became interested. It's rumored that someone named Lin Hao beat the Hell Pass. Lin Hao. That silent, little-spoken figure suddenly popped into Zhao Caixuan's mind. With that he shook his head, unable to put the two together. He should be in a school-organized novice copy right now. That brat? He just came back to town and went to fight a copy of the Lost Mines? Shen Ziqing jumped up in shock. What's going on? You guys have met? Zhao Kaijun turned his head and body to look at Shen Ziqing. I've seen it, why haven't I seen it? It's been awesome. Yesterday out in the wilderness to kill monsters, I didn't let him go out, he flashed that jade token you gave him, and didn't go back to the city last night, stayed in the wilderness for a night, and came back this morning. It's really him, huh? Zhao Caixuan was slightly taken aback. He'd thought the same name at first. He really didn't expect Lin Hao, who had only been awakened for a day or two, to knock down the barrier that had stuck the entire city of Yang for over a year. Good guy, awakening on the first day, messing up the entire novice copy Stormclouds on the second day, killing monsters in the wilderness on the third day, and breaking down the hell level on the fourth day, interesting. Zhao Kaijun nodded his head in approval. Humph, what's the point? I can't stand the sight of him like that. A level 16 kid, those who don't know would think he's level 61. What? Up to level 16? It can't be? Zhao Kaijun was surprised. This is too fast. Who says it isn't? Early this morning, returning to the city with his head held high and proud. Shen Ziqing still had an uneven face. In that case, the place we're planning to deal with in the near future, we might be able to invite him to participate. Zhao Caixuan suddenly said. Uncle, that place, where can we let him go? He's only level 16 after all, going there isn't sending him to his death? Shen Ziqing was startled. Then we'll talk about it then. At this moment, the entrance to the Lost Mines secret realm. Here comes a team. 7 in all. 2 middle-aged men with 5 other young men. These 5 people, with almost silver equipment all over their bodies, even if the individual equipment wasn't silver, they were all bronze. It looks like the strength is approaching that of the Strongman Guild group. One of the Sword and Shield Division tanks was a fat man covered in armor. He held the helmet in his hand and kept gasping for air. It seemed, the defense of the outfit was high, but it was too hot. One was a beautiful young electro-mage with a silver staff in her hand. If Lin Hao was here, he would definitely recognize them. It was clearly his classmates Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuan Si. Yuan Si, Pops and your third uncle organized a team for you today and brought you here to upgrade. Don't worry, it will let you surpass that Lin Hao kid. A middle-aged man with a rather exuberant essence found a chair at the entrance of the replica and sat down. The middle-aged man with him also took a seat on the sidelines. "Third uncle, you have to wait for us here with my father, so I don't care about you guys, we're going into the copy," Ning Yuan-si said. Go go go, although your level is only 12, and that Kid Rock is only 10, but it's okay, you guys follow the three of them, you just eat the experience." It turned out that when Lin Hao went out into the wilderness the next day and the school continued to organize students to play novice copies, Yu Dapeng made an agreement with Ning Yuan-si and decided that it was better to make use of the resources at home. Not only do you build powerful equipment, but you also form a powerful team and come to the Lost Mine to upgrade. Sister Ning, according to the plan, let's brush the normal levels of the Lost Mines 2 or 3 times first, and raise 2 levels so we can try to beat the elite copies. Yu Dapeng stood next to Ning Yuan-si. Aha! Ning Yuan-si nodded, but his gaze went beyond the high wall to the wilderness. What's wrong? Thinking about this Lin Hao kid. He fought the wilderness for a day yesterday, I wonder how many levels he's up to now? At most 1 or 2 levels up, the wilderness isn't this good, we have copy cooldown charms, brushing in this Lost Mines, we'll soon surpass him. I guess he's only level 13 or 14, that's fine, let's enter the copy. A party of 5 disappeared into the entrance of the replica. Entered a normal copy of the Lost Mines. Big brother, this child, Si Yuan, hasn't he always disdained borrowing the power of his family, what stimulated him this time? The man Ning Yuan-si called third uncle laughed. Ning's father laughed, I heard that she was pissed off by a kid named Lin Hao in her class, who rose to level 12 on the first day of the novice copy, and she must have won over him. Hee, children's competitiveness, huh? But who is this Lin Hao? I haven't heard of any Lin family in Yang City. In his opinion, only the support of a large family could lead to such a stunning performance. Where is the big family, a poor boy? By the way, big brother, I heard that the city guards have recently discovered a demonic invasion point on the outskirts of the western city, and now tens of thousands of city guards are defending at all levels, wanting to counterattack back. That third uncle suddenly said. Ning's father shook his head, there are a lot of people in ears here, so we'll discuss this when we get back. Yes. At this time, the 7 people's performance also caught the attention of a group of professionals next to them. No way, isn't the person sitting over there the Ning family head, Ning Tianling? It really is then the other one next to him must be the Ning family's #1 expert, Ning Xingchen. What are these 2 big shots doing here? Didn't you guys hear them just now? Team up and bring Ning Tianling's baby girl here to upgrade. Rich people are good, there are people to run with even when you level up. That little girl is so beautifully born, if I had a daughter like that, I'd help her even if I dumped my family's money. I heard that I only awakened a few days ago, and now I've risen to level 12. Sure enough, upgrading in a big family is just terrifying. Definitely you think it's us civilian players, just relying on ourselves to hack monsters one by one to upgrade up If I can be in a big family, I can take off even if I'm a pig. All of them began to lament that Ju was born at the wrong time and had a bad birth to live such a difficult life. Chapter 39, Passing the Hell Level in 20 Minutes. 6 hours later, Lin Hao appeared at the entrance of the lost mining cave on time again. He headed straight for the door alone with the 2 gold eaters. Look, that kid is here again. That's who you're talking about? The one who fought his way through the Hell Pass? It's only level 16, I don't believe it, Strongman Guild's entire team of full level 20 can't even beat him? You guys are sure? There were more than twice as many people on the scene as there were 6 hours earlier. These are the people who heard the rumors of the magic 6 hours ago. In the morning, a professional with 2 bugs, not talkative and without a word, went straight into the Hell level, and in 2 hours, broke the Lost Mines Hell level that had kept Yang City at bay for over a year. There had even been a number of forces from other provinces and cities that had brought teams over to try to conquer. But without exception, they all failed. Whether it's one person or a team, this is a big deal for the city of Yangchang. If it's an individual, it means a genius is rising. It's impossible not to be concerned. That's why this was the first thing to reach Cho Choi Jun's desk. If it's a team, it shows the strength of the force. If it's like what the Strongman Guild broke, it shows a new level of Strongman Guild power. Broken Hell passed this door flag a tree. And I don't know how many idle professionals have caught wind of joining. So that's why the Strongman Guild is spending huge amounts of money and paying a terrible price to try to conquer through the Hell Pass as well. Without any hesitation, Lin Hao arrived at the door and directly teleported into the Hell level copy. He just went in alone? This news in the morning is still true, ah? The person who said these things was new and had not seen the morning scene. Did you guys see that? Did he go into the Hell Pass? It's Hell Pass, I just saw it. This trip wasn't in vain, and I actually met the real person. I'm going to wait here for 2 hours and see how it turns out. Lin Hao entered the mine. Still the same familiar miners from the beginning. This one was a breeze. Lin Hao directly released 100 or so gold-devouring insects. Open and dry. What was happening in the outside world, Lin Hao hadn't had the time to pay attention to. Nor did he realize that what he had done in the morning had caused such a stir in Yangcheng City. For him, the purpose was very simple. Just want to upgrade, fast. Maybe for others the mines are like a maze. But Lin Hao, who had walked completely once, the map had long been in his mind, and it took more than 2 hours to hit it again in the morning, a time that was not long to say the least, but Lin Hao had an idea that could speed up the speed. At that moment, Lin Hao directly shortcut straight to the direction of the head of the mine supervisor. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Hao saw the head supervisor walk out of the room. 20 gold-devouring insects directly pounced on them. A tearing up of the headman could not be resisted at all. After a few wails, it ran away and howled on. This summons traveled far through the hole in the wall. A rush of footsteps came from all the mines. Like thousands of people running in that direction at the same time. This time, Lin Hao was different from the last time, and would face thousands of lost miners who had heard the news at the same time. Last time, because of the first half, he cleared more than half of it, so then a big battle, his 140 gold eaters versus 500 or 600 lost miners and miner specters. But right now, he's just clearing a handful of dozen on the way in. The huge commotion shook the entire mine cave and reverberated. Coming! Hey! The mountains were generally flooded with uncounted miners. Lin Hao's eyes instantly turned red. Kill! 150 gold eaters, like 150 grim reapers, met the miners. A great battle. Howls, roars, blows. Connecting the dots. More than 1,000 combatants from both sides were fighting in this narrow mine cave. After Lin Hao awakened, he had also gone through several big war scenes. But see the gruesome scene that erupted in a flash. Even though he was calm and steady, his heart was still pounding. 10 minutes later, a mine cave full of cascading corpses of miners and ghosts. Lin Hao's experience bar also came to level 17 and 30%. And at this moment, it was less than 20 minutes before Lin Hao entered the mine. There's never been an upgrade this fast. If only there were twice as many. Every level up now requires too much experience value. Walking while thinking. Lin Hao arrived at the entrance of the stone palace again. I saw the big fat man sitting on the stone chair on the high platform again. Who is it? Dare to break into the mine? A low voice rang out. A sharp gaze stared at Lin Hao. Fatso, we meet again. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. All the gold-eating insects pounced on the cave lord. Another familiar scene. 2 minutes later, the cave lord let out a miserable roar. Successfully killed the cave guard lord, experience plus 100,000. Obtains silver equipment, giant bow and arrow. Obtains silver equipment, giant shoes. Obtained item, Night Star Stone 300. Experience, 2 pieces of silver equipment, and some materials. There's no more Heart of the Night Star. Generally speaking, this kind of first pass is the only special item that pops out. Either it's unique or it's a year or 6 months before it pops back up. Lin Hao hadn't dealt with the Heart of the Night Star in the morning. Before entering the copy in the morning, I heard the next person talking about it. That Strongman Guild's powerful team of level 20 was trying to beat the hellish level, and secondly, they were trying to get their hands on this Heart of the Night Star. Who expects to lose troops and not even succeed? But let Lin Hao take care of it all by himself. I'm sure that what's-his-name Strongman Guild Crown Prince is going to spit out 3 liters of blood when he finds out. 20 minutes. Lin Hao looked at the time, just 20 minutes to beat the hell copy. The first time it took 2 or so hours. Lin Hao walked to the teleportation array and teleported out of the copy with a flash of his figure. At this time, some people were still talking about Lin Hao entering the copy. A white light flashed, and Lin Hao appeared outside the copy. Ha! A professional froze when he saw Lin Hao. Didn't you just go in? Why are you out again? It's like less than 20 minutes, right? Look guys, that kid is coming out. Someone shouted in the distance. Boom. Everyone in the room looked over. There were even countless people rushing over and surrounding them. Dude, what's going on this time? You're out in less than 20 minutes. Was there some kind of accident? A person squeezed in front of Lin Hao and asked. If you don't come out after the fight, what are you still doing inside? Lin Hao returned indifferently. What? The fight's over? Too much? 20 minutes to beat an entire copy of Hell? Bragging rights? I don't believe it. 20 minutes for a normal copy that a team of Wookiees couldn't finish, let alone him being alone and playing a hellish level. The crowd was talking. In the distance, two middle-aged men were drinking tea and chatting. Seeing that such a large number of people were crowding around Lin Hao and erupting in loud murmurs, they all looked over curiously. Chapter 40 Conflict, Departure. Lin Hao was ready to leave. He didn't have much heart to waste time with these onlookers and spectators. There were less than 10 days before the National Unified Grand Martial Arts examination, and he had to improve his strength as much as possible before the reference. Except for waiting for the lost mind time to cool down. He was considering finding other copies or wildlife to brush up on. Just then, the teleportation erased several bright lights, and it was a group of people who came out from the copy. How? A fat man in the group that teleported out exclaimed in surprise. Yu Dapeng? Lin Hao was also slightly stunned. He couldn't expect to see Yu Dapeng here. There was also a mage in the team with a silver shining staff, and the moment she saw Lin Hao, her face was full of surprise. But she slowly hid her surprise and forced a cold expression. What's wrong? Lin Hao, do you want to come and fight the lost mine copy too? Although a few days ago, you upgraded a little bit faster than us, but let me give you a friendly reminder, this lost mining cave is very special. There's a link in it that will suddenly trigger all the monsters to focus on attacking, so if you don't have enough strength, it's better not to go in casually. Yu Dapeng glanced at Ning Yuanxi, then at Lin Hao, and he let out a bitter smile. Sister Ning, brother Hao, what's going on with you two? Especially you, Sister Ning, when you didn't see Lin Hao, you were worried about him at all times. How is it that as soon as you saw him up there, you were obviously worried about him venturing into the copy and getting hurt, but your speech was so cold? Yu Dapeng, what are you babbling about? When have I ever worried about him? Ning Yuanxi's small face reddened, then said with great annoyance. In this team of 5, aside from Ning Yuanxi and Yu Dapeng, there were 2 women and 1 man and 3 professionals. At this time, all 3 of them looked at Lin Hao. Si Yuan, are you the Lin Hao you always mention? A sister asked. Lin Hao saw this sister holding a magic book in her hand. Another mage output? No, it's a milkmaid. Lin Hao suddenly remembered that Everest in his class. The female classmate who always wanted to be Lin Hao's brother. She said that she wanted to awaken a milkmaid who would specialize in milking Lin Hao in the future. At the awakening ceremony that day, she ended up magically awakening as a milkmaid. It was just that after the novice copy, Lin Hao had never seen her again. Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but let his gaze fall to the chest of the girl with the magic book in her hand. So big. Is it possible that the awakening of a nanny is all about boobs? A thought suddenly popped up in Lin Hao's heart. Seeing Lin Hao's gaze fall on her chest, the magic book girl slightly pushed up her chest and laughed. The man is indeed quite handsome, no wonder he made our farce memorable. Why are you like rock? What nonsense? Ning Yuanxi was once again backstabbed by her best friend, and at this point, her face was red. Of the remaining 3, the other woman, who looked a bit older, was frowning. Just now, Lin Hao's behavior of subconsciously glancing at a glance at the milkmaid's chest had fallen into her eyes. It turned out to be a denizen. I thought what kind of god, but it turns out to be a poor professional. The man in the trio interjected in a cold voice. Seeing Ning Yuanxi's attitude towards Lin Hao before, he also perceived that although Ning Yuanxi's words were cold on the surface, in reality, it was indeed, as Yu Dapeng had said, a bit like the small nature between wrongdoers. When he saw it again, Lin Hao had 2 strange little bugs with him, holding a white plate steel sword in his hand, all in an unorthodox match. To say a professional beggar seems an understatement. Is this kind of person worth Ning Yuanxi's heart? The heart was very upset at that moment. Xiaoyan, no one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. Although the man's words were not very excessive, but in his tone of voice, the mocking intent was very obvious. That was heard by everyone. Ning Yuanxi glared at the man right then and there, picking up the refutation. That Xiaoyan didn't dare to mess with Ning Yuanxi, but he couldn't imagine that Ning Yuanxi would start defending Lin Hao so quickly. At that moment, there was an anger rising from the bottom of his heart, and he was even more dissatisfied with Lin Hao. Am I wrong? A spirit department with a blank steel blade, what's not a joke? If indeed your family is in a difficult situation, yes, buy an equipment, this young man can give you a handout of top-tier equipment. He shook his hand and grabbed a bronze staff. Then his hand raised and threw it at Lin Hao. The staff landed on the ground and tumbled a few times, just rolling to Lin Hao's feet. Bronze staff, I guess you've never even seen it, right? Heh, as a reward for see Yuan's sake. Xiao Yun said indifferently. Whoa, what kind of male son is this? A bronze staff is given away just by saying so. At this time there was a shout from one of the spectators on one side. This bronze staff, just take it out and sell it, tens of thousands of dollars, there are people who will grab it. It really is so much better than that blank steel blade in that kid's hand. Replacing the staff, that boy's strength can indeed be increased by a large margin. If only I had a bronze mace, the one I have now is still a normal mace, the attributes added are too little. Xiao Yan looked at the fiery eyes of the bystanders and listened to their exclamations of surprise. His heart was very comfortable. Although a bronze weapon, to him, was also a piece of meat, but with this, it was worth it to suppress that Lin Hao and trigger the onlookers to marvel. He felt that next, that Lin Hao would surely immediately bend down to pick up that bronze staff and then look at himself with gratitude. Xiao Yun, what do you mean? Yu Dupeng said angrily, who are you insulting with a bronze staff? Xiao Yun, you've gone too far, he's my classmate. Ning Yuanxi also shouted angrily. The nanny next to her did not speak, but she also shook her head and her attitude was obvious, feeling that Xiao Yun's approach was not right. Even the woman who didn't have much affection for Lin Hao frowned. It was Lin Hao who felt that Xiao Yun's approach was childish to the extreme. Equipment? Right now in his own backpack, there was a ton of gold and silver equipment. Without even the quality of basic respect, I'm ashamed to be in the company of people like you. Yu Dupeng cursed even more loudly. What do you guys mean? Xiao Yun was instantly stormed by a group of people, and a face immediately filled with blood and red. He did have a circle of dudes, and on weekdays if he behaved himself among them, he was bound to get a crowd of applause. I can't imagine that here, everyone disapproves of themselves and dislikes them. Instantly, he felt very uncomfortable. Originally, he had come here to form a team to play a copy because of Ning Yuanxi's face. It's giving them favors so that these sisters will worship and adore and reap the benefits of goodwill. He's a level 19 professional full of high-level equipment. A few level 10 or so newbies, begging their parents to have themselves brought up, not only not grateful, but also for one of that kind of goods dare to disobey themselves? Fine. Xiao Yun sneered, then you guys play by yourselves. In a fit of rage, he disbanded the group. Xiao Yun leaves the team. I'm waiting for you to beg me. Without me, this team will have to break up soon. You will know who is the most important person when you beg me anew. Xiao Yun stood there, his face filled with a cold and condescending smile. This team of Wookiees, Yu Dupeng was level 10, Ning Yuanxi was level 12, and Nurse was level 11. The three of them were so low level that they were all just playing the game or only contributing marginally. The other was the gaining battle auxiliary, and only Xiao Yun, a level 19, silver-suited archer, was the main output. They had just played a round of normal levels, beating them in an hour and a half, with a very generous experience haul, mostly all because of his performance. Quarreling? In the distance, Uncle San almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Lin's father raised his cup of tea, still with the same bland expression. That kid from the Xiao family, he's been hanging out in the dude circle too much, but that said, which one of those dudes in Yanqing City doesn't have this problem? Do you want me to go and coordinate? Uncle San sighed. No, not to mention such small matters, bigger conflicts, Farsi will have to learn to deal with them on his own, can't we help all the time? Chapter 41, Team Up, Hell Level. Xiao Yun, we thank you for helping us just now, but the language of your behavior just now was too much. Ning Yuanxi was so angry that his face turned green. She didn't expect how Xiao Yun, who seemed to have a gentle demeanor just a moment ago, had suddenly turned into this face. Lin Hao, we'll group you up and fight copies with you. Ning Yuanxi invites you to join the team, do you agree? Lin Hao froze slightly. This scene happened just now, and he, the core person, didn't say a word, and things developed like this. He's not a talker, but his heart is luscious. Certainly know the mind and motives of each and every one of them. That Xiao Yun felt that he had jeopardized his position among those sisters after he appeared, so he tried to step on himself. Unexpectedly, all four of the team were on their side. Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi, in particular, dislike him like crazy. And Xiao Yiyun relied on his master output status to force the others to submit to him forcefully. I just didn't expect that Ning Yuanxi would end up grouping himself. Other than Yu Dapeng, the other two sisters were a bit teary-eyed. Although they disdained Xiao Yiyun's mannerisms, this team really couldn't do without him. Relying on Ning Yuanxi, a level 12 mage, to output? It's fine, one monster at a time. But this is just too inefficient to be cost-effective. As Xiao Yiyun exited his mind, they understood. But of course it was impossible for them to beg him on their knees. They're not like those shameless sisters. Just when they were lamenting that a good team was about to fall apart, they couldn't imagine that Ning Yuanxi was going to group the kid Lin Hao. But what's the point of grouping him? Brother Hao, you point agree although we may fight a little slower, but we can fight just the same. Just now we fought the normal level, be careful, we can also fight. Yu Dapeng said to Lin Hao. Xiao Yiyun listened coldly from the sidelines. In his opinion, these people didn't know how to die and didn't come to beg him, but even had to group a waste. Playing a copy, relying on strength. With a team of trash like that composed, I'll see how you guys cry later. Yes, let's play another round first, and I'll find a high-level output to come over later. Ning Yuanxi also said. Lin Hao said helplessly, it's no use for me to form a team, I just came out of the copy, it'll take another 6 hours before I can go in. Just came out of a copy? That battle auxiliary girl glanced at Lin Hao. Shaped single only shadow of a civilian professional, also do not know if it is really just out of the copy, even if it is estimated that just now is also to rub which team to go in and mix it. She shook her head, surprised that it was rubbing off on her own team now. Ning Yuanxi, this little sister, is still too soft-hearted. Although it's understandable that you have a classmate bond, it's really too impulsive to group him. With less Xiao Yiyun and no output, it was difficult to enter the copy itself again, and there was no point in doing so. Now I can't believe I have to group a paddling, mopping up. Brother Hao, we also just came out of the copy, but we have cooling stones that allow us to skip the cooling time. Yu Dapeng laughed with a smug look on his face. Oh? I can't believe you guys have this. Of course, Lin Hao knew about things like cooling stones, but it was just too expensive, so Lin Hao didn't think about buying this thing to use. In that case, one didn't have to go to the wilderness to brush the monsters for these 6 hours. It's a team of 5 here, but it's still quite a bit more efficient than outside. Besides, he'd always had it in his mind to bring up the boy rock. He clicked, agree. Lin Hao joins the team, a message appeared in the team panel. Give me the captain. Lin Hao suddenly said to Ning Yuanxi after entering the team. Oh. Ning Yuanxi also didn't understand what Lin Hao wanted the captain for. She just obediently let the captain pass. Team leader changed to Lin Hao. Seeing the message, nurse and battle auxiliary froze. Without waiting for them to digest this matter, Lin Hao walked up a few steps. You have chosen to enter the Lost Mine Hell level, do you confirm? Confirmation. Ha? Hell's Pass? The 4 men froze. Was about to call out to Lin Hao. With a flash of white light, the 4 of them were once again teleported into the lost mines. There was a flash of white light in the mine, and 5 people appeared inside the mine. The dark mines led deeper, like a giant beast with an open bloody mouth, and from afar, a few lost miners wandered about, emanating a powerful aura from their bodies. It's more than 10 times more powerful than a normal level. If they found out and charged, they could tear 5 to shreds at any time. Lin Hao, are you crazy? That battle auxiliary girl lost her voice. Even if they entered a normal copy, right now, with the strength of this team, they could only lead them 1 monster at a time and slowly grind them. A moment ago, she had been under the impression that the group was going to disband and then each make their own way. Even if Ning Yuanxi wanted to team up with Lin Hao, she only thought that she was teaming up for fun, and it was understandable to make a gesture between classmates to promote the love of classmates. But I didn't expect that Lin Hao really grouped in after hearing about the cooling stone and immediately asked for the captain. And open the copy level with a lightning fast speed and enter the copy hell level. Hell's Pass? Come here to die? It's over. The milkmaid girl's face went white. We have to find a place to hide and stay up right away, or we're going to be done for in a while. Lin Hao, you. Ning Yuanxi stomped her foot. If she had known that Lin Hao was such a fool, she would not have said anything to give him the captaincy just now. The authority to decide access to the level is the captain of a team. Just now, she was confused and couldn't figure out what Lin Hao wanted the captain for. She didn't think it mattered, so she gave it to him in passing. It was completely unexpected that Lin Hao's purpose for taking the captain was to enter the hell level. Therefore, Lin Hao's actions from asking for the captain to quickly entering the copy were completely premeditated. By no means is anything pointing the wrong way. Lin Hao, what on earth are you thinking? You just said that you've rubbed yourself against other people's teams to enter a copy. You should know the difficulty of this lost mine copy. Is it hard to believe that you've never been in this copy before, and you're so greedy and good-natured that you don't know any better than to go into the hell level copy and have some fun? That's going to kill you. Sorry for dragging you guys down. Ning Yuan-si said a bit apologetically to the other two sisters. There was no doubt that Lin Hao, who operated into the hell level, was her classmate. Her classmates make mistakes and she takes the blame. Brother Hao, you didn't even see it, why did you click into this level? Yu Dapeng also sighed. The only argument, as far as he was concerned, was that he had clicked too quickly and made a mistake. Yu Dapeng straightened his helmet. In a while, if we can't avoid it in any way, and the monster comes over, I'll take the top, and at that time, the nurse will pay attention to help me heal and add blood. But outside the replica, Ben was listening to these rookies' team talk with a proud face. Xiaoyun was still unimpressed. It seemed to him that they who had suffered might understand their importance better. Unexpectedly, after a burst of white light, a few of them actually entered the copy. I thought you guys were ignorant Mai's brother who didn't know any better, but I can't believe you're ignorant Mai's brother who doesn't know any better. There's another title for the Lost Mines, the Mines of Death. Maybe none of you have heard of it? In his opinion, such a team would be sent to their deaths even if they went into the ordinary levels. His gaze swept unobtrusively over the replica magic stones in the doorway. Instantly, he was as petrified. Hell pass? It was hard to digest those 4 words. What an out-of-control mind, so you're going to get yourself killed. Today, I'll be right here, watching how you all end up. He bent down to pick up the bronze staff he had just dropped on the ground like trash. It was a bit embarrassing, but after all, it was a bronze mace, not a blank slate, and it was quite a lot of money to sell it for. This kind of equipment, if it was thrown to those newbie girls, I don't know how many of them would be willing to appreciate it with their bodies. Chapter 42: Killing Enhanced Elite Monsters in Seconds. Xiaoyun, who had left the crowd at the entrance, was still very irritated in his heart. Originally, he was a bit surprised when Ning Yuan-si asked to form a team to brush copies together today. In the circle of rich second generation in Yangcheng City, the always stunning but very cold Ning Yuan-si actually asked herself out, which was an unprecedented thing. This is the kind of situation where you can go and blow off some steam with the rest of the foxes and dogs for a while. It wasn't easy to get someone like Ning Yuan-si to smile and invite him. When I came to the team, I was surprised that there were 2 other girls, and their posture was very good, especially that milkmaid, with such a big chest. It's a woman that a man can't hold in one hand. Therefore, even if he couldn't handle Ning Yuan-si's iceberg, it would still be a joy to take the other 2 girls' hearts. Despite the fact that having an extra dead fat person eating the experience made him very upset, but after understanding it, it was just because he was classmates with Ning Yuan-si and took care of him. Moreover, in terms of face value, 10 dead fat people couldn't compare to one of his own, and this person was not a threat to him at all, so he thought about it. Today is the day to conquer a girl with strength. So, in the first round of normal copy levels, he was selling his output. In the copy, his performance made the girls very satisfied and made him feel good. The streak of arrows that was continuous. Just now, when he exited the copy, his hands were so sore that he could barely lift them. I just didn't expect to come out of the copy and bump into another of Ning Yuan-si's classmates. He himself had only said a few words, but look at that Ning Yuan-si, but like a cat that had its tail stepped on, he immediately jumped up to dislike himself. Iyun, come here. A man shook his hand and shouted at Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun looked at the person who invited his hand and instantly froze. He hurried over and said respectfully, Mr. Lin, third master. Just now, he was surrounded by the crowd and couldn't see, and he couldn't even imagine that Mr. Lin and Master San, who had accompanied Ning Yuan-si over earlier, hadn't left and had been waiting here. Come on, sit down here and rest for a while, what's going on here? Third master asked with a smile. Third master, you don't know. Xiaoyun spat out his grievances, adding fuel to the fire to say what Lin Hao was not. Said he was bent on helping a few people upgrade, but was treated unfairly by them. And aggravated like a freshly weaned child, he almost cried out. Here, the performance is 7 out of 10 and 3 out of 10 is genuine. However, inside the copy, except for Lin Hao, the 4 of them were worried, all thinking about how to find a hole to hide in. How, you? Yu Dapeng suddenly pointed at Lin Hao and exclaimed, "You're even level 17? That battle auxiliary girl immediately said, "Level 17 is level 17, what the hell are you screaming for, those monsters are going to come over later." In her opinion, what was the fuss about level 17, both Xiao Yun and her were still level 19. At this time, Ning Yuanxi probed Lin Hao for a moment and also said with a shocked face, You've even risen to level 17. She had previously thought that Lin Hao could probably rise to around level 14. What was totally unexpected was getting up to level 17. Don't underestimate the 3-level gap, it's not a level at all. The last 3 levels are probably more experienced than the first 14 levels combined. How did you do it? Ning Yuanxi and Yu Dapeng looked incredulous. The reason why they left the novice copy as soon as possible and formed a team to brush the lost mine copy was originally to surpass Lin Hao, the one who vowed to win over Lin Hao. Players below level 20, if they didn't have someone with powerful equipment to lead them, level 10 couldn't play this copy at all. They originally wanted to surpass Lin Hao through this copy. 17 levels? What's all the fuss about, look at you guys. The battle auxiliary girl had a puzzled look on her face. He was awakened with us. Ning Yuanxi said to her. Ha? With your legendary awakening qualifications and with such good equipment, it's surprising that you're only level 12, while he's all the way up to level 17, in that case, it's indeed too much. The battle auxiliary sisters were also appalled when they figured this out. Brother Lin, you're too powerful, aren't you? Nurse looked at Lin Hao with a face of shock and admiration. She, along with Lin Hao, Ning Yuanxi and the others, had also unified and awakened their professions a few days ago. Therefore, she had a more intuitive feeling about Lin Hao having risen to level 17 than the battle auxiliary sister. People aren't even at level 10 yet, they're the lowest level. She flattened her little mouth. However, as a nurse, you are only responsible for putting skills in the back, so the level of the nurse is not as important as the tank and output. Lin Hao, although I don't know how you rose to such a high level in a few days and, admittedly, your upgrades are truly unrivaled, even if you're now level 17, it doesn't change our current situation. The war auxiliary sister chided. You're the one who brought us in at Hell's Pass, and now, what do you suggest we do about it? When it comes down to it, it's not without some grumbling. Lin Shi, Mu Shui, Lin Hao just ordered too fast and ordered wrongly, so you don't need to blame him anymore. I'll take the blame for his mistake, and I'll make it up to you when you get out of the copy. Ning Yuanxi said to the two sisters. As it turned out, the milkmaid was Lin Shi, and that war aide was Mu Shui. Who said I ordered wrong? Lin Hao said indifferently. It's not just a little level of hell. All 4 of them froze at the words. They are now worried about how to survive in this place. But Lin Hao, the one who started it all, said such big words. The guys were about to say something. Yet again, Lin Hao could be heard speaking softly, "Come out, my little friends." More than 100 gold-devouring insects that were bright silver and black, instantly, emerged from the void on Lin Hao's body. A large black swath surrounded Lin Hao. Hideous, terrifying, radiating a powerful aura. This sudden scene startled the 4. Even Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi had seen Lin Hao, the bug tamer profession, in action for the first time. As for Lin Shi and Mu Shui, even more unheard of. What kind of occupation is this? Mu Shui was stunned. Kind of like the summoning department. Milkmaid Lin Shi was also startled just now as she covered her chest in shock. The slightest movement also caused a tremor. But I haven't heard of any pets summoned by the summoning lineage that are this strong, huh? At this time, Yu Dapeng also curiously approached, carefully observing the gold-devouring insect, murmuring, "Brother Hao, is this your favorite insect?" Lin Hao nodded. Go on. With more than 100 gold eaters buzzing and buzzing, they flew towards the mine. A few of the lost miners that were wandering around spotted the gold eaters at that moment as well, and they pounced on them. Your team kills a level 20 lost miner enhanced elite, plus 2,100 experience value. Your team kills a level 20 lost miner enhanced elite, plus 2,100 experience value. Instantly, 4 or 5 messages appeared on the group's public screen. What? The 4 were baffled. Spike? Seconds. That's a level 20 enhanced elite monster? And just get killed by those bugs in seconds? It's too much, isn't it? How is this possible? Chapter 43, pushing all the way across the country, passing in 19 minutes. Let's go, hurry up. Lin Hao said indifferently, then took a step towards the depths of the mine. Don't be shocked, quickly follow. Yu Dapeng saw that Lin Hao had even walked a dozen meters forward. The girl still didn't react much and stood there frozen. Alright, let's follow it up, just see more if you don't understand anything. Ning Yuanxi also said. Lin Hao walked very fast. It was even faster than the speed at which Ning Yuanxi and the girls had brushed their normal copies before. This kind of action, in their perception, is dangerous. It is reckless. But news is swirling around like crazy. Your team kills a level 20 lost miner enhanced elite, plus 2100 experience value. Get item Night Starstone 7. They felt a little numb at the moment. That's it? Is that okay? It's as if you're taking a walk and the experience value comes to you automatically. Totally horizontal push. If they hadn't been so sure that this was the Lost Mine Hell level, they all thought they were in a newbie copy. No, it doesn't make sense for even a newbie copy to be this fast. An oversized leader appeared in front of the crowd. One by one, they hit the detecting spells. Mine Supervisor Leader Enhanced Elite Leader. Rank, 24. Power, 5000. Agility, 2000. Spirit, 1000. Body mass, 5000. Skill, summoning supervisors can summon nearby monsters below the supervisor's level. When they saw the attributes of the monster's head, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Instantly blushing. If this monster rushes forward, will the 5 still be alive? Who can resist? Who can output? They've played the regular copy level. I've also seen this ringleader, but now its attributes are not at all on the same level compared to the previous ones in the normal levels. At least it's more than 10 times what it was before. Facing such a powerful monster, they couldn't think of how to deal with it. Go on. Lin Hao commanded 20 gold-devouring insects to fly towards the leader. In 10 seconds or so, the ridiculously powerful ringleader, in the eyes of the crowd, couldn't fight it off and ran away. The scene in front of them had once again turned their perceptions upside down. Ang on ong. The ringleader made an odd sound as he fled. No good. Battle Auxiliary Mu Shui screamed. It'll call all the monsters over. Nurse Linshur was also so alarmed that she lost her voice. As the two men's voices fell, a ground-shaking run sounded from all the mines. Heck, there were countless monsters rushing towards this place. Like a volley of mountains. This time, even Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi's faces changed drastically. They had just played the normal level. The front all the way to advance quite good, also stumbled into this one scene. Instantly the whole team all messed up. At that time, they backed up quickly and ended up hiding in a mine room. Li took advantage of the jamming point of this terrain. The monsters can't come pouring in all at once. It took over 40 minutes to cope with this crisis. And now, even more monsters were gathering over. It came like a tsunami landslide. I'm afraid it's in the thousands. And, not to mention that leader, every single reinforced elite monster at the lowest level alone was uniquely powerful. This wave of shock. What team can resist? Lin Hao, let's quickly find a room to hide. Ning Yuanxi shouted urgently. Brother Hao, there are too many monsters, I definitely can't resist. Yu Dapeng also lost his voice. Don't be afraid, just stand here and watch. Lin Hao said indifferently. Go on. A soft cry. The hundreds of gold eaters that had been waiting buzzed to meet the thousands of miners that had rushed in. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. A battle like a big American blockbuster was staged in front of the crowd. Flying sand and darkness in the sky. Countless miners screamed in agony. It echoed throughout the mine. Your team kills a level 20 lost miner enhanced elite, plus 2100 experience value. Your team kills a level 20 lost miner enhanced elite, plus 2100 experience value. Your team kills a level 20 lost miner enhanced elite, plus 2100 experience value. Countless messages brushed across the group panel. So fast that you can't see it with the naked eye. Dozens of them. Hundreds of articles. Uncountable. A white light flashed. Yu Dapeng upgraded to level 11. Another white light flashed, and Ning Yuanxi upgraded to level 13. Another white light flashed as Nurse Linshur upgraded, from level 8 to level 10. Straight up 2 levels. You've all been upgraded, huh? Battle-Aid Mushwa looked at the scene with shock. In this minute of time, I've also risen to level 1995%. This is more experience than I've gotten from fighting monsters outside for a few days. In less than 10 minutes, all the monsters, including the leader, were lying on the ground. The other 4 looked at the ground full of monster corpses. At the moment, they were numb. Go, fight the boss. Lin Hao stepped over the monster corpses layered on the ground and walked forward. Lin Hao had even walked 20 to 30 meters. It took a few of these to react and stagger to keep up. A huge stone palace appeared in front of the crowd. I saw the big fat man sitting on the stone chair on the high platform again. Before the normal level copy boss, the 5-member team also fought for half an hour before grinding it to death. Now it's a hell of a level. How powerful will this boss be? How can I beat this boss? Who is it? Dare to break into the mine? A low voice rang out. The voice echoed in the empty stone palace. The crowd was in shock. Hurriedly, he released his detection spell. Cave Lord's leader rank monsters. Rank, 30. Power, 8,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 1,000. Body mass, 6,000. Skills, strike, fly. Skill, flying 20% chance of sending opponent flying when slashed by a large sword. It's horrible. The 4 men's faces changed drastically. The attributes are too outrageous, aren't they? The 4 men felt their mouths dry and their arms and legs weak as they faced the big, fat man who weighed dozens of tons sitting on a stone chair. Rumble. With a loud bang, the entire stone palace collapsed as if it was about to collapse. It was this big fat guy who took a leap and jumped down in front of the crowd. A sharp gaze swept the crowd. Fatso, we meet again and again. Lin Hao hemmed and hawed. Ha! That cave lord looked at Lin Hao, his expression slightly dumbfounded. It seemed to feel that the person in front of it was a bit familiar. But can't think of where I've seen it before. All of you invaders, you must die. It roared. Kill. Lin Hao waved his hand, and more than 100 gold-devouring insects pounced towards the cave lord. 2 minutes. The cave lord fell to the ground with a roar. Successfully killed the cave guard lord, experience plus 30,000. Obtains silver equipment, giant helmet. Obtains silver equipment, giant one-handed sword. Obtained item, Nightstar Stone 400. Plenty of experience, 2 pieces of silver equipment, and a large amount of materials. The final alert message flashed across the group's public screen. But the 4 had wooden faces. Dead? This ridiculously powerful cave lord boss is dead? Just pass? It's a hell of a level. Everyone's pale color is becoming a hell of a level. If not in person. If someone else had told them that, they wouldn't have believed it. From the moment you entered the copy, to now, killed the boss and beat the level. None of them let go of a single skill. Even a little lightning bolt. Or a little healing spell would be nice. But no. After what seemed like a casual walk around the mine. Then countless experiences and items are delivered to your door. While there are hit and miss, scratch and miss characters out there, this time, it's 2 scratch and miss. Come on, let's get out. Lin Hao waved at the crowd. A white light flashed and the crowd appeared outside the copy. 19 minutes through. Ning Yuan Si muttered. Chapter 44. Frantically brushing the book. The Ning family, the largest family in Yang City, was so powerful that it was just a few big guilds that could match it for a bit. The family head, Ning Mo Feng, and the oldest 3, Ning Mohua, both of them were also top-ranked powerhouses in Yang City. The Xiao family is not bad either, but it's a few streets behind the Ning family. Therefore, even the wealthy son Xiaoyun, who had good strength, didn't dare to act out in front of the 2 bigwigs. Always careful to talk along. Xiaoyun was level 19, full of silver armor, and in the eyes of ordinary people, he was also the pride of the heavens. At that moment, a white light flashed from the duplicate entrance teleportation array. It was Lin Hao, Ning Yuan Si and the other 5 who went out of the copy. They came out? Third Master Ning Mo Fire was the first to see Lin Hao, Ning Yuan Si and the others teleporting out. By the look on their faces, the guys were happy, not like they'd been hurt in any way. His heart was slightly more at ease. Earlier, when he had learned from Xiaoyun that those few people had entered the hell-ranked copy, his heart had lifted up. What nonsense! A hell-level copy, is it something they can go in with their strength now? Ning Yuan-si, too, is too much nonsense. As a professional, the first lesson, you should be able to acquire the ability to accurately assess the strengths of all parties. Ning Yuan-si had awakened to the electromancer profession a few days ago at the legendary level, and the entire Ning family was greatly shaken, making every member of the Ning family very happy. Legend awakening profession, no surprises, 10 years, another dragon. The Ning family has produced another great talent. The entire family decided that they were ready to focus piles of resources on bringing her up. The piece of cultivating the young people of the Ning family had always been the responsibility of Ning Yuan-si's third uncle, Ning Manhwa. That's why he'll lead the team here himself. As for Ning Mo Foam coming over, it was the act of a father accompanying his daughter, signaling his support for her. Ning Mofire felt that it was very unwise for Ning Yuanshi to choose to enter the Hell Copy. As a future powerhouse of the Ning family, one should know how to assess the situation and make accurate judgments. How could he know that entering the Hell Copy was entirely Lin Hao's operation? Weird. Ning Mofire was slightly stunned for a moment. Less than 20 minutes, how are they going to get out? With this copy, you're either trapped inside, overboiled for 12 hours, and automatically squeezed out by the copy. Either that, or there are some special props that force the copy to break out. He didn't remember Ning Yuan-si carrying such a prop. Yeah, what happened to them, coming out? Xiao Yun was also at a loss. Yun, go get them for me, I need to ask about the situation. Good. Xiao Yun stood up. How many cooling stones do you have? At the entrance of the copy, Lin Hao asked. We have 10 more on us. Ning Yuan-si replied. Then how about we keep going in and brush 10 times in a row? At this rate, if you swipe 10 times in a row, what a horrible gain. This kind of gain, not to mention that they are not tired at all, even if they are tired to death, they are still willing to Yeah. Lin Shi and Mu Shui exclaimed excitedly. The extremely fast upgrades just now were too good for them. If you don't need to rest, we'd certainly like to. Ning Yuan-si was also very happy. Brother Hao, following you to play copies is just like riding a rocket, this upgrade speed, it's too exaggerated and perverted. Yu Dapeng's eyes were filled with stars. I really doubt that if I brush on like this, even I will have a chance to enter Qingbei Martial Arts University. Qingbei Martial Arts University, the top martial arts college in Daxia. A round of hell levels, played in less than 20 minutes. Experience rubbed off on me. It simply took them by surprise. This speed, simply. Hearing that Lin Hao still continued to take them, and that the momentum was to brush through 10 times in one breath. They were on fire with excitement. Such a speed of upgrading, that was something that one wouldn't even dare to think of before. Of course they agreed. They were afraid that Lin Hao wouldn't take them anymore. You choose the Lost Mine Hell level, are you sure? Okay. Whoosh. A few flashes of white light and the 5 entered the copy again. At this time, Xiao Yin had only taken a few steps. His jaw dropped as he watched the disappearing few. Another. Went in again? What's going on? He couldn't figure it out. If they had just used a special prop and forced their way out of the copy in the process, but this time, they went back in, what about this? It's not like they're taking a teleportation flight for fun, is it? Could it be? Did they just beat the copy? No way. How is this possible? The Lost Mines Hell level is a big name in the city of Yang. It was said that the Prince of the Strongmen Guild had been organizing the strongest level 20 team in the conquest, but it just hadn't been successful. On the contrary, they have lost a lot of manpower and suffered heavy losses. Could Ning Yuan-si and Lin Hao, a low-level team, beat it? Impossible. Xiao Yun didn't believe it. Only, the scene in front of him confused him. He had to rejoin the two big men. They went back in? Ning Imova also saw that Xiao Yun hadn't walked past them yet, and the girls who had just come out, quickly went in again. Aha! Xiao Yun didn't know what to say. Ning Mofire frowned and thought for a moment. Then, turning his head to look at Ning Mo Foam, Big brother, what do you think? In the scene just now, Ning Mofling had of course seen it as well. He mused for a moment. It's reasonable to say that it's impossible for them to get through a hell level copy. Among them, the highest level is just a 19th level battle auxiliary, and the others are 17th level, 12th level, and even less than 10th level. The Lost Mines are said to drop the Night Star Stone from the first hanging of a hell-ranked boss. The attraction is not insignificant, and the Strongmen Guild is desperately paying a huge price to try to take it down for this very purpose. All of their teams are extreme level 20, with equipment starting at least silver, but after playing countless times, they still can't take it down, which is enough to prove that although the Stone of the Night Star is very tempting, this copy, the difficult negative, is indeed very high. If they went into the Hell Pass just now, came out, and went in again, then there's only one possibility, and that's that they did beat the Hell Pass just now, and went in a second time to brush up on their upgrades. Mr. Ning, they went into a copy of Hell, how is that possible? Xiao Yun muttered. For a team like this, pass? He doesn't believe it. And don't want to believe it. By now, he was regretting it. He suddenly felt as if he had not only missed an opportunity to upgrade, a great opportunity to brush up on his equipment and share it. Most importantly, participating in clearing the Hell level, that was something that could be taken as a major honor in Yangcheng City. Of course, relying on Ning Yuanchi, Yu Dapeng and a few others won't do it. That Lin Hao isn't simple. Ning Mo Feng said faintly. Him? The guy with the white plate steel sword came to Xiao Yun's mind. How it can't be trusted. Ning Mo Fire laughed. How about the truth? When they come out in 20 minutes, everything will be known. Just now, they thought that Ning Yuan, Si Lin Hao and the others would take a long time to come out, so they leisurely drank tea. But now with 20 minutes of alignment time, the time felt very slow while waiting instead. Xiao Yun even looked towards the teleportation port every minute or two. About 18 minutes or so. A few flashes of white light. Unsurprisingly, Ning Yuanxi and Lin Hao teleported out of the entrance of the copy again. This time, Xiao Yun immediately stood up. Couldn't be bothered to run over there. Opening his mouth, he tried to yell out to Ning Yuanxi. But, just then, there was a flash of white light, and these 5 people disappeared back into the doorway. He went into the copy again. His heart was numb. Chapter 45 Wife, come out and see God. At this time, the other professionals lingering at the entrance of the replica also found Lin Hao's team operating. A white light goes in and another white light comes out. Then another white light went in. What kind of levels are these boys playing so fast as they go in and out? Man, what else is there to do but play the normal levels? Even if it's a normal level, this is too fast, isn't it? It's not surprising. It's possible for some professionals with good family backgrounds to pile on the equipment, pile on the recovery potions, and push hard regardless of the cost, even though they are at a lower level. A copy of the Cooling Stone, the price is not less than 200,000, this ing really big money just a few times, I'm afraid to consume greatly hundreds of thousands, right? Is it really worth it to do this for a normal copy? The pleasures of the rich are often so plain and boring. A bunch of door-to-door professionals were talking. That's not right, I remember just now these guys seem to have entered the Hell Pass? A professional said hesitantly. Professionals enter different levels, and when they do, the entire copy of the Magic Stone takes on a different color for a little while before it slowly fades away and recovers. White normal, yellow elite, gold nightmare, purple hell. Hell's level? No kidding, you're probably blind. No, I saw it too, just now, the moment they went in, the entire Magic Stone took on a purple color? It can't be true, can it? Passing the Hell level in less than 20 minutes, do you think it's possible? Oh, guys, are you telling jokes? 18 minutes and another white light came on. The 5 appeared outside the copy. When the few people who were arguing saw Lin Hao and the others come out, after a moment of surprise, one of the professionals couldn't help but ask a question. Hey kid, you guys just went into the ground. The 5 disappeared back into the teleportation port and into the replica. At this moment, the entire replica Magic Stone emitted a purple glow. I'm not mistaken, am I? They're really into the Hell barrier. Is this copy of Magic Stone broken? Less than 20 minutes to brush the Hell level? And, how is it possible to get through completely unharmed? It's too much, it's too unbelievable. As the violet light came on, instantly the entire entrance to the replica was like dropping an atomic bomb. The crowd was shocked beyond belief. The people at the door today, a few of yesterday's legendary witnesses, were not there. If they were there, they would have known by now. But now, each and every one of them feels that this is a big news. There was a flurry of open trader centers, sending messages to friends, fellow traders, reporting on what was happening in front of them. Soon hundreds of people in the neighborhood converged on the doorway and argued. Another 18 minutes later. White light flashed and 5 people appeared. Immediately, the purple light flashed and disappeared back into the copy. Out and in again? A copy can still be played like this? Damn, I've really grown up today. A professional who looks a little bit like Wu Mingda, I don't know what kind of fight he had with his wife or something, was slapped by his wife and crouched on the ground. Just now, Lin Hao and the others came out and almost stepped on him. He muttered, "Wow," in again. 18 minutes. 5 came out, and in an instant, went back in. He had also heard people nearby talking about it, and had seen that the little players were the ones who kept playing the hell levels. This incredible scene happened over and over again in front of him. He muttered again, "Ah," in again. In 10 or so minutes, Lin Hao and the others came out for the 5th time and went in for the 6th time. The man was still crouched on the ground. He watched Lin Hao and the other 5 go in and out, and at this moment, his heart was numb. Already a mute face. "Wife, come out and see God." Never mind that the scene was basically filled with level 10 and 20 professionals. At this moment, Ning Mofeng and Ning Mofire, who were drinking tea in the distance, froze. So frantic to get a copy. They are also seeing it for the first time. That kind of careful preparation, planning, and designing fits in the face of a high-risk copy, with a mid-course break to recover or whatever, is a joke. At this time, Xiao Yun was beside the 2 big brothers. Watching the guys go back and forth in and out, seeing all the focus of everyone's eyes on them. It's all being talked about. It was a time when the whole world was in awe of them. They are, in fact, the center of attention in this world. If he hadn't left the team, he'd be standing center stage at this point. And at this point, he's like a clown on the sidelines. Thinking of the taunt he had just made to Lin Hao. Thinking about how you feel like you have a bit of output power, you want to force a few people to submit to you. It's more of a trick to get away from the team. He felt as if, right now, there were several pairs of invisible hands that were constantly slapping him in the face. His whole face, now fiery and crimson. At this man's time, in all directions, people were constantly running towards this place. There were 10 or 20 leveled ones, as well as 20, 30, and even 40 leveled professionals. Obviously, many of them were not here to play copies. Rather, they've heard about what's going on here and have all rushed over to see what's going on. The number of people is increasing. From 100 or so at the beginning, to 200 or 300, to 400 or 500. To thousands. All huddled near the entrance to the lost mine. The crowds are surging. Just then, a clanging footstep came. A group of players with shining equipment, all level 20, appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Every one of them had the word dirt written all over their faces. Among them, the one leading the group was a mage with a cold face. "It's the Prince of the Strongman Guild coming," someone exclaimed. Strongman Guild, the most powerful professional guild in Yang City. Haven't they been trying to first pass the Lost Mines Hell level and get the Night Star Stone? However, I've heard that they keep failing and have lost many people. Then since the Stone of the Night Star is a first pass burst item, doesn't that mean that the team just now has gotten the Heart of the Night Star? Precisely. This is something that the Strongman Guild aspires to obtain, and now that the peaches have been picked by others, there will definitely be a good show in a while. The Strongman Guild has always been very strong. What they want, they will get it no matter what. In a moment, do you think there will be a fight? Off. One of the swordsmen tanking in the Toho team pulls the group of people gathered around the entrance to the replica away from them. Those who were pulled away just wanted to curse, turn their heads, only to realize that they were members of the Strongman Guild, and immediately silenced themselves. Make room. Crown Prince, the first pass copy team is still in the copy. Should we take them down later? A member of the team said to the cold lead mage. The Heart of the Night Star is ours. We paid such a huge price and saw that we were about to take it down, but we let these little mongrels get there first. How can that be? Another member of the team said. The crowd on the sidelines heard the conversation and sensed the smell of gunpowder in it. Some of the more timid ones began to quietly pull away. Are you kidding me? If we fight later, it's too late to run. Chapter 46 Full Skill plus 1 level equipment. The Prince of the Strongman Guild? Xiao Yun also saw the new team at this time. He blushed and stood up in a hurry, then trotted over to him. He felt that he had just been abandoned by Lin Hao, Ning Yuanxi and the others. He chalked it up to everyone being in a different circle and on a different level. He recognized himself as the son of a family gate, and with some poor professionals, we all would have had different values and different worldviews. How can you blend in? Now, he suddenly saw the Prince of the Strongman Guild appear, and it was as if he had seen one of his own. How are you, Prince? Xiao Yun walked in front of that leading mage and greeted him somewhat fawningly. Xiao Yun? That mage was also slightly stunned when he saw Xiao Yun. Why are you here? What are you doing here? Xiao Yun was of course too embarrassed to be truthful about what he had just done. I came over with Ning Yuanxi to team up for a copy, but then I got tired and rested on the sidelines. Ning Yuanxi also came over to play a copy? Yes, I was tired and didn't want to fight, so she went in with some of her classmates to play a copy. Oh? Then you don't play a copy or go back, squatting here in the middle of nowhere. Is there a pretty girl here for Mr. Xiao to look at? The mage snorted. Prince, you really know how to joke. Xiao Yun's face was a bit sardonic. He rolled his eyes, then said, the crown prince must have come over because he wants the heart of the night star, right? I know who it is on. On who? That lead mage's face was cold as he faintly asked. On someone named Lin Hao. Xiao Yun said with certainty. Oh? What kind of person is this? I've never heard of such a great god. The prince had played multiple rounds of hell-level copies, and he had the deepest experience of how difficult it was. At first he heard the news here. It was simply unbelievable that anyone other than him could beat the hell level. But with the idea that no matter what, the heart of the night star he must get it. He came in time. The heart of the night star has long been thought to be used to make jewelry for elemental defense. But the Strongman Guild recently got a recipe for synthesis. It contained a recipe for ingredients to create a full skill plus 1 level necklace. The heart of the night star is the very main ingredient in it. Full skill plus 1 level equipment, that's top of the line equipment. The value of such a piece of equipment is unimaginable. The more it is used on high level professionals, the more valuable it becomes. If it's taken out to auction, I'm only afraid that any professional with a bit of strength around the world would want to get it. So, for a while now, the Strongman Guild had the level 20 players in the guild matched with the best equipment possible. Then attack the hell level. Only, almost every time, it fell to the skill of alpha summoning. Hundreds or thousands of enhanced elite monsters attacked at once. It's too hard to resist. For the last time, they finally found a way to keep avoiding contacting the ringleaders without touching them first, clearing out all the monsters in the mines first. The ringleaders are dealt with last. As expected, the leader had no minions to summon at all, even though he had used his summoning skill. Only, in the end, when facing the boss, a professional still died before escaping. It's too hard. In order to get the heart of the night star, before and after, 6 or 7 people have died. At this moment, Xiao Yun replied, where is Lin Hao, a great god? He's a classmate of Ning Yuanxi's class, a poor player, he's a spirit profession, and he's still holding a white plate steel sword. Do you think it's funny? A poor player? So, this person, he doesn't have much background or power at all in Yang City? The prince said indifferently. Yes, that's it. Xiao Yun said with certainty. So where is he now? Just in the copy, teamed up with Ning Yuanxi to fight the copy. His strength is very low and weak, only level 17 only, just don't know how he found a bug in the hell copy, so... Humph, I told you, if the hell pass can't be beaten by my Strongman Guild, it's unlikely that anyone else will be able to beat it. The Crown Prince's face gradually cooled down, before, also thought that if it is which party strong person to beat the copy, got the Stone of the Night Star, he would like to negotiate to make the other party spit out. Of course, that one can be crafted to be plus 1 level in all skills is certainly not going to be said. At best, let's say it's one that can craft defense equipment. Defense gear is just so much less expensive than attack gear. However, since it was a poor boy who was low ranked, had little strength, and had only crookedly gotten a partial method to beat the level, then he dared to refuse the Strongman's Guild's request? Perhaps even the initial projected millions could be saved. Give 30 or 50 grand and you can probably get rid of it. Just as he was thinking, a white light flashed. The team of 5 came out onto the teleportation array, and it was clear that Lin Hao and the others had played a round of copies and came out. That's him, he's Lin Hao. Xiao Yun shouted. The prince of the Strongman Guild's eyes narrowed slightly as he was about to speak. White light flashed, and this team of 5 instantly disappeared again. The prince froze. He was calculating how to subdue the other party and make them obediently take out the Stone of the Night Star. I didn't realize that the team that had just come out had instantly re-entered the copy. It made him a little uncomfortable for a moment. At this moment, the magic stone in front of the replica was emitting a purple glow. A Strongman Guild member said, sure enough, they're into the Hell Pass. Then the Stone of the Night Star must be in their hands. another person said. Damn, what a run. What a joke, thinking that we can't do anything to them just because they ran into the copy. It's too childish, then we'll guard here. That's when the prince recovered. Just now, just as he was about to speak, these guys disappeared, making it seem as if he had punched his fist on cotton, which was very difficult and unpleasant. It is also very disrespectful. In the entire city of Yang, which professional would not come down and greet him respectfully when he saw him? At that moment, he said coldly, clear the field, prepare to get ready for battle, those people will come out again later, subdue them first. Yes. 4 voices responded. Then the 4 outside the prince began to clear the doorway to the replica. Drive the other professionals away. The strongman guild approach is indeed bullying. Right away, there were many professionals who were extremely dissatisfied. Just seeing these few people, each of them was covered in high-level equipment, and, behind them, was the powerful strongman guild. So, being unceremoniously evicted, one can only swallow one's anger. There was nothing to be done about it except to mentally, or whisper curses. Of course, they didn't really leave, they just left the entrance of the replica. After clearing the field in particular, several professionals from the strongman's guild stood in different positions. Heck, it's an attack formation. There's no one who doesn't want to see such a big buzz, such a big melon. The strongman guild's people are putting up such a big fight, trying to attack the farthings. Third Master Ning Manhwa, who was drinking tea in the distance, said in a cold voice. Ning Manhwa sniffed and said lightly, the strongman guild has always been arrogant and domineering in Yangcheng City, and that son of Long Tun, Long Biotian, even calls himself some kind of prince. If they really dare to make a move against Yuan Si, we wouldn't mind uprooting the strongman guild. Mofire, you go and make some layouts right away, perhaps, the opportunity we've been waiting for so long will appear today. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ning Mofeng's mouth. Chapter 47, A Shocking Harvest. Inside the mine. This was the 9th time Lin Hao and the others entered the Lost Mines Hell level. Used the cooling stone 8 times. 8 times, about 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours, that's just over 2 classes if you were in a classroom before. But now, Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, Mu Shui and the others were so excited that their entire bodies trembled. Even Ning Yuan Si was no exception. They felt for the first time that upgrading, as it turned out, was such a simple thing. Is can be so crazy. This is a perfect example of money combined with extraordinary strength. The Hall of 8 rounds of Hell Pass is horrifying. The equipment and items exploded from the monsters were piled up. There were nearly 20 pieces of silver equipment. It was important to know that silver equipment, until a level 30 professional, was a sought-after item, and was considered to be an extremely valuable piece of equipment. Professionals of this level were covered in mainly normal, or partially bronze, outfits, with only a small amount equipped with some silver outfits. A silver equipment, sold outside, 1 million or several 100,000 was not a problem at all. That's tens of millions of dollars in revenue. And, there are tens of thousands of Night Star Stones. Night Star Stone was one of the most commonly used materials by alchemists, and it was not at all a problem to sell. So, even after spending over 1 million cooling stones, it's a complete drop in the bucket compared to the harvest. If there are enough cooling stones, it can be used perfectly well as a daily spending trench and is a bloody good deal of money when the expenses are compared to the benefits. However, only a pervert like Lin Hao could do this. Just like the other normal, elite, and nightmare levels in the Lost Mines, the drops are nothing more than normal or bronze equipment. And, during the course of playing the level, a large number of support items such as recovery potions and whatnot are consumed. All of these are not low cost. Therefore, almost no professional could use a cooling stone with impunity. Previously, Ning Yuan Si and Yu Dapeng had used their family's power to collect 10 cooling stones, which were to be used as a sprint for the Great Martial Examination. Besides, items like cooling stones are very special and rarely circulated in the market. Therefore, Lin Hao didn't consider using this kind of prop in front of him. These 8 rounds of replica fights, the monetary gain wasn't the main thing was the experience value that was harvested. Lin Hao, too, had risen from the original level 17 to level 19. One more level up and you reach the all-important level 20 mark. It was also a bit unexpected for Lin Hao to rise so quickly. He had thought that by forming a group, he would be heavily splitting the low experience value. But in reality, not many scores are low. Thousands of monsters exploding over and over again is just too efficient. Ning Yuan Si's level, too, had risen from the original level 12 to level 17. Up 5 levels. This made her keep looking at Lin Hao with complicated eyes. Inside is full of shock. It turned out that Lin Hao was fighting monsters in this way. Before, she was thinking of sneaking a sprint with the two Udapeng. Then, surpass Lin Hao. Seeing each other again surprised Lin Hao. She had all fantasized several times about the surprised and submissive look in Lin Hao's eyes when he saw her level. Thinking about it made her feel very good. But today, teaming up to fight monsters, she really got it. Turns out, her fantasized coolness was just wishful thinking. This person, Lin Hao, was someone she could barely surpass in the past, present, and even in the future. She was convinced. She really was totally convinced. This was 3 years of real conviction since competing with Lin Hao in the same class. Luckily, it was just a rivalry between classmates, not a hostile relationship. Then, if you can't win the fight, then consider getting close together. Yu Dapeng, from the original level 10, has risen to level 16. Up 6 levels. This made him go crazy, and he wanted to squat down and hug Lin Hao's thighs hard many times. In terms of address, the original Hao has long since changed to boss. One must know that before awakening, he was the bottom of the class in terms of academic scum. Luckily, his family has a little money, and he's a thug, so his previous vision was to be a loser. Just live a life of laying flat. It's just that, unexpectedly, when he awakened the combat profession. This makes his father Lao Yu happy crazy, in addition to a large banquet, but also at once more than $5 million pocket money allocated over to him. He was even fitted with a premium outfit. Just as he was planning to rise to around the 11th level or so before the big exam, he could also enter a nice advanced academy then. However, teaming up with Lin Hao today completely broke his perception. His vision of life was once again pulled up by Lin Hao. It's all upgraded to level 16 now. With his current strength, it was entirely possible for him to impact Qingbei Martial Arts University. How dare you imagine this before? Sibei Budo University, what an unreachable place it was before. Now, surprisingly, it became seemingly within reach. It was incredible. He pinched himself several times, afraid he thought he was dreaming. And that milkmaid, Lin Shi, had risen from her original level 8 to level 15. Up to a full 7 levels. One white light after another lit up from himself. Each time, she felt shiver after shiver run through her entire body. She is a student at the 6th Form College. Involved in Ning Yuanxi's team as a nursemaid due to his acquaintance with her. Initial level, just 8. She had thought before that it was just more money to spend in slightly more efficient upgrades. I didn't realize that when I got here, it changed. And then, to gain such a splash of riches. The way she looked at Lin Hao went from being indifferent at first, to being surprised, to being shocked, and now to being infatuated. Lin Hao's not pleasantly calm, cold look became so charming in her heart. It was overwhelming. So much so that later on, she always found ways to get close to Lin Hao. Seeming to feel the manly hormones emanating from Lin Hao's body, she felt like her body was melting and her eyes were red. If Ning Yuanxi wasn't here, I'm afraid she couldn't resist moving her hands and pouncing on them. That's what makes a strong man. Hyperbole, but it's the truth. As for the original highest leveled one, Battle Auxiliary Mu Shui, who was originally level 19, had now also risen to 97% of level 20. After this round, she'll never get in again. She had seen Xiao Yan bullying Lin Hao before, and she immediately showed her revulsion. But for Lin Hao, she was only sympathizing and defending based on moral righteousness. But now, she's completely changed her mind. It wasn't entirely because, by following Lin Hao, she had gained great upgrade benefits. Relatively speaking, she is more mature and sees things differently than a little sister like Nana. People like Lin sure love because they adore. She, on the other hand, will see the meaning behind the strength. In her opinion, someone like Lin Hao, who was so strong that he was perverted, had only just risen to the top though. But this kind of person is destined to be the most powerful on one side. If he could develop smoothly, he would surely become a strong person who dominated the party. Become the highest level of power. So, she wanted to please him, she wanted to bond with him. Just, not sure how to do it. She's really struggling. It's just a pity that he's too strong and he himself is too weak. His breasts are no match for Lin Shi, and his face is no match for Ning Yuanxi, and he can't follow him, otherwise, no matter if it's himself or the Mu family, they will be able to get a great takeoff in the future. Chapter 48, They Want Something From Me. Another session of the head honcho giving an angst-ridden screed. When they came in for the first time, the 4 people outside Lin Hao were so shocked that their faces turned pale and their hands and feet went limp, thinking that the next moment, they would die here. By the third time, facing the monsters that rushed over like a mountain. They are still shocked and horrified. But now, faced with the monstrous swarm that rushed in like a tsunami. These girls were talking and laughing. How come it feels now that these monsters are still too few? Lin sure laughed. Me too, and, whereas I used to think they were vicious, now they've turned into experienced courier cuties. Ning Yuan Si chimed in. For some reason, I now want to go see the dead fatso again. Yu Dupang laughed out loud. Hundreds of gold-eating insects killed thousands of monsters with blood. The corpses are piled up like a mountain. Lin Hao's face, however, didn't have much expression, his eyes a bit empty, not knowing what he was thinking. What's on your mind, boss? Yu Dupang asked curiously. Of course it's because Brother Hao is numb to this kind of scene. There's nothing new, Brother Hao, those monsters really aren't much to look at. You might as well take a look at Sister Lin, it might be a little fresh. Lin sure threw a healing spell to Lin Hao, triggering Lin Hao to look over, and she held up her proud, huge breasts. And she glanced provocatively at Ning Yuan Si's forehead. Alright, Lin sure, can you stop being a nymphomaniac? Ning Yuan Si was quite helpless in his heart at the fact that Lin sure was always teasing Lin Hao intentionally or unintentionally. In his heart, a sense of crisis had actually arisen vaguely. Lin Hao, this guy, is into that kind of big. Lin Hao, are you worried about not having enough cooling stones? After you finish brushing these 2 times and use up 10 cooling stones, you can go back to rest. I'll discuss with my family then and ask them to find a way to collect more cooling stones, and in the following days, we can all upgrade here. Money is not a problem, that old guy at my home has plenty of it, I'll ask him for it too. Yu Dupang patted his chest. Lin Hao shook his head. Did you guys notice what happened at the entrance to the replica when we went out just now? He said suddenly. The doorway? There's nothing special going on. Yu Dupang froze for a moment. Ning Yuan Si was also a bit puzzled. I remember. Mu Shui suddenly said. Just now, at the entrance of the replica, it was Strongman Guild's crown prince, Dragon Friar, who was there with his team, and, as if waiting for us, his eyes were a bit strange. Yeah, that reminds me. Lin sure said. It's a pity that the copy is isolated from the connection, otherwise, I could have asked Xiao Yun outside what's going on, and just now, it seems that I saw him as well. Ning Yuan Si said. Lin Hao was very powerful now. For ordinary low-level professionals, even if they had better equipment, Lin Hao wasn't afraid. That doesn't mean, however, that he's hypersensitive to the situation around him. On the contrary, very strong. The first time he came here and tried to enter a copy, he met that team of the so-called Strongman Guild attacking the Hell level. And, it looks arrogant and bossy. At that time, a swordsman tank even bumped into him. He thought briefly and seemed to understand. Mu Shui was right, those people were, indeed, waiting for them at the door. What is the purpose? Of course it is known that those of you who have beaten the hell out of the barrier. That must have gotten the item Heart of the Night Star. It was something that the Strongman Guild had paid a lot of money for and had been trying to get for a long time. But what's the point of guarding the door? You want to rob me? In the wilderness, isn't there a team of professionals known as the Four Evils of Yangchang? It was also trying to steal the boss items from himself and Zhao Xiaoling. But what became of the results? 4 people were buried in the belly of the worm. The worm will remain in that uninhabited valley forever. Battle of the Valley. It was Lin Hao's first time to kill someone. And, it was killed in an extremely gruesome way. That one killing could be said to have allowed Lin Hao to gain as if he were a newborn, this world, unlike in school. It's a cold world. It's not just monsters that kill people. People kill people too. If it wasn't for his own strength, what happened to himself and Zhao Xiaoling that night would have been tragic. 5 kills in a row. Lin Hao's body was already tainted with a different killing aura. If that what's-his-name Strongman Guild dared to make a move, he himself would not be merciful. On the day of his awakening, he had resolved to go to his sister, to help her, to protect her. To do this, one has to be a strong man. But any bit of weakness is not going to do it. Lin Hao said to the 4 of them, the Strongman Guild is indeed waiting for us, and with bad intentions, go out in a while and be careful, but I guess they won't attack you right away, they want something on me. The crowd was in awe. Sure enough, the team of tigers and wolves outside were really waiting for them. Something on you? Ning Yuan-si asked curiously. This hell level, which I beat alone yesterday, is the first pass, and the first pass will drop the heart of the Night Star, which they just want. A palm-sized green stone suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's hand. It looks like imperial green jade. It gave off an eerie green glow. So beautiful. Lin sure praised. There really is a heart of the Night Star. Mu Shui was shocked. It's been widely rumored that the Lost Mines first pass hell level will drop this item, and the Strongmen Guild's crown prince, Dragon Bombardier, has been attacking the level, only to be unsuccessful. Ning Yuan-si was puzzled. I remember that the heart of the Night Star can be used with other materials to create equipment that can reduce elemental damage, a defense equipment that is worth the price the Strongman Guild pays to try to get it? That's unknown. Mu Shui spread her hands. Lin Hao said, maybe, the heart of the Night Star can not only be used to make defense equipment, but it can also be used for other things, but no matter what, just be careful, and you don't have to worry about me, you can just protect yourselves. Fear them, dare to make a move and we'll kill him. Yu Dapeng said loudly. Alright, don't be nosy, I'll handle this, you guys don't get involved, but Rock, you're a tank, pay attention to protect the three of them later. Oh, okay. Lin Hao said, however, our priority purpose is still to continue brushing this copy, we still have 2 more cooling stones, if we have the choice, we'll continue to come in and brush our copy, we don't need to delay our process because of them. Lin Hao, I'm right. Ning Yuan-si nodded, the Strongman Guild, they won't dare to make a move, if they do, my Ning family won't stop either, don't be afraid of them. Stone Palace. There was a loud crash that shook the ground. Dead Fatty fell to the ground for the 9th time. Experience. Equipment. The usual delivery. Come on, let's get out. Chapter 49 feeling like being insulted by the other side. Copy door. A few flashes of white light. It was Lin Hao and the other 5 who finished the level and appeared at the entrance of the copy. Sure enough. The entrance to the replica wasn't packed full of professionals ready to try to enter the replica like usual. Now it's empty. No, there were 5 people there, and, without the slightest intention of entering the copy, it was as if they were waiting for someone. As soon as Lin Hao and the others came out, those 5 people instantly locked onto them with death. And, those 5 standings, it was the swordsman tank at the front, a few outputs in the center, and the auxiliary at the back. The standard battle formation is a state of readiness to engage in combat. The corner of Lin Hao's mouth curled up slightly. Setting up such a Dragon Gate formation, are they trying to kill their own gang? Or is it a threat of oppression? This style is really the same as the 4 evils of Yang Chang. You want something and not only are you not sincere, you want to rob and buy it by force? Wrong guy, right? He laughed coldly in his heart, let's see what tricks you guys are playing. Seeing Hao and the others, who had waited for 10 minutes, exit the copy, the swordsman immediately took 2 steps forward and skillfully inserted himself into the entrance position. At the same time, he said in a cold voice, our prince wants to talk to you about something, do you hear me? Don't think about escaping into the copy again, if you dare to move a bit, you will be attacked. Strongmen Guild, very arrogant in the first sentence. And, there is the implication of outright bullying. At the same time as the swordsman tank moved, Yu Dapeng walked to stand in front of the group. He was now level 16, having upgraded abruptly before. However, the strength with the Strongman Guild's 20-level professionals. There is still a big gap. However, he didn't retreat from his home in the slightest. Ning Yuan-si also held his staff in his hand. Beside her, Lin Shi and Mu Shui were all ready to fight as well. Lin Hao, with an indifferent expression. On his shoulders stood 2 gold-devouring insects, the others he had put into his pet space inside the cave. At that moment, he stood there with a very calm face, seemingly oblivious to the posturing of the Strongmen Guild team. With his current strength, a level 20 or so professional could be dealt with like a monster. Even if it was level 30 or 40, he wasn't afraid. Just now, the reactions of his teammates around him were in his eyes. Ning Yuan-si, Yu Dapeng, including Lin Shi and Mu Shui, who had only met him a short while ago, had not stepped aside to preserve themselves as they had been instructed to do. In the mines, he made it clear to them to stay out of the way, and those people outside, he could deal with. But how could they stay out of it at this point? Obviously, that was firmly going to stand with himself. Even if they were facing a powerful team like the Strongmen Guild. There is a risk of being killed. Long Bio Tian, what do you want? Ning Yuan-si snapped in a cold voice. Dragon Friar stood behind the swordsman tank, and in his hand was a golden scepter. He scanned the crowd, and his gaze finally landed on Lin Hao. Is this the guy? He recklessly struck Lin Hao with a probing technique, and struck the gold-devouring insect with a probing technique. Lin Hao, Insect Tamer, level 19. Gold-devouring bug, Lin Hao's favorite bug, level 19. Power, 500. Agility, 250. Spirit, 250. Body mass, 500. A crap bug tamer profession with 2 crap bugs? Xiao Yun was right, this was a poor man without a single piece of decent equipment on him. Such a person can also beat a copy of hell? Definitely found some kind of copy terrain bug to jam. Otherwise, 10,000 such people would be useless and wouldn't be enough to stuff the monster's teeth. Only, what he didn't understand was that what outsiders detected to the gold-devouring insect was only its basic attributes, enhanced by 20 times by Lin Hao's divine skill enhancement, which couldn't be detected at all. In fact, the power of the gold eater was not 500, but 10,000 after a 20-fold increase. At this moment, Long Fengtian thought about how he had organized team after team and paid so much. To this day, it still hasn't taken. The loss of troops and losses have been costly and costly. But such a loser actually succeeded. He instantly felt like he had been insulted by the other man. He said coldly, Ning Yuan-si, I want to talk to Lin Hao today to get something back. It has nothing to do with you guys. You can go home, of course. If you still want to go into the copy and fight monsters, we won't stop you, but not this Lin Hao person. Ning Yuan-si had a Ning family background, which he knew very well. He didn't want to clash with her. Mu Shui suddenly said, Nothing to do with us few? Long Biotian, I really don't know what you're talking about. We're on the same team as Lin Hao, do you think we'll leave him and sell him to you? Sister Mu was right. Lin Shi also said. Dragon Friar frowned. The scene was a bit unexpected. He had thought that, as they put up this kind of stance, the other party would be able to read this downward spiral of theirs and feel the oppression. The others wouldn't be stupid enough to hitch themselves up, and would leave Lin Hao alone empty. Then, he only dealt with Lin Hao, a kid with no connections and no background. If he was sensible and took out the heart of the Night Star, he might even get a 30,000 or 50,000 handout. If you don't know what's good for you, not only will you not get your $30,000 or $50,000, but you may even disappear from Yangqing City. The women beside Lin Hao, he recognized them, the Ning, Lin, and Mu families were not ordinary families in Yang City. It's best if you can stay out of conflict with them. Only now, these few people stood firmly by Lin Hao's side, out of his expectation. Oh? What do you want to talk to me about? Lin Hao said indifferently. You beat the first pass of the Lost Mines Hell level? Yes. Sure enough, it's this kid. So you got the heart of the Night Star? Nice. Who said the heart of the Night Star is yours? That swordsman Tank suddenly blurted out. Our Strongman Guild has organized so many fights against the book and paid so much, we've mastered the technique and we can definitely take it today. So what business is it of mine if you fight yourselves? Swordsman, you don't understand what I'm saying? I'm saying that this heart of the Night Star belongs to our Strongman Guild, not yours, do you understand? Oh? It's yours? Then why is it on me now? A turquoise stone appeared in Lin Hao's hand. Then, with a shake of his hand, he disappeared again. Lin Hao suddenly debuted the heart of the Night Star, and the eyes of Long Daitian and the others opened wide all of a sudden, even their breathing became much heavier. The heart of the Night Star is really in this kid's hands. Not far away, crowded with bystanders, one man exclaimed. So that's what the heart of the Night Star looks like, it's beautiful. What's the use of being pretty? What's the point of being pretty? You're just going to give it to the Strongman's Guild later? The Strongman Guild lost so many people, lost so much equipment, and lost it all in the mines, so if they don't get the heart of the Night Star, there's no way they'll be willing to do it. It's a pity that it was so hard to hit such a good item, but I didn't have the strength to keep it. Chapter 50, Leadership. Farther out. Ning Mofeng and Ning Mofire were still sitting steadily in the same tea drinking position as before. It didn't seem to worry about Ning Yuan-si at all. In fact, among those onlookers, Ning Mohuo had already arranged for quite a few people to go in just now. They would protect Ning Yuan-si when it mattered. That kid is pretty bad. Ning Mofeng laughed. Ha, yeah, taking out the heart of the Night Star in front of Long Frying Sky and the others, isn't that displaying flesh and blood in front of a pack of wolves? Ning Mofire laughed as well. However, it's also quite smart. Now it's in plain sight. Later on there will be any contradictions erupted out. How to say there are thousands of witnesses. It's much better than being alone in which lumpy corner with the strongman guild to deal with it again. Is this kid really so emboldened? Is he really not afraid of the strongman guild? Ning Mofire couldn't figure out how he could deal with the strongman guild on his own. Ning Mofong said softly, after all, it is this year's hidden awakening. I'm afraid it's also a bit strong, but what I'm most interested in is the other thing on his body. Have you seen those teammates around him? What happened to his teammates? That even when facing a strong team from the strongman guild, they still didn't leave him but stood close to his side. What does that mean? It shows that his personal charisma is powerful, and just in the few hours of teaming up to fight the book just now, he completely infected and conquered them. Talk about a leader's temperament. Nice, leadership temperament. But seeing as how your Farsi baby girl is so defensive of him as well, she can't even be spared. He. Ning Mo foam laughed. Fortunately or not, they are years of classmates, but also the world of young people, whereby us old people to manage. Big brother, what you mean by that is? I meant nothing by my words. Lin Hao lit up the stone of the night star, then took it back into space again. Then he looked at Long Daitian and the others with a smirking expression. He had been through a lot in the past 10 days, and he was no longer the little brother in the classroom. After his awakening, he first followed the school and broke the record by playing a novice copy for a day. The next day it was off into the wilderness alone, pushing all the way across the country. When he meets Zhao Shaoling, they work together to open up a farm, but they also meet the four evils of Yangchang, who want to murder people for their money. Once he decided to strike, he was decisive and thunderous, without mercy. To kill someone, it's even more important to destroy the body, so that not even the dregs are left. These 10 days of growth have allowed him to grow into a strong heart. In front of him, these so-called strong guild powerhouses in the eyes of others were nothing more than a few jumping clowns in his eyes. If they behave excessively, there is nothing wrong with striking them down in public. He was also quite pleased with the performance of Yu Depeng and Ning Yuanxi. He himself had emphasized to them that he didn't need them to intervene and stay away from his safety. But if they do seek to preserve their integrity before the strong pressure, then he could take care of one or two when he had the chance for the sake of his classmates, but he wouldn't be a real partner. But for now, they're all doing well, and if it's right, he can bring a few of them up. Even if you are as scummy as Yu Dapeng, as long as you are willing. He could all but equip him with the opportunity to impact Sibei Budo University. In the past, Sibei Budo University was generally between 16-20 levels. The dragon Fried Sky in front of you, Fried Sky or not, thinks that by putting up a show and letting his little brother roar a few times, he wants to let himself hand over the heart of the Night Star? What's on your mind? Ridiculous. Don't even know where they get their superiority complex from. This condescending, overbearing behavior is just like a clown. Long Biotian stared at Lin Hao. Just now, he saw Lin Hao light up the heart of the Night Star and withdraw it back into space. Rather like not taking them seriously. He was so angry now that his lungs were about to explode. He said in a cold voice. This brother, the heart of the Night Star is something that my strongman guild aspires to obtain. Since you got it first, we can buy it from you. We, the strongman guild, have money, plenty of it. Kid, there's nothing our strongman guild wants that we can't get. There aren't many chances for our prince to speak kindly. You'd better be smart. The sword hand on the side cooperated. Lin Hao said indifferently, sorry, heart of the Night Star, I don't want to sell it yet. Dragon Friar's eyes narrowed slightly. Bastard, the prince gave you face, you don't want to face yourself, do you? Do you want to seek death? Swordsman was furious at his words. No negotiation at all? Long Bioshan's eyes went cold. Mo have to talk about it. Lin Hao shook his head. Humph. Long Fengtian snorted coldly. The swordsman got the message and yelled, you seek death. He immediately sent out an aura to fall on himself. Attack enhancement. An archer behind him reached out with his left hand and a strong bow fell into his hand, then several sharp arrows appeared in his right hand and were hitched to the bow. One of the battle auxiliary energizers in the group also began to put out a few spells to start gaining output. The Strongman Guild team quickly performs a series of pre-battle maneuvers. Get into the fight. Ready to deliver a thunderous blow to your opponent. A biting killing chance filled the air. A great sense of oppression came over him. Undaunted, Yu Dapeng cast a defense aura onto himself and topped the front of the group. Lin Shi and Mu Shui also gritted their teeth and held their staffs in their hands, not retreating an inch. Ning Yuanxi said in a cold voice, "Long Daitian, you want to kill and rob in full view of everyone? Have you thought it through?" Long Fengtian's eyes were gloomy. Originally, he didn't put a small civilian professional in his eyes. As for dead or alive, it doesn't matter. What's more, to Lin Hao, who was standing in front of him with a cloudy face and even dared to light up the heart of the night star in front of him and retract it, a rather provocative behavior. This annoyed him greatly. Wasn't there were thousands of people here at the site. He had launched his attack without hesitation. And now he found himself unable to give the command to attack. Strongman Guild, he Dragon Friar. Usually acting strong and domineering. But, a robbery in public is no small matter. It was a moment that he suddenly found particularly hard to bear. It's neither a fight nor a no fight. Like being stuck by Lin Hao's neck, he felt a little breathless. And the thousands of onlookers beside them saw the Strongman Guild team turn into combat. It was instantly exciting. Here it comes, the big show is starting. Fight, fight, fight. I get to see a killing today, it's not a wasted trip. A few bystander militants yelled with excitement. However, there are quite a few people who are not happy with the Strongman's Guild approach. Good guy, if you can't make a sale, you want to kill people to get rid of them. However, the opposite Ning family's background strength isn't small either. The Strongman Guild usually bullies civilian professionals, it's so tried and true that it's become a habit. When you meet a strong hand, you still stay there all the time and don't dare to make a move? This time, Long Biotian had a hard time, right? I thought that by putting up a show, the other party would give in, but I never thought that I would run into Lin Hao as a hard opponent. Ha, now he's not making a move or not making a move, his face is green. Dragon Friar also has such a day. Chapter 51 Courage in the Heart of a Strong Man. Indeed. The current Long Fengtian's face was so gloomy that it was scary. Kid, our Strongman Guild has the sincerity to buy the heart of the Night Star from you, this item is useless to you, so make your bid. Fighting in bad, Long Fry tried to bring the conversation back to trading. The 30,000 to 50,000 that he thought at the beginning to send Lin Hao away, now he can't say it. Oh. This thing has special significance to us, but to you, it's of little use. Let's do it this way, I'll give you $1 million at one price. $1 million? No sale. Lin Hao shook his head again. You. Another half-minute of silence. $10 million. Long Fengtian's eyes went red. I'll give you $10 million, give me the stone of the Night Star right now. Dragon Friar, indeed, wanted to get his hands on the heart of the Night Star very badly. Not only was his heart bitter now, he was on the verge of crying. But Lin Hao shook his head and suddenly said, $10 million? That's too little, I'll sell it to you for 100 billion, if you don't have it, forget it. Put. A number of people next to him burst out laughing. Now, everyone knew that this Lin Hao, from beginning to end, didn't even put Dragon Friar, Strongman Guild in his eyes. There was also no intention of selling it to Dragon Friar at all. Didn't want to give Long Biotian any steps down at all. Even, there was a hidden intention to force Long Biotian into a desperate situation. For some reason, a strong, inexplicable feeling of exhilaration arose in the crowd of onlookers. An engorged pleasure. It wasn't hard to understand that the Strongman Guild, in Yang City, had always been arrogant and strong. High and mighty, a dominant party. Many of the people present had suffered losses and had been more or less bullied. Now, they were strongly disliked by Lin Hao. Some people couldn't help but give a thumbs up toward Lin Hao, good job. You. A wave of anger was about to explode from Long Biotian's chest. What? I'm not selling you my stuff yet? Lin Hao took a step up. Huh? Didn't you start out trying to get the heart of the Night Star just by being scared? You can't be scared, so you want to rob it? Too scared to rob it, so you had to come back and try to buy it? What do you want now that you can't buy it? I mean, are people like you boring? Lin Hao took one step, and after a few words said, the person walked to Long Daitian, his eyes cold. Dragon Friar's eyes were bloodshot and red at this time. His whole body was trembling from Lin Hao's anger. What consequences he didn't care now. Was immediately trying to order a war? Dragon Friar. Suddenly, the crowd of onlookers was pushed out of the way. A 40-year-old man led 3 people into the circle of confrontation between Long Biotian and Lin Hao. Fifth uncle, you're just in time. Long Biotian's face was delighted when he saw the visitor. Master Fifth, several of Long Daitian's teammates immediately greeted respectfully when they saw the visitor. The visitor was the senior core of the Strongman Guild. But the man grimaced as he looked around for a moment, approached Long Dio-tian, and whispered something in his ear. Long Feng-tian froze slightly, but still said, "I'll get the stone of the Night Star first." Uncle Five said coldly, "I advise you, do as your father ordered at once." Long Biotian stared at Lin Hao in death. It still seems resigned. Your father also said something else, if you dare to make a move here today, then you are no longer a member of the Long family. Uncle Five spoke again. Long Daitian instantly had a greenish-white face. Go back, Fry. Let's go. Half a minute later, Long Daitian waved his hand towards his 4 teammates. Then, turning, he headed outside. Against the stares cast by thousands of people. He felt that today, he had been slapped in the face. The man called Fifth Uncle looked deeply at Lin Hao. Well, what a hero. Then, he also led his team to leave after Long Daitian. The scene, thousands of people, was quiet. It's over? Wasn't it just Mars colliding with Jupiter? The powerful strongman guild in Yanqing City chose to back down? It really broke the perception of those civilian professionals next to them. They've always believed that regardless of the process. In the end, Lin Hao still had to hand over the heart of the Night Star. The best outcome would be to trade for a little more favors. Lin Hao's fight through the hell barrier was truly prestigious. But they had also probed Lin Hao and his favorite insects. They really didn't see anything special about Lin Hao. Even many of the spectators present were better than him. Their thoughts were the same as Long Biotian's. Lin Hao should have found some terrain buge in the level and was just a lucky kid. However, Lin Hao didn't budge an inch in the face of Dragon Friar and the others. They did appreciate Lin Hao's courage. If they were in their place, they would have been unable to carry on and compromise long ago. Lin Hao, however, just came down so hard. And, really won. Lin Hao disliked Long Biotian, the crown prince of the Strongmen Guild, with this? He won. It was always thought that to the Guild of the Strong, we were weaklings at their mercy. So it turns out that we're just missing this kind of courage from Lin Hao. Today, Lin Hao demonstrated an example of bravery, that even if one is not strong enough, as long as one has a strong heart, one can still overcome the strong. The original muddled eyes of many civilian professionals. It seemed to clear up a lot at once. They've always been at the bottom of the social ladder. Survival under the pressure of countless powerful monsters, turtle lodging in one place, and the oppression of those in power among people have developed the cowardly character of many people who are timid and shriveled up and only seek to preserve their survival. But today, they saw Lin Hao's courage. As well as a strong heart. Shocking. Suddenly, many people had a sense of enlightenment. Quite a few people bent down respectfully toward Lin Hao and then left. Lin Hao wasn't making a school of thought, he had a purpose for repeatedly forcing the Dragon Friar Strongmen Guild. Seemingly reckless, but fine control of the field. Dominance has always been in his hands. Lin Hao wasn't arrogant enough to look down on the Strongman Guild. Precisely because, knowing the power of the Strongman Guild, he's the one who's going to drive the Strongmen Guild into the ground. The heart of the Night Star, he didn't want to sell it. However, not afraid of thieves stealing for fear of thieves thinking, he did not want to later. The Strongmen Guild followed him everywhere, in his things. He flashed out the heart of the Night Star, putting Dragon Friar's desire to get the heart of the Night Star in front of everyone. It was to keep the Strongman Guild private and afraid to make any moves. Even if, in the future, anything happened to Lin Hao, I was afraid that the Strongmen Guild would not be able to escape. Because, thousands of people saw it. The Strongmen Guild, the one that has shown a killing spree for the heart of the Night Star. So, with this, the current situation, Lin Hao was safe instead. Xiao Yan hid in the crowd, and at this moment, he lowered his head and quietly followed the departing crowd. Afraid that someone would find him. In the confrontation just now, he saw that Mu Shui, who was originally at level 19 just like him, had suddenly risen to level 21. He knew that before, Lin Hao and the others did repeatedly enter the hell level to brush their books. And, the rewards were great. It's only been 2 hours and I've gone up 2 levels. And it would still take months for himself to rise to Mu Shui's level 21 and brush monsters everywhere. Such a splash of riches he missed. Chapter 52, This Son's Character, Killing and Determined. So much for a tense standoff fiasco. Boss, what do we do now? Yu Dupang asked. I think we should return to the city immediately and make certain preparations and deployments. In his opinion, it was not out of danger at this point. The Strongman Guild can't get the heart of the Night Star, even if we push them back just now, they won't let go. Cool is certainly cool. However, being targeted by the Strongman Guild is a serious matter. Today, if it weren't for the excessive number of people present, these guys would have definitely struck out. It'll kill you. Then, guaranteed, tomorrow, the day after, in a less crowded place, these guys will surely stop being polite. Ning Yuanxi also said. Lin Hao, actually, I personally still think that you should sell the heart of the Night Star to the Strongman Guild. The thing is definitely valuable, but for you now, time is the most important thing. With enough time, you can grow up, and by then, what can't you get? Speaking of this, some worry suddenly appeared on Ning Yuanxi's face. Lin Hao, before the big exam, you shouldn't go back to that place where you live alone. You need a safe place you can consider coming to. Right, Lin Hao, come to my house, it'll be safer if you live with me. Lin Shi suddenly interjected and said with an excited face, her body trembling underneath and her chest fluttering with flowers. Lin Shi, you die aside. Ning Yuanxi glanced at Lin Shi, you can come to. Cough. You can come to my house. Being interrupted by Lin Shi, Ning Yuanxi felt that at this moment, even though he said that he had invited Lin Hao over for his safety, it, however, turned sour. Lin Hao shook his head, you don't have to worry, since the Strongman Guild has left, they won't make any moves in the near future. Don't we still have 2 cooling stones? Let's continue to finish the fight, our goal is the big exam in a few days, don't let other things affect us, we need to be strategic. Still playing copies? Yu Dupang froze. He hadn't expected Lin Hao to be so bland about what had just happened at all. Still so calm. It really didn't seem to take the Strongman's Guild seriously. Okay, boss, everything is up to you, we're only responsible for following you. Lin Hao nodded and said to Ning Yuanxi again, Ning Yuanxi, after fighting these 2 times, it's only about half an hour, go back later, and ask your family to collect a batch of cooling stones, it doesn't have to be too much, around 10 is about right, I guess after I finish brushing the 10, I'll also be over level 20. As for the expenses, when the time comes, it will come out of the equipment sold, Rock, I'll give you all the equipment items I got just now in a moment, and you'll be in charge of selling them. The crowd watched Lin Hao arranging and envisioning properly, one ring after another, thinking very clearly. At that moment, it was also very admirable. Both nodded in agreement. Only Mushui let out a bitter smile, the poor thing is me, level 20, no longer able to enter the lost mines with you guys, just abandoned by you guys. Downtown Yangcheng. A 64-story skyscraper. Standing on the highest floor, one could overlook the entire city of Yang, and could more clearly see the tall wall that guarded it. Here, it was none other than the Strongman Guild Dragon President's office. Strongman Guild, the largest guild force in Yang City, monopolizing a large amount of resource business in this chaotic world. Especially in the past few years the business has skyrocketed, and the force has become vaguely inferior to the local city guards. Splat. A heavy slap on Long Daitian's face. Dragon Friar rolled backward 4 or 5 meters, and when he stood up, a lot of blood had spilled out from the corners of his mouth. Father, I don't know where I went wrong. Long Freitian was brought back here by the 5th master and was slapped heavily in the face. At this moment, he covered his face and stood up, his face full of defiance. Previously, before the lost mining cave copy, he had suffered a bellyful of Lin Hao's anger. In front of him, there stood a burly middle-aged man with gloomy eyes, his whole body bursting with muscles, authentic strength system, and his looks were a bit similar to Dragon Friar. It was Long Bioshan's father, Long Tun. Long Tun snorted coldly, don't know where the fault lies? Humph, if I hadn't called you back in time, you'd probably be a dead man by now, and besides, you've caused trouble for the Strongman Guild. Father, what you said, I don't understand, isn't it just a small thing like trying to kill Lin Hao to get the Stone of the Night Star? How come it's so serious? Long Tun said coldly. We, the Strongman Guild, rose to prominence in the chaotic world and have always been tough in our methods, but that does not equate to recklessness. Killing and robbing goods in front of 1,000 people, what do you think? Are you challenging Yang City? Challenging Great Xia? People, not only do they know how to use their strength, but the key thing is to know how to use their brains. Seeing that Long Feng Tian was still at a loss. Blow up the sky, blow up the sky. Long Tun stared at Long Biotian for a moment, then suddenly sighed and said, do you know who Lin Hao is? Lin Hao. Isn't that a poor bastard with no connections and no background? Speaking of Lin Hao, Long Biotian's eyes were filled with hatred. A poor bastard with no connections and no background? Fried Sky, it seems that a slap just now didn't make you sober. He turned to the fifth master and said, Long Wu, talk to him. Yes, big brother. Long Wu, the dragon family ranked 5th, the name is called Long Wu, Zhenghu, everyone calls him the 5th master. Based on what we've found out so far, he's Lin Yuanshan's son. Since Lin Yuanshan fell into the abyss, the family lived in great poverty. Lin Yuanshan also has a daughter, 2 years ago, entered the Qingbei Martial Arts University, just don't know what the reason is, a year and a half didn't come back, and no one can get in touch. Zhao Kaijun and Lin Yuanshan used to be as close as brothers, and in the newbie copy a few days ago, he met with Lin Hao and gave him a general's order. With this sign, it's not too much to say that Lin Hao is half of the military. Long Fried Sky heard a face of confusion, just that with a white plate steel knife, such a big background? Suddenly, he felt a chill throughout his body. As for Lin Hao's strength, it's very odd, he's the hidden awakening of this year's 8th middle school, a new occupation of bug tamer, and on the day of his awakening, Grandmaster Zhao rated him as a wasted awakening. But from the performance of his novice copy, as well as the performance of killing monsters in the wilderness, this person is extraordinary, and although his level is not high right now, his strength is extremely astonishing. The 4 evils of Yang City that disappeared in the past few days were rumored to have been in contact with Lin Hao for the last time, and it's highly likely that these people were killed by Lin Hao. It can be presumed that, if earlier Fried Sky they made a move, in 9 cases out of 10, probably all 5 would have been killed by him, and 1,000 people witnessed that it was Fried Sky who made the move to grab the object first, and afterward, none of them could catch him in the act. This son's character, killing and decisive, extremely delicate mind, a person who plans and then moves. This information, Long Daitian did not have a little bit of understanding at all. If Uncle Five hadn't said it himself. He simply listens as a joke. If once Frying Sky is killed and the Strongman Guild's team is reunited, we can't help but take action no matter if it's to avenge Frying Sky's death or to maintain the authority of the Strongman Guild, so that the entire Strongman Guild will be completely involved as well. If we kill Lin Hao, then Zhao Caijuan's side will definitely step in, whether it's on behalf of the military or him personally. From the information detected, it seems that some people have predicted this outcome and the upcoming situation, and during that hour just now, a large number of forces and powers silently carried out a buildup. Just wait for the Strongman Guild. Once they are in a bad situation, these people, like a pack of wolves, will spread their fangs at our Strongman Guild, dismember it, and divide it up. After all, these past few years, our Strongman Guild has risen strongly for the sake of our business, and we have indeed encroached on the interests of many forces, and even many of them have been eaten by us, offending far too many people. Long Tun looked calm and said lightly, "Did you hear me clearly?" At this moment, Long Daitian's entire body was trembling. Chapter 53 Production of Inventories. Strongmen Guild Building. After listening to the fifth uncle's account, Long Daitian was enlightened. He tried to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth and respectfully bowed towards Long Tun, saying, "Lord Father, I know I'm wrong. Before, I did belittle Lin Hao and fell into his design. This insult from him, I'll take it down." Long Tuan nodded. Suddenly, he laughed coldly. "Lin Hao, a kid who has only just awakened. How dare you play mind games in front of the Strongman Guild? Think my Strongman Guild is made of clay? Fried Sky, by now, do you still want to kill Lin Hao?" "Yes, father." Dragon Friar said calmly. "Good, worthy of being my Long Tuan's son." Long Tun said coldly, "Where you fall down, get up from where you fall down, then I'll give you a chance. I won't give you any of the people from the Strongman Guild, but I can give you $50 million, how to take revenge, you'll see for yourself. Knives, they can kill people. Money, they can kill people. Also, if you die at Lin Hao's hands, I won't avenge you, you'll die if you die, are you willing?" "I do, Lord Father." Dragon Friar's eyes flashed with a vicious color. 40 minutes later, Lin Hao finished 2 copies with Yu Dapeng and the others, and he rose to level 1950%. Copy door. "Lin Hao, are you really not going to my house? My Ning family has many people, after all. It's still relatively safe, and the Strongman Guild has to have some scruples if they want to rob hearts and kill people." "No." Lin Hao shook his head. Ning Yuanxi still knew Lin Hao somewhat, and Lin Hao's choice was not unexpected to her. She laughed bitterly inside. "The dead man, when is he ever so cold? Then, Brother Hao, why don't you come to my house? It's quiet and, if there's anything, I can always milk you. And, you know what? The medical fairy has an occupational skill. I can help people unclog their meridians and relax their muscles. It's even more comfortable than those technicians out there. it's not too much to say that it's a third-floor divine skill. It just so happens that you're a bit tired after a long day of fighting monsters, aren't you? She pushed up her front, her flowery branch shaking and swaying. I'll light your clock again sometime. Ahem, no, I'll feel your skills again. Lin Hao still politely refused. Lin Shi's expression was quite lost for a moment, so aggrieved that tears seemed to be welling up in her eyes. However, Lin Hao pretended not to see it. Sivan! Someone shouted. Father? Uncle San? You guys never went back? Ning Yuanxi saw the two who put down their teacups and walked over. Uncle Ning. Lin Shi and the other three greeted. It seemed that the three of them still knew Ning Mofeng. Hee, having nothing to do, having a few sips of tea here with your third uncle. Ning Mofeng lightly said, finished playing your copy? Let's go back then. Aha! Ning Yuanxi nodded, glanced at Lin Hao, and introduced himself. Lin Hao, this is my father, and this is my third uncle. Lin Hao softly greeted, Mr. Ning, third master. Ning Mofeng laughed, Xiao Hao, you and Ning Yuanxi classmates, you call me Uncle Ning on the line, what do you call the general, out of the ordinary? He suddenly smiled slightly and added. By the way, we just got a message from the Strongman Guild, the Heart of the Night Star is surprisingly a piece of equipment that can be crafted with +1 to all skills, and we also got the crafting list of it, so if you're interested, and have the time, you go up to us. Call up Farsi then, and we'll work on it together for days and nights. Full skill +1 gear? Lin Hao's eyes shrank. This is simply a godly piece of equipment. No wonder, the Strongman Guild had been trying to get this Heart of the Night Star. At the same time, the heart was big. However, I guess this is not a simple process to make in other materials. And now, one's purpose is to upgrade and prepare for the big test. And why would someone share something as valuable as a production list with you? At that moment, he blandly returned, all right, Uncle Ning, but I'll pay a visit some other day. Lin Hao thought about it and politely refused. Old fox. Lin Shi said in her heart, using a production list, she almost attracted Brother Hao to Ning Yuanxi's house. Luckily, Brother Hao can resist the temptation. All right then, we'll wait for you and we'll go back first. A color of appreciation flashed in Ning Mofeng's eyes as he lightly smiled. The five are separate. Lin Hao returned to his doorstep. A Hummer is in front of his house. The car was labeled City Guard. The person who came was Zhao Kaijun, who leapt down from the car and smiled at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you've been in the limelight quite a bit these past few days, I've got 3 news about you on my desktop. General Zhao. Lin Hao greeted. General Zhai? Oh, your principal Mo Ring told you the other day that I was not only classmates with your father, but also shared the same affliction, and you're not willing to call out to Uncle Zhao, so it seems that you don't have deep feelings for your father. Zhao Caijun's gaze was like a torch, staring at Lin Hao. Lin Hao was silent. Good then today, I won't talk about your father, how about talking about your sister Lin Dong? My sister? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. As expected of a general of a city, this Zhao Kaijun, the first time they met, apart from the strong killing aura on him, was easygoing, and at that time, he even gave a jade token to Lin Hao. And that it was a little plaything from the senior to the junior, and that it was a little useful at certain times. Understatement. However, Lin Hao knew that this thing was extremely uncomplicated. On the day he left the city, he made a slight appearance, and those city guards immediately treated themselves respectfully. Now, getting in touch again, I realized that this Zhao senior of his really has an eye like a torch, and his grasp of the human heart is even more first-rate. From one of his own epithets, he deciphered the love of his father and son. More single-handedly, he used his sister to hold him. This man, what a man! Uncle Zhao, please come in. Pouring Zhao Kaijun a cup of white water, Lin Hao also sat down, but he didn't say anything, looking as if he was listening to Zhao Kaijun to clarify the purpose of coming to find himself. You kid. Zhao Kaijun laughed bitterly, I mentioned the sister you've always been attached to, and you just flickered your eyes slightly, and that's the end of it? How old are you? Your mind is so deep. Since Uncle Zhao is here, he will tell me everything. Lin Hao said indifferently. Okay, since you're a smart guy, I'll tell you better in a different way to a smart guy. Lin Hao nodded. He had been a man for 2 lifetimes, and his years added up to no less than Zhao Kaijun. First, your response to the Strongman Guild and the lost copy today was truly subtle and amazing. Zhao Kaijun couldn't help but show a look of appreciation on his face, but if you think the Strongman Guild is so easy to get rid of, then you're wrong. The Strongman Guild is a man-eating wolf, not a bamboo-eating panda. So, they aren't going to leave you alone, but of course, surely they wouldn't dare to turn on you in plain sight. Lin Hao said softly, after the big exam, I'm going to the capital, I don't want to waste my energy on them. You want to get into the Qingbei Martial Arts University so you can go find Lin Dong, right? Chapter 54 The Shady Place Connecting the Abyss. Lin Hao nodded. But do you know anything about Sibei Budo University? Do you know what academy your sister entered? Lin Hao shook his head. He really knows nothing about it. He had always thought that after entering this academy, he would naturally know everything. Qingbei Martial Arts University is the strongest academy in Daxia, and it gathers all the nation's heavenly talents, so it can be said that every student is a genius of the nation. Qingbei Martial Arts University is also divided into 99 academies, some of which aren't even located in the capital, and out of all these academies, do you know what the strongest academy is? It's the Cthulhu Academy with a military twist. What your sister entered is the Tsanglong Academy. Cthulhu Academy? This was the first time Lin Hao had heard this name. Cthulhu Academy, what else is special about it? This academy, it's not that you can get in just because you scored well on the big exam, without a letter of recommendation from the military, you're the top student in the country, and you can't get in. Lin Hao frowned lightly. And where did the sister get her military recommendation from? It's amazing how many things my sister has not told herself about. If those who enter Qingbei Martial Arts University are the geniuses of the nation, then those who enter Tsanglong Academy are the geniuses of geniuses. But Tsanglong Academy also has a title called Death Academy. Death Academy? Lin Hao's heart trembled. Could it be that the sister has? Zhao Kaijun smiled slightly and said, I'm telling you this much because I want to tell you that even though, with your current strength, you can easily get into the Qingbei Martial Arts University, but if you want to enter the Tsanglong Academy, it's not enough. Lin Hao thought sideways for a moment and slowly said, now then, isn't there an opportunity, but what do I have to pay? Zhao Kaijun shook his head and scolded with a laugh, are you really 18? At such a young age, it's so earthly clear, aren't you bitter? Alright then, let me get this straight. The reason why the Tsanglong Academy is also called the Death Academy is because it's actually a military training ground, and the way it cultivates never takes death into consideration, because its purpose of cultivating talents was originally aimed at the most terrifying abyssal interface. Death, for the abyssal army, is but a return. So, those who enter this academy either die or become the strongest. Death Academy? Abyss? Lin Hao's eyes shrunk. Not bad, the abyss is the most threatening realm to invade the human world. As for the usual monsters of the wilderness you see, or the copies, they are actually just little brothers. Hundreds of years ago, countless passages appeared in this world, and it was the demons in the abyssal world who wanted to open the way into the human world. Many of the copies you see now were actually cleared by human powerhouses, or the original paths and the copies that connected to the abyss were blocked for various reasons, forming an individual copy. And under certain rules, these monsters, and even bosses that can no longer connect to a copy are generated cyclically. Over the years, we humans have been able to even create simple copies of these rules through our research into them, for training newcomers and leveling up and strengthening our strength by conquering them. A scroll of the truth of the world's origin slowly opened in front of Lin Hao. These things, they're supposed to be top secret, right? Lin Hao had never seen it in books. Zhao Caizhuan said faintly. We've discovered a new passageway connected to the abyssal world in Yang City, and right now, we're only trapping it by laying formations at the exit, but the passageway is still expanding and the level is rising. In time, when this passageway opens wide enough, and the level of abyssal monsters that can pass through is large enough, the entire city of Yang may be wiped out overnight, or even the entire Daxia may be a disaster. We are preparing to conquer it, to go deep inside, to break its passage and make it a general copy. You, I hope, are one of the participants. Zhao Caijuan's expression was solemn as he stared tightly at Lin Hao. Zhao Kaijun some words, through the ground, have regard for life and death as the return of the bold. The intention rises to the height of the city of Yang, the safety and security of Daxia. The average hot-blooded teenager should be boiling over at this moment. However, Lin Hao said indifferently. I'm just a freshly awakened senior, I'm afraid I can't afford this kind of heavy responsibility, besides, in a few days, it'll be the big exam, there'll be no delay, and I still need time to prepare. At this time, the Ning family. Ning Mo Feng said softly as he held a copy of the newsletter in his hand. The shady land passage, the city guards are almost out of control, They're under a lot of pressure now, and if what's expected isn't wrong, in the next day or two, the city guards are going to organize manpower to go deeper into it. On the side, Ning Mo Fire's expression was solemn. This newly formed passage is a different copy of the primordial earth than the one that is now accessible to the general civilian population. Ning Mofing revealed a look of excitement. According to experience, all kinds of ores, grasses and plants, and even all kinds of items and equipment inside the primordial land have development value, and are often a huge amount of wealth, perhaps worth billions, tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of dollars is not certain. Ning Mofing nodded. Well, if the city guard alone wants to eat it by itself, it won't work. That's why all the forces in the entire Yang city reached an agreement with the city guard before, to develop it together, share the risks and share the benefits. Big brother, now how many levels is the passageway of the Shadowlands now open? It has reached level C. So that means level 30 professionals can enter? Not bad. Our Ning family has 10 spots allocated to enter them this time, and I want Yuan Si to go in as well. What? Ning Mofire was shocked. It mustn't be, big brother, Yuan Si's level is too low and inexperienced, and the exploration of the primordial earth passage has always had a mortality rate of 99%, and that's on the premise of success. Ning Mo Feng sighed. I don't know about this, but with the great chaos of this world coming, there's no time to slowly cultivate her. At the same time, a similar scene occurred in the Strongmen Guild, the Lin family, the Mu family, and various other forces. Zhao Kaijun stared at Lin Hao. Brat, don't put up this kind of posture with me, it's just to ask clearly what benefits you can gain if you participate, right? Lin Hao was silent. But consider it a default. This world is too big, he is still not strong enough. But a level 19 kid, it is not enough for him to worry about the country, now he needs to solve the problem of survival and strong. Zhao Kaijun said, Kid, would I ever screw you over? The benefits are greater than you can imagine. First, if you participate in the success, you are allowed to share the harvest inside. This harvest, maybe millions, maybe tens of millions, even hundreds of millions are not good to say. Secondly, after this matter is over, I can represent the military and give you a letter of recommendation, so that once you get into the Qingbei Martial Arts University and enter the Sunlong Academy, there will be no problem at all. Third, the exploration of the primordial earth. There is an unwritten rule, the explorers of the items inside, it is possible to take whatever you want, but those deep into the ground hundreds of thousands of meters of ores and so on, you want to take it is also very difficult to take away. Fourth, for this conquest of the Shady Lands, the military has given instructions that if it is successful and the contribution is great, you will receive many rewards, which will be just as great for you when you arrive at the Tsanglong Academy. Speaking here, Zhao Caijuan carefully glanced at Lin Hao. I'm in. Lin Ronghao said directly. Zhou Zhejong was dumbfounded. Chapter 55 Channel D Expansion Degree. Next day. A city guard named Zhao Hu came over to pick up Lin Hao. Zhao Hu, this was the third time he had seen Lin Hao. Previously, when Lin Hao first went out of the city into the wilderness, the city inspector at that time didn't allow Lin Hao to go out of the city, and Lin Hao flashed Zhao Caijuan's token. At that time, he was on the side and treated Lin Hao respectfully and was very curious. What kind of person has a general's warrant? The second time was when Lin Hao returned to the city from the wilderness. At that time, when Shen Ziqing saw that Lin Hao did not return home for the night and the patrol did not see him, she thought that Lin Hao had an accident in the wilderness, and was ordering Zhao Hu to lead a team of soldiers to prepare for the wilderness to look for him. Later, Lin Hao walked slowly under the rising sun. It was a very dashing look. Later, it was even more furious with Chen Ziqing. When he saw Lin Hao, he stood upright and saluted, then said that Qing was here on behalf of General Zhao to fetch Lin Hao to the shadowy land. Lin Hao nodded. The two headed southwest of the wilderness and reached the mouth of a canyon an hour later. Lin Hao saw thousands of soldiers stationed around the mouth of the canyon from afar, and constructed many defense measures. This area, with green mountains and green water, was originally a place with quite a beautiful scenery, but at this time, the atmosphere was a bit tense. Those soldiers were all dressed in heavy armor and had heavy faces. And in the middle of the soldiers' arch was a huge gray entrance. Around the edges of the entrance, there was also a seemingly lightning-like glow that shone nastily. These lightning bolts seemed to be devouring the surrounding boundaries. The entrance will get bigger and bigger as time goes on. Lin Hao, this is just the outer perimeter, inside is the entrance and exit, let's go in. The two crossed the gray entrance. The whole world light seemed to dim. Lin Hao realized that he had come to a space that was like a desolate place. At one end of this space, a huge black hole hangs in the air. And at the entrance of the black hole, several formation masters were reinforcing the original blockade resistance formation. However, the formation seemed to be shaky and could collapse at any time. There were also a number of soldiers standing around. This black hole is the entrance to the shadowy lands. It's now at a sea-level expansion degree and will soon reach D. Let's wait for a few moments before General Zhao and the others arrive. Lin Hao nodded. Almost at the D-level expansion degree? No wonder, Zhao Kaijun was so nervous and immediately organized his team to enter the passageway. The abyss cracks open the passage in A, B, C, D, E levels. This level corresponded to the upper limit of the level of entry into the passageway, which was now at level C expansion degree, meaning that abyssal monsters below level 30 could invade the human world from the passageway. Humans can also enter the passageway with professions up to level 30. But if once you reach level D, it's an elevated to level 40 cap level intrusion into the opposite dimension world. D class is not the same as C class at all. If, on the other hand, the passage suddenly flooded with uncountable level 40 abyssal demons, in the entire city of Yang, there was surely no one who could stop it again. Now that the 30 level C expansion degree, the array could barely be closed as well. It has reached its limit. The next second, it could collapse at any time. This knowledge, Lin Hao had learned in books, but this was also the first time he had witnessed it on the spot. Lin Hao. A green-robed old man in front of the formation turned around and froze slightly when he saw Lin Hao. Master Zhao. That old man was clearly the presiding officer of the awakening ceremony that day, Master Zhao. Master Zhao took a few steps over and asked in confusion, Lin Hao, didn't you just awaken, why did you run here? This place is very dangerous, don't you know? When he said this, Master Zhao's expression was solemn. He turned his head to Lin Hu and said unhappily, "What's with you city guards? Why did you bring all the new students to this kind of place? Even if it's an experience, this kind of place shouldn't be here. Don't you know that this entrance formation can't support it for long and could collapse at any time?" Zhao Hu was very confused by a rebuke, and he hurriedly parsed, Lin Hao is here to participate in this conquest mission. What? Participating in a conquest mission? Are you guys crazy? When did the city guards do things so childishly? I'm going to argue with your General Zhao later. Lin Hao said on the side, Master Zhao, I'm the one invited by General Zhao to join the mission. Zhou Zhejung sent you? Master Zhao froze. His eyes flashed, and suddenly a detection spell hit Lin Hao. Lin Hao, Insect Trainer, level 19. What? Lin Hao, you've risen to level 19? Grandmaster Zhao's pupils shrank, his face unbelievable. Master Zhou presided over the awakening ceremony at the 8th middle school the other day. Witness Lin Zhu's hidden awakening process with your own eyes. And knew Lin Hao's bug tamer vocational skill very well. At that time, he was very sorry that Lin Hao, a new profession, had a pre-death penalty opening. Unable to form their own battles up front and grow up quickly. The first appearances of new professions are often very powerful. Only individually, it is a wasted awakening. And Lin Hao, the student, unfortunately, was one of the individual people. At that time, he also encouraged Lin Hao to dare to face setbacks. However, at that time, when Lin Hao faced a heavenly collapse opening, he in turn comforted the extremely lost Principal Mo Run, who at that time very much appreciated Lin Hao's calm and composed mindset. Now, how long has this been going on, and you've risen to level 19? Many people, who had been awakened for a year, still couldn't rise to this level. As far as he could remember, it had only been a few days, and no one had ever been able to rise to such a high level. It must be Morin, spending a huge human cost to help him. Master Zhao thought to himself. The cost of rushing to level 19 in such a short period of time was bound to be very huge. Old Mo, the man, really lived up to his old principal who loved his students like a son. Lin Hao, you're also fooling around, you're able to rise to level 19 now. Besides thanking Principal Mo, you should also know how to cherish it even more. You go out, I'll just talk to General Zhao later. This. Lin Hao was also a bit confused. He had just arrived, so how come Master Zhao was going to kick him out and not allow him to participate in the mission? Just then, the space was suddenly flooded with over 100 people. The whole space seemed crowded at once. The one who walked in the forefront was Zhao Kaijun, and beside him was a tall man in his 60s. The years had carved streaks on his face, but his eyes were like electric light, and his aura was not angry. Behind the two men, about half of them were dressed in military uniforms, obviously sergeants. As for the others, Lin Hao instantly saw a few old faces. Lin Hao, you're really here too. A big fat man quickly rushed out from the crowd and came in front of Lin Hao. It's none other than Yu Dapeng. Behind Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, Mu Shui and the others were clearly there. Why are you all here? Ning Yuanxi approached Lin Hao's ear and said softly, this conquest of the shadowy land is extremely risky, but the benefits may also be extremely great, so besides the military, all those bigger forces in Yangcheng City have a part to play in it as well. It's good to have the benefit of the cake everyone eats together. Our Ning family has also sent quite a few people this time. Rock, Lin Shi, Mu Shui and the others are also representing the forces behind them. I would have also asked with my family for you to represent the Ning family together, it's just that my third uncle said that you're already acting as a representative of the military. Sure enough, it's nice to see you here. However, Lin Hao, be careful this time, Dragon Friar is also here, and their Strongman Guild has quite a few representatives attending this time. Lin Hao raised his head, and sure enough, not far away, Long Dai Tian was in the midst of 5 or 6 human clansmen embracing him, staring at Lin Hao to death. When he saw Lin Hao looking over, he suddenly slashed his right hand toward his neck and made a throat-cutting motion. Chapter 56 Chu Yuan, Lord of Yang City. The corner of Lin Hao's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. You've already escaped and you're rushing to your death? The 5 or 6 people beside Long Feng Tian were all level 29. Or professionals who had reached the entry limit of level 30. They hung their heads slightly low, avoiding the attention of others, seeming to be just ordinary participants, but occasionally glancing slightly sideways, their gazes all swept towards Lin Hao. Trying to make a move on yourself in this place of panic? Then be prepared to be turned into worm poop. Not far away from Long Freitian, there stood a strong man that Lin Hao recognized, the very same strong man who had drank Long Freitian away and took him away at the entrance of the replica that day. He took a faint look at Lin Hao and then withdrew his eyes. Lin Hao swept a glance around and also saw that it seemed like every family guild had an elder leading the group. The leader of the Ning clan's team was Ning Mofire. This time, Ning Yuanxi's father, Ning Mofeng, did not come over. Ning Mohuo was also acquainted with Lin Hao. When he saw Lin Hao, he walked over with a smile on his face. Lin Hao, I wanted to invite you to participate as a representative of the Ning family, but I didn't expect you to be invited by General Zhao first. Lin Hao was silent for a while and said softly, Uncle Ning, you should know, this shady land operation isn't that simple, it's extremely risky, how come you guys let Ning Yuanxi participate in it too? It's really inappropriate. Ning Mofire let out a bitter smile, I don't agree with it either, but it's the family master's intention to let her gain more insights and grow up a bit faster. Lin Hao was silent. He himself has super level powers to dare to agree to come here. The Ning family, why are they so eager to pull the plug? However, presumably the Ning family had arranged some backhanders to protect her. I'm guessing Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, Mu Shui and others are similar. And yourself. One's own backhand is one's own strength. At this time, several middle-aged men with the appearance of elders came over from the forces of Yang City. One of them, a middle-aged big fat man, saw Lin Hao and suddenly his eyes lit up, took 2 steps forward, grabbed Lin Hao's hand, and said loudly, You're Lin Hao. Lin Hao saw that he had a thick gold chain hanging around his neck, a thuggish look, and a few similarities between his looks and Yu Dapeng's, and immediately understood that this guy, presumably, was Yu Dapeng's old man. Aha! He nodded softly. Well, indeed, the instrument is extraordinary, handsome, Jade Tree, this kid, Dapeng, to be able to share the same table with you for 3 years, is really a blessing that was cultivated in a previous life. What's the tone of it all? Are thugs so cultured now? Lin Hao felt a bead of sweat running down his side forehead. Uncle Yu, you're too polite. He said helplessly. Lin Hao, let me tell you, I've been asking this kid, Dapeng, to invite you to our house for a meal. This kid has not been helping me to follow through, I'm really going to cut him down when I turn around. Uncle Yu seemed to have a huge passion for Lin Hao. Lin Hao, after this incident, you must make a trip to the door, but say yes. I'll let a few of Dapeng's cousins come over then, you young people communicate more, he said and gave Lin Hao a hug. This intimacy made Lin Hao sweat once again. Lin Hao, thank you for bringing Xiaoshi to upgrade yesterday, she also told me when she came back, and my Lin family sincerely invites you, a great benefactor, to visit our home. A middle-aged man in a suit also smiled and spoke out to Lin Hao. Yes, Daddy, you do have to thank people, if it wasn't for Brother Hao, I would probably still only be level 8 right now. Lin Sure came over from the side, wrapped her arms around the man in the suit, and said to Lin Hao, "This is my dad. After I went back yesterday and told him about us, he kept saying he wanted to meet you." "Hello, Uncle Lin." Lin Hao could only act like a junior. "It's true that heroes come out of youths. The Mu family also thanks you for helping Mu Shui. If there's anything you need in the future, Lin Hao, you tell me directly." Another middle-aged man said to Lin Hao. "This is Mu Shui's family, right?" Just like that, these middle-aged men surrounded Lin Hao. "You said one thing and I said another." Each of them wanted to get Lin Hao to their home right away. This one says he'll buy dinner, that one says he'll give a gift. Enthusiastic as hell. "Lin Hao, come over here." In the distance, Zhao Kaijun waved at Lin Hao. Lin Hao sighed in relief and hurried toward Zhao Kaijun. The enthusiasm of these elders was too much for him. Why did it feel like they were looking at themselves, kind of naked? A feeling of taking himself to the door as a son-in-law. "If they mobbed me again, I wouldn't know how to pay them." Lin Hao saw an old face standing playfully beside Zhao Kaijun. Chen Ziqing, who was dressed in a military uniform that showed off a bit of his heroic spirit. However, she turned her head away after glancing at Lin Hao. "She's in this conquest too?" "Lin Hao, come, let me introduce you. This is the Yang City Lord Chu Yuan." Zhao Kaijun looked at the tall man beside him and introduced him to Lin Hao. "City Lord Chu." Lin Hao greeted. Lin Hao noticed this person the first time he came in. The dragon walks with an aura like a mountain and an abyss, and at a glance, he knows that he is at the level of a big brother. "Only, I didn't expect it to be the young Cheng City Lord." Chu Yuan sized up Lin Hao for a moment, nodded, and said, "Good, since ancient times, heroes come out of youths. In the future, the heavy responsibility of protecting Yang City will depend on you young talents." Before, Zhao Kaijun had told him about Lin Hao's general situation. And he said that Lin Hao was not small in strength and could participate in this operation. He trusted Cho Choi Jun's vision. Sure enough, the young man looked composed. "It's just a little too low-leveled at only 19. If it's level 30, it might actually work a little bit this time, I guess." In Chu Yuan's heart, Lin Hao definitely had some powerful skills, and his strength was estimated to be able to cross some levels, but at level 19, it was still impossible to reach level 30 in strength. This time, the upper level of the entry channel was 30, so the personnel were chosen to be as full level as possible, or to lean towards that level. Those lineages, this time they also sent in a batch of low-level kids, and forget it, after all, there aren't many of them, and they don't have much of an impact on the big picture. The main force, still on the military side. Chu Yuan raised his head, swept his gaze across the circle of people present, and said aloud. "Everyone, the passageway of the shadowy land will soon be expanded to level D. Level D, I believe you all know what it means. The entire city of Yang City will then become a place where demons will wreak havoc, so I'm afraid that this operation will be our last chance. I know that many of you have your eyes on the benefits within, but I will say that the benefits, you can take, but you must also bear the burden." This time, 50 people from the military and 50 from the guild family, a total of 100 people marched into the Shadowlands. It's not difficult to interrupt the passage to the abyss. What's difficult is how you can get to the endpoint. During this process, you will encounter many vicious demons and face the abyssal boss inside at the endpoint. What goes on in the ground of shadows is anyone's guess at this point, so let's hope our warriors, in the end, complete their mission and survive. I, Chu Yuan, will be here, always waiting for your triumph. Everyone make final preparations. In 3 minutes, go. When Chu Yuan's words fell, the faces of the sons of the lineages who were preparing to enter the passageway tightened. All started checking their supplies and equipment and whatnot. Conquest of the passages connected to the abyss has an average mortality rate of over 90%. These 100 people, and I don't know how many were left when they came out. Chapter 57, Entering the Shadowlands. 50 professionals representing the military together. Cho Choi Jun stood in front of the queue. I announced that Chen Ziqing is the commanding envoy of this operation, and Lin Hao is the deputy commanding envoy, and you all must obey their deployment. Chen Ziqing, Fire Mage, level 29. Her strength was well known to everyone in the city of Yang City's City Guard military. Even if she didn't act as General Zhao's niece as a related household, her strength was enough to convince the people. She was the commanding officer of the operation, and the crowd was prepared for it. However, for Lin Hao, not many people would understand it. Including Zhao Wu, besides feeling that Lin Hao's identity was not simple, his real strength had never been seen. The crowd looked at the kid in front of them, whose level was only 19 in addition to being a bit handsome, and were very puzzled. How did you become a deputy commander? However, soldiers, who obeyed orders as their vocation, although they were puzzled in their hearts, no one raised an objection. Chen Ziqing was newly promoted to the rank of commander. Of course, he had to issue instructions and strategies, and said with a serious look, "This time, we must interrupt the abyssal passage. This is a task that must be accomplished, and under this premise, I also want everyone to survive as long as possible." She glanced at Lin Hao and continued. "Entering the replica, we may randomly appear in various places, but past experience, where we appear, are near the entrance. At that time, we will then collect people, according to the various occupations to match, to form a team. If any of you fall behind and don't keep up, head deeper into the replica on your own." "Yes." A group of sergeants responded in unison. After 3 minutes had passed, the people involved in the operation walked into that black hole one after another. Lin Hao felt slightly dizzy and his eyes darkened. Then one finds oneself in a world of gray. The sky is gray. The earth beneath his feet was mottled, and in many places it looked as if it had been polluted. An intense depression rose to the surface. Lin Hao looked around and didn't see anyone. At this point, he didn't know what location he had teleported to. Lin Hao pondered for a while, then raised his steps and headed north. About 100 meters or so, a one-horned horse-like monster came into view. Lin Hao cast a detection spell. Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon. Rank, 25. Power, 4000. Agility, 7000. Spirit, 2000. Body mass, 4000. Skills, Dark Flame, Illusion. Nightmare Beasts. Lin Hao had read the introduction in a book. It is a powerful dark creature from hell, symbolizing blood and killing. The legend is twinned with the unicorn, though it has sunk into the abyss. I can't imagine that this kind of demon that makes people pale in color would appear here. And, the attributes are very high. Quite a bit higher than the head honcho in the Lost Mine. If this passageway copy was full of this kind of monsters, then there would definitely be many deaths in this 100-member team this time. "Come out, my partner." Lin Hao let out a soft chant, and 50 gold-devouring insects emerged from the void around Lin Hao. Now that he was level 19, he could summon a maximum of 190 gold-devouring insects. When Lost Mines upgraded, he took advantage of the upgraded full magic status in time to keep summoning gold eaters. By now, in his pet space, there were 180 of them, about the same as a full summon. It was the small number of elf butterflies he shared his life with, around 50. However, tens of thousands of blood per elf butterfly. 50 or so, that's 500,000 blood. It's an undead body. Lin Hao had never worried about his lifeblood. Although the elf butterflies didn't appear much, their role was very huge, that is, Lin Hao's bottom card to face any monster or enemy and dare to fight. Kill. Lin Hao waved his hand, and 20 gold-devouring insects buzzed and flew towards the nightmare beast. At this time, the nightmare beast that was walking on the ground also discovered the gold-devouring insect and Lin Hao. Human breath. The nightmare beast became angry all of a sudden. A spiritual force was released from those bloodshot eyes. Instantly, Lin Hao felt a cold aura attacking his body. All around, even more countless death things broke out from the ground, and they dragged their rotting bodies toward Lin Hao. Illusion? Lin Hao's pupils shrunk slightly. He shot a probe spell at a carrion. I can't believe the message didn't show up. The gold-eating insect was extremely fast and quickly pounced on the nightmare beast. Boom! A large black flame rose from the nightmare beast. The nearby space was seared and deformed by it. However, this black flame had no effect on the gold-devouring insect at all. The nightmare beast froze. It couldn't imagine that these little bugs were so powerful. Its illusions and black flames had no effect on them at all. Was trying to escape, when it was too late. 20 gold-devouring insects landed on it and began to tear it apart. Hiss! The nightmare beast made a few long cries. In 10 seconds, the nightmare beast fell to the ground. At the same time, the chilling aura and the dead things that crawled out of the ground disappeared. Sure enough, it's an illusion. But the illusion was brilliant. If Lin Hao's gold-devouring insects hadn't killed the spell-casting native nightmare beast, he couldn't even crack it. Kill Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon, experience plus 70,000. Acquired bronze equipment demonized, Nightmare Longsword. Obtained item Unicorn 3. Nightmare Longsword demonized, strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, strength skill increased by 10%, available at level 25. Lin Hao froze slightly. Great joy ensued. A nightmare beast gives such horrible experience. And there's equipment and items. It's all no less than fighting some mini-boss. Are all abyssal demon monsters this rich? In that case, how horrible will the gains be when you push yourself all the way across the board later? Lin Hao released another 40 gold-devouring insects. And stride forward. Ah! A roar came from Lin Hao's left orientation. Lin Hao adjusted his direction to go that way. A small, fat man was holding a one-handed sword, frantically slashing around his body. Rock? At that moment, he was panting as he slashed the air around him with all his might. Already almost falling to the ground off his feet. Hit by the nightmare beast's illusion. Lin Hao looked around, and sure enough, there was a nightmare beast about 100 meters away from Zhao Hu. Kill! Dozens of gold-eating insects flew towards the nightmare beast. After 10 seconds or so, the nightmare beast collapsed and died. Kill nightmare beast abyssal demon, experience plus 70,000. Acquired bronze equipment demonized, nightmare staff. Obtained item unicorn 4. Nightmare longsword demonized, plus 50 spirit, plus 50 constitution, 10% increase in spiritual skills, available at level 25. Exploding equipment again. However, it's a bit of a shame that the gear is demonized. Human professionals don't use it directly, it needs to be purified by an alchemist. The purification process is a bit of a hassle, but, aside from the cost of purification, it can still be sold for a good price. The gains are not small. If all the monsters here are like that, then you'll have to kill them liberally in a while. Wouldn't there be 1,000 monsters here to harvest thousands of equipment then? Chapter 58 Equipment dropping in piles. Boss. After the nightmare beast died, Yu Dapeng also came to his senses, and he stationed his sword to support his shaking body. Suddenly seeing Lin Hao, he was instantly delighted. Then, he also saw the fallen nightmare beast. Now it was also understood that it was Lin Hao who had shot to kill the monster and saved him. Boss, if you hadn't come in time, I'd be dead. He gave a bitter laugh. How did you end up alone? Yu Dapeng shook his head. I teleported here alone and couldn't see anyone, so I wanted to hide and come out again when I bumped into the team, but, by accident, I ran into this nightmare beast. A carelessness, caught its way, almost died in this hand. Yu Dapeng still had a look of fear on his face. The power of the abyssal demon was truly far beyond his expectations. If he knew that the monsters here were so powerful, then he wouldn't have come in. He had also heard from Ming Yuanxi that Lin Hao had entered the Shady Land on behalf of the military, so that was why he had applied with his dad to come in. He had thought that it would be possible for him to carry a level 30 or so monster with his silver equipment. Unfortunately, this is an unexplored passage through the abyss. Even at the same level, this kind of abyssal demon had attributes and skills that were more than a star stronger than the monsters of the same level outside. Boss, I was wrong, I can't survive here. Yu Dapeng cried out. It's okay, with me here, you can't die, right now, even if you want to. Lin Hao patted him on the shoulder. Just follow me, I'll lead you. The demons here are richly endowed, no matter the experience, or the dropped items, there are a lot of them. Later on, I guess we'll encounter a lot of ores, grass plants, and whatnot. Next, we'll have to speed up and harvest the items. You'll be the captain, wait for the items to all be included in your backpack space first. Yu Dapeng sniffed and rejoiced. Roger, boss. Yu Dapeng invites you to join the team, do you agree? Agreed. Before long, a group of nightmare beasts appeared in Lin Hao and Yu Dapeng's sight. It looked like the number was 30 or so. Such a group of incomparably powerful nightmare beasts were gathered together, emitting a gust of darkness that made people's hearts palpitate. Yu Dapeng's face changed. Weakness in the hands and feet. It couldn't handle one, let alone a bunch of them now. If one of them was provoked, surely a group of them would all attack. Yu Dapeng looked at Lin Hao. Boss, let's go around. Idiot, what's the point of going around when you can't even find it anywhere? You're just responsible for claiming experience and collecting items. Lin Hao said indifferently. Kill. 90 gold eaters were like a swarm of small hovering bombers, flying towards the group of nightmare beasts. Hiss. 90 gold-devouring insects crashed into dozens of nightmare beasts. Moment. Soldiers are in disarray. Lin Hao commanded the gold-devouring insect and directly turned on the rage skill. Gold Eater under rage, attack power increased by 200%, duration half an hour, cooldown 2 hours. Gotta speed up efficiency. From the previous textbooks, Lin Hao knew that this kind of copy with demonic passages was even more lucrative than opening up the land. Not only are the monsters popping out bountiful things, there are many more resources to be collected. Kill Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon, experience plus 50,000. Obtained bronze equipment demonized, Nightmare Shoulder Pads. Obtained item Unicorn 3. Get item Primary Demon Stone 1. Kill Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon, experience plus 50,000. Kill Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon, experience plus 50,000. Moment. A series of messages splashed across the group's public screen. More than 30 monsters, hundreds of messages. A white light flashed. Yu Dapeng directly rose one level, from level 16 to 17. Damn, boss, that's too much, isn't it? Yu Dapeng was dumbfounded. Boss, although I knew you were strong, I never imagined that you would be this strong. Although Yu Dapeng had mixed with Lin Hao through the Lost Mine Hell level. But at this point, he was still full of shock. What is this place? Shady place. Every monster is ridiculously strong. Just now, he encountered a nightmare beast. It's also seen it all. If Lin Hao hadn't arrived in time, he would have been hanging here. But now, such monsters, more than 30 of them, more than 30 killed at the same time. Lin Hao looked at Yu Dapeng, who had an incredulous face. He shook his head and said, "Rock, can you be a little outgoing?" Fine, then I'll follow the boss to see the world, no way? Yu Dapeng gave another shout. What again? Boss, we're here defeated, ha ha ha. Yu Dapeng waved his hands in excitement, 30 pieces of equipment. There's also a whole bunch of primary demon stones, unicorns. Alright, just be a backpacker in peace, let's go. Lin Hao led Yu Dapeng and kept advancing to the north. Beneath his feet, the earth was stark black, with a number of short shrubs near and far, though the trees looked as if they had been burned by fire, and were only black and withered. Kill Nightmare Beast Abyssal Demon, experience plus 50,000. Obtained bronze equipment demonized, Nightmare Shoulder Pads. Get item Primary Demon Stone 1. The message flashed on and off on the public screen. In 10 minutes, Yu Dapeng already had 40 to 50 pieces of equipment in his backpack. At this moment, Yu Dapeng was no longer shocked, he was already a bit appalled. Is this the way to fight for equipment and swipe items? Someone! Yu Dapeng shouted. The two came to the front. But 3 bodies were seen lying on the ground. It was charred like it had been burned. These people, just outside the entrance, were alive and well. Upon closer identification, it was still evident that 2 were dressed in military uniforms and 1 had just been a member of a worldly family. They are dead. Thinking about earlier, if Lin Hao hadn't appeared in time, I was afraid that I would have been just like them. A throb welled up in his heart at the moment. But it's just cool to follow the boss now. Well, Lin Hao nodded, all at the hands of the deadly nightmare beast. First, they were hit by an illusion, their whole body was dislocated, and then, they were burned to death by black flames. Boss, let's go. Yu Dapeng couldn't even bear to look at it anymore. Wait. Lin Hao bent down and picked up a black stone from the ground. Shaped like a shuttle. This is? Yu Dapeng also curiously approached. It appears to be cobalt ore. Lin Hao said indifferently. Cobalt ore? Yes, when you said that, I remembered too, it was described in the senior book. Cobalt ore is one of the very valuable ores, and you can also refine it into cobalt ingots, which are even more expensive. Lin Hao nodded. Then with a surprised face, he looked at Yu Dapeng. Dapeng, aren't you a scum? You also recognize such partial knowledge of ores? Boss, you laugh at me, is not it? That's because there was an exam out of this topic when I copied your answer, but also remembered, such a small piece, take out to sell, $1,000 more people rob. Boss, this little piece is kind of an income, and if you hadn't looked closer, I would have almost missed it. Lin Hao said with a smile, really, then look at the ground. Yu Dapeng sniffed and looked underground. Momentarily frozen. The ground is littered with this bobbin cobalt ore, 1, 2, 3 pieces. As far as the eye can see, they are everywhere and countless. I'm afraid it's a million count. Chapter 59, picked up endless, simply picked up endless. Boss, we're rich. Yu Dapeng's voice trembled a little as he spoke. He flung himself to the ground at once, picking up frantically. Your team gets the item Cobalt or 1. Your team gets the item Cobalt or 1. A flurry of messages swiped the screen. There is no end to picking up. There is simply no end to picking up. After 10 minutes had passed, Yu Dapeng's spatial backpack was already filled with 300 to 400 cobalt ores. Sell it in 300,000 or 400,000 is not a problem at all. Is this picking up cobalt ore? No, it's picking up money. And, for such a short time, hundreds of thousands of dollars arrived. However, as far as the eye could see, cobalt ore was still scattered on the ground everywhere. That's a lot of money thrown in bundles on the ground. Come on, faster. Yu Dapeng picked up frantically with a speed that wasn't even that fast with a handgun, his right and left hands firing at the same time. Both eyes were crimson. Casually, so 2 or 3 pieces of cobalt ore are enough to open an Empire box in Yangqing City KTV, and then order a few young ladies, accompanied by singing and drinking. Lin Hao, however, frowned. Rock, we can't pick up cobalt ore here anymore. Boss, what did you say? These are all money. If you don't pick up the money, you'll be struck by lightning. We need to move forward. Boss, don't. Yu Dapeng was on the verge of tears when he heard Lin Hao say that he wanted to give up the cobalt ores here and march forward. Boss, you don't know, before my dad got rich, the family was poor as hell. The whole family's living expenses for a day was only $10 or so, and often for 10 days or so, they didn't have to eat meat. Lin Hao was speechless. Okay, I'll just give you a minute. Yu Dapeng stood up and looked at Lin Hao with a pleading and crying look, pleading, boss, give it another 10 minutes. It's been 10 seconds, and there's still 50 to go. Or else, I'll go by myself, and you stay here to pick up the ore. Lin Hao said indifferently. You goddamned, what kind of a torturer are you? Yu Dapeng roared, and with a biu, flung himself to the ground. Boosting twice as fast as before picking up cobalt ores on the ground. Lin Hao lost his smile. What thugs? Isn't it true that the more thuggish you are, the more you want money? 1 minute over. Lin Hao began to continue walking forward. Yu Dapeng fondly kept looking back at the ground. However, Lin Hao's speed was so fast that there was absolutely no chance for him to pick up another stone. Advancing half a mile, the two came out of the red and black earth. Into a jungle. However, reflected in the overcast sky. Those ground greens don't appear green, they have a brownish color to them. Hiss. A horse neighs. A knight rushed towards Lin Hao and Yu Dapeng. Hers was a headless horseman. Headless horseman abyssal demon. Rank, 27. Power, 9,000. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 2,000. Body mass, 6,000. Skills, punching, trampling. The headless horseman, the fearsome knight who rides in the darkness. It was much more powerful than the attributes of the level 25 nightmare beast just now. A group of gold-eating insects greeted them. The skeletal horse under the knight's seat made a charge, and 10 or so gold eaters were sent flying out. Hiss. The headless horseman pulled on the reins, and the whole horse stood up, and then, trampled heavily to the ground. Several gold eaters were trampled under the hooves of the horses. The armor on his body appeared slightly cracked. However, more gold eaters pounced on the centaurs. Ow. The headless horseman let out a scream. Fall to the ground. Your team kills the headless horseman abyssal demon, experience plus 60,000. Your team gains bronze equipment demonized, knight's sword. Your team gets the item primary demon stone 3. Knight's longsword demonized, strength plus 60, constitution plus 60, strength skill increased by 12%, available at level 30. Another bountiful collection of experience, equipment, and items. Today is really an insightful day, you can't see a single demonic monster out there, and they're all over the place here. Yu Dapeng followed behind Lin Hao. Now he had a backpack, full of equipment, items. It gave him great satisfaction. Advance another few hundred meters. Lin Hao's gold-devouring insects killed dozens more nightmare beasts and headless knights. In Yu Dapeng's backpack, add a few dozen more pieces of equipment. The demons here, with a few exceptions, send experience, equipment, and items. At this moment, the two entered a vast grassy forest. Around them, these grasses were half a man high and endless. The grass blades are sword-tipped and bloom with a single black flower. Worried that there were monsters under the grass, the two walked carefully. However, these worries are redundant. Here, there are no monsters. It's quiet. Yu Dapeng reached down and picked a black flower. I can't imagine such beautiful flowers growing in this place. These black flowers have quite a bit of silvery white pollen dotted on top of the black flowers. Like countless stars in the dark night. Very nice looking. However, if you don't look closely, it makes it hard to notice the details. Boss, I'll pick some flowers for you, so you can give them to Ning Yuan-si, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui when you see them later. Yu Depeng picked 3 or 4 of them and clutched them in his hands. Boss, those girls seem to like you. Wherever you go, their eyes follow you. Which one do you like? Ning Yuan-si is cool, Lin Shi is fiery, and Mu Shui is elegant. They really have their own style. If it were me, it would be hard to choose. Lin Hao remembered a saying that was quite popular on the internet in his previous life. Only elementary school students do multiple choice questions, adults all of them. He suddenly stared at the black flower on Yu Depeng's hand. What's up, boss? Yu Depeng froze slightly. It's a black butterfly flower. Lin Hao said indifferently. Black butterfly flower? What kind of flower is this? Yu Depeng looked confused. Black butterfly flower, a very rare herbaceous flower that is difficult to grow artificially, but it is a staple ingredient for making spiritual blue pills. So, is it worth anything? Yu Depeng instantly had a slight excitement. Lin Hao nodded and said softly, it is worth more than cobalt ore. The price of 1 black butterfly flower is worth 2 cobalt ores. Holy! Yu Depeng groaned. So how many black butterfly flowers should there be here? Infinitely? Yu Depeng, instantly his eyes glowed red. This flower, it has to be picked intact from the trail to maintain its perfect quality. You are not a grower, you can't do it, of course, like you just picked. It is just slightly damaged, and when you do the math, it only slightly affects its price. All these books have. Lin Hao hadn't even finished speaking. Yu Depeng roared, mine, all mine. Then, pounce like crazy. Your team gets the item black butterfly flower 1. Your team gets the item black butterfly flower 1. A flurry of messages swiped the screen. Lin Hao was speechless for a while. There's no end to picking, there's no end to picking at all. Yu Depeng mumbled as he frantically picked flowers. Chapter 60, Bitter Battle, Rendezvous. Seeing Yu Depeng in a state of madness. Lin Hao also cried and laughed a bit. Rock, so many flowers, when do you plan to pick them? However, looking at the black butterfly flowers roaming the mountains, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. Outside, such a flower is often sought after. Boss, you're not planning to leave again and don't want these black butterfly flowers, are you? Yu Depeng's eyes were red and his voice trembled. Lin Hao lost his smile a bit. You almost died here just now, remember? Have you thought about it? Once the passageway goes out of control, and demons like those just now flood into Yang City in large numbers, what will become of Yang City? It'll probably be in ruins. When Yu Depeng said this, he stopped picking, stood up, and looked at Lin Hao. Understood? Rock, there isn't much time left for us, we must get to the front as soon as possible. Well, boss, you're right. Yu Depeng nodded his head. But his eyes still lingered on those black butterfly flowers. Well, when this passage is knocked down, these resources will be gradually developed by those who come after us. I know. Yu Depeng wanted to cry a little, but now get your hands on it, it belongs to us alone. Dead people. Along with heading in. Every couple of 100 meters, the two could see a number of bodies lying on the ground. There are military and worldly families. Along the way, I've seen a dozen or so before and after. Now, even Yu Depeng's face was very heavy. Boss, do you think something happened to Ning Yuan-si and the girls as well? Lin Hao was silent. Yu Depeng sighed, every corpse I see now, I don't dare to look at their faces, I'm afraid to see the ones I recognize. Lin Hao used 30 gold-devouring insects to open up the road in front of him, while the remaining 150 of them distributed out and killed the monsters they encountered. Aside from the experience value that could be harvested, Lin Quan wanted to clear this passage of demons as much as possible. Eliminate the living forces. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, in the distance, a mage output, fireballs, lightning, wind, and thunder crossed the sky. The fight was so dark that the sand flew away. Boss, there are a lot of people fighting up ahead. Well, let's go up and take a look. Rock, you're a little behind me. If anything happens, you don't try to be strong. I'll block it all, okay? Lin Hao said solemnly. Oh. A tank has to follow the boss, a spiritualist, and let him help me fend off. It's a big shame to say that out loud. However, Yu Depeng still honestly followed Lin Hao. Walking for some distance, the situation became clear to see. only to see 30 or so professionals crouching behind a mound, casting out attacks as they went. On the top, there were still a lot of corpses lying, and many of those who were in the battle carried wounds on their bodies, and the situation was not optimistic. Lin Hao. You're still alive, great. A man's voice. At the same time that person greeted him, and it was clearly Zhao Hu. We couldn't find you, we thought you'd been killed. Lin Hao looked at the fighting crowd in front of him. The people were very mixed, most of them were representatives of the military, and there were also quite a few sons of worldly families. What's the situation now? Reporting to the deputy commander, when we teleported in, of the 50 soldiers, only 17 gathered together. It was impossible to find any more men, and under the leadership of the commanding general, we had to advance, and as we advanced along the way, we continued to receive men, both from the army and from the worldly families, and at the height of the advance, it amounted to 48. And we can finally deal with those nightmare beasts and demons like the Headless Horseman. But until we touched a level 29 flying demoness, we suffered heavy losses, and by now, there are less than 30 people left, and many of them have their physical and mental strength severely depleted, and can barely fight. Zhao Hu was talking. Suddenly there was a scream of "I." The sound was so loud and shrill that everyone present was in a trance and shaking. Even Lin Hao had a headache. Meanwhile, across the hill, a huge monster with wings soared from the ground plane into midair. It was clearly an enchanting-looking female demon. However, it was seen grasping a professional who was probably a tank or something like that with both hands. Sharp teeth were revealed in his mouth, and he bit down on the neck of that professional and kept sucking blood. The professional screamed miserably and struggled desperately. But, after half a minute, that professional's whole body became dry and flat, like a weathered dry corpse. Of course, the man is long dead. Suck all the blood from this professional. That demon girl tore her hands apart, and the professional instantly turned into pieces. Piece by piece it fell to the ground. The people below kept releasing spells, bows and arrows against it. But as this two-winged demoness flew high into the sky, all attacks fell short. It's this blood-sucking demoness that killed a dozen of us. Zhao Hu looked at the demoness who was temporarily far away, and there was still a huge amount of fear in his language. On the ground, the 24 nightmare beasts and headless horsemen that had confronted the crowd receded slightly. The crowd did not dare to pursue. Each output used this gap in the battle to desperately recover. Various nannies put out heel after heel. Lin Hao, are you alright? A woman in a military uniform walked toward Lin Hao. It was Chen Ziqing. However, at this time, her hair and clothes were a bit disheveled, and her face was pale. This demon girl is so good, no matter how injured or out of shape she is, she flies away when she fights, and then, in about half an hour, she comes back again, back to her best. And then, each time, it took away quite a few lives, so not only can we not advance, but we've been pushed back quite a distance, and if it continues like this, not only will we not be able to interrupt the passage, but everyone will have to die. Chen Ziqing said with a grave expression on his face. At this time, she also noticed that Lin Hao was standing with Yu Dapeng. His whole body was refreshed and cool, with a look of calmness and no exertion. Especially Lin Hao. On the dress, there wasn't even a crease. Shouldn't have been in any battles. It looks more like it's here for sightseeing. On the contrary, Chen Ziqing, her white pretty face stuck with black mud, her face was spent, and she was very weak from the excessive mental exertion of casting spells. Pale. The clothes were also torn in multiple places. Especially the back, a huge crack from the left down. It almost fatally wounded her. Obviously there was assistance given to heal the injury before it was recovered. Compare and contrast. She suddenly felt that it was simply ironic that the first thing she asked Lin Hao if he was alright when they met. What's wrong with him? Something is wrong with yourself. At that moment, her tone quickly turned cold. You guys were back there, didn't you ever meet any monsters? Behind is a particularly loaded word. We also encountered some monsters, but they weren't very strong and were dispatched. Lin Hao said indifferently. Ha! We've killed over 20 demons, though. Encounter some monsters that aren't very strong? There's no point in lying, the lowest level here is a level 25 nightmare beast. It was when Chen Ziqing's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Lin Hao. Brother Hao. A few sounds came. 3 young girls ran out of a small ravine. It was none other than Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui. Lin Shi shook her forehead and jumped up at once, hugging Lin Hao, tears and snot coming out. Brother Hao, I thought I would never see you again. Chen Ziqing's eyes looked at Lin Hao even colder. Chapter 61, How many demons have you killed? Lin Hao saw Lin Shi hugging herself so hard in full view of everyone that her chest was squeezed out of shape. He was slightly embarrassed and was about to push her away. However, it was immediately discovered that Lin Shi's entire body was constantly shaking at this time. It was assumed that the series of battles just now, and seeing the people around her constantly dying, had given this little girl, who hadn't been tested by many battles, a shock. He was helpless as well, and could only pat her on the back and comfort her softly. Okay, don't be afraid, I'm coming, it's okay. Chen Ziqing said coldly on the side, alright, Lin Hao, we came in with an extremely important conquest mission, not here to fall in love. Lin Hao was speechless. However, Chen Ziqing also stopped at the right moment and didn't continue to taunt Lin Hao, turning serious. Lin Hao, I need you to take the wounded here, and some of those who don't have enough combat power to retreat, they're here, they don't have much of a role to play, they'll all be killed for sure, protect them as much as you can, and if you run into a demon, organize a good fight, okay? Lin Hao frowned. This is to make yourself the Wounded Escort Logistics Brigade commander? What about you? The demons here are unexpectedly powerful, at the same level, we are no match for them at all, but if we can't complete this mission, the world outside will suffer, so I'll take the rest of the team and move on. Lin Rang shook his head, if there are indeed wounded who need to retreat, let Zhao Hu take them down. You? Lin Hao, what do you want? Chen Ziqing was furious at once, after all, you are the deputy commander of my uncle's appointment, you have to do something, even if the level is lower and you can't deal with those demons, but I'll let Zhao Hu follow you and assist you, so you don't have to be afraid now. Lin Hao knew that Chen Ziqing misunderstood himself, thinking that he only wanted to be left alone. Don't want to drag with a team of wounded. He also didn't want to keep pestering her here with what she had or didn't have. At that moment, he said in a cold voice, Chen Ziqing, then do you think you have the ability to fight your way to the end and interrupt the passageway connecting to the demon world? Even if you die, you must die on the way forward. Chen Ziqing was decisive, and said this with the air of a man who looked at death as if he was at home. Lin Hao was speechless. Courage is commendable, but it's not much use when the purpose can't be achieved. Since he promised Zhou Zhezhong to come in, he was going to do things and get rewards. If Chen Ziqing didn't agree, he didn't mind going alone. How can I be bound by you, an ignorant woman, arranging this and that? Most importantly, you simply don't have a clear perception of my strength. He glanced at Chen Ziqing and said indifferently, alright, you're already tired from the battle just now, so I'll leave the front to me. Chen Ziqing was anxious. No, Lin Hao, you're low-leveled and lacking in combat power, you'll die if you participate in the battle. Insufficient combat power? Chen Ziqing, where do you base this statement on? Lin Hao faintly asked back. Chen Ziqing really got a little angry. The mission that was arranged for you was to keep you away from danger and save a small life as much as possible, but you have been unaware of it. What do you mean, you Lin Hao? You need a basis for that? You're a guy who's only 19th grade. It's just a little higher than those girlfriends of yours. People like you, who come here, who don't know, are going through the motions, crossing the gold and getting some favors. My uncle is said to have some connection with your father, taking care of you. All this stuff, really talk so white? And here, the real combatants are those level 30 professionals. Now, even these people can't resist the demons here. What are you relying on? You have been in the back and coming over, so easy and dashing, is because this we have already cleared all the monsters in front of us, you leisurely come over, have not seen any demons, to these monsters, do not understand at all. Now, what's the point of showing off here? At this time, Zhao Hu also said at the side, Lin Hao, just listen to Ziqing, it's really too dangerous ahead. He was afraid that these words hurt Lin Hao's pride, and thinking about it, he added, moreover, it's not easy to protect these wounded, even if we retreat to the back, we might still meet those demons, and the battle will be very difficult and bitter. He had always been quite favorable to Lin Hao. Lin Hao had General Zhao's token, but has never had the privilege of using it. Just now, Chen Ziqing arranged for him to follow Lin Hao. He understood that this was, in effect, asking him to protect Lin Hao. He also made up his mind that if there was any danger down there, even if he died, he would die in front of Lin Hao. Do you hear me, Lin Hao, and I'm the commanding officer, and you, as the representative of our military, you must obey my orders. Chen Ziqing gritted his teeth. Knowing that Lin Hao was a bit unruly and untamed, Chen Ziqing had no choice but to bring up her name as a commanding officer. Trying to use this to overwhelm Lin Hao. How many demons did you guys just kill? Lin Hao suddenly asked. More than 20, Lin Hao, let me tell you, these demons are very powerful. It's not easy for a team to deal with one, just on. Rock. Lin Hao interrupted Chen Ziqing. Boss. Yu Dapeng took a few steps forward and came to Lin Hao's side. Put the gear in your backpack and show them. Yes, boss. With a wave of his hand, Yu Dapeng released the equipment from his backpack. Some light flashed. On the ground, piles of equipment like a huge mountain. The golden light is brilliant. Although it was impossible to do an inventory, anyone could tell that there were at least 200 to 300 pieces of equipment here. Moment. The whole place is dead silent. Just now, they had also killed demons and knew that, roughly, each demon would drop a piece of equipment. There were also a handful of demons that didn't drop. And now, here's 200 or 300 pieces of equipment. Wouldn't it mean that just now, Lin Hao and the others killed no less than 300 demons? That sword and shield tank beside him, of course the main one certainly wasn't him. So, who killed it? Lin Hao. He's so strong? Just now, for every demon they fought, dozens of them used all their strength to put it down. And, accidentally, a lot of people died, too. How did he do it? Lin Hao, just now, just how many demons did you kill? These equipment, did you really fight them down? Chen Ziqing looked incredulous and lost his voice. What else, do you think these demons gave it to me? Lin Hao shook his head. How did you kill them? It's so hard for us to kill one. Chen Ziqing swallowed hard. If Lin Hao hadn't released so many harvested equipment, beat her to death, she didn't believe it. I don't think it's necessary for me to describe the detailed process to you right now, right? Lin Hao said indifferently. They are ours, so don't get any ideas. Yu Dapeng swooped down into the pile of equipment and quickly put the equipment on the ground into his spatial backpack. Lin Hao, you. Not to mention Chen Ziqing, the crowd of city guards beside him were stunned. Zhao Hu shivered and couldn't speak. They were all level 30 professionals. It was all hard to believe that Lin Hao, who was only level 19, had killed so many demons. Wouldn't that mean that Lin Hao, who was level 19, was far stronger than them? How is that possible? But the facts, again, are in front of us. Chapter 62, instantly killing hundreds of demons. This guy, always unexpected and shocking. Ning Yuanxi looked deeply at Lin Hao. She had followed Lin Hao to kill the lost mine hell level. It wasn't as scary as it is here now, but when he brushed it, it was as easy as drinking water. That, she learned. Mu Shui stood next to Yu Dapeng and asked in a low voice, just now, you guys killed so many demons? That's too much, isn't it? Her eyes suddenly widened in shock as she looked at Yu Dapeng and said, Dapeng, you've risen to level 18? Yu Dapeng laughed with a cheeky smile, still a little bit short of level 19. Oh my god. Mu Shui groaned. I knew Brother Hao was great. Rock, group me up, I want to be with Brother Hao. In full view of everyone, Lin sure didn't dare to hug Lin Hao anymore. However, her hand was in the crook of his arm. She was completely conquered by Lin Hao's strength in the lost mines. Lin Hao, although I don't know your fighting style, I'm happy that you're so strong, then there's hope for our advancement. After Chen Ziqing was shocked at Lin Hao's strength, hope rose in his heart. Just now, the word despair would not be an exaggeration to describe her outlook. Although, she was quite displeased with Lin Hao, she really didn't want him to die innocently either. That was why it was proposed that Lin Hao should lead the team away while she advanced to face the demons and demonesses. Now, Lin Hao, you're in command, I'll cooperate with you. Chen Ziqing was also a soldier after all, and although she was usually a bit of a little girl at heart, she wasn't ambiguous before big events. Lin Hao shook his head, it's better for you to deploy how to arrange it, I'll be responsible for helping you raid the line. That works too. Time was urgent, and Chen Ziqing immediately made personnel deployment as Lin Hao instructed. There were still 28 people here, but 8 of them were no longer able to fight, and Zhao Hu led the way for them to stay. The remaining 20 were divided into 4 teams, matched by occupation. I don't know whether to give face to Lin Hao or what. Chen Ziqing also agreed that Ning Yuanxi, Yu Dapeng, and a few other low-level peers would continue on. And let them group together with Lin Hao. This made a couple of the girls very happy. They thought that they would be left behind. They all wanted to follow Lin Hao. Boss. Yu Dapeng was suddenly a bit embarrassed. Captain, I'll move it to you, my backpack, which was filled just now, is no longer full. When Yu Dapeng's words came out, the crowd beside him was speechless again. At a level like Yu Dapeng's, backpack vacancies amount to almost 500. Normally, even if you carry a lot of supplies, it's impossible to fill it up. It was evident how much he and Lin Hao had both fished out just now. You give the captain to Ning Yuan Si. Oh, okay. Just as the current staff has just been deployed. I came several screams. In the distance, a two-winged demoness flying in the sky killed back with hundreds of demons. They're coming. Chen Ziqing's face changed. The number of demons this time is still several times that of before. Everyone be careful. Next to a group of people, they also immediately stood in their positions, with the tank in the front, the output in the center, and the support in the back. Just as the crowd was getting nervous, there was a buzzing sound, coming from all directions. Just as the crowd was confused, they saw countless black bugs the size of 2 fists flying towards the area from everywhere. Then, they all flew to Lin Hao's side. Hundreds of them, all circling around Lin Hao. Lin Hao, am I your favorite insect? Chen Ziqing asked curiously. Previously, at the entrance of the novice copy, she had also learned about Lin Hao's occupation from others. Aha! Lin Hao nodded. By this time, the demoness and the demons were not far from the crowd. Attack! Tanks take care of the hate and protect the output and support. All kinds of spells, bows and arrows flew to the opposite side. Auxiliary then adds increases to each. Lin Hao also landed 5 or 6 halos on his body. Attributes are significantly enhanced. However, these were of little use to Lin Hao. His battle strength was still his favorite insects, and his own strength, on the other hand, was very weak. Except it's a bloody cow. Lin Quantity had also always wanted to strengthen his own abilities, but he couldn't find the right opportunities or ideas. But unexpectedly, the series of attacks from the crowd were pretty much dispersed by the wings flapped by that demoness, and some of the sporadic attacks couldn't do much damage to the demons below. No wonder, they were beaten so badly just now. All this output, it still doesn't do enough damage to the opposite side. Lin Hao looked at the demon girl's actions and estimated that she had used a technique like probably Storm to hedge against the crowd's attacks. These demons were also all nearly level 30, and, with their strength reaching the level of a mini-boss, where could a professional of the same level possibly compare? It was also only when enough professionals cooperated to take advantage of the team's complementary strengths that they had a chance to kill. Go on, my fellows. Lin Hao gave an order. All the swarms of gold eaters flew towards the demon. After reaching the demon's head, it loomed down. Moment. Dozens of nightmare beasts and headless horsemen, people falling over. Various demons fought with the swarms of gold-eating insects. Even the demoness was pounced upon by 20 to 30 gold-devouring insects. A demon falls to the ground. 2 demons fell to the ground. Even the demon girl let out a "oh" and rushed high into the air. A minute passes, except for the demoness. All the nightmare beasts and headless horseman demons fell to the ground. Finished? All the demons are dead? Everyone in the room froze. What in the world are these bugs that are so horrible? So it turns out that the hundreds of pieces of harvested equipment he released earlier were all true. So, that's how he kills monsters. It's too much to kill all these demons like that, isn't it? Dozens of us fought for half a day and many died to repel the demons, and just like that he killed them all by himself? It's only a minute at most, right? The crowd looked at Lin Hao in shock. A number of bugs were seen flying back again. A pang of fear ran through many hearts. All moved to the side. Stay away from the gold eater. A demon this powerful can't stand up to the bite of these bugs. Zhao Wu sighed. So, Lin Hao's strength is actually strong to this extent. No wonder, only at level 19, he has gained so much respect and trust from our General Zhao. Where is the reason for any connections? Is this the strength of our vice commander? All the city guards looked at Lin Hao with reverent eyes. Earlier, General Zhao announced that he was the deputy commander, and he didn't understand it himself, so that's how it is. Enter the copy and have a hard time. The demons were so powerful that they despaired. As a warrior, dying in the sand, they are not afraid. But this time, the mission can't be accomplished. When the formation outside breaks, this place, and the subsequent steady stream of demons, will invade the earth. The whole earth will be transformed into a place of Shura everywhere. But now, when Lin Hao made a move, he instantly killed hundreds of demons. Even the demoness, who was so powerful that she despaired, had now fled to nowhere. A flame of hope rose in their hearts. They are saved, the city of Yangchang is saved. Salute Deputy Commander Lin. A city guard stood upright and gave Lin Hao a standard military salute. All the other city guards, too, gave a military salute. Chapter 63 The Demon Saint and Vlad. Lin Hao's face suddenly changed, extremely ugly. What's wrong, Lin Hao? Chen Ziqing hurriedly asked, and was anxious in his heart. She had never seen this kind of grave expression from Lin Hao before. From the time they met until now, Lin Hao had always been calm and light-hearted. Moreover, just now, Lin Hao had struck out, and his favorite insects were so powerful that even monsters as powerful as demons were no match for them, so it could be said that they were almost invincible. Lin Hao said in a deep voice, "The 20 or so favorite insects I just chased after the demoness died." This was the first time this had happened since Lin Hao's opening. Though it was said that he could summon it in a steady stream as long as he had enough spiritual power. Lin Hao looked toward the gray and hazy distance. There, what the hell exists? Surprisingly, he was able to kill his own gold-devouring insect. He looked around at the 20 or so professionals and said in a slow voice, "Gentlemen, there's an unknown powerful existence in front of us, and the initial judgment is that it has the ability to kill a bunch of us in seconds, so you, all of you, be careful." What? The crowd beside him was shocked at the words. An existence that killed the crowd in seconds, so what should they do? Vice Envoy Lin, no matter what lies ahead, please lead us forward and complete the task of interrupting the passage. Zhao Wu stepped forward and looked at Lin Hao, determination appearing on his face. Vice Envoy Lin, none of us are afraid of death. A group of sergeants said in unison. Good. Lin Hao nodded. Perhaps, in a moment, all these soldiers may have to die, and they themselves may not be able to save them, but the warrior's horseleather is a warrior's destiny. Summon the elf butterfly. Just now, he had teamed up with Yu Dapeng and fought more than 300 demons, and he had long since risen to level 20. But he never had time to take inventory. Originally, he had also planned to continue to increase the number of favorite insects summoned after taking inventory. But now, this copy, sinister beyond imagination. The deaths of 20 or so gold-eating insects made his heart vaguely uneasy. 1, 2, 3. A total of 10 elf butterflies were added. Lin Hao's spiritual power bottomed out. Summoning a level 20 elf butterfly was too mentally draining. It is only in times of crisis that one realizes one's many shortcomings. The current self has little equipment gain except for the base attributes. Lin Hao shook his head. He hadn't paid much attention to equipping himself with equipment since he awakened and obtained the gold-devouring insect. Besides, in the early stages, the level was low, the upgrade was fast, he was invincible to the gold eater, and he was too lazy to make updates to his equipment. Right now, there's a serious lack of mental energy. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. Adding 10 more elf butterflies to the original 50, Lin Hao now had nearly 700,000 blood. It was reasonable to say that around level 30, there was no existence that could kill one. However, he was still extremely uneasy in the bottom of his heart. Let's go! After improving his survivability as much as possible, Lin Hao led the crowd deeper into the passageway. Deep in the passageway on a hill, a demoness paled. She dropped a nightmare beast that had just sucked up all the blood and was already dry and flat, and grabbed another nightmare beast and sucked up the blood. With each inhalation, her body recovered quite a bit. However, even though her body was constantly repairing itself, it wouldn't be a matter of a moment before it truly recovered. Her body was riddled with holes, and it was clearly from being devoured by the gold-devouring insects earlier. If she hadn't come back in time, she would have died at the mouth of the bugs. At her feet, on the other hand, the corpses of 20 or so gold-devouring insects were scattered. And by the side of the demoness stood 2 more demons. One of them was an extremely enchanting-looking woman, with a convex front and curved back, exuding an extremely alluring charm. She frowned. Vlad, these bugs, I recognize them, it wasn't that long ago that they killed my one wrapped vessel of mental energy. The other demon next to her looked like a vampire look-alike. Vlad said slowly as he stared at the corpse of the gold eater on the ground. Holy maiden, these bugs are extremely powerful. If I hadn't just mastered the infinite toxin skill rewarded by the Emperor, it would be impossible to kill them. Vlad, your infinite toxin is already the strongest skill in the poison world. If the other party is hit by your poison technique, as long as there is still blood on the other party, it can keep generating, and your poison will never stop until it poisons the other party. If Lin Hao was here, he would probably recognize the female demon who spoke. It was the blood mist that floated up after Lin Hao killed the bull-headed beast in the novice copy. That holy maiden continued, the owner of these bugs is a bug tamer named Lin Hao, I didn't expect that he had entered here as well. Vlad, we have to kill him. If this person grows up, he will pose a huge threat to our abyss. Lin Hao led the crowd and kept pushing forward. On the way, his gold devourer killed quite a few nightmare beasts and headless horsemen. However, the guy who had killed his gold-devouring insect had never shown up. Even the demoness who had been traveling back and forth earlier to kill Chen Ziqing in disgrace did not appear. These nightmare beasts and headless horsemen were certainly no match for Lin Hao. As the encounters came down, they were all turned into experience points, along with a whole bunch of equipment, which went into Ning Yuanxi's backpack. On the way, Lin Hao and the others also discovered quite a few valuable resources. Previously, Yu Dapeng had obtained a large amount of cobalt ore, and black butterfly flower also appeared quite a lot. But the sergeants turned a blind eye. Those sons of the world have picked up a lot. Lin Hao and the others were very fast, and they could only pick up a little bit before they had to leave and keep up with the big group. The biggest exaggeration was that they had discovered a huge vein of kryptonite stone that stretched for who knows how many miles. Kryptonite is also an extremely rare ore. Initial estimation, this one vein was feared to reach a value of hundreds of millions if it was collected. However, without tools, it simply can't be mined and collected. The crowd could only leave with regret. Without realizing it, the group had already penetrated into the latter half of the passageway. Lin Hao's feeling of apprehension grew even stronger. He knew that it was getting closer and closer to that horrible thing. Those bugs are at it again. The Holy Maiden and Vlad saw 4 or 5 gold eaters appear in the distance at the same time. It was Lin Hao's sentry. Wind! The Virgin blew out a breath. This gas grew at the sight of the wind and quickly formed a tornado. Roll up those 4 or 5 gold-eating insects. Endless toxins. Several green bats flew out of Vlad. The bat crashed into the gold eater that was in the middle of the tornado and turned into a green mist that wrapped around the gold eater. The black gold-eating insects are infected with toxins by the bats and turn greenish in color. The blood breath kept decaying. The gold-devouring insects that were immune to the water and fire elements, and also immune to mental attacks, simply couldn't detoxify this unending poison. After a short while of work, the 4 gold eaters dropped to the ground and died. Lin Hao, who was still several miles away from here, had his pupils contracted violently. Poison? Chapter 64 gives you the chance to let me kill you. Just as Lin Hao's team was about to approach the depths of the passageway, they encountered another large group of more than 30 people. With the convergence of these two groups, this is pretty much the convergence of the people who entered the passage. The meeting breaks for another fusion between the two sides. Dragon Friar was clearly inside as well. After Lin Hao appeared, Long Biotian was tightly focused on him. He approached Lin Hao. "I've been worried that you're dead. Now that I can see you, that's good. The heart of the Night Star, you have to keep it for me first. There's nothing I want to get that I can't get yet." Lin Hao gave him a faint look. "Nothing. What's that? Still want something, nothing you can't get? You think you're a good fighter among your classmates? What's the point of you being good at fighting? You need to have power and background to come out. Your classmate is that Yu Dapeng or something, right?" In Long Biotian's words, not only did he mock Lin Hao, there was also the meaning of threatening Lin Hao with Yu Dapeng. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. A wave of anger grew in his heart. "You already have a way to die." Lin Hao hadn't taken him seriously before, but now, he had touched the reverse scale, that, "Dragon Friar, you must die." Seeing that Lin Hao's eyes were cold and he didn't say a word, Long Daitian grunted and rejoined the group. He had deviated a little from the crowd. "In a moment, you must kill him and explode the items on his body, or else you won't get a single cent of the $50 million you negotiated before," Dragon Friar said to the 2 assassins in the group. "Young Dragon, don't worry, we've been looking for him, we didn't realize he was still back there. A student who is only level 20, not to mention the 2 of us at level 30, is too much for one person. Assassins have a unique advantage when it comes to killing people, and it's their best area of expertise." After resting, the crowd was ready to go. Lin Hao suddenly said, "Rock, Yuanxi, you guys just stop right here, don't move forward." "Boss, that scary thing you were talking about is up ahead?" Lin Hao nodded. "Brother Hao, I'm not afraid, I'll follow you, and if there's a tough fight, I can heal you," Lin sure said. Lin Hao shook his head. "The same goes for you and Mu Shui, all of you stay here, you guys came in for this trip, you also have merit, and you've rested enough, if you go any further, you might have to die, there's no need." When Ning Yuanxi heard this, he was also anxious. "Lin Hao, then don't go forward either. I'm not like you guys, I'm a representative of the military, and I can't back down until I've accomplished my mission. Lin Hao left the team. Lin Hao, did you see that guy through Pang Bug? Chen Ziqing asked gruffly from the side as well. Aha! Lin Hao nodded. It's a poisonous vampire, and a demonic holy maiden who can use the wind element. Poison vampire? Demon holy maiden? Then Lin Hao, are you sure you can deal with them? Chen Ziqing asked. It's hard to say, although they are also constrained by the 30-level cap for entering this passage. I have a feeling that those two demons, they came in at a lower level through some secret method, so they are both bug-like existences. Chen Ziqing wants to say, which is not the same as you. Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi and the others listened to Lin Hao's advice and eventually stayed. They also knew that they couldn't play any role by following Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't persuade Chen Ziqing and Zhao Hu, because it was their duty and they couldn't be persuaded. Let's go. Chen Ziqing said to Lin Hao. Aha! The brigade advances. Then when they encountered scattered demons like the Headless Horseman, the team was able to kill them. As for the demon army that had appeared several times before in a massive buildup, after all, it didn't show up. It seems they also retreat to the end. Lin Hao saw that Long Biotian and a few of his teammates had been not far away from him, staring at him all the time. He frowned lightly. He suddenly said to Chen Ziqing, you lead the team one step ahead, I'll catch up later. Chen Ziqing was confused. But Lin Hao didn't say anything. Chen Ziqing thought about it and didn't ask again. Lin Hao was like this, walking slower and slower. Eventually, it becomes hanging behind the line. The general public didn't notice that Long Fengtian and their partners also followed Lin Hao and slowed down. Good opportunity. If that kid had been in the center of the crowd, we wouldn't have been able to make a move. Now that he's alone, it's a rare opportunity. I'm enough on my own. Seeing Lin Hao dangling, an assassin rejoiced. Lin Hao's unusual movements made Long Biotian vaguely feel that something was wrong, but he wanted to finish Lin Hao off too much. If it wasn't for Lin Hao, that Heart of the Night Star would be his. If it wasn't for Lin Hao, he wouldn't have been slapped hard by his father and been so disappointed in him. Therefore, he didn't bother to think deeply about why Lin Hao was slowly leaving the team. Hatred welled up in his heart, and his eyes were crimson. Let's both of you do it together. I'm going to make sure he's 100% dead. Lin Hao saw that Dragon Friar and the others also slowed down and were slowly moving towards himself. The mind sneered. When you think it's an opportunity to hunt, it's often an opportunity to be hunted. Don't you have a brain to think about such a simple thing? It's a sad fact that even such a stupid person can reign supreme in Yangqing City. Lin Hao seemed to be too light, and he sat down, constantly panting. Those at the tail end of the group saw this and asked if he was alright, and after Lin Hao shook his head, they didn't care about him and continued on. Suddenly, a silver light flashed. An assassin who had been lurking around Lin Hao for a long time struck out. The dagger hit Lin Hao. But Lin Hao seemed to be fine. That assassin was slightly startled. What the hell? He didn't miss either, but why did the other guy act like nothing happened? He knew how much damage he would do with that blow. It didn't make sense for a level 20 professional to survive, even if he was equipped with decent equipment. At the same time, the other assassin dodged a few times and came to Lin Hao's side, a short sword glowing with a greenish light, obviously dyed with poison, stabbing at Lin Hao. Lin Hao took a few steps back to avoid it. Lin Hao, if you had been following that Chen Ziqing, I really wouldn't have been able to help you, but you were so bad that you fell off the bandwagon and gave me a chance, so I can only send you to the west. Dragon Friar stood at a distance with a tank and auxiliary and sneered. Yeah? It's not certain who's going to kill who. Lin Hao sneered. Buzzing and buzzing, countless bugs suddenly surfaced around Lin Hao. Then, pounce on the two assassins. Oh, don't be funny, just take these bugs and fight them. An assassin sneered. Ah! But before he could finish his words, he screamed miserably. The two assassins were only able to jab a few gold eaters out as well. It was then submerged under the gold-eating insects. These gold-eating insects tore through the two assassins' flesh and blood. Some even bore into their internal organs through their flesh and blood. Gnawing on internal organs. The two assassins kept rolling on the ground. Within a minute, the breath was gone. Then, those gold-eating insects drilled out of it again. Two men, bloody. Only one pair of eyes, filled with fear and pain, was wide open. It seems to be in disbelief till death do us part. Long Fengtian was not far away from the two men, his whole body cold. Chapter 65 Horrible Way of Killing. What the hell is this? Long Biotian and the others watched in horror as the worms burrowed in and out of the corpses, and in a moment's time, the two assassins' flesh and blood were devoured. Only the bones remain. The two assassins didn't fight back at all. Instantly, the hands and feet of the three people watching from afar went limp, and infinite fear rose in their hearts. This is simply evil. Looking at Lin Hao again, his face was calm and indifferent. Killing people in such a way didn't seem to be the first time. How could one even think of coming to kill such a person? Long Fengtian suddenly felt that this world was ridiculous. The feeling is like a few of your own going in for the kill with a 6.4 pistol. Suddenly the other guy took out two with a blast from a raised bazooka, and then was still holding it up and aiming it at himself. The key opponent's eyes are still cold and his hands are still hard. People are ruthless. Once you're out, you're killing people. Young Dragon, you're telling us that he's just a level 19 rookie? You want to get us killed? A battle aide beside Long Biotian yelled at Long Biotian. Hey brother, the person who wants to kill you is Long Biotian, it has nothing to do with us, and we were duped. Another therapist hurriedly clarified to Lin Hao. Yeah? Are you guys scared now? Lin Hao said in a faint voice. Lin Hao, I admit that you are a very special person, I misjudged you, I shouldn't have messed with you. Long Fengtian wanted to be soft. This kind of deserted mountain is really a good place to kill people. In such a dangerous place, it was impossible to tell the difference between being killed by a monster and being killed by a person. This was precisely the same reason why Long Biotian had also organized his personnel and prepared to make a move here after hearing that Lin Hao had entered this copy. Right now, Long Daitian really couldn't think of a way to deal with those terrifying bugs of Lin Hao. He suddenly remembered what Uncle Five had told him, the information about Lin Hao. The newbie copies are godlike broken records. It is suspected that the four evils of Yang Cheng died at his hands. It was inferred that the lost mining cave would have a high probability of being killed by Lin Hao if Long Biotian made a move. At that time, when Fifth Uncle said those outrageous information, although Long Daitian pretended to have an attitude that he knew how to admit his mistake, he didn't believe it at all. And now, to prove that that information is 1,000 times true, no, maybe that information is not enough. Lin Hao was more powerful and terrifying than imagined. Why hadn't they properly warned themselves not to mess with Lin Hao? If they had made it clear that Lin Hao's occupational skill was such a horrible bug, wouldn't he have run as far away as he could? At this instant, infinite remorse arose in Long Daitian's heart. For the sake of that Heart of the Night Star, several times provoked to make a move against Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao's gloomy eyes, he swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, Lin Hao, I don't want the Heart of the Night Star, I can still give you 50 million, as long as you spare me. He panicked. Really panicked. Too late. Lin Hao raised his hand, if you want to kill, then be prepared to be killed. Since he had decided to make a move, Lin Hao still had halfway to go? Leaving a legacy or scourge? Those gold-devouring insects around him buzzed and flew towards the three of them, Dragon Friar. Like a black cloud. Before the bug arrived, the lingering killing machine came to his face. The three were instantly scared out of their wits. The way these bugs kill, it's horrible. Long Biotian, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. That battle auxiliary roared and turned around to frantically escape. Big brother, beg for mercy. That healer also cried out, but he didn't dare to stay at all and followed battle auxiliary to escape. Long Fengtian, on the other hand, turned violently white. He usually wore the identity of the Prince of the Strongmen Guild, and was mighty in the entire city of Yang, especially bullying those weak professionals, invincible in battle, and stepping on whoever he wanted to step on. Over the years, I don't know how many people have cried out in pain and knelt before him begging for mercy. At first, sometimes he went soft. But then, killing, only brought him inexplicable pleasure. He felt like a demon sometimes. But now, he realized that compared to Lin Hao's cruel methods, he was simply a pure teenager. He tried to run, but his legs were too weak to move. Lin Hao, I am from the Strongmen Guild, if you kill me. Ah. In his haste, he also wanted to threaten Lin Hao and make him stop. However, before Long Daitian finished speaking, a group of gold-devouring insects pounced on him. He tried to cast a spell to repel the bugs, but before he could carry out his movements, a sharp pain came from his body. Soon, the two escaping guys were also caught up by the gold-devouring insects and pounced on the ground. How could they be faster than the Gold Eater? The Gold Eater's agility was not the highest among its four-dimensional attributes, but it was still high, and besides, it could fly. It can be said that once targeted, there is almost no escape. Soon, the bodies of the three of them were swooped with gold-devouring insects, and those gold-devouring insects began to frantically devour and bite. The kind that live to see their own flesh and blood in clumps being bitten off and swallowed by these bugs. This is an image that could only come from a nightmare as a child. Lin Hao, quickly make them stop. I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to force your heart of the Night Star. Dragon Friar saw that he couldn't threaten Lin Hao and switched to begging for mercy. Lin Hao coldly watched these three people rolling on the ground in pain. He was never merciful to those who were hostile to him and struck out. Please, Lord, spare my life. Lin Hao, if you dare to kill me, our strongmen guild will retaliate, you'll regret it. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. After a minute the frantic hissing stopped. 3 people, dead. 2 minutes later, the 3 had been disfigured and were no longer in their original form. Come back. Lin Hao beckoned, and all the gold-devouring insects all flew back, beside him, hidden in space. Who has so much time to play your back-and-forth games with you guys? Once it strikes, it will be a thunderous blow. Killing to extinguish the traces. The first time Lin Hao killed someone, the target was the 4 evils of Yang Chang, and at that time, those 4 people repeatedly die-jumped and invoked several times. Anger surged in Lin Hao's heart over and over again. But none of them have made a move yet. At the end, they trailed behind, trying to kill and seize the goods, trying to kill and silence him and Zhao Xiaoling, before Lin Hao stepped in and killed them. Broke the first kill. The person becomes a different person, and when they kill again, their shots become sharper. Lin Hao quickly collected all the items of a few people and threw them towards the backpack space, not caring how many things were in it, then stepped forward. Soon, he caught up with Chen Ziqing and the others. What were you doing there? When Chen Ziqing saw Lin Hao, who was slowly following him, he somehow felt that Lin Hao was not quite the same as just now. There seemed to be a murderous aura on his body, a murderous aura that was similar to the kind of smell that his own uncle carried with him after he returned from the abyss time and time again. Meet a few demons and strike out to kill them. Lin Hao faintly answered. Oh. Then be careful, for this mission, we stand to rely only on you. Chapter 56 Siege and Battle. The crowd reached the place where the passage ends. In the distance, uncountable demons appeared above the horizon. A black mass, fearing no less than 1,000. Prepare for battle. Chen Ziqing bellowed. A slew of tanks began to move to the front. However, each person's face was not gloomy. What's with all this? The waves they faced just now were only a few dozen. Even so, there were many deaths and injuries. Now, so many, it's impossible to fight against. It's killing me, every single demon is so terrifying, not to mention the thousands here. Where will we live if these demons rush over at once? I think we'd better retreat. Where have some of the children of the world's families seen such a horrible situation? Once the inner fear is out, it grows indefinitely. So a dozen or so retreated to the back and tried to escape. Don't mess up. Chen Ziqing bellowed, chaos, then you'll die faster. But what do those dozen or so people care about your mess? A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. It's best if you guys put your lives on the line to fend them off at the front before they get a chance to escape. Soon, a dozen or so professionals left the group. Start running in the direction you came from. Bunch of losers. Don't you know that if you scatter, you'll die faster? Chen Ziqing was so angry that his face turned green. Her hands trembled, almost tempted to strike out and give these deserters discipline. Lin Hao gently patted the back of her hand. Forget it, there will always be some people who are the first to desperately rush in front when there are benefits, and when it comes to a deadly situation, they run faster than anyone else, it's normal. Lin Hao said. However, there were also quite a few sons of the world's families who stood firmly on the front line. Seeing that the dozen or so people had already reached 400 or 500 meters to the rear. Just then, a group of hundreds of headless rider demons slashed out and charged. Surprisingly, there are demons back there too. Now, the faces of those professionals in the front who were preparing for battle and ready to meet the enemy also changed drastically. It turned out that those demons had set up an encirclement long ago. As for the dozen or so, it would have been a disorganized group, with many mages in the front and tanks in the back. As soon as the two came into contact, the human professional instantly collapsed. Slaughter. It was a one-sided slaughter by the devil. The dozen or so professionals who tried to escape were all killed in an instant. Some of the professionals over here put out some skills to try and save the day. But it was too far away to save. Although everyone hated these people for running away from the battlefield, they couldn't help but feel sadness in their hearts when they saw them all die at the hands of the devil. More next, the situation of being surrounded is alarming. Lin Hao, what do we do now? Chen Ziqing's face was also extremely ugly. Even those who stayed behind had the consciousness of a deadly battle. But the situation was too vicious. You guys move to that direction, borrow the terrain, and hold out a bit longer. Lin Hao pointed to the left, where there was a ravine. By using the terrain of the ravine, it allows the tank to have less contact with the demons. It is possible to divide only a small amount of power and keep each auxiliary safe. Chen Ziqing also saw that the terrain over there was more conducive to defense, and she glanced deeply at Lin Hao. I can't imagine that in this situation, he is still so calm, observing carefully and looking for a more favorable opportunity to fight. Chen Ziqing began to direct the team to move towards the left ravine. Lin Hao also judged that if he didn't make a move, it was impossible for everyone here to resist so many demons surrounding them. At that moment, there was no more hesitation. Come out, my fellows. A swarm of gold-devouring insects emerged from the void around Lin Hao. 170. Buzz. The gold-devouring insects split into several strands and flew towards those demons. If this kind of headless horseman, this kind of demon alone, how much he is not afraid. But behind these demons, there are two more scary guys. They, however, were in existence that had the ability to exterminate their own gold-eating insects. The only way to focus on those two guys was to kill these imps off as quickly as possible. What's his occupation? It's amazing that you can control such a gold wacky bug. Some of the professionals who hadn't seen Lin Hao make a move before watched Lin Hao's maneuvers curiously. He's actually trying to fight those demons with bugs? Those demons are so terrifying, what's the use of those little bugs going over there? Be cannon fodder? Cannon fodder isn't bad, at least it buys us more time to prepare. At this time, the hundreds of headless knights who had just encircled in the rear came into contact with dozens of gold-eating insects. There was a flurry of soldiers. A headless horseman falls. Another headless horseman falls. Soon, a piece fell. The remaining demons tried to escape. But, where else can you escape? Those little bugs actually killed those demons, am I right? It's so unimaginable that if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe anyone who said it. This is the first time you guys have seen it, right? Just now, our deputy envoy Lin has already killed hundreds of demons, even more than this batch. The people who met up with Lin Hao's first batch couldn't help but say, "Who is your vice envoy Lin, so strong?" They weren't sure about Lin Hao's origin. Lin Hao, it's lucky that you're here. Chen Ziqing sighed in relief. With so many demons appearing back and forth just now, she was also very nervous in her heart, and she didn't know if Lin Hao's favorite insect still had the fighting power to finish off these demons. Seeing Lin Hao's bugs was as sharp as ever. She let her heart drop slightly. Don't worry, if it's just a demon of this level, it's not a problem. Lin Hao looked into the distance. What he had been staring at were the two guys who could kill his gold eater. As for the likes of the headless horseman, he kills as many as coming. Three figures that appeared in the distant sky. A demoness with wings. This one had previously fought multiple rounds with the crowd. The other, a man who was somewhat similar to the demoness and also had wings. The last one, on the other hand, was an enchanting woman with curling winds hovering around her feet, using the element of wind in her flight. At the same time, demons began to rush towards the crowd on all sides. Tanks pay attention to pulling in the hate, no matter what, don't back off. Healers pay attention to blooding the tanks and keeping them alive. Chen Ziqing began to swing his team to meet the battle. These 50 or 60, however, like a canoe under a demonic wave, seemed the next moment to be drowned. Lin Hao's more than 100 gold-devouring insects were divided into a dozen or so strands, in the periphery, circling around the crowd. The battle was fought. Countless demons rushed up. The ground shook. The sound of horses' hooves was unceasing. The tanks kept on adding defense skills to themselves. Various outputs and start releasing skills. The various aids didn't stop there either. For a while, there were a variety of colors and skills. The demons charging towards the crowd fell in large swathes. But there were also a handful of demons that crashed into the crowd formation. There are constant professional casualties. Chapter 67 Terrifying Poison, Endless Toxins. Lin Hao, these demons are too powerful. Even though you were there and wiped out 9 out of 10 of them, it's still hard to resist. Chen Ziqing was filled with sadness as he watched the people around him keep falling. You guys focus on defense and think of ways to survive. Lin Hao looked at the distance, where the gold-devouring insects fought frantically with the demons. Those gold-eating insects kept flying towards the various demons, and many of them were knocked away and knocked down. But once they were able to get close enough to pounce on the demons, the gold-eating insects quickly tore a gash in their bodies and then drilled straight into their bodies, mashing their internal organs and burrowing them out again. Then the demon fell. My gold eater is still too few. When I run into a bunch of vegetable monsters, a gauntlet of seconds is okay. When the opponent is also powerful and numerous, it's much less efficient. For the first time, Lin Hao felt that he had too few favorite insects. It was really far from enough. And he himself is too weak to fight badly. Previously, he had been invincible to push and didn't have to care about anything. After this battle, these two shortcomings were completely exposed. In terms of favorite insects, according to the previous law of increasing 10 favorite insects for every level, on the surface it looks like there are a lot of them now, but the further he goes, the slower the upgrades will be, and then the number of his favorite insects will rise to a limited extent. Fortunately, as a bug tamer, not only 1 or 2 kinds of bugs can be tamed and controlled. According to the present, the number of species is unlimited, as long as they can be summoned to sign the contract. Having risen to level 20 before, it was possible to travel to the worm realm for a line again, but how could it be until this time was over? In terms of self-strength, once this trip was over, one still had to push skills and equipment furiously to make it work. Lin Hao, I had some preconceived notions about you before. I apologize. Chen Ziqing looked at the dozen or so corpses around him. These were all the professionals who were killed in the several waves of attacks just now. Without you, more than that would have died. Lin Hao glanced at her and didn't make a sound. In fact, what stigma or not, Lin Hao didn't care. As a matter of fact, Chen Ziqing didn't hurt herself the rest of the time, except for the first time she made things difficult for her when she left the city. The city guards drew out 50 professionals below level 30 this time. It can be said that they are the entire personnel of this level tier. Earlier we thought that the number of people was completely sufficient, but now it seems that it's far from enough. If it wasn't for you, perhaps, this time, all of us would have been wiped out. It was you who saved us. Chen Ziqing was also a very open-minded woman, and at this point in time, she was completely sure that Lin Hao was the one who was saving the day. Lin Hao, however, shook his head. Don't be too optimistic now. Although we basically held off those demon swarms, there are still 3 of the strongest ones that haven't made their move yet. In a moment, if the situation isn't right, you guys quickly retreat. Just now, a few rounds down, although the professionals died a dozen or so, but thousands of demons, but also died a large few hundred, the rest of the scattered, has not been able to form a large group of impact. Of course, almost all of them were killed by Lin Hao. Chen Ziqing followed Lin Hao's gaze and saw those 3 super demons in the sky, and his heart flinched. It's those damnable bugs again. The demon saint stared dead on at the gold-devouring insects that were killing everywhere in the field. These bugs are indeed abominable, however, they are not invincible. We have killed dozens of them earlier, and there are only 100 or so down there, so it's not too difficult to exterminate them, but we can't let them get close to us, otherwise, we won't be able to hold them. Vlad the vampire said coldly. Humph, I'll clean up those guys first. Whoosh. With her feet wrapped around a whirlwind, the demon saintess flew towards the crowd. At the same time, a magic book appeared in his hand, and he chanted under his breath, Wind Scroll Wild Dragon. 4 powerful tornadoes appeared out of nowhere and rolled toward the crowd. Look out everyone! Seeing the super demon strike, Chen Ziqing shouted out. 20 or so outputs, casting attacks and hitting the tornado. Boom boom boom. A tornado dissipated. The 2 tornadoes dissipated. 3 tornadoes dissipated. The 4th course, however, crashed into the crowd. In an instant, 4 or 5 people were swept into midair. Everyone pay attention to protecting Lin Hao. Chen Ziqing gave the order. Go! Lin Hao waved his hand, and 20 gold-devouring insects detached themselves and flew straight towards the demonic holy maiden. Wind clusters. The demon saintess chanted a few words, and then, countless clusters of whirlwinds appeared in front of her. These whirlwinds wrapped around the gold-eating insects and trapped them in death. Lin Hao frowned. Although the gold-devouring insects were not harmed, it was not easy for these 20 gold-devouring insects to break out. That's a lost opportunity to kill the demon saint. Seeing this, the vampire in the back pulled out something like a chalice and poured it into the void, a greenish-colored liquid scattering down. Turning into a green mist, it flew over and got caught up in the demon saint's whirlwind. Moment. Those gold-eating insects were sticky with these greenish mists. What a strong poison. Lin Hao immediately felt the life of the gold-devouring insect draining away rapidly. That was how the previous 30 gold eaters died in their hands. If these poisons are released, no one here can survive. Shen Ziqing, I'll have a dozen or so gold-devouring insects cooperate with you. You guys retreat back and deal with those scattered headless horseman demons. Don't let those 2 demons in the sky get close. If they fly towards you, you guys don't care about anything and run desperately. What about you? Chen Ziqing asked nervously. I'll be fine, they can't kill me. I'll command the favored insects to kill them. Yes. Shen Ziqing couldn't figure out what else Lin Hao was relying on, but at this moment, she also saw that the poison released by that vampire was very sharp. She commanded the crowd, let's back up 500 meters. Want to leave? All of you human stragglers will have to die here today. That vampire demon said in a cold voice. Endless toxins. He flung the chalice and 100-meter wide green mist spread down towards the crowd. Lin Hao's face changed drastically. Quick, run. The crowd of professionals hurriedly retreated backward. But it's a little late. There were 10 or so professionals who moved slowly, including Lin Hao, who were covered by the green mist. Instantly, Lin Hao felt that his heartbeat was accelerating, his muscles were contracting, his skin was burning like fire, and, accompanied by a tingling pain all over his body, dizziness, and a somewhat unclear consciousness. Poisoned. And, it's highly toxic. Lin Hao realized that his life was rapidly fading away. The dozen or so professions were all tumbling on the ground, and only a moment later, they were already blue in the face and in jeopardy. Lin Hao! Shen Ziqing exclaimed in shock when she saw that Lin Hao was also suffering from a huge poison. You guys run away, these poisons are not something you can afford. Lin Hao shouted. Not even a minute later, the dozen or so professionals struggling on the ground stopped. Not a single movement. Dead. Shen Ziqing commanded the crowd to retreat and deal with those remaining demon knights while looking at Lin Hao. Her face was very pale, and she muttered, Lin Hao, you must not be okay. Pa! An elf butterfly fell from Lin Hao. It was clearly that he had exhausted his life for Lin Hao and died. Not good, this poison shows no signs of subsiding at all, it's been so strong. Doesn't that mean that even if I have more blood, I'll have to die after a while? Lin Hao's face turned ugly. Chapter 68, half an hour of hard fighting, everyone can't stand it anymore. Suddenly, Lin Hao's face changed once again. The gold-devouring insects that were previously trapped in the Devil Saintess's wind cluster and were poisoned had all lost contact with Lin Hao at this moment. Dead? Dead. The 20 gold-devouring insects that were trapped in the wind cluster and were poisoned finally couldn't hold out and died one by one as their lives ran out. These favored insects, which have always been immensely powerful, are immune to fire, water, spirit, and have a powerful blood lifesteal. But it still can't be topped with this kind of intense poison. They flew out of the wind mass and landed on the ground, motionless. Lin Hao's gold-devouring insects had once again died a batch, and, right in front of his eyes. Before coming to this final land, dozens of banshee chasers at that time also died suddenly. Now, 20 more dead. Almost 50 are dead already. 10 were left behind to assist them in killing the headless horseman outside of Chen Ziqing's place. He could command no more than 100 or so now. Snap. Another elf butterfly dies. It fell from Lin Hao's body. In that minute or so, he lost over 10,000 more blood. Lin Hao's life continued to rapidly fade away. Those virulent poisons seemed endless, constantly eating away at Lin Hao's life. Come back. Lin Hao's eyes turned crimson as he let out a loud roar. 100 or so gold-devouring insects broke away from the battle and flew towards Lin Hao's side. If they couldn't kill those 3 demons in a short period of time, not to mention that all the gold eaters and elf butterflies would have to die. Lin Hao, too, had to be poisoned alive in this channel copy. The Wind Core. At that moment, the Devil Saintess saw Lin Hao's gold-devouring insects flying to Lin Hao's side, constantly casting spells to release wind mass spells. Trying to trap those gold-devouring insects with this. One after another, wind clusters were generated, and they didn't stop until the Demon Saintess' face turned white and shook, and at that moment, 40 to 50 wind clusters formed around her. One wind mass after another was curling towards the gold eater. Spread out. Those 100 or so gold-devouring insects quickly scattered in all directions. One gold eater after another was trapped in the wind cluster. Soon, 40 to 50 gold eaters were trapped. However, many gold-devouring insects flew towards those 3 demons from all directions. The 3 demons were startled. They quickly dodged, trying to avoid the gold-eating insects that flew up. However, a long flash must be lost. A scream. It turned out that the heavily injured female demon was moving slower, and at this point, there were already 10 or so gold-devouring insects pouncing on it. Aside from the individual gold-devouring insects that were sent flying by the banshee, those that pounced on it quickly tore through its flesh and blood, frantically burrowing into its body, tearing at its insides. Blood scattered in the air. The banshee with her wings spread screamed miserably and crashed into the ground. Rumble. Shake up a lot of dust. Fong ping. The demon saintess face changed dramatically when she saw that the demoness was under the mouth of the gold-devouring insect, screaming miserably, and falling to the ground with serious injuries, seeing that she would not be able to make it soon. She hurriedly cast a spell to form a barrier around her body. There were constantly gold-devouring insects rushing up, and then, they were swept away by the windscreen. However, this windscreen was different from a wind cluster, which would trap the gold-devouring insects inside, while the windscreen could only roll the gold-devouring insects to fly. The gold-devouring insects that rolled out didn't suffer much damage as they flew back in and continued to attack the demon saintess. At this moment, there were also quite a few gold-eating insects that flew at that vampire demon. However, that vampire demon was extremely fast, far surpassing both the banshee and the demon saint. It darted and flickered, constantly releasing poisonous mist to contaminate the gold-eating insects trapped in the 40 to 50 wind clusters. And the gold-eating insects that attacked it kept following him, not succeeding in pouncing down on it. This demon saint and vampire are too difficult to deal with, especially since this vampire is too fast and the gold devourer is a close attacking favorite insect. If only there were some long-range attacking favorite insects, it wouldn't be so passive. That's another shortcoming. Slap. Another elf butterfly dies and falls to the ground. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. After his awakening, he traveled through the insect world, obtained the gold-devouring insect, entered the novice copy, entered the wilderness, opened up the wild boss with Zhao Shaoling, killed the 4 evils of Yangcheng, fought the lost mining cave copy, and killed Dragon Friar, a series of battles, all of which were invincible like existences. He was also quite used to this invincibility of his own. But now, encountering masters and vicious battles, all kinds of shortcomings in oneself have been exposed. If he hadn't gotten the elf butterfly in that bush when he was level 10, at this point, he would have died an unknown number of times. If, on this occasion, he does not die, he will have a clear perception of himself. Know how to perfect yourself. Chen Ziqing and the others stood in the distance, forming a team to fight with the Headless Horseman and other demons. Although it was grueling, with the help of Lin Hao's 10 or so gold-devouring insects, there wasn't too much worry about their lives. Chen Ziqing stood in the crowd, looking at Lin Hao with both a face full of unbelievable shock and a worried expression. Half an hour had passed, and Lin Hao was still fighting hard against those 2 demons. As for the banshee, half an hour ago, she was dead as a doornail. Those poisons can kill a level 30 professional in less than a minute, which means that in less than a minute, it eats away tens of thousands of blood and life value. But Lin Hao, he's been suffering from poisons for half an hour. Doesn't that mean that he has no less than 300,000 blood? My god, how is this possible? This kind of person, not only have I never seen him, I've never even heard of him, a completely cognitively shattering existence. This Lin Hao, just how many more cards does he have? But, no matter how many cards he has, if his life value is depleted like this, he won't be able to top it in the end, so maybe the next moment, he could die at any time, right? Don't ever die. Don't ever die. This kind of supreme genius that doesn't come out in 100 years, if he dies, it's not only a loss for Yang City, it's also a great loss for the entire Grand Xia. And, if you die, then none of us here in the passage will escape, and all of us will die too. Once we're all dead, this mission to interrupt the passageway has also failed. Once it fails and forms a Class D rift, by then Class 40 demons will pour into Yang City in a steady stream, and most of the millions of commoners in the entire city may be killed and devoured by demons in a single day. And, possibly, spreading from Yangcheng City to the rest of the country. Lin Hao, Lin Hao, you now have the lives of millions of people at stake. You must not die. At this moment, Lin Hao's face was blue. The elf butterflies in his body had died for the most part, and there wasn't much time left for him to stay up. His gold-devouring insects had also died 60 to 70 of them in this half-hour battle. There are only 30 or 40 left. And up to now, no matter whether it was the demon saint's windscreen or that vampire demon's dodging, it kept the bugs from breaking through the two and getting into their bodies. Could it be that I'm going to die here today? I still have to find my sister, I can't die yet. Lin Hao's eyes were red at this moment, his face distorted, forming a madman-like figure. However, not to mention Lin Hao, at this moment, the demon Saintess and vampire demon, the two of them were also bitter inside. They couldn't imagine at all why that weak human, half an hour on, was still standing there. They knew the power of endless toxins better than anyone else. That half hour must have removed hundreds of thousands of blood life points from the other side. But why isn't he dead? A level 19 professional would have hundreds of thousands of blood lifesteal present? Can't believe it. And those horrible bugs, they are not one to let them pounce on them. The further back those bugs get, the harder it is to kill them. And for half an hour, high intensity with mental and physical strength, they couldn't sustain it. Lin Hao's eyes suddenly narrowed. Finally couldn't stay up, could you? That demon saint's windscreen was getting thinner and thinner, and there was no more mana value left to hold on to, when a gold-devouring insect broke through and pounced on the saint. Meanwhile, that vampire was moving slower and slower, and a gold-eating bug landed on its foot and began to tear at it. It's my turn to fight back. Chapter 69, Killing the Two Evils, Upgrading to Level 21. Demon Saint and Vampire Demon. Once the defense is broken, then it's the turn of the Gold Eater to show off. 1, 2. There are constantly gold-devouring insects pouncing on the Demon Saintess daughter. Blood scattered from the sky. The Demon Saintess's stunning face had become distorted. Lin Hao, it's you again, you're the one who ruined my good deed again. That demonic holy maiden stared at Lin Hao with a deadly glare. However, don't be complacent, if it were my main body here, 10,000 of you would have to die. This time it's just one of my bilocations, even if I die, it's only a matter of hurting some of my vitality. Lin Hao, the entire abyss will remember you, unless you hide in the earthly realm forever, otherwise, once you appear in the future, you will definitely suffer the endless pursuit of the entire abyss. Lin Hao laughed coldly, a defeated man who was killed and struck by me twice, how dare you clamor? And don't you say anything about the entire abyss chasing me, sooner or later, one day, I will topple your entire abyss. You guys, wait for me. Lin Hao had a surge of anger. This time, he had suffered a heavy loss in a bitter battle with these two demons. There were very few of the 170 gold-devouring insects left. Even the elf butterfly, which was the bottom card to save his life, was dead, and if the other party didn't collapse first, it would be his turn to collapse. He had never thought that one day, the battle would reach such a level. As for the abyssal demon, originally inhuman beings are mortal enemies, the two meet, is the battle of your death and my death, that kind of threatening words, meaningless. Lin Hao. With a final roar of complaint, the demon saint slammed through the air and into the ground. The Devil's Virgin. Die. You have slain the demon virgin lord and gained 500,000 experience points. You have obtained the item grimoire, Solomon's Key. Almost all of the remaining gold eaters were pouncing on the vampire demon at this point. At the same time, on all the gold-devouring insects, they were greenish-green. This vampire demon, not only could he release terrifying poison, even he himself, was made up of poison. Up to this point, Lin Hao was throwing down all his cards, and would definitely kill the vampire demon. Luckily, at this point, the vampire was also dying. Your name is Lin Hao, right? The vampire floated not far from Lin Hao. You are very good, among humans of this level, you are the strongest I've ever seen. No, you're stronger than those level 50 or 60 professionals. Chunks of its blood and flesh kept falling. However, it seems it doesn't care. The eyes were bland. I, who am Count Vlad, have lost the battle to your strength, and I have lost without complaint. We'll meet again, Your Excellency Lin Hao. This vampire Vlad bowed slightly to Lin Hao. And then, the entire body was dismembered by the gold-devouring insects and scattered into pieces of flesh and bones. Vampire demons. Die. You have killed Count Vlad Lord and gained 500,000 experience points. You have obtained the magic scroll, Endless Toxin. You've risen to 21. Finally, they're all dead. Those two psychopaths. One is full of harsh words, the other returns the bow, both are ing nuts, just die, and so many tricks. Lin Hao fell to his knees in a fit of weakness. And the gold-eating insects that had killed the demon saint and the vampires had also landed on the ground. This time, it's really the whole family that's thrown it all down. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. Of course, after a one-day cooldown period, he was able to continue summoning gold eater worms, refilling them to the current level 21, 210. However, 21 levels of gold-eating bugs would have to be replenished to 200 or so. That would take time, I'm afraid, a month and a half of recovery to get there. Not to mention, the need to replenish the elf butterflies? Once the vampire died, the poison on Lin Hao's body slowly decayed down. Luckily, if these poisons keep going on like this, it's really going to kill me. Lin Hao looked at his side and smiled bitterly. The family fortune is all shot. The good thing is, it ended in victory. Lin Hao. In the distance, a call came. Chen Ziqing ran toward Lin Hao. Lin Hao's war here ended, and the one over there ended almost simultaneously. Chen Ziqing ran to Lin Hao's body, then one hugged Lin Hao. Lin Hao froze slightly. What's wrong with this little minx? Lin Hao, I thought you were going to die so many times. Chen Ziqing hugged Lin Hao's body tightly, shivering slightly. Without you, we'd all be dead. Thanks for saving us and saving me. Her hand wrapped around Lin Hao's neck. I also fought them desperately in order to stay alive. Being squeezed desperately by Chen Ziqing's body. Lin Hao was a bit uncomfortable. This chick, who usually walks like the wind and sits like a bell, looks like a soldier, with her whole body hardened and unbroken. But I can't imagine that the real body is so soft. But without losing its amazing elasticity. This kind of woman, as any old driver knows, is extremely good. What a surprise. No, Lin Hao, you saved my life. Lin Hao tried to push her away. But think about it, this is a time when we all suffer together, or after the robbery, a little emotion, feeling, is also human nature. Forget it. Undersecretary Lin. At that moment, Zhao Hu and a bunch of other city guards, one by one, either turned or twisted their way. Just now, they had a bitter battle, also died several. As for the injury, that is everyone with injuries, and almost all of them are seriously injured, has been war squeezed out of the last point of strength. However, to survive, everyone, their faces were overflowing with the elation of the aftermath of the robbery. Hearing Zhao Hu's voice, Chen Ziqing slightly pushed Lin Hao, and backed herself up, leaving Lin Hao's body at once full of red. Vice Envoy Lin, now that the demons in the entire Shady Land have been killed, a little forward and we can break the passage bond. Chen Ziqing took a deep breath and said calmly. All it takes is a little effort to break the formation at the entrance of the passageway, and the entire passageway will collapse, and from then on, the Shady Lands will never be connected to the abyss again. You guys go and destroy it, I'm too tired to rest for a while. Lin Hao said indifferently. Yes. Chen Ziqing answered. At this moment, she didn't look like a commanding envoy at all, rather like Lin Hao was the commanding envoy. Lin Hao suddenly surged with an odd feeling. Chen Ziqing led a group of city guards forward to interrupt the passage. Lin Hao looked at the ground in the distance. There were many corpses of gold-eating insects scattered there. However, Lin Hao felt that his spiritual power connected with several gold-devouring insects inside. Some of them are still alive? Alive? Just when he was confused. Buzz off. 24 gold-eating insects flew up from the ground and rose into midair. Come back. Lin Hao reached out and made a move. Those 20 gold-devouring insects flew over and hovered lightly around Lin Hao. Somehow, these gold-devouring insects that were on the verge of death and then resurrected were still the same, but Lin Hao just had a strange feeling. What does it feel like? He seemed to feel that these 20 gold-devouring insects had a happy emotion when they saw him. Chapter 70 Favored Insect Evolution, Upgrade to Elite Level. What's going on? By signing a contract with a gold-devouring bug from the bug world and using it as his favored bug template, Lin Hao could summon a gold-devouring bug. As long as he upgraded, he could raise the upper limit of the number of summons and summon more favored insects to come out, and at the same time, those favored insects he summoned were all without an independent spirit. It was completely according to Lin Hao's spirit and will as a command. This is all normal practice for a bug trainer's profession. However, at this moment, Lin Hao felt that these gold-devouring insects seemed to be different, upgraded, and that they had produced a weak personal emotion, while still acting absolutely on their own instructions. But it has been different. They seem to be more nimble and silky in flight or movement. Could it be because of the promotion to level 21? Lin Hao looked into the distance, where there were still a dozen or so gold-devouring insects that had originally stayed behind to assist Chen Ziqing and the others. Come here. Lin Hao called those gold-devouring insects over. Those gold-eating insects flew over. Sure enough, on closer inspection, it's different. Lin Hao watched the comparison carefully. This batch of gold-devouring insects was the same as before, completely unchanged, the normal state he was familiar with. And what's with the 20 gold-eating insects? Lin Hao looked toward those particular gold-devouring insects. Moment. He froze. Their name, became Level 21 Gold-Eating Insect Elite. And the name of those 10 gold eaters was still Level 21 Gold Eater. Can a favored insect evolve after a period of combat, in addition to upgrading? These 20 or so gold-devouring insects evolved from common to elite even though their level was the same at level 21. Turning into an elite-level favored insect, a little bit of solo spirit is born. The whole worm is no longer the same as before, and appears to be dynamic. So to speak. Would there be a day when elite-level favored insects would evolve into leaders, lords, or even kings? It's possible. A big possibility. However, as for how to evolve, Lin Hao pondered for a while without a definite answer. For now, it can only be assumed, for the time being, that it was after many battles that they accumulated and finally broke through to evolve. Not being able to find an answer, Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry. This matter can be taken slowly. Would the attributes of the evolved favored insects change a bit, in addition to becoming more agile? Lin Hao checked the attributes of ordinary gold-devouring insects. 21st level gold-eating insects. Power, 19,200. Agility, 9,600. Spirit, 9,600. Body mass, 19,200. Skills, Rage, Acceleration. Rage, when the Gold Devourer is in a state of rage, its attack power is increased by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Acceleration, when the Gold Devouring Worm is in an accelerated state, its movement and attack speed is increased by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Seeing that the attributes of the level 21 Gold Devouring insect were so perverse, Lin Hao sucked in a breath. It shouldn't be able to get to this point under normal conditions. It must be that his divine talent skill enhancement, had risen another level. And a new, acceleration, skill has been added. Doubling movement and attack speed equates to another doubling of attack power. There's no other word for it but sick. Lin Hao couldn't wait to open the Elite Gold Devourer attribute panel again. Instantly, he froze. Level 21 Gold Eater Elite. Power, 38,400. Agility, 19,200. Spirit, 19,200. Body mass, 38,400. Skills, Rage, Acceleration. Rage, when the Gold Devourer is in a state of rage, its attack power is increased by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Acceleration, when the Gold Devouring Worm is in an accelerated state, its movement and attack speed is increased by 200% for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Double all attributes. Get rich. Lin Hao was greatly ecstatic. No loss this time. On the contrary, blood money. Although it had only evolved 20 or so elite gold-devouring insects. However, this attribute is really too unbelievable. Good. Good. Yes. This attribute, it can completely throw off those same level professionals by 100,000 blocks. For the next, things to be done immediately, whether it was the great martial examination that would take place immediately, or after the martial examination, he would be heading to the Qingbei Martial Arts University in the capital city to enter the Tsanglong Academy. Lin Hao, at this moment, was more confident than ever. Soon, it will be time to find my sister. If she was driven to desperation by some force, then take her place yourself, and clear away all her enemies. Lin Hao suddenly remembered something. Summon! 5 brand new 21-level gold-devouring insects emerged from the void around Lin Hao. Summoning 5 21-level gold-devouring bugs consumes half of one's spiritual energy. Lin Hao let out a bitter smile when he saw his state. Normally, to recover from empty pipe mental power to full state, even meditating and contemplating, it would take a day to do so. This comes down to an unknown amount of time to summon a full complement of gold eaters. At least half a month. Not to mention, there were tons of elf butterflies to summon. It looks like it's not going to work, so I'll just buy some recovery potions to speed this up. Lin Hao immediately checked the status when he saw the new gold-devouring insect come out. 21st level gold-eating insects. Sure enough, the summoned gold-devouring insects were just ordinary gold-devouring insects. It seemed that a gold eater would need to go through a lot of battles or add certain chances before it could evolve from a normal to an elite gold eater. Having 20 elite gold-devouring insects all at once, one should be content. Lin Hao smiled. Even though the newly summoned gold eater wasn't elite level, he wasn't lost. His life, however, had only just begun. One day, one would have a large number of elite-grade gold-eating insects. It will also have the head honcho level, lordship, king level. Lin Hao also opened his own attribute panel. Name, Lin Hao. Occupation, Bugmaster. Rank, 21. Power, 320. Agility, 320. Spirit, 650. Body mass, 320. Occupational skills, insect contract, favored insect summoning level 21. Gifted skills, skill enhancement level 3, position swap, wormworld shuttle 3 times. Summoning 21st level gold eating insects, current population 31,210. Summon level 21 elf butterflies, current number 11,210. Seeing his own attribute panel, Lin Hao had a very complicated mood. First, from the attributes, flat, normal 21 level professional attributes, but compared with their own favorite insect gold-devouring insects, their own master, with a beggar, embarrassing awe. It's time to add a complete set of attribute equipment for yourself. Secondly, one's most core natural skill, skill enhancement, as self-upgraded to break the critical note of level 20, did rise to level 3. It was no wonder those favorite insects of his own had such high attributes. That's a 30x increase. Third, Wormworld Shuttle, which did get 3 chances. The last time he was in that grassy place, he had left a gold eater behind as an anchor point. The next time you enter the bug world, you can use location swap directly to reach the grass, and you won't look like a headless fly like you did a few times before. Appearing in all sorts of weird and wonderful places. Chapter 71. If it wasn't for him, none of us would have survived. It was now estimated that there would be a longer period of time before the next level 30, when the 3 shuttles would be available again. The 3 opportunities to travel through the bug world that we got this time were extremely precious, so we must think and plan well before doing anything. The gold eater and elf butterfly are as guessed. The summoning cap is now at 210. But it will take a not so short recovery time to summon a full complement. Maybe go to the trading center and buy some expensive recovery potions to assist. Later, check on the trading center and see what the market price is. It's been a busy time with upgrades. Just then, there was a loud bang. Lin Hao looked up, and at the end, a white light rose up into the sky. With that, the entire shadowy place seemed to shake. Shen Ziqing walked over with a face full of excitement. Lin Hao, the passageway connecting to the abyss has been interrupted. The rules here will change. According to past experience, we will be forcefully teleported out of here in 10 minutes. Lin Hao nodded. The crisis of the abyss is lifted. Lin Hao, if we didn't have you this time, the ending would be completely different. Not only would all of us here have to die, the city of Yang might not be able to keep it. Chen Ziqing looked at Lin Hao and said seriously. This time, you deserve great credit. I will truthfully report to the military department, and subsequent to the development of the resources here, you will also get a share of all the proceeds. However, according to the regulations, the personal percentage cannot exceed 5%. Chen Ziqing mentioned the matter of personal dividend percentage at this time, with the meaning of taking precautions beforehand. He was afraid that Lin Hao would be disappointed and angry at that time. After all, the contribution of all of them combined might not be as high as his alone. If there's 5%, it's quite a lot. Lin Hao, however, said. Post-development, too, requires a lot of manpower and material resources, and there are forces to be balanced. Besides, if the total revenue is in the tens and hundreds of billions, 5% would be in the billions. He's only a senior in high school. If he's worth over $100 million, he's a proper Yang Cheng tycoon. Where would one have dared to imagine that before this? Last 10 minutes, you guys look around. Whatever you get now belongs to you. Chen Ziqing said to the group around him. The crowd sniffed and all excitedly dispersed to look around for resources. Just now, they were too busy fighting, and with demons and crises everywhere, even if they saw quite a few good things, they didn't manage to collect them. Lin Hao, the last 10 minutes, aren't you going to look for it? Chen Ziqing asked. Lin Hao shook his head. No more searching, I'll go back to those students of mine. Aha! At this time, beyond the passage, City Lord Chu Yuan, Zhao Kaijun, and a group of elders from the lineage were waiting. None of their faces looked too good. It's been hours. But none of the people who went in came out. This already indicates that, by now, the people inside have not completed their mission to interrupt the passage. General Zhao, do you think that they will be able to complete the mission? Shu Yuan asked with a sullen face. Zhao Kaijun thought for a moment and said slowly. It's hard to say, but we tried our best, and the ones we sent in were all city guards elites around level 30, and besides, there were so many other world families that picked their experts to go in as well. If they fail, a large number of abyssal demons will attack in through the shadowy lands. Are we prepared for the follow-up? Shu Yuan asked again. Don't worry, City Lord, the 30,000 city guards have all been mobilized and are outside preparing for battle. Zhao Kaijun said in a deep voice. General Zhao, you are so confused. You sent those students into the shady land. When the time comes, I'll see how you'll explain to old Imo. Master Zhao glanced at Zhao Kaijun and couldn't help but say. Zhao Kaijun smiled bitterly at his words. Master Zhao, you've said this a dozen times in the previous few hours. Humph. Master Zhao didn't care if you were a general or not, and said without mercy. Especially that Lin Hao, do you know how much energy and resources he cost old Imo to cultivate? A few other lineage kids, I don't care, I can guess what their parents are doing for what purpose, but Lin Hao, you really shouldn't have let him go in. What's the point of him going in at that level? It's nothing more than sending him to his death. Choi Jun smiled bitterly and was speechless. He squeezed the long-prepared letter of recommendation in his pants pocket. If it was really like what Master Zhao had repeatedly said, if something happened to Lin Hao inside, then he was really doing something bad with good intentions. He wanted to give Lin Hao a chance. But what if it's a chance to bring death? He's conflicted. Lin Hao, it's good that you came, we're scared to death here. Yu Dapeng stood up and sighed with relief when he saw Lin Hao who was walking towards him. Previously, Lin Hao had asked them to stay here and not to move around, and they hid in a mountain pass. Just now, we felt that the entire passageway produced strange movements. Lin Hao, did something happen? Ning Yuanxi asked. The danger is lifted, we interrupted the passage. Lin Hao smiled. I knew it, with Brother Hao here, I can definitely accomplish the mission. Lin Shi ran over. She was now at the level of blind worship for Lin Hao. Mu Shui stood on the side, quietly looking at Lin Hao. This person, once again, has created a miracle. 10 minutes passed. The people in the shady lands felt their bodies tighten, as if an extremely powerful force was pushing them, and they were forcibly teleported out by the copy. Several white lights flashed. The crowd appeared at the entrance to the replica. Haha, well, you guys, you finally came out. Zhao Kaijun greeted him with a big smile. Uncle, fortunately, we broke the passage, but a lot of people died. Chen Ziqing was gloomy. The crowd of bigwigs outside looked at the conquering team that came out, comparing to the large force that went in before, the ones that could come out alive were too much of a rarefied comb. The first 100 people who went in were already less than 30 when they came out. Not to be outdone. The elders of each lineage were looking for their own people. Some were pleasantly surprised, while others were dismayed. Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi and the others all greeted their families separately. Lin Hao, I'm very happy that you know how to make trade-offs, don't try to be strong, and survived, that's the most valuable thing. Master Zhao, who had been worried about Lin Hao, said with relief. He had grown up watching Lin Hao awakening, and, having a good relationship with Principal Mo, he didn't want to see the old Mo's heart and soul destroyed just like this. In his heart, after Lin Hao entered the shadowy land, he was doing his best to preserve himself in order to survive. Chen Ziqing stepped forward and said. Master Zhao, Lin Hao, he didn't preserve himself and survive. Do you know that the entire passageway demons were almost all killed by Lin Hao? If it wasn't for him, none of the 20 or so of us here would have survived, and if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been able to interrupt the passageway. It was him who saved us, it was him who saved the whole city of Yang. Lin Hao. Not only did Master Zhao freeze. A bunch of bigwigs also looked over. Ziqing, tell us how the process of this conquest went? Zhao Kaijun asked. Chapter 72, if you want to touch him, ask our military first. Yes. Chen Ziqing began to recount the circumstances of entering the shadowy land. The demons were so powerful that everyone frowned. The demon girl's amazing recovery of her perverted abilities was unbelievable to the crowd. In the end, the horrors of the demon saint and the vampire demon shocked everyone. Especially the vampire demon's intense poison that could almost kill a level 30 professional in seconds. Lucky, it's really lucky that we succeeded this time. I can't imagine that the enemies inside are so powerful. An old man from a worldly family sniffed and lamented. What luck, that's Lin Hao fighting for his life. Chen Ziqing retorted. Ha, Lin Hao, you really didn't let me down. Zhao Kaijun was very happy. City Lord Chu Yuan smiled. Lin Hao, you've made a great achievement this time. I'll thank you on behalf of the millions of commoners in Yang City. We will definitely give you the highest percentage of the subsequent copy development revenue. You're welcome, City Lord. Lin Hao said back. It's all well and good, but a level 19 professional who talks so divinely is afraid that those who believe it are all cuties. Right? Suddenly, one of the elders of the family said in a cold voice. You guys, you're all military representatives, you must be blowing each other off. This human family was a strongman guild vassal, and had previously been at odds with Lin Hao. Now he heard Chen Ziqing emphasize Lin Hao's contribution, and said that he almost took most of the credit. If the family contributes less, it will have less to share in the future. There's no bragging, we're all testifiers of Brother Hao's dedication. Lin Shi snatched her words first. Ning Yuan Si, Yu Dapeng, and the others also chimed in. How many demons have been killed? What's the situation is not all based on this mouth, who doesn't know how to say? That family elder still bites. Just as the clamor was raging, Master Zhao suddenly lost his voice and shouted, Huh? Lin Hao, you've risen to level 21? Previously, when Chen Ziqing said how Lin Hao killed demons in groups, he was more or less skeptical inside. Because he had always determined that Lin Hao had risen to level 19 in these 10 days or so, relying on Principal Mo's resources and great energy to bring him up. A relationship that suddenly turns into a powerhouse. He really couldn't turn the corner at once. When they heard Master Zhao call out, at that moment, the crowd also looked at them in unison. Really, I remember when he first went in, he was indeed level 19, and at that time, I thought what's the use of going inside at such a low level? A few hours, up to level 21, up 2 levels, so how many demons did he kill? Thinking back then, when I rose from 19 to level 20, I fought monsters for half a month and killed tens of thousands of them, not to mention, he's risen 2 levels now? My god! This Lin Hao, how many demons did he kill in there? I'm afraid it's going to be tens of thousands, right? That lineage elder who had been saying that Lin Hao was false didn't dare to make another sound. There aren't really tens of thousands of them, just 1,000 or so. The demons inside are too rich in experience compared to the blame outside. Suddenly, an angry voice rings out. Lin Hao, where's Long Daitian, did you kill him? The one who spoke was Long Wu from the Strongman Guild. At the sound of his voice, silence fell in all directions. After all, the Strongman Guild, but no less than the local military forces, and, inside, involved in murder, the deceased is still the prince of the Strongman Guild. Longwood, what are you babbling about? Chen Ziqing was the first to stand up for Lin Hao. She had shared the hardships with Lin Hao, and she had also witnessed how Lin Hao had protected his great companion and fought against demons. How can such a savior, a hero, be vilified? Although Dragon Friar isn't a high level, there are many experts around him, I don't believe he'll be killed by the monsters inside. Long Wu saw the survivors that came out, and there was no Long Biao Tian in them. He was very complicated inside. This time, the Strongmen Guild had sent about 10 people in, and they all died inside. Even the most crucial, Dragon Friar, is dead. He had just quietly asked the bystanders and learned that when they were almost at the finish line, Long Bioshan's group was still alive and had some verbal clashes with Lin Hao. And then, it was gone. In his heart, he knew even more that Long Biotian had spent a lot of money on this trip, hiring 2 assassin powerhouses, saying that he would kill Lin Hao inside. Lin Hao is alive, and Long Daitian is dead. Although there was no evidence, the probability was known that Long Biotian had been countered by Lin Hao. Long Wu, people call you Master Wu, but why do I see you talking like a fart? What do you mean he shouldn't be killed by the monster inside? Chen Ziqing didn't have any qualms at all about the Strongman Guild being a behemoth and directly disliked it. If it wasn't for Lin Hao, not to mention a tiny dragon friar, even I would be dead. The Strongman Guild is strong, but stronger than 50 military experts? According to you, the people who died at the hands of the demons inside were put on Lin Hao's head? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Why are you talking like a child? Even Long Wu, who had gone through a great storm, was unable to speak at this time. After all, he had no proof. There was no way for him to say that it was Long Biotian who had looked at Lin Hao's heart of the Night Star, created a conflict, and then one of the goals inside was to kill Lin Hao. He could only stare hard at Lin Hao. All right. At this time, City Lord Chu Yuan voiced out. Long Wu, don't say anything more if you're guessing. Lin Hao, right now, is a hero who saved millions of people in Yangqing City, not a civilian professional who lets your strongman guild bully him at will. City Lord Chu, I don't mean this. After all, before entering the Shady Land, everyone knew that Long Freitian had a big conflict with Lin Hao. When Chu Yuan spoke, Long Wu didn't dare to be arrogant, and he hurriedly explained. Humph, there's a conflict? Long Wu, you have the nerve to say that? It's not your strongman guild that wants to rob others by force? Chu Yuan's face gradually turned cold. Long Wu, you can bring my words to Long Tun. Lin Hao is our military's person. If you want to move him, first ask our military if they promise. First ask the other guilds saved by Lin Hao if they promise. I don't agree either. A big fat man with a big gold chain around his neck stepped forward. Lin Hao is a fellow tablemate of my son. Whoever touches him is an enemy of me. I won't agree either. Ning Mofire stepped forward. I won't agree either. The Lin family stood out. I don't agree either. The Mu family stood out. In a moment, 7 or 8 people from the lineage stood out. Long Wu was so angry that the muscles in his face were shaking. The military, as well as these lineages, had actually united to stand up to the Strongman Guild because of one Lin Hao. In this situation, even if Chairman Long Tuan came, he would have to compromise. More than that, it was not something he could mess with for the Strongman Guild. Well, if I can find proof, you will have nothing to say then, will you? He said forcefully. At that moment, Zhao Kaijun, who hadn't made a sound, said faintly. Alright, Long Wu, let's talk about it when there's evidence. Your Strongman Guild should also be thankful to Lin Hao. After all, if the demons had rushed into Yang City, it's a toss-up whether your Strongman Guild would still exist or not. Longwood lowered his head. In the past, when a strong man would make a statement, who would not listen with folded ears? But today, he spoke out and sparked outrage. Okay, this plant, I admit it, go. Long Wu led a few of his men and left the place. He felt too embarrassed to be here. Chapter 73, One Day Rich, $30 million. Lin Hao, thank you for saving Ning Yuanxi and countless people in Yang City. How about this, you give me your Heart of the Night Star, and I, the Ning family, will be responsible for helping you to find all the materials and make the finished necklace in return for the favor you've done to our Ning family. Previously, Ning Yamol wanted to use the production list to pin down Lin Hao. Now, it's become a matter of paying money to fund free help in making the finished product. Old Ning, if there aren't enough materials, if my Lin family has any, feel free to take them. The Lin family head laughed. Count me in too. The Mu family also said. Several lineages, too, have taken a stand. Then I'll thank Mr. Ning and all the uncles first. Lin Hao was overjoyed. Of course he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Equipment with +1 to all skills has a price. Lin Hao, you're powerful. Sanglong Academy welcomes you. Zhao Kaijun took out a recommendation letter and handed it to Lin Hao. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, but the college entrance exams haven't started yet, so it's still uncertain whether or not I'll be able to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University. The letter of recommendation was indeed one of the most important purposes for Lin Hao to enter the shadowy land this time. I didn't realize that Zhou Jaejun had been ready for this. It also proved, side by side, that Zhao Kaijun had a lot of confidence in Lin Hao's line of work. Ha ha! Lin Hao, with your strength, the college entrance exam starting the day after tomorrow is nothing. If you want, Shu Yuan City Lord can directly recommend that you be bailed in without taking the exam. Yes, Lin Hao, I have the ability to get you exempted from the exam and guaranteed transportation. Shu Yuan nodded with a smile on the side. Shu Yuan, as a feudal historian-level figure in Disya, dominating one side of the government, was qualified to recommend people for cultivation. Thank you Uncle Zhao and City Lord Chu for their kind words, but the exemption from the exam guarantee is not necessary. I would also like to take the exam to see how I compare to the other senior students. Good. That's my Yangcheng's good man. Master Zhao, who had been only listening and not speaking, gave Lin Hao a thumbs up at this moment. Zhao Kaijun continued, Lin Hao, I have another good news for you. In view of the significant contribution you made this time, I have just discussed with Chu City Lord. This time, we will reward you with 100,000 merit points. Merit points? Previously, Zhao Kaijun had come to invite Lin Hao to enter the City of Shadows and had mentioned this matter. However, at that time, his attention was on the letter of recommendation and he didn't pay much attention to it. Lin Hao, don't underestimate this merit point. This thing can be worth much more than money. This you will know later. This 100,000 merit points, even for our Yang City military, it's considered as a hemorrhage. This is the merit points that we've been saving up for a long time. Thank you Uncle Zhao and City Lord Chu. Another good one arrived. Well, you can go back to resting, and a few of us will have to confer on follow-up matters, and we'll talk to you again when we've determined your personal share of the profits. Yes. After a few military bigwigs finished speaking, they headed outside to deliberate. When the big brother left, Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi and the others surrounded Lin Hao. Just now, when the bigwigs were talking, they, the juniors, didn't dare to interrupt at will and only listened quietly from the sidelines. Awesome boss, you're upgrading too fast too, you're at level 20 again. Yu Dapeng walked up to Lin Hao and gave a thumbs up. Yesterday, Ning Yuanxi and I collected 10 duplicate cooling stones, but you'll never be able to enter the Lost Mines again. If you can take us 10 more copies of the Lost Mines, boss, I might impact to level 20. Rock, how many levels are you now? Ning Yuanxi asked from the side. When I entered the Shady Land, I was lucky to meet the boss, and then, after following the boss for a while, I rose from level 17 to the current level 18 at 70%. You're ranked higher than me. Ning Yuanxi was eclipsed for a moment. Yesterday, Lin Hao pulled Ning Yuanxi from level 12 to level 17. This time, she couldn't kill demons at all when she went into the Shady Lands, so she didn't gain any experience value. Yu Dapeng had risen from level 10 to level 16 yesterday, and today, with the Shady Land row, he had once again gained a boost and had unexpectedly risen to more than level 18. When Brother Hao rises to the 21st level, he will definitely be more certain of entering the Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin sure smiled. But then she smiled bitterly, but this is bad news for us, we won't be able to level up, and if Brother Hao takes us to the Lost Mines 10 more times, it's possible for us to even attend the Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Hao laughed, you guys can find another copy and I'll take you for a day, or, after the big exam, we'll team up together when we have the chance, it won't go to waste. Forget it, Lin Hao, you're also tired today, and you also need to do some preparations for the big exam the day after tomorrow, so let's team up again when we get to the university. Ning Yuanxi said. Lin Hao nodded. In fact, all four of you are extremely likely to be able to enter the Qingbei Martial Arts University at your current level. Mu Shui said in an aside. In the past Qingbei Martial Arts University, generally speaking, there is a chance for those above level 15, and the safer one is level 17, now Dapeng is level 18, Yuanxi also has level 17, and even Linshur has level 15. Unfortunately, I awakened last year, and didn't go to college. Unfortunately, last year, I wasn't so lucky and didn't meet Lin Hao. At that time, it was only the 12th grade that participated in the big exam, and finally got into a pheasant university, and later, didn't go to it. Mu Shui sighed. I'm the one with the lowest rank. Lin sure wanted to cry, I also want to go to Qingbei Martial Arts University and then accompany Brother Hao. This man, once again, has created a miracle. Mu Shui deeply looked at Lin Hao, thinking in her heart. He has the ability to completely change other people's destinies. If under normal circumstances, Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi, it is estimated that they are just able to get into an okay school, but right now, it is extremely likely that they will both be able to get into the number 1 school, Qingbei Martial Arts University. Boss, after we got out of the copy, I received a message that the 30 or so pieces of silver equipment that we brushed in the Lost Mines yesterday were all sold out, and we got a total of 31 million, so I'll transfer it over to you in a moment. The money came when I just wanted to use it. Lin Hao said softly, the 5 of us played the copy together, so transfer 6 million to me. No, Lin Hao, if we had agreed to split it equally beforehand, you could have taken 6 million, but this time, $30 million is for you, and we'll split 1 million. Ning Yuanxi suddenly said, and, with a firm expression. Yes, that's what I mean. Lin Shu and Mu Shui also said in unison, if you consider us friends, please accept this proposal, otherwise, you are looking down on us. Lin Hao looked at the 4 people in front of him, all of them had firm faces, and if they pushed back any further, it was expected that they would really get angry. Fine. Lin Hao said helplessly. He did need a sum of money to not only buy a large amount of recovery potions tomorrow, but also to change his equipment in preparation for entering the bug world. Half a month ago, it was a poor man with nothing, running around for 3 meals a day, but half a month. Still a high school student, and he's worth $30 million. This world, it really is a world of professionally awakened people. Without professionally awakened, it's hard to even be a human being. Lin Hao thought secretly. Chapter 74 The Perverted Grimoire, Solomon's Key. Rock, help me sell these equipments together. Last time, those silver suits, Lin Hao had estimated that they could probably be sold for about 25 million, but I didn't expect Yu Dapeng to sell them for more than 30 million. This kid, who used to be a school slag, couldn't do anything, but inherited the genes of his thuggish dad. Extremely talented when it comes to buying and selling. Besides, Lin Hao didn't think he had so much time to deal with these chores. Lin Hao cleared the backpack on his body, spilling over 1,000 pieces of demonic equipment on the scene. Like a great mountain of gold. Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui burst out in unison. Boss, you are indeed a big pervert. Yu Dapeng marveled, I still have 400 to 500 pieces of demonic attire you fought on me, and of course, there are countless amounts of cobalt ores, black lotus flowers, and whatnot. Lin Hao, just now, when Shen Ziqing said that you saved the day, there might still be some people who are skeptical. If those old guys are still around, when they see these equipments, I'm afraid that their jaws will drop in shock. Ning Yuanxi also sighed. What force to save the day? It's not too much to say that the entire replica passageway was fought down by Brother Hao alone, I'm afraid. It's horrible. Even Mu Shui, who had always been relatively calm, sighed. Alright, boss, just leave it to me. Yu Dapeng slowly collected the equipment on the ground. After parting with Yu Dapeng and the others, Lin Hao returned home. At this moment, Lin Hao received a message from Zhao Kaijun. Said that after high-level discussions among all parties in Yanqing City, it was decided to give Lin Hao 20% of the proceeds from subsequent development. After evaluating it, it's probably around $2 billion. However, it would need to wait until the development was complete, maybe 6 months, maybe a year, but no more than 2 years, so that he could wait with confidence. This is also great news. From the 5% individual cap on the system's regulations, it went up to 20%. This must be a special event. Although this money couldn't arrive immediately, it wouldn't take long, and Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry. At this point, he received another payment for some of the equipment sold from his earlier fights with himself, and with Zhao Shaoling. The proceeds from various materials, equipment, totaled 7 million. It's now worth $37 million, enough to do a lot of things. Not to mention, he still had several super extreme items on him. One was the 3 pieces of gold equipment that he had obtained when he and Zhao Shaoling had opened up the wilderness to kill the gnome goblin king Celsus, and since he had to be level 20 before he could use them, he had been throwing them in his backpack and had yet to dispose of them. That's 4 superb pieces. Lin Hao found it out and checked it over. Celsus staff, gold grade, spirit plus 100, physique plus 100, 15% increase in power of energy-based skills, can be used after level 20. Celsus dagger, gold grade, agility plus 100, physique plus 100, agility skill power increased by 15%, can be used after level 20. Celsus one-handed sword, gold grade, strength plus 100, physique plus 100, strength-based skills power increased by 15%, can be used after level 20. Magic scroll Death Blaze, spirit power profession can use it. After using it, you will get the fire magic skill Death Blaze, you can use it after level 20. Obviously, the staffs and magic scrolls in them could be used by Lin Hao. Especially magic scrolls. Death Blazing Sun, but a forbidden spell magic. At that time, Celsus suddenly cast it and almost killed Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling. Lin Hao took out the Death Blazing Sun scroll. Study! He thought. A golden light flashed, and the magic scroll disappeared, and at the same time, an additional item was added to his skill list. Mastered skill, Blazing Sun of Death. Lin Hao, as a spiritual professional, all kinds of spells he could learn, including, like Ning Yuanxi's electric spells. Of course, the most authentic is that summoning spells are more in line with him. However, there is no such thing as too much skill. Lin Hao looked at the spells required to cast Death Blaze to 900 points, meaning that with his current mental power, he couldn't even cast Death Blaze once. Yuma, what a pit! Sure enough, forbidden spell-type magic, it's not so easy to maneuver. Thinking about it, Celsus cast this magic once, and his entire body was almost completely wasted. As for that staff, its centerpiece was 15% increase in power of energy-based skills, an attribute that made many people break their heads trying to snatch it up. However, the spirit plus 100 point didn't make Lin Hao too satisfied. As a summoner, his mental power was not too strong. Generally speaking, it doesn't take much for a summoner to consume mental energy to summon. It was also Lin Hao, this pervert, who currently had hundreds of favored insects to summon, and even more unknown in the future. Therefore, the originally sufficient spiritual value had turned into an unbearable shortcoming for Lin Hao. The Shadowlands, killing the demon saint and the vampire demon, and getting 2 more extreme items. Never had time to study it properly either. Lin Hao took out the grimoire, Solomon's Key, and checked it out. Solomon's Key, the one and only, once used by King Nicholas of the Abyss when he was young, the grimoire contains 100 types of magic, and those who hold the grimoire can directly cast spells from it. However, now that these spells are all sealed, one spell can be unlocked for each magical spirit seed. Assembled, mental strength plus 50%, currently open magic, tornado, wind cluster. This is picking up super treasures. Lin Hao was completely stunned, even though he had always been calm and collected. At this moment, he was also stunned. If the demon saint was here, he really wanted to kiss her. She's so loving. This grimoire, Solomon's Keys, is simply amazing. The only equipment. This piece of equipment has no level restriction and is assembled with plus 50% mental strength. It's a percentage boost in attributes. That means it won't fall behind even if it's used up to level 100. Lin Hao didn't say anything and immediately equipped himself with it, and instantly, he felt that his spiritual power became extremely abundant. Lin Hao's original spiritual power was 650 points, and now, all of a sudden, it had become 975 points. In this way, the death blaze that you just learned about can be released once. However, to be honest, Lin Hao's spiritual power was hardly ever in a full state, and it was always increasing the favored insects. Totally inadequate. This Solomon's Key wizard should reach the divine category. Unexpectedly, the demon saint was killed and exploded this equipment. Lin Hao flipped through Solomon's Key. 5 types of magic were recorded on each page. There were 20 pages in total, which meant 100 types of magic. On it, fire, earth, wind, water, electricity, dark, vegetal, spiritual, auxiliary, recovery. All kinds of magic are present, but the most, still dark type magic. Blazing fire, falling stone, turning wind. The 10 magic skills on the last 2 pages of it were actually all forbidden spell levels. Chapter 75, Endless Toxins and Crazy Summons. However, almost all magic names are dark. Now, they're all blocked and can't be used. Only 2 simple magic spells, Tornado, Wind Cluster, are brightly colored. In other words, of the 100 types of magic now available, only these 2 spell skills are available. It's a bit of a shame. It's a mountain of empty treasure that can't be used. Lin Hao sighed. As for the demonic spirit seed required to unblock it, he hadn't heard of it before. However, I believe that since it has a name, a little later, on the trading center, you can probably find it. Lin Hao took out another harvest. Magic Scroll, Endless Toxins. Endless Toxin. After casting the skill, the blood from the poisoner's body will provide sustenance to slow down the decline of the toxin, decaying by 1% every minute, can only be learned at level 25. Sure is sick. At that time, when Lin Hao was hit by this skill toxin, about 12,000 blood was removed in 1 minute. Decay 1% per minute. It's almost as if the toxin stays strong, only diminishing slightly. If you have to count the upper limit, it is that such skills can poison people for an hour. 1 hour, 60 minutes, 1 minute consumes more than 10,000 blood, then once poisoned, may go to the other side of 300,000 to 400,000 blood. Lin Hao had 50 elf butterflies, each providing over 10,000 blood to Lin Hao. Lin Quantity almost died as well. How many people in this world have hundreds of thousands of blood? Fear of tens of thousands is extremely rare. So, this skill is almost a sure kill for those who hit it. Moreover, it's still a group attack skill. Facing millions of opponents, the moment you cast this skill, thousands of armies will all have to be finished. It would be too powerful to learn this skill. Unfortunately, it requires level 25 to learn. Lin Hao was now at level 21, and still had to go up 4 more levels. Lin Hao was a bit sorry to put it into his backpack space. With a little bit of organization like this, Lin Hao's strength increased greatly. First, learned the Death Blaze spell. Second, equipped with Solomon's Key Grimoire, mental powers are greatly increased and almost doubled. Third, mastered 2 spell skills, Tornado and Wind Cluster, through the Grimoire. He now had more than 30 million in his hand, so it was time to enter the trading center to purchase some recovery potions as well as equipment. Lin Hao entered the trading center. He searches for recovery potions first, and focuses on drugs that restore the blue bar, or mental energy. Without checking, I realized that there are dozens or hundreds of various types of recovery potion names, all kinds of things. But the potion to restore mental strength, basically, is considered 2 categories. One is to drink the medicine, immediately restore full mental strength, the potency of the medicine at a time to use up. This is mainly used in wartime, however, is not to say that you can endlessly keep drinking, it has a body cooling time. This kind of thief is expensive. The other, which is a slow recovery of mental energy, such as 10% recovery in 1 minute, and 10 minutes to digest the effects of the medicine. This kind is slightly cheaper. But even if it's cheaper, it's still pricey. Lin Hao quickly locked onto a potion called Intermediate Blue Spring. 10% potency per minute, restores 100 points of mental energy, lasts for 10 minutes. In other words, a bottle of Intermediate Blue Spring could restore 1000 points of mental energy. Cooldown time, half an hour. It's not that long, either with those instant recovery drugs. The cooldown often takes an hour or two before you can drink a second bottle. Lin Hao did some calculations. Right now, each summoning of a level 21 gold-devouring insect required about 100 points of spiritual power, and with Lin Hao's spiritual power right now, he could probably summon 10 gold-devouring insects in full state. He now needed 42,000 mental power points to summon a full 210 gold-eating insects and 210 elf butterflies. Then he'll have to drink 42 bottles of Intermediate Blue Springs. It takes 420 minutes to drink the medicine and 1,260 minutes to cool down, for a total of 28 hours. That means it would take 28 hours to drink the pills by yourself uninterrupted and desperately, and one day and one night would not be enough. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. A bottle of mid-level Blue Spring costs $100,000. It will cost 4.2 million to restore full strength before the big test itself. This money is not even money. Different people had different understanding of the viewpoint of money, and in Lin Hao's opinion, in this world, something like money was for strength. The stronger you are, the faster you make money. Lin Hao didn't hesitate and ordered 10 bottles first. At the trading center, $1 million was paid outright. Soon after, the merchant immediately sent a message for Lin Hao to open the teleportation channel. A white light flashed and 10 bottles of potion appeared in front of Lin Hao. It was a passage constructed by a small item teleportation spell. Come out. Lin Hao's original spiritual power still had half of its state. 520 level 1 gold-devouring insects floated around Lin Hao. Then, he put the 5 gold-devouring insects into his pet space. After summoning 5 gold-devouring insects, Lin Hao felt a wave of dizziness. That was the spiritual power running out. He picked up a bottle of medium blue spring and gulped it down. Then, the mental power quickly recovered. Almost 10 minutes in, his mental power recovered to a full 975 points. Lin Hao summoned 10 more gold-devouring insects. After the half-hour cooling time passed, Lin Hao drank the second bottle of potion. To be honest, there were very few professionals who played like Lin Hao. For one thing, no one suddenly needs tens of thousands of mental energy to use. Secondly, this is crazy money-burning behavior, and people usually rely on meditation to slowly recover their mental power and then slowly use it. But Lin Hao didn't have so much time to wait. It worked out pretty well. Lin Hao was very comparatively satisfied. He placed an order for 20 more bottles of medium blue springs. Another 2 million. Even the owner of the business across the street was stunned. Although potions were hard currency and needed for many professions, in his small store, there were at most 3 or 5 bottles per order. Like Lin Hao, he first ordered 10 bottles, and only a little while later, he ordered 20 more. It was the first time he'd seen it in the few years he'd owned the store. We're going to be rich today. The owner was ecstatic. Then the service was superb and, with it, 5 bottles of Little Blue Springs. 1 bottle of this kind only restores 100 points, 5 bottles would be 500 points, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. It's better than nothing. Lin Hao also accepted it. So, Lin Hao, drink medicine, summon, drink medicine again, summon again. Opened up to a frenzy of burning money. During the cooldown, he continued to shop the trading center. This equipment is kind of interesting. A piece of equipment entered Lin Hao's eyes. Spiritual Power Robe, gold level, plus 500 spiritual power, can be used at level 20. Maker, Luo Shueyao. Introduction, one of the spiritual 3-piece set, all 3 pieces are assembled at the same time, increasing spiritual power by 1000. This kind of equipment that specialized in adding points to spiritual power was exactly what Lin Hao was looking for. A look at the price, $9 million. I can't imagine that this equipment, instead of being swiped from a monster, was crafted by a maker. And, it seems to be a girl. Since awakening the bug tamer profession and quickly upgrading along the way, Lin Hao rarely paid attention to other life faculty professions. It seems that one has underestimated these professionals a bit. When you fight and kill yourself, you have a liver of $30 million. People sell one piece of equipment for $9 million. Chapter 76 Spiritual 3-piece suit, Luo Shueyao. There are many people commenting below the item. This kind of trashy goods are sold for $9 million. This Luo Shueyao is afraid that she's poor and crazy, right? What's the point of adding so much mental energy? You can buy equipment that adds skill effects for that price. Passing by, laughing. It's been over a year, hasn't it? It's still here? Ha ha ha. This equipment, at most, is worth $7 million. It seems that this outfit is highly controversial. It's not surprising that equipment in general, the ones that are up for grabs, are seeking to increase attack power. Lin Hao, however, was very interested in this spiritual three-piece set. The extreme addition of spiritual power was too much to his liking. However, if it is only one piece of equipment, it had not yet so aroused his intense interest. It says it's a spiritual trio. I wonder if the other two kits are still there. Lin Hao typed the words Luo Shuiyao into the trading center. Then information about all the items she had listed for sale showed up. This Luo Shuiyao is not considered a high-yield maker. However, there are 20 to 30 pieces of equipment for sale. It's just that the listings are all long and the turnover rate isn't too high. Lin Hao briefly browsed through it, and he realized that almost all of the equipment that this Luo Shuiyao had for sale were extreme streams. Just like this spiritual power trio, the quest is entirely about adding spiritual power, with all other gains completely discarded. You can tell that this is an extremely individual maker. The other two spirit suits, still there. All of them have been hanging for more than a year and have never been sold, but their owner, this Luo Shuiyao, has kept this price and never changed. Generally, sellers, if they have been listed for a period of time and no one is asking for them, will make a price reduction. Even sold at a loss sometimes because of the need for cash for working capital. But this Luo Shuiyao didn't have any of that meaning. Presumably, the man doesn't lack money at all, does he? Otherwise, dozens of pieces of equipment are up for sale, which is holding up hundreds of millions of dollars. However, Lin Hao didn't have much interest in understanding this producer, Luo Shuiyao. The second piece of equipment is a ring. Spirit ring, gold level, spirit power plus 500, can be used at level 20. Maker, Luo Shuiyao. Introduction, one of the spiritual three-piece set, all three pieces are assembled at the same time, increasing spiritual power by 1000. Price, 9 million. The third piece of equipment is a shoe. Spirit shoes, silver level, spirit power plus 500, can be used at level 20. Maker, Luo Shuiyao. Introduction, one of the spiritual three-piece set, all three pieces are assembled at the same time, increasing spiritual power by 1000. Price, 9 million. The spirit trio. Robes, rings, shoes. Each piece of equipment plus 500 points of mental energy, 3 pieces would be 1,500 points. Add in the suit's gain of 1,000 points, and that's 2,500 points. Lin Hao's 21st level basic attribute spirit point was 650 points, and with the 50% increase of Solomon's key, it reached 975 points. If Lin Hao equipped these 3 pieces of clothing, his basic attributes would be 650 plus 2,500 is equal to 3,150, and with another 50% increase, it would come to a terrifying 4,725 points. This was not at all in the same league as his original bit of basic attributes. Originally, the 3-piece set polarized to an increase of 2,500 points. It's already sick enough. Coincidentally, Lin Hao had gotten the divine outfit of Solomon's key, completely taking this extreme and amplifying it again to an unbelievable extent. In Lin Hao's opinion, these 3 pieces of equipment, at 9 million each, were not expensive at all, and were not even worth more than 10 million. Again, because he had Solomon's key, not to mention 9 million, even 15 million, Lin Hao didn't bring hesitation. He calculated the stature. 3 pieces of equipment, if you take them all, will cost 27 million. Lin Hao's previous fortune of 37 million was expected to cost him 4.2 million to buy the potion. That's another 27 million if you buy those 3 more pieces of equipment. That's a total of 31.2 million. So add and subtract and you end up with only 5.8 million. After calculating the account, Lin Hao smiled bitterly. This money arrives after a few hours, has not had to cover the heat yet. However, by the time Yu Dapeng disposed of the 1,500 or so demonic suits and a series of items. Later on, you'll dispose of the 3 gold suits that are useless to you yourself. Probably another horrible amount of revenue coming in. The biggest sum of money is the dividend from the development of that shadowy land copy. Zhao Kaijun has said that it is expected to be several hundreds of millions, it is just that it has taken a little too long, and now it can't wait. Lin Hao quickly made a trade-off. He tapped, place order, on, spiritual power robe. and paid 9 million. Capital. There are 3 top families in Desya today: the Luo family, the Chen family, and the Yen family. At this moment, in the courtyard of the Luo family cluster, a workshop room. A 20-year-old Chinese woman of outstanding beauty, she sat in a reclining chair, her body angled back, 45 degrees lazily reclining, and those long legs, which were intertwined on the table in front of her. The posture is not elegant at all. In her left hand she held a book, The Demon Forge explained, and read it with fascination, while her right hand kept reaching for the tabletop, picking up chips and dropping them into small bites. Gaga! A little girl pushed the door in and shouted with a happy face. Miss, the spiritual power robe you've been hanging on to for a year has just been ordered and paid for. The woman turned her head at the words, her book closed, and her large, beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance. Hee hee, finally someone who knows what they're doing. This young lady has been poor for a year, and finally happy times have come. Little green, you call and inform my girlfriends right away. Tonight, see you in the heavenly world. Eat, drink, order male models, all paid for by this lady. Knew you would. Midori laughed and shook her head. Go on, go on, go on, tell them that whoever doesn't come will have to be invited by her from now on. This woman was precisely the maker of Lin Hao's next order of spiritual robes, Luo Shuiao. Oh. Green turned around. By the way, the person who bought the stuff didn't contact you to bargain? Luo Shuiao suddenly asked. Xiao Green shook his head. Miss, there is no it, but also strange, before those who buy the equipment of the lady, which is not contacted, grinding his mouth to bleed? This time this person, contact did not contact, directly order. Looks like a big boss. Luo Shuiao's eyes twinkled as she laughed. Little Green pushed out the door and went to help Luo Shuiao ask her drunken girlfriends. Luo Shuiao stood up and stretched. The curve that bends into an S shape is extremely beautiful. Well, this young lady's funds are trapped and she's been fasting for a year, so I'm going to order 10 male models tonight to declare that I, Luo Shuiao, am back in the game. Clunk. The door was pushed open again. Midori walked in again, full of excitement as she waved her little hands and shouted. Little lady, that man placed 2 more orders for your ring and shoes. Or no price at all, just order and pay? This time, even Luo Shuiao was curious. Yes, miss, it's so strange, almost $30 million, it seems like that person didn't even blink an eye. Chapter 77 Returning to the Bug World, an island in the sea. Lin Hao didn't even know that his order for equipment would cause a small commotion among sellers thousands of miles away. He was contentedly looking at the 3 pieces of spiritual equipment that had arrived at that moment. Spending more than $20 million to make his spiritual power go from 975 to 4,725 in one go. Several qualitative leaps have been realized. With this amount of spirit points, even with the little forbidden spell of Death Blaze of the Dead Pervert, he could cast it 5 times. It's too profitable. Lin Hao was not unaware of the way to buy and sell, contacting the seller and requesting a favorable price reduction. It's just that once he came to think that these 3 pieces of equipment, they weren't expensive, on the contrary, they were cheap. What everyone disliked, he felt he had picked up. Mental strength is what suits him best. Secondly, he was too lazy to grind his teeth with the other side. In his opinion, it was a complete waste of time. Equipping the 3 pieces of equipment on his body, Lin Hao's spiritual power jumped up to 4,725 all of a sudden, and when he said it, he was afraid of scaring a crowd to death. Look at the time, it's already after 8 o'clock in the evening. It's been 4 hours of frantic drug drinking and summoning of favored insects. At this point, he had only drank 6 bottles of magic potion before summoning 60 favored insects. Of these, 50 gold eaters, and 10 genie butterflies. That's 100,000 miles short of a full complement of 420. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. However, bitter smiles aside, he didn't move the slightest bit slower, and the magic potion in his hand poured down another bottle as if it didn't cost him anything. Time ticked by. It was 12 o'clock at night again. At this point, he had summoned a total of 120 favored insects. There's only 1 day left tomorrow to take the big national exam right away. He also wanted to make a trip into the bug world before the big test. Therefore, he must be fully prepared. Lin Hao also had no choice but to close his eyes and rest while summoning. By noon the next day, he summoned another 180 favored insects. Now, including some of the original scattered ones, he had a total of 350 favored insects, of which, there were 300 gold-devouring insects, and among them, 20 of them were elite-grade gold-devouring insects. They have twice the attributes of ordinary gold-eating insects. In addition to stronger attributes, when Lin Hao released the gold-devouring insects and divided them into small teams, those ordinary gold-devouring insects seemed to take the lead of those elite-level gold-devouring insects. It vaguely formed an elite, with a bunch of regulars in formation. Squad warfare, it seems, is more spiritual and superior to the original bunch of stragglers. This made Lin Hao feel very surprised. So the bug army can still evolve and optimize? He suddenly felt that, at this rate, in the future, it wasn't certain that some big surprises would appear. In addition to the 300 gold eaters, he also summoned 50 elf butterflies. It had far exceeded the strength of the first time he had entered the shadowy land. It's almost time to enter the bug world. Looking back on his shuttle into the bug world, he made 6 trips back and forth, 4 of which, to no avail. The other 2 times, once he got the gold-devouring insect, which allowed him to take off from then on, and until now, it was still his main battle force. Getting elf butterflies one at a time. Making him a one-blooded bull, almost immortal. And the last time, he learned his lesson, he ambushed a gold-eating insect in that meadow. Afterwards, he realized that his gold-eating insect had stayed in that place, which meant that when he entered the bug world again, it was possible to reach that grassland through the location swap skill. There, in addition to the elfin butterflies, he found quite a few good bugs. If all went well and he crossed the bug world again, he could use that place as an anchor point. It won't be shuttling around blindly. The success rate would certainly be much higher as well. When he drank the medicine again, Lin Hao no longer summoned his favorite insects, and 2.5 hours later, his spiritual power had recovered 4,000 points. Almost there, this shuttle, 10 times the mental power of the last one, not so passive. He tuned in for a minute. Worm World Shuttle. A white light flashed and he disappeared through the house. Soon, the others appeared on the beach on a small island in the bug world. The damp sea breeze blew Lin Hao's hair, and the air smelled salty. He immediately felt the flow of spiritual energy in his body. However, it is now almost imperceptible as opposed to the previous flow of speed visible to the naked eye. Come out! 100 gold-devouring insects floated in the void around Lin Hao. Here, it's not clear if it's dangerous. He let out some favorite insects to protect himself first. With these gold-devouring insects by his side, Lin Hao's heart settled down quite a bit. The breeze is light and the waves are crashing. Lin Hao suddenly changed his plan, and it turned out that as soon as he appeared in the bug world, he planned to immediately use the location swap to go to the place where he summoned the elf butterfly last time. But for now, he decided he could explore the place for a while. Teleport over later. There, for sure. He had trouble remembering a very fast bee bug there. There was no doubt that it was an assassin-like bug. It was only a pity that the last chance he had at that time was used to contract the elf butterfly. But obtaining the elf butterfly made him very satisfied. In the Battle of the Shadowlands, if he didn't have the ungodly skill of the elf butterfly's shared life, he would have died many times. The bugs in the bug world are somewhat similar to human world occupations. If the gold eater was a combat profession, the elf butterfly was similar to a support profession. Because now he had a huge abundance of mental energy, unlike before when it was only a few minutes, or half an hour so rushed. Therefore, this time, Lin Hao was not anxious. I don't know what favorite insects I can get this time, I'm so looking forward to it. Lin Hao looked around. Although just standing on the beach doesn't allow for a complete survey of the entire island. However, Lin Hao could basically tell that it was a small isolated island in the middle of the ocean, not very big. The mountain, basically, is rocky with only a few sparse coconut trees. The coconut trees swayed lightly as the sea breeze blew through. Here, it doesn't look like a dangerous place. Lin Hao took a step, sinking into the beach and walking around the island. Offshore, a number of seabird-like birds of prey fly over the ocean. They were very fast and some distance away from Lin Hao, so they couldn't see too clearly. Sometimes they swoop down and plunge into the sea, grabbing the fish in the water. However, after looking at it a few times, Lin Hao realized that those weren't fish at all, but worms that looked like fish. Lin Hao was an insect tamer and was very sensitive to insects. This bug world, so weird, seems to only have bugs. For an hour, Lin Hao walked the entire beach of the island and returned to the original point. In between, flying insects were seen in the sky. Of course, there are quite a few water-swimming insects. Species are still relatively scarce here. However, it is not surprising, here on all sides of the vast sea, from the land, do not know thousands of miles, there can be individual life forms. In fact, it is not bad. Just when Lin Hao wanted to leave this place, a group of several hundred birds and insects landed at the woods on the top of the island. How about a closer look at these birds and bugs? Lin Hao crawled towards the island. The island wasn't too high, only about 20 meters above sea level at most. When those birds and insects saw Lin Hao and his gold-devouring insects approaching, they flew in shock at once, fluttering their wings and dispersing. Then, circling around offshore. Lin Hao cried and laughed a little. Chapter 78 The Contract, Kunlun. Let's go, there's no point in lingering here. Just as Lin Hao was about to leave with a position swap. Mutations across the board. Wow. The sea suddenly parted. A huge creature, leaping out of the water. It's a chunk that's bigger than 3 soccer fields. The huge figure made Lin Hao feel his eyes darken. The fish-shaped creature opened its mouth wide, and between opening and closing, it swallowed hundreds of birdworms into its mouth. Lin Hao was startled. What the hell is this? So scary. The creature was in the sea before, and he didn't even notice it. If it suddenly attacks itself, I'm afraid I won't even have any scraps left. With a jolt, Lin Hao's entire body got down in place, crouching between a few trees at the top of the mountain. He had been wandering around here for an hour or so and could not feel any crisis. Who would have thought that, as it turned out, there was such a #1 mega creature here? Lin Hao was instantly scared into a cold sweat. What was he doing just now, walking around its mouth? After that huge creature ate the flying bird, it didn't fall back into the water, but spread its wings and flew up in the sky. A giant, flying fish? Is it a bit like the Kunpeng depicted in Shiki novels? Lin Hao crouched on the ground, tracing the creature out of the corner of his eye. There is a fish in the northern underworld, and its name is Kun. The size of the Kun is so large that I don't know how many thousands of miles it is. It turned into a bird, and its name was Pang. He recalled the Kunpeng records in question. Nor is it true that the kunai is said to be several thousand miles in size. This creature is not even close. The creature, hovering over the island. It was clear that he had also seen Lin Hao. But for some reason, it didn't seem to have much hostility towards Lin Hao. As an insect tamer, Lin Hao was so sensitive to the emotions of insect-like creatures. Since there was no hostility, he stopped crouching on the ground and stood up. He even hit a detect spell onto it. Unsurprisingly, still can't see the other side. It would be a stretch to contract this guy. And pull it off like a champ too. Lin Hao sighed. But that's not going to happen. Having traveled through the bug world several times, Lin Hao had long known that for high-level creatures, he simply couldn't contract them now. This insect world is truly magical, even the Kunpeng, which is close to the ancient legends, is there. I really want to grow up quickly, be strong enough, and then explore this world. Lin Hao had already planned to leave this place and head to the grasslands. And the creature seemed to be interested in Lin Hao at this time. It floated in the air, a pair of huge eyes looking at Lin Hao. As Lin Hao was preparing to use the position swapping skill, suddenly a voice seemed to ring out. How about trying to contract it? The contract won't work before teleporting away. There's nothing to lose anyway, at most, it's just a loss of some spiritual energy. With that in mind, Lin Hao's heart suddenly beat violently. Why don't you try it? Lin Hao clenched his teeth. Bug packed. He activated his occupational skill and linked his mental power to the massive object that was flying in the sky. The other side didn't seem to resist. Yeah. It's a larva. Lin Hao felt the other party's spirit. Rather like a human baby. Instantly, Lin Hao's heart pounded violently. There's a big crisis here. Danger since there is a larva, that means there is an adult pair nearby. The larvae are several soccer fields large. And how big will the adults get? The machine just doesn't contract it at all, as previously thought. Rather, big chance. Lin Hao kept infecting the other party, his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. Soon, 1,000 spiritual energy was exhausted. The other side is still not indentured. But there was no violent resistance. Another 1,000 mental energy, depleted. The other party seemed to have been assimilated into Lin Hao's emotions quite a bit, there was a chance. However, the other party was too large, and the spirit ocean was also very large. Even if it was a cub, it was still beyond Lin Hao's expectations. It didn't take long for another 1,000 spiritual energy to be consumed. For such a short time, 3,000 mental powers were gone. Lin Hao's remaining spiritual energy was already running out. He can't hold out much longer. However, at this moment, the fishworm, whose spirit was filled with good feelings towards Lin Hao, had already been assimilated for the most part. Lin Hao's eyes were crimson. Cubs. This is an opportunity like no other. Missing it could take an unknown amount of time before it's possible. Perhaps, there will never be a chance. However, the amount of spiritual energy consumed was again far beyond Lin Hao's imagination. Even if it's a cub. The assimilation of more than 3,000 mental powers still couldn't handle the other side. If it had been his own pitiful spiritual power in the past, that would never have been possible. Now, however, it seems to see the possibility of success. But, his spiritual power was also about to bottom out. There's that familiar helpless situation again. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. Give me the deed. At the last moment, when Lin Hao's spiritual power was completely consumed, he yelled. You've succeeded in contracting a kunai. It's a done deal. Nima's so tired and close. At this moment, Lin Hao's body turned into a white light. Last 0.1 seconds. Lin Hao suddenly saw the sky darken. A fish head of unknown size surfaced. Wu came a long cry. There was anger in his voice. But Lin Hao had already disappeared. Back home. Lin Hao snapped his eyes open. It worked, ha ha ha. That was close. If it was a little late, the contract wouldn't have worked. Or, if it's a little later and its parents come back, it might have to die itself. Let's see what's playing first. Lin Hao walked out of the house, and in the sky outside the house, there floated a big fish that was more than 20 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide, gently paddling its fins and looking at Lin Hao somewhat confused. A bit different than in the bug world, the big fish, now, seemed to be a figment. Unlike in the bug world, it's completely physical. Just as he was thinking, the big flying fish swished into Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao immediately felt completely different. Kuanping, one of the ancient insects, there are big fish, there are big birds attributes, is a symbol of power. Kuanping, with the growth of a total of 6 stages of form, the ultimate form of the body length of 100,000 miles, can be invited to the moon and the 9 heavens, but also straight into the Yellow Springs 9 quarters, the current stage for the first stage of the form of the pups. Stage 1 pups? He checked the favored insect kunsight panel. 21st level kunai first order. Power, 30,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Body mass, 20,000. Skills, flying, gaining. Flying, when the kunai merges with the tamer, it allows the tamer to gain the ability to fly. Gain, the kunai can gain 10% attributes to the bug tamer. Ha! Surprisingly, it's a supportive favored bug. Lin Hao was slightly disappointed. But soon rejoiced greatly. These 2 skills. Simply. Lin Hao quickly opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Hao. Occupation, Bugmaster. Rank, 21. Power, 3,320. Agility, 1,320. Spirit, 6,225. Body mass, 2,320. Occupational skills, insect contract, favored insect summoning level 21. Gifted skills, skill enhancement level 3, position swap, wormworld shuttle 2 times. Summoning 21st level gold eating insects, current population 31,210. Summon level 21 elf butterflies, current number 11,210. Summon level 21 kunai first order, current number 11. Have you, yourself, become so perverted? Lin Hao muttered. Yourself, or a level 21, psychic, bug tamer? Chapter 79, Shuttling Through the Bug World, Encountering the Battlefield Again. Such a powerful attribute? This auxiliary kunai brought him a 10-fold increase in attribute points. Previously, Lin Hao had been sweating that his favorite insect was so strong, but himself, like a waste. Not much of a battle at all. Though, the battle of the favored insects is also his battle. But inside, it was still really upsetting. Now, well, he, himself, is beginning to make the leap. With such powerful attribute points, he could, down the line, do even more. Lin Hao's current strength, of course, far exceeded that of his peers, and could be, for that matter, almost a bug-like pervert, but Lin Hao didn't feel that he was just invincible. His ultimate opponent, his ultimate enemy, is not his own peers. Sister's strength was definitely not as good as her current self in the beginning, but she was not weak either, but in this way, she was still sinking into a predicament. Is she up against one of those powerful guilds? Or the Abyss? Lin Hao noticed the column under his status. Summoning level 21 kunai first stage, current number 11. In other words, Kunping, it's not like the gold eater or the elf butterfly, which can summon countless ones. At least, for now, it can only summon one. Probably, a divine beast like the Kunpang was too heaven-defying, and wasn't so easy to copy fission. However, it was only the first order, and what changes it would undergo when it was elevated later on, Lin Hao didn't know right now. It may not always be a war aid. Looking at the time, Lin Hao had entered the bug world line, and up until now, only more than 2 hours had passed. He now had 2 more chances to travel through the bug world. But now that the spiritual power had seen the light of day, surely he would have to recover his condition before he could go in. And getting back in shape will take another 4 hours to do. Lin Hao picked up a bottle of medium blue spring and poured it into his mouth. Plus 100. Plus 100. His mental strength was recovering rapidly. Finally, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening when his spiritual power was 1,000 points short of being restored to full strength. Lin Hao once again poured down a bottle of medium blue spring. Lin Hao reappeared outside the house. There was another skill he had never tried yet. Fly. He chanted softly. Instantly, a force penetrated his body, and his body slowly floated up into the air. Whoosh! Lin Hao's body swayed and went straight into the high sky. Lin Hao stood high in the sky, overlooking the entire city of Yang. The lights are on. At night it looks similar to Earth in the previous life. Without that high wall, with countless monsters outside it waiting to prey on people, the world would still seem to be a good place. Hoo-hoo! A fierce wind swept by, blowing Lin Hao's hair and clothes up. It reaches speeds of 300 to 400 yards per hour. So fast. For 10 minutes or so, he spun at altitude. Floor and didn't even notice. Cool. It felt really good. Some human professionals can also fly. But none are of high rank. Lin Hao remembered that in the shadowy land, that vampire was able to fly, and that was because he had wings. The Devil's Maiden can also fly because she has the magic of wind. Someone like Lin Hao, who was only at level 20, and could fly, was presumably one of the very few, right? Whoosh! Lin Hao re-entered the front of the house. Bug World Shuttle. With a flash of white light, Lin Hao disappeared from his original spot. At the same time, he appeared in the bug world. Yeah? At this moment, Lin Hao felt that the ground he was standing on was constantly shaking. Suddenly, the whole person and the ground went up into the air. Lin Hao was startled. He saw it clearly. He was, this time, actually standing on the back of a giant object. The giant thing was so big that you couldn't see the head in front or the tail at the back. Judging from the body, it looks a bit like a dragon. This bug world, it really does have everything. Lin Hao shook his head. Whoosh! Using the flying ability granted by the Kunpang, he left the back of the behemoth. Big, too big for this thing. Suddenly, the body of this giant dragon-like monster bent slightly, and its head, which seemed to be unknown for many miles, turned around and looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao instantly felt a terrifying pressure coming on. The body is surprisingly stiff and hard to fly. What is it, so terrible? Lin Hao fell straight to the ground. To die here? Position swapping. Lin Hao was very decisive, realizing that something was wrong, whether it was falling to the ground or causing that huge thing to attack. He was all but dead, so he immediately moved to swap positions. Moment. He appeared in another place. Here, the grass is green. Vitality. The very place where you came and got the elf butterfly last time. It really works. Lin Hao was delighted in his heart. Right at this moment, the gold-devouring insect that had reversed its position to the place where he had originally appeared suddenly lost contact. Dead. Lin Hao's face changed. Put it this way, if he had slowed down a bit or hesitated just now, he might have been the one to die. I don't know if it was that giant thing that just struck or something else. Just now, I thought that my strength had skyrocketed and I was a bit of a cow, but in reality, it's extremely difficult to live by yourself here. Still not strong enough? I don't even know how many levels I'll have to ascend to and how big my strength will be before I can survive here with ease. Come out. Lin Hao softly chanted. 100 or so individual gold-devouring insects floated around Lin Hao. With a movement of his mind, 4 or 5 gold-devouring insects flew in all directions. In a different place, lightly ambling underground. When this was done, Lin Hao's feet slowly left the ground, maintaining a state of flying and walking, and began to inspect to the side. Welp, seems a little different than last time. Lin Hao walked while looking around. The last time I was here, the grass was green, all kinds of flowers bloomed, and swarms of bees and butterflies danced. But this time, the view is still the same. But the bugs are gone. What happened? Or, is it bad timing? Lin Hao felt strange. Walked a few hundred meters and didn't see any bugs. They've all left? At an extreme distance, 5 colors of light flashed. Another fight? Remember the second or third time you shuttled yourself to this bug world. It is also encountering the Great War. At that time, it was a great war between giant insects. He hid under a depression and didn't dare move a muscle until it was time to teleport back. And now? He opened his eyes and looked away. All that could be seen was a variety of spells glowing above the ground level, but no bugs could be seen. Come out. Another 100 gold-devouring insects surfaced around him. These 200 gold-devouring insects surrounded Lin Hao. Whoosh! Instantly, Lin Hao was like an arrow off the string, flying towards that battle site. He was extremely fast. But it still took almost an hour of flying to get close to the edge. Sure enough, it's the battle of the bugs again. This time, there were all sorts of bugs of various sizes participating in the battle, and in general, there were more small ones, at least, unlike the huge dragon just now. But the number. It's so many, so dense, all over the sky and the ground. I'm afraid it's in the hundreds of thousands. Chapter 80 Engaging in Battle, Unleashing the Blazing Sun of Death Spell. This world seems to be just like the current human world, with battles, fights, and regular occurrences. Lin Hao smiled helplessly. He stopped and didn't approach any further. He was used to being careful about this bug world. When the first level came in, I met that mantis bug and almost slashed him. Later, meet the snapping turtle bug, the bug knuckle bug, to the dragon bug just now. When they were compared, they were all higher rank than Lin Hao, with a big difference in strength. But without realizing it, Lin Hao had also grown, his strength doubling dozens of times. Look away for a moment. He was slightly more relieved. The battle in front of him, it looked, unlike the big bugs from before, the skills that were sent out to destroy the sky and the earth. Combat is just between levels 10-50. That's normal, a world full of bigwigs, how can people live? Yeah. Lin Hao realized that one side of the engagement was of the same species, and they look like black and brown locusts. However, the locusts here are not like the human world, which is only 2 fingers wide, but are almost as big as an adult. At first glance, the sky is full of locusts, hideous, appalling. These locusts also have a very strong fighting style. Some of them pounce on each other and just nibble. Some, on the other hand, spew venom and kill their opponents. On the other side of the battle, there were all sorts of bugs of all sorts. It even seemed to see the figures of the gold-devouring insects and elf butterflies that he possessed. The locusts seemed to be on the invader side. Lin Hao looked at it for a while, gathered his wings, and landed on the ground. He shook his head in agony, the neighborhood, because there were no more bugs of any kind. As for the battle in the distance, he didn't want to get involved. There are too many of them here and, moreover, they are all irrelevant to yourself. Why don't we wait here for a while and see if we can pick up the slack and eat a bug later? It was not a wasted trip, and he could add more favored insects to his strength. So, he didn't bother to look at it anymore and simply lay down on the ground. It was quite comfortable with the breeze and the green grass. Last night, drink, summon, rest, drink, summon, rest. It's pretty hard to get through, too. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Hao suddenly frowned. He refelt it and it was not an illusion. The gold-devouring insects and elf butterflies around him actually stirred. At first, he thought it was an illusion. But then again, with a finer sense, it's really like that, manic. What's going on? This has never been the case before. What are their wishes? Seems to be sending me a message? Lin Hao carefully felt the emotions that those favored insects of his passed over. What? Want to go fight? Lin Hao, who got this feeling, was taken aback. He had always thought that the pet bugs that he had duplicated and summoned were machine bugs, completely devoid of emotions. Completely will only obey their own will and command. But now it seems like it's not quite. The emotion in them, as weak as it is really there. Especially those few upgraded elite gold eaters that were released. The emotions are even stronger. The higher the level, the stronger the spirit. Lin Hao even had the illusion that it seemed like they were trying to say something to him, but the message that was transmitted was too weak and wasn't easy to catch. It seemed that he didn't know enough about the profession of bug tamer and the favored bugs he summoned. You guys want to go kill those locusts? Lin Hao felt it again and again, confirming that they conveyed sexual thoughts. Lin Hao looked at the battlefield there again. The number of bugs fighting there had been reduced by a large margin. There's only tens of thousands of bugs left. On the ground, uncountable, densely packed dead bugs fell. The locusts seem to be stronger, and they're overpowering the assorted bugs. Going to war, huh? Earlier, Lin Hao had seen that the battle in front of him, with his current strength, could indeed intervene. It's not exactly insurance, though. But, or fight, or leave, he was also 70% sure. Unconsciously, Lin Hao's strength was no longer that of a rookie at the bottom. Well, you guys are my buddies and have been fighting for me, so I'll help you out too. But it must be measured in terms of preserving my little life. Thinking clear, Lin Hao immediately moved. He leapt upwards and a Koan Pang silhouette appeared behind him. Then, sticking to the ground, it flew up extremely fast towards the battlefield. The grass swayed on either side of his body. Not far from the battlefield, he stopped. He suppressed the restless gold-eating insects around himself. Then chants softly. In the name of death, I call upon the flames of the blazing sun to burn up all things in the world and return to the abyss of nothingness. 5 minutes passed. This spell takes a really long time to cast. Luckily, the various bugs in the battle didn't notice him. Deadly Sun, Fire Level 5 Magic, casting a spell to create a blazing sun, which analyzes light and produces high temperature. The attack power is related to the caster's spiritual power, duration 1 minute, range 100 meters. This magic had been attacked by that boss when Lin Hao was level 16, when he and Zhao Xiaoling were clearing the land, and if Lin Hao hadn't had the elf butterfly at that time, he would have died long ago. Moreover, the high temperature of those rays was so terrifying that it burned the clothes of both Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling. The mantra is completed. Lin Hao felt that his spiritual power had been depleted for a while. At the same time, a huge sun appeared above the locusts and emitted a fiery light that fell on those locusts. Instantly, some of the lower-level locusts were incinerated and died, falling to the ground. Lin Hao was startled. Is this really a death blaze spell? The death-blazing sun he released at this moment was about 30 times larger than the one Celsius had released at the beginning. And, the range is not 100 meters, I'm afraid it's more than a few miles. What's going on? Could it be, again, that natural skill enhancement, increase of his own? Skill enhancement level 3, smiley face. Skill enhancement level 3, the effects of all the host skills are enhanced by 30 times, and the enhancement increases as the level rises. If so, then wouldn't one's various spells, even the simplest basic ones, be just as strong? It was unthinkable that this divine talent skill of his could not only be enchanted in the field of bug tamer favored insects, but for himself, the master, to cast spells. Same increase. It seemed that not only were the favored insects powerful, but this master of his own was equally terrifyingly amazing in battle. Thinking of this, a magic book appeared in Lin Hao's hand. It was Solomon's Key. The Wind Core. This is a simple instantaneous spell. At that time, the demon Saintus cast dozens of them in a row, trapping his group of gold-devouring insects. A wind cluster appeared among the locusts. Thousands of locusts were caught up in the wind mass. Sure enough, this wind cluster was dozens of times larger than the demon saints. Both sides were fighting with force, and the locusts saw that they had pressed the multitude of bugs close to death. I didn't expect the dramatic change to happen. 2 terrifying spells suddenly emerged from the battlefield. Destroyed many locusts at once. The lower-leveled locusts are within range of the spell and die in large numbers. This reverses the situation. Those assorted bugs couldn't figure out what was going on, but saw the opportunity. Squeak Ow recoiled. Chapter 81, Ascending to the 22nd level, Contracting the Purple Electric Mayfly. You have killed the Dark Locust and gained 40,000 experience points. You have killed the Dark Locust and gained 40,000 experience points. You have killed the Dark Locust and gained 40,000 experience points. You have obtained the item Primary Worm Crystal 2. You have obtained the item Primary Worm Crystal 2. In an instant, hundreds of messages brushed past Lin Hao's panel. Ha! Lin Hao was taken aback. This. His experience bar spiked up a notch at a rate visible to the naked eye. It's up 5% at a stroke. Came to level 21 at 5%. This is too good to be true, isn't it? Originally, after level 21, each level of experience value required a massive amount of experience, and killing 30 to 50 monsters didn't even seem to move. But now, 1 or 2 skills went down, and a large amount of experience value was gained. Lin Hao instantly felt like he had returned to the feeling of quickly upgrading when he was level 6 or 7. Yes. Yes. This bug world is like a super large and large copy unique to Lin Hao, where not only are there countless bugs for Lin Hao to contract, but it can also be completely used as an upgrade mecha. The Wind Core. The Wind Core. Tornado. Since he had struck out and decided to help the crowd of little insects, Lin Hao didn't hesitate anymore. That was definitely until he defeated the Dark Locust Legion here. Plus, the rewards are just too rich. So spell after spell was cast. These spells are incredibly powerful and deadly. Every spell that appeared took away a Dark Locust. 10%, 20%. The experience value was rising at a very fast rate. Lin Hao, the extra striker of the battlefield, caused the absolute advantage of the original Dark Locust side to be reversed. In turn, all at once, they were knocked off their feet. And under the crazy counterattack of the multitude of small insects, it turned into a retreat. At this time, those Dark Locusts also discovered Lin Hao, a participant in the battle. A small group of Dark Locusts by the hundreds flew towards him. From afar, Lin Hao felt their strong killing intent. Go! 200 gold-devouring insects greeted the Dark Locust. These gold-devouring insects were divided into dozens of small combat teams under the leadership of the various elite gold-devouring insects, and were full of spirituality. Previously, Lin Hao's gold-devouring bug brigade had no rules and regulations, and would only pounce on them in a brainstorming manner. And now, it's actually become a bit like a small unit of combat in the army, and the power of regimental combat has increased a lot. Lin Hao's heart burst with joy. The battle in the Shadowlands had upgraded his 20 gold eaters to the elite level. What a great surprise! Let Lin Hao's favored insects not only change in quantity, but most importantly, qualitatively. Those hundreds of Dark Locusts couldn't even reach Lin Hao. On the way, they were intercepted and killed by a team of gold-devouring bugs. You have killed the Dark Locust and gained 40,000 experience points. You have killed the Dark Locust and gained 40,000 experience points. You have obtained the item Primary Worm Crystal 4. You have obtained the item Primary Worm Crystal 3. 30%, 40%. Lin Hao was so excited to kill that his entire body flew, with an illusory Kuan Pang behind him. He moved left and right across the battlefield, constantly throwing spell after spell towards the dense Dark Locusts. 10 minutes passed. Lin Hao had killed no less than 1,000 Dark Locusts. You're upgraded to 22. Quick! It's really too soon. These Dark Locust army can't be said to be weak, each one is almost equivalent to the Shady Land Demon in general, with no less than human level 30 or so strength. However, this kind of strength was really not enough to face the current Lin Hao. These Dark Locusts are rich in experience value. The drop items, however, were much more monotonous, and they were all kind of bug crystals. As for what this kind of bug crystal stone was used for, Lin Hao couldn't figure out the purpose for a while now. But take it first. After Lin Hao's killing spree, the Dark Locusts had already collapsed at this point. The rest all backed up and fled for their lives. The little buggers went after them. However, Lin Hao wasn't going to chase after him. At that moment, he realized a problem: his spiritual power had bottomed out. Just killed too much. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. At that moment, a swarm of bugs greeted him. There's flying and climbing. They came to Lin Hao. Suddenly, they all ambushed Lin Hao in unison. It was quite a bit, treating Lin Hao like a god. It's kind of fun. Unfortunately, this time, he or she will be leaving soon. Haven't contracted a favorite insect yet. At this moment, a small mayfly flyer landed in Lin Hao's eyes. About the size of 2 palms, with a pair of wings. It was surrounded by a kind of purple electricity. Very nice looking. Just now, Lin Hao had noticed this kind of mayfly flying insect. They were few in number, but they were incredibly fast and could send out purple lightning to attack dark locusts. The power is very great. This appears to be an electric flying insect. If it wasn't for this flying insect, the army of small insects would have been defeated under the attack of the dark locusts. The gold eater is powerful. But it is a melee favored insect. Lin Hao had always wanted to find a favored insect of the long-distance battle spell type. Seems like this mayfly flyer would be good. At that moment, Lin Hao didn't hesitate anymore. Bug packed. He released his Insect Tamer's profession skill at the mayfly flyer. A mental communication to the mayfly flyer. That mayfly flyer surrounded by purple lightning froze. But not long after, it seemed to understand Lin Hao's meaning. Will you come with me? Become my favorite bug? And then conquer the world with me? Lin Hao wasn't forcibly contracting it. Rather, it tells it of its own ideals, its own goals, its own determination to become stronger and bigger. It's probably a condescending bug, too. At first, it did not recognize Lin Hao. However, slowly, it truly sensed Lin Hao's powerful heart that struggled to rise, and its spiritual power became soft. You have successfully contracted the purple mayfly. Success! At this time, Lin Hao's spiritual power was also depleted. A white light flashed and he left the bug world. Re-emerge in the house. Lin Hao smiled. This line is really so rewarding. Not only did he go up more than a level, but he also contracted the bug. Lin Hao was overjoyed. He looked to the one gently fluttering purple electric mayfly beside him. The light-colored body, a pair of cicada-like wings like a choo-choo garment, and several small purple lightning bolts wrapped around its circumference. Very nice looking. Score 1 for this sellout. Lin Hao checked its information. Purple electricity mayfly, a rare thunder-type strange insect, born with the ability of thunder escape, extremely fast. At the primary stage it can launch purple thunder to attack the enemy. At the advanced level, when the skill is inspired, it can also summon the thunder and lightning in the sky and earth, gathering them into the 9 heavens immortal thunder, to form a powerful and incomparable spell. Another baby favor bug. Blood money. This time, the harvest was not lower than the first time he got a Koan Pang. Good. That's good. Level 21 Purple Mayfly. Power, 5,000. Agility, 15,000. Spirit, 20,000. Body mass, 5,000. Skills, Thunderclap, Purple Thunder. Thunderclap. When using the skill, the flying speed of the purple lightning mayfly is increased by 300% for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Purple Thunder, a skill that can be cast by the purple electric mayfly, which can attack the enemy with purple thunder. The power is related to the purple electric mayfly's rank level, and the cooldown time is 30 seconds. What a powerful attribute! What a powerful skill! Chapter 82. Equipped with near and far attacks, the great examination begins. Lin Hao looked at his panel. Summoning level 21 Purple Electric Mayfly, current number 1210. Current quantity 1210. Beautiful. This is another one, where the summoning limit increases as you level up, and is an unlimited summoning favored insect. It's not like kunai, where you can only summon one. This meant that as long as Lin Hao was given the time and mental power, he could summon another 200 or so electric purple lightning mayflies. The number of his battle-favored insects would surely double in number again. In a single comparison, the Gold Eater is a power-based melee-favored insect, and the purple lightning mayfly is a long-range mental-based favored insect. The defense of the purple electric mayfly was certainly not as strong as that of the gold-devouring insect. However, the attack power seemed to be slightly stronger than the gold-devouring insect. Since Lin Hao awakened and obtained the gold-devouring insect, he was almost invincible to push. Now there's a long-range attacking purple bolt mayfly added to the mix. This will him in the Shady Lands, where his gold eaters have to fly to the demons to make their attacks, thus trapping many of them by the Demon Saints Wind Regiment, a shortcoming of long-distance attacks that has finally been made up for. And, with the combination of melee and long-distance combat, the strength of 1+1 is greater than 2 now. The big national exams start tomorrow. Tonight, a slight purchase of a few bottles of medium blue spring to restore some mental energy and summon some purple electric mayflies would be perfectly adequate. Regarding the national examination, with his current strength, Lin Hao didn't put too much focus on it. Now he has 50 elf butterflies to keep him alive and not die, Koan Pang gives him the ability to fly, and, with his full attributes raised ridiculously, has 3 skills, Death Blaze, Tornado, and Wind Cluster. Combat Favored Insects has 300 gold eaters, and at night, summons another 100 or so purple electric mayflies. This strength, not to mention taking a small senior year exam. Going to the abyss to conquer, I fear that all of them will have the power to fight. I also got a letter of recommendation from the military at Qingbei Budo University's Tsanglong Academy. It could be said that it wouldn't be too much to say that he was now a preparatory student of Qingbei Martial Arts University's Tsanglong Academy. However, when the sister is to take the Jiangning province first prize it. You can't be worse than your sister. That would be to take the top prize in Jiangning province, as a small goal for tomorrow. Lin Hao smiled. Soon, it will be time to go to the capital soon. Just leave the city of Yang and live in a city again. The city of Yang has a population of just 1 million, but the capital is said to have a population of 50 million. It is the center of the country's politics, economy, and cultivation. Sister, wait for me, I'll be right there. So what if there are many powerful enemies there? If they really bully my sister, I, Lin Hao, don't mind smashing them all to pieces. The next day, Lin Hao arrived at school. In one night, he finally summoned 100 purple electric mayflies. The price is that he's now almost penniless. A poor man. 300 gold-devouring insects plus 100 purple electricity mayflies, with this kind of strength, not to mention those students, even the teachers of the school would not be their opponents. Just got to school. As soon as Yu Dapeng saw Lin Hao, he exclaimed, "Lin Hao, did you go to the field to fight monsters yesterday? How come you got another level up?" On the side, Ning Yuanxi looked deeply at Lin Hao, secretly thinking, in one day's time, he has risen one more level, 21 levels yesterday, it's a sure thing to take the examination for the Qingbei Martial Arts University, but he's still so desperate to rise to 22 levels again, I'm not as good as him. Before she had awakened, she had always wanted to win over Lin Hao once, and every time she lost to him, she thought that maybe Lin Hao was lucky. But after the awakening, she realized that she was getting further and further away from him. He was becoming more and more like a lofty mountain. Let yourself only look up. Lin Hao, my Ning family is helping you to collect the materials for making the Heart of the Night Star necklace, and I've already collected almost half of them, it might be a bit later if I want to make the finished product. Ning Yuanxi said softly. There's no rush. At that moment, as soon as Lin Shi saw Lin Hao in the distance, she immediately trotted over. Brother Hao, you're here. Aha! Lin Hao nodded. Yesterday, I went with Yuanxi and Dapeng to fight the Lost Mining Cave copy a few times, the efficiency is so low, also can only fight the ordinary levels, with Brother Hao bring completely different, however, we also have some harvest, I rose a little bit, to level 17 now, Dapeng also rose to level 19, Yuanxi level 18. Yu Dapeng smiled at the side, although there's no comparison with you, boss, but we don't give up, we have to keep up with the pace of the boss in order to do so. Not bad, you're all good, in previous years, from level 15 upwards, all of you had a big chance of being able to enter the Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Hao nodded his head. These few classmates of their own are from good families, and before awakening, they were all young masters and princesses, but after awakening, they also held back a desperate effort to move forward. Brother Hao, I'm working so hard because I want to get into Qingbei Martial Arts University and be your classmate. Lin Shi said in a delicate voice. Boss, I'm also going to enter Qingbei Martial Arts University and continue to be your tablemate. Rock said. Lin Hao, if you hadn't taken us to brush 10 copies of the upgrade that day, we wouldn't have had a chance at all for the Qingbei Martial Arts University, but now, I think, we can meet in Qingbei. Ning Yuanxi laughed on the side as well. Class. Principal Emorin shouted from afar, we will all teleport to Jiangjing, the capital of Jiangning province, immediately to unify into the great examination, come over here at your speed. The students in Yangchang are rapidly concentrating. Lin Hao, come here, you're with me. Emorin saw Lin Hao at this time, his face was overjoyed and he shouted. And you guys, Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, all come here and follow me. Lin Hao's 4 people walked to Emorin's side. Good job you 4, you're the 4 highest ranked people in our Yang city this year, all of you are the seeds of Qingbei Martial Arts University, especially you, Lin Hao, you shocked me too much, Master Zhao told me yesterday that you've already risen to the 21st level, I couldn't believe it. It's all thanks to the principal's several years of education. Lin Hao smiled. For Emorin, he was always grateful inside. This old man, he treats his students better than he treats his own son. Moreover, it had always taken great care of Lin Hao. When his sister went to the university, Moran also tried to find ways to set various scholarships to Lin Hao, so that he could solve many difficulties in his life. The crowd of students walked into the teleportation array in a row. A white light flashed. Lin Hao felt a slight dizziness. A group of people appeared in a square. In the center of the square, there were a few huge red letters written, 7th Examination Hall. You guys line up and don't mess up. Principal Moran directs the students of Yangcheng City. So many people. Lin Shi looked around curiously. This is still just the combat faculty vocational students here, the other life faculties, they were diverted elsewhere a long time ago. Yu Dapeng sniffed and said, but even for the combat department, there are 30 examination centers, and we are the 7th here. 30 ah? Lin Shi exclaimed, then now here are no less than 10,000 people. Wouldn't that mean that Jiangning province this year's combat department students, no less than 300,000 people? Indeed, those 29 examination centers are actually not far from us, just next door to us. Ning Yuanshi said. Lin Hao also glanced around. It was crowded but not chaotic, and the various city schools have a lot of experience as they organize a big test every year. The National Martial Arts Examination. After so many years of study, I've finally waited for this day. Today, I not only want to do well on the exam, but I also want to take the exam in a dignified manner. My sister was a force to be reckoned with back then, so how can I, as her younger brother, be worse than her? The corner of Lin Hao's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 83 Principal Moran's Old Grudge. Lin Hao, Ning Yuanxi, Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, you four, you must be calm and collected in a while, as long as you don't make any mistakes, you all have the ability to impact the Qingbei Martial Arts University. Principal Moran once again confided in Lin Hao's 4 people. Don't worry, Principal, we're all strong. Yu Dapeng patted his chest hard and snapped. I am most uneasy about you. If you have half of Lin Hao's composure, everything will be fine. I am also relieved. Moran, however, struck Yu Dapeng. Ning Yuanxi and Lin Shi laughed lightly on the side. Yo, Moran, you've turned over a new leaf this year, having 4 students above level 15. A voice came. A man about the same age as Moran walked over with a group of students. But unlike Moran's usual scruffy attire, this man had shiny hair and a suit on. It's a teacher or principal who lives a sophisticated life. He was followed by about 20 students. Surprisingly, all of them were level 15 or above. Zhou Ziyuan? Moran frowned when he saw the visitor. For grade 15s, more than last year, this is a good year for a small place like Yangcheng City, but a dozen schools in a city can't even compare to one of our middle schools. Our school, however, has 20 grade 15s or more. This Zhou Ziyuan spoke with a tone full of condescension and overbearing flavor. Zhou Ziyuan, stay wherever it's cool, don't pollute me in front of my eyes. Moran seemed to dislike the other party very much and his tone was not polite. Zhou Ziyuan coldly smiled and said, the quality has not improved at all, still so rude. I don't know how you can be a principal, how to teach and educate people, no wonder that Ingu looked down on you back then. Moran was furious at his words. Zhou Ziyuan, don't go too far, Ingu is following you, but so what, is she happy? Who is he? Yu Dapeng asked in a small voice from the side. He spoke very softly, and only Lin Hao and a few others heard him. He's the principal of Jiangjing First High School. Ning Yuanxi replied in a small voice, I've seen his picture on the national high school rankings, Jiangjing First High School, which can be said to be the strongest high school in our Jiangning province. Yu Dapeng looked at the 20 or so students behind Zhou Ziyuan and said in shock, these 20 or so students above the 15th grade, are they just students from a high school? It's estimated that, among these 20 people, 10 of them are over level 20, and the highest level, level 23, is 1 level higher than Lin Hao. 23? Lin Hao looked at a student closest to Zhou Ziyuan. It was a male student with a cold expression, standing behind Zhou Ziyuan. Sure enough, 23 levels. This made Lin Hao slightly surprised, he had upgraded fast enough. His own profession as a bug tamer could be considered the ceiling of swarm brushing. But it was surprising that among the people who awakened at the same time, there were those with a higher rank than their own. The world is a big place, and there really are all kinds of people. There is no such thing as an early day, but there are even early days, and there are mountains beyond mountains. But is one's strength reflected by this level? Lin Hao thought to himself, he's not afraid to fight against a teacher of level 50 or 60 now, let alone just a student of level 23. Zhou Ziyuan, if you fart, why do you have to mention Ingu? Ingu is also blind for marrying you, you can't give her happiness, why do you want to ruin her, I really look down on you. At this point, Mo Ren was so enraged that his face turned red and his voice shook a little as he spoke. Happiness or not, she can't see you anyway, you have to admit it, right? The muscles on Zhou Ziyuan's face also jumped. It was evident that he was also very irritated inside. The two seemed to have a grudge. There's a story. Lin Shi whispered aside. I've heard Principal Mo's story. Ning Yuanxi seemed to know more. I heard that Principal Mo and Principal Zhou used to be classmates at the capital city Normal University, and used to be the best pair of friends, and at that time, Principal Mo fell in love with a female classmate, but that female classmate, for some reason, ended up marrying Principal Zhou, but I heard that the female wasn't happy, and 5 or 6 years later, they divorced. Ning Yuanxi sighed. Our headmaster Mo never married a wife in his entire life, so I guess it has something to do with that one love affair. I can't imagine that Principal Mo has such a story. And so affectionate. I'm sure this is a thorn that has been thrust deep into Principal Mo Ren's heart. Lin Hao frowned lightly. This Zhou Ziyuan principal is also not thick, so many years have passed, the first time to steal the girlfriend of his best friend not to mention, but also take this stab. Do you think you're great because you're over 20 level 15s? It's still uncertain who will place higher in the big exam. Mo Ren stubbornly said. Ha, Mo Ren, you've been in the 8th middle school for so many years. When have you ever been able to beat me? When haven't I easily hanged you? You? Mo Ren was so infuriated that his whole body trembled, but he couldn't say anything. Lin Hao said in a faint voice, Principal Mo, there's no need to get angry with him, let's just do our own thing. Lin Hao, you're right. Mo Ren took a deep breath. Oh? This is the hidden awakened professional Lin Hao that Mo Ren's mouth had been bragging about a while ago, right? Zhou Ziyuan glanced at Lin Hao and was slightly surprised to see that Lin Hao was 22 levels. Lin Hao's hidden awakening was recorded in the entire Jiangning province. Whether he is powerful or not, the creation of a new profession will always enter the eyes of many. Zhou Ziyuan was the person who stood at the top of the education sector in the entire Jiangning province, and he was aware of some of it. Principal Zhou, I am Lin Hao. Lin Hao said indifferently. I heard that many people said that you are a wasted awakening. It seems that it's not, it's all 22 levels, however, the level is actually not the most important thing, the strength is the root. Lin Hao nodded. This Zhou Ziyuan said well, many people love to compare the rank, in fact, the rank really does not matter. Strength is the core. Lin Hao himself was an example. Principal Zhou, it's true that we in Yangqing City are not as good as the provincial capital Jiangjing, and perhaps there aren't as many students above the 15th grade in a city as there are in a middle school in Jiangjing. But just now, you also said that grades are of no use, and that strength is the most important thing. Lin Hao took Zhou Ziyuan's words and returned them to him. Oh, you mean you're strong now? Lin Hao said indifferently, very strong indeed. Joke, a country boy but a frog in the bottom of the well, also dare to blow a big bullskin? The 23rd grade male student behind Zhou Ziyuan suddenly interjected. This man had been indifferent just now, even though he had listened to his principal arguing with Mo Ren. He only looked over when he heard Lin Hao make a sound. Seeing that Lin Hao was actually 22 levels old, he was almost on par with himself. For some reason, he was vaguely upset. A student from Yangchang? It's not just a small place. Seeing Lin Hao's side again, there stood a few beauties, Ning Yuanxi and Lin Shi. He was even more upset and couldn't help but speak out after hearing Lin Hao bluntly say that he was strong. You're the one bragging, thinking that you're great just because you're 23 levels, you're far worse than my brother Hao. Hearing that someone disliked Lin Hao, Lin Shi was the first to jump out and immediately counterattacked. That male student stared at Lin Shi's chest for a while and suddenly sneered, then he and I might as well make a bet, if I score higher than him in the big exam later, he'll have to call me 100 times grandpa, does he dare to bet? Chapter 84 Betting Against Each Other, the first round of exams begins. Lin Hao shook his head. Don't dare? The man gave a victorious look. Mouth high who will not, but when wants the need to pay the price, people, honest, this kind of people, he Zhang Qian see a lot. Childish. Lin Hao turned to Mo Ren and said, Principal Mo, I'll bet with them, if we win, what do you want them to do? Don't, Lin Hao, you. Mo Ren said sharply, trying to stop Lin Hao. Although Zhou Ziyuan is annoying, Ningjing is the capital of Jiangning province, which is indeed not comparable to a small young city. In previous years, the top winners in Jiangning province basically came out of those schools in Ningjing, except for the year before. Principal Mo, trust me. Lin Hao said softly. You? Lin Hao, are you sure? Ren was silent for a short while. Lin Hao nodded. Ren turned his head to Zhou Ziyuan and said, "Zhou Ziyuan, your student asked to fight us, what do you think? Then do you dare to bet?" Zhou Ziyuan laughed. "I dare you." There was nothing Ren could do about it, other than pinning his hopes on Lin Hao. There really wasn't much he could do to win over Zhou Ziyuan. "Oh, Ren, as long as you don't think I'm bullying you, what do you want to get? If you lose, Zhou Ziyuan, I want you to resign and come to our 8th middle school in Yangqing City as a teacher. Do you dare to bet?" Zhou Ziyuan sniffed and his face clouded over. "Okay, I'll bet with you, but if you lose, I don't want you to come and be a teacher in our school, but you have to tell me that you're not as good as me in your life, and that Ingu was right to choose me in the first place." Ren's face went red for a moment. The blood rises. Fine, Zhou Ziyuan, I promise you." Seeing that the bet was a done deal, the male student cracked his mouth at Lin Hao. "Kid, remember my name, Zhang Qian, you'll see, I'll be in front of you, you won't even be able to see my name when you look up." Lin Hao pointed his hand at the 20 or so students who were above level 15. "You? No, what I'm saying is that any of you, as long as someone scores higher than me in the big exam later, it's considered a win for you." Arrogant. What an ignorance. Where is the need for Zhang to win him? I'll be enough. That group of students from Ningjing First Middle School couldn't stand hearing Lin Hao's words, and all of them drank and cursed. For all the students who are referencing, the big test will begin soon. A voice suddenly came over the loudspeaker. "Please organize your students in each school and teleport them into the examination room immediately. The following test rules are announced. The first, the test is not allowed to interfere with other people's exams, and those found will be disqualified from the test. The second, in addition to the first basic test session, some of the other sessions, which require the candidates to face the monsters, all of you are issued with a protective bead in your hands, and as long as you pinch and break it, you will be able to form a protective shield, and we will bring you out of the... It's starting." Those students present who were waiting to take the test tightened at the words. 10 years of hard work. Fight only this day. A huge tower of light suddenly came out of the sky, emitting a burst of energy. Tens of thousands of students are like little ants under it. Is this the endless light pagoda that Great Xia has, one of the 3 great national treasures? Many students below appeared shocked. They had long heard that there were 3 national treasures in Daxia that protected the national fortunes of this ancient oriental country. The demonic overlord kills people, and many small countries have been destroyed because of this, but the fact that Daxia still stands in this world has a lot to do with these 3 great national treasures. This Tower of Endless Light was one of those, and in past years, the entrance exams were conducted under its auspices. It tests all candidates fairly and impartially. A ray of light came down from the Endless Light Tower itself. One of them enveloped Lin Hao. Lin Hao's body relaxed and didn't resist. With a flash of white light, Lin Hao was teleported into a room. The room was about 100 square feet and he was the only one. A screen appeared in the air and it showed. First round of assessment, a basic test. Rules: a test stake will appear in front of the candidate in a moment, and the candidate will be asked to attack it, and the damage will be recorded as the assessment data of the candidate's attack power. Occupations vary and are tested in different ways. Lin Hao, this was an assessment of attack power, and it was estimated that the Endless Light Tower thought that this newly appeared bug tamer profession of his belonged to the main attacking system. The test is output. In the northwest part of the examination center, a 40-story building with many huge rooms, each with many screens. In addition to the Endless Light Tower, an intellectual prop, there were also a number of invigilators, who were here to monitor through the screen. By this time, inside a room, 6 or 7 invigilators were already in place. They are all the elites sent down from the Ministry of Education. The levels are all 70 or higher. A flat-headed middle-aged invigilator laughed. This year, it seems that the quality of the students in Jiangning province is good, and there are 2,000 candidates who exceeded the 20th level or higher. Another invigilator teacher said, "Have you guys heard about it? This year, besides quite a few legendary awakenings, I heard that the city of Yang has actually come out with a hidden awakening, as if the occupation is an insect tamer. Hidden awakenings, the country may not produce one in a decade or so. What's his name? I'll pull his security footage out and take a look." Called Lin Hao, I remember. That invigilator typed Lin Hao's name on the screen, and before long, a screen was displayed. The camera shows a candidate, as handsome as our readers, standing bashfully in the room. It was Lin Hao. This kid is very calm, the others are more or less nervous. An invigilator looked at Lin Hao on the screen. Not bad, there are 22 levels, although not the highest level, but it's close. Previously, I also heard people say that he is a waste awakening of the pre-death penalty. What nonsense, a waste awakening, can rise to 22 levels in half a month? To be honest, after 10 years of referring to the invigilator every year, I've seen all kinds of occupations countless times, and this time, I'm a little bit interested in this new occupation. Then we'll see how his basic test goes together. Lin Hao stood in the room. How did he know that he had already been targeted by a few invigilators? A thing like a wooden stake appeared 10 meters in front of Lin Hao. When I looked at the rules of the exam before, I was told to attack the prop, and then the prop would record his attack. Come out. 50 purple electric mayflies floated around Lin Hao. These mayfly flying insects with a light yellow body and 2 wings had purple lightning bolts wrapped around their bodies. This was the first appearance of the purple electric mayfly swarm. Hee hee, you guys, what kind of bug is this Lin Hao summoning? Several invigilators saw the purple electric mayfly summoned by Lin Hao through the screen. Is this his occupational skill, a favored insect summoned by an insect tamer? It looks like these flying insects are beautiful. I just don't know how good the attack is. Just saying. Those purple lightning mayflies around Lin Hao suddenly had about 10 of them instantly emitting a purple lightning bolt each. Electricity flashed. A dozen purple lightning bolts struck the stake at the same time. Chapter 85 Lin Hao broke the test pile. Dozens of purple lightning bolts struck the stake at the same time. Boom. Several invigilators were startled. The slightest hint of light smoke dissipated. The invigilators in the room looked at the stake and all of them were dumbfounded. What? Where's the stake? Those lightning bolts actually broke the stake? Several invigilators looked incredulous. This stake can take a cap of 100,000 damage. There are a few types of stakes, but for so many years they've been calling up stakes with 100,000 damage values to test, and that kind of precision is greater. Generally speaking, the stronger ones do about 40,000 instant damage, and in past years, some of the standout single attackers have done no more than 60,000 or 70,000. Malfunction? An invigilator muttered. This is an endless light tower prop, not a machine. What's the malfunction? Another invigilator said. So, how does this phenomenon parse? An instantaneous attack power cap of over 100,000? This. Inside the exam room. Lin Hao saw a dozen purple lightning mayflies releasing lightning at the same time, hitting the stake and shattering it, while a plus 100,000 number floated out from the stake. A dozen lightning bolts powerful enough to reach 100,000? Maybe. Lin Hao was more satisfied with this result. However, it was also his first time experiencing the college entrance exam, so he was a bit puzzled. What's the maximum the others can attack? With my 100,000 attack power, it shouldn't be too low. Invigilation room. Several invigilators are arguing. So we're recording how many instant attacks he has now? 100,000? 100,000 doesn't seem right. After all, he blew the machine out of a 100,000 test stake. So what do we do? Put another one in for him to hit? Raise the hit limit of the test pile? We're only responsible for invigilating the exams. Replacing the test stakes will only work if Director Qian agrees. Then go get director money. It didn't take long. A hale and hearty old man walked in. What's going on? Director Qian, here's the thing. One of the invigilators spoke out the images he had just seen. It must be that Lin Hao's attack power exceeded the upper limit of 100,000 that the stake could withstand, which led to the destruction of the test stake. Director Qian said very firmly once he heard this. At this time, a few invigilators also whispered aside, we think so what now? Director Qian. Put a test stake with a force limit of 200,000 on him. Yes. Besides, Lin Hao had completed the first round of tests and was waiting to be teleported to the next round of examinations. Just then, another stake appeared 10 meters in front of him. Another fight? This high school test is really rigorous, with 2 chances. This is a second chance for candidates who missed one shot to save them. I thought it was only one attack. Attack! The dozen or so purple electric mayflies once again released purple lightning. Boom! Plus 200,000. A number floated up. Meanwhile, the stake clattered and shattered again as it took a dozen lightning bolts. Inside the invigilation room, several invigilators burst out. The test pile with a force limit of 100,000 was fine if you broke it, but you broke the 200,000 one too? What exactly is your attack cap? What to do, Director Chien? An invigilator asked. Director Money mused for a moment, put $1 million stake in his test. $1 million test stake? One of the invigilators froze for a moment, but what about the 1 million tests that aren't accurate enough to have errors? Put it on, I'll take care of it if something happens. Yes. An invigilator passed through the endless tower of light and released another test stake. Lin Hao saw another test stake floating in front of him. A light frown. What's going on? Again? Is there an end to this one basic test? Do you need to hit it so many times? Lin Hao shook his head. Just now I thought the high school was rigorous. It doesn't seem too plausible now. Lin Hao had no choice but to simply make all 50 purple lightning mayflies he summoned spew out purple lightning. Boom. Huge sound. Plus 890,000. A value different from the previous two floated up. This time, the stake was in tatters. But, finally, it didn't shatter. Finally measured the upper limit. A few invigilators in the invigilation room let out a long breath. However, they all had shocked looks on their faces. Instant attack power of 890,000. That's too scary. Old Zhang, you're level 70, do you think your instant attack power, can you reach this level? One invigilator asked to another, slightly older teacher. Tough enough, I guess at best. Lao Zhang said honestly. This Lin Hao, what kind of pervert is he? It's only level 22 though, how is the instant damage so high? Is a bug tamer that good? What's the name of those bugs of his that can release purple lightning? They look good and I can't imagine they do so much damage. Alright, that's it for this round of exams, you guys have the second round. Director Chien instructed, his score will be based on 890,000. Okay, Director Money. How could they know that 890,000 was not Lin Hao's instant attack power limit at all? Lin Hao could now summon a maximum of 440 battle pets, and if he, the master, was added, it would be 440 plus 1 is equal to 441. Right now, it was just 50 purple lightning mayflies putting out an attack. Less than 1 in 80. The first round of exams is over. Lin Hao flashed and reappeared in a space. The space, this time, appeared to be a passageway that was so large that a dozen people could be lined up side by side for a length of time that you couldn't even see the head. Round 2, Battle Test. Rule, the difficulty level that candidates can choose from is Normal, Nightmare, and Hell. Testing the number of monsters a candidate kills in 10 minutes, 1 point for killing normal monsters, 2 points for killing nightmare monsters, and 3 points for killing hellish monsters. 5 minutes to the second round of exams. A screen appeared in front of Lin Hao. The first round of the examination is over, and the results and rankings of the first round of the examination are hereby announced. The total number of reference candidates is 297,560, and the number of candidates entering the second round of the examination is 198,373. Ranking of first round results. Lin Hao, 890,000, rating, SSSS. Summer Ice, 70,000, rating, SS. Zhang Moves, 65,000, rating, SS. This is a panel displayed in front of all candidates. Wow! The 300,000 candidates, in an instant, all froze. Did I read it right? How did that first place Lin Hao score like this? Bug, it must be a bug. 890,000, is that funny? Don't worry, the system will definitely fix it in a bit. Zhang Qian saw this ranking. It also froze completely. How is that possible? No, absolutely not, there must be a mistake. His eyes were crimson. Chapter 86, Lin Hao's boredom in the second round of exams. Zhang Qian stared dead at the screen in front of him. By now Principal Zhou should be outside dealing with the supervisor of invigilators. That kid reckons he must be very happy to see this error, not knowing that he'll realize he's just a clown after correcting the data in a while and being hit hard in the face. Xia Bing? That genius from Ningjing's second middle school, damn it, she even has a higher single attack than me. However, my strength lies in group attacks, and single attacks are really not my forte. A young girl with extremely beautiful looks and tender white skin, only her expression was very cold. She frowned as she stared blankly at the ranking panel in front of her. Lin Hao. How come I've never heard of such a person? The first round of exams is an elimination system and doesn't keep points. This round has brushed off a third of the people. Lin Hao looked at the rankings and then casually turned off the screen. Though think I should be able to take first place. But he really didn't expect that he, the first, had opened such a big gap with the second, more than 10 times. You choose hell difficulty, are you sure? Okay. Come out. Another 50 gold-devouring insects surfaced around Lin Hao. 50 gold eaters plus 50 purple electric mayflies. He summoned the favorite insect again. In the invigilation room, several invigilators' eyes went straight. Just now, Lin Hao's instant attack power reached 890,000. Scared the out of them. However, now, Lin Hao doubled the number of favorite insects out. This, wouldn't it suggest? The 890,000 just now wasn't Lin Hao's kid's biggest instant attack? And what's his maximum instant attack? Oh, my god. Where's Director Money? An invigilator yelled. He just went out. Call him back quickly. 2 or 3 minutes later, Director Qian once again walked into this invigilation room. What again? Director Qian, look at the number of favorite insects he has. An invigilator points to the screen. Huh, there's more? Then the instant attack power test just now? An invigilator asked. Let's go with the 890,000 we just had, it's all first place anyway. Lin Hao stood in front of a wide and endless passageway, looking at a large group of goblin monsters that appeared in front of him after a few flashes. They take big sticks in their hands and wiggle them. Lin Hao threw a detection spell at a goblin monster. Kobold's Inferno. Rank, 15. Power, 1000. Agility, 500. Spirit, 300. Body mass, 1000. Level 15 hellish monsters with higher attributes than the level 20 wild monsters outside. However, this was similar to a mole cricket to Lin Hao. Little rookie cutie. Beside it, a purple electric mayfly's mouth flicked up and, with a thunderclap, spat out a bolt of lightning. There was a flash of purple light. Boom! This little goblin monster was instantly smashed into flying dust and disappeared. At the same time, a number slowly rises +3. 3 points? No experience value. It seemed that these monsters were simulated by the endless light tower. Lin Hao looked toward the passageway, densely packed with monsters that seemed endless. Action! The 50 gold-devouring insects beside Lin Hao quickly flew over, while the 50 purple lightning mayflies followed, continuously casting lightning at the back. Crackle! Large swaths of goblin monsters fell. +3, +3, +3. Countless numbers floated up. Dozens of meters of passageway were cleared of small monsters. Lin Hao thought about it, with so many monsters, there was no need to increase the number of favorite insects, the 100 in front of him was completely enough, now it was a lot of power, but fewer monsters, in a way, this test, couldn't measure his real strength. Shaking his head, he lifted a step forward. Look, you guys. A few invigilators simply locked a big picture on Lin Hao. As soon as the second round of examination started, Lin Hao made a move, and they came out in shock again. That's too much, isn't it? 8 seconds? 5 seconds? Or 3 seconds? The monsters in such a long stretch of passage were all cleared. If those candidates who fought for their lives knew about it, wouldn't they be pissed off? He got at least 150 points for that little while just now. How much of the second 10-minute test period is he going to get? Look guys, this Lin Hao didn't even move his fingers a bit and killed so many monsters, national candidates, which one is as easy as him? At this moment, Lin Hao only felt a bit bored. He was walking behind him, walking not nearly as fast as, the favorite insect in front of him was killing in front of him. The kobolds in those passages fell like wheat, one by one. The blame is too little, too weak. 3 minutes passed, and Lin Hao's points came to 9,000. At this point, he was 70 to 80 meters away from the favorite insect. Old Zhao, you're still looking at this kid, what's the point? An invigilator laughed. Eh? The invigilator called Old Zhao turned his eyes from the Lin Hao screen to the other candidates. After so many years of being an invigilator, this is the first time I've seen this kind of situation. Who is still not? People's college entrance exams, full concentration and strength, I see that kid, taking the exams there, are bored a little bit moldy, right? It suddenly seems to me as if there's something wrong with the high school rules we've been enforcing for decades. I guess the rules change next year. One man, who changed the rules of high school entrance exams for decades, say, who would believe it? These candidates also performed well, especially this one called Zhang Qian. Oh? How many points does he have? For 1000 up, this kind of swordmaster is almost always the optimal profession in all years. Besides, he has learned sword swarm and splash, has swarm attack skills, power system, strong attack power, and good speed. This girl named Xia Bing is similar, 3,900 points, an archer. A few invigilators murmured. Old Zhao, why did you go back to see Lin Hao again? A few invigilators realized that old Zhao, who had been staring at Lin Hao's screen just now, had gone back to looking at Lin Hao again. I also know that this Lin Hao fighting monsters is not technical and not exciting. It's all about the favored insects pouncing on them for a crunchy kill, while others stroll behind. Old Zhao smiled bitterly, but I don't know why. There's a kind of magic that makes people want to stop. Looking at the other candidates, I simply can't watch. Lin Hao the freak. Director Qian walked through the doorway at that moment. Old Zhao was sharp-eyed. Director Qian, come in and take a look. Director Qian walked in and laughed. I guess, it's that Lin Hao thing again, isn't it? Director Qian, you're right, this Lin Hao is really too perverted. All monsters, his favorite insects are killed in seconds. How do you say this? How can you measure his limit? Director Qian, the superintendent examiner of the Jiangning Provincial Grand Examination. He stood in front of Lin Hao's screen, looked at it for a short while, and also laughed bitterly. This kid, I don't know where he came from. Where did he get so many perverted bugs? He patted Lao Zhao's shoulder. You watch first, there are a few principals and vice principals of prestigious schools coming to the Jiangning Examination Center. I'll go and receive them, and if there are any emergencies, you can contact me again. Chapter 87 Xia Bing requests to team up. 10 minutes passed and the second round of scores was finally over. Lin Hao left the passageway and appeared in a lounge, with a bottle of medium blue spring potion and a life potion in the room. Tip message display. Candidates are requested to use a potion to recover their condition. In 10 minutes, they will enter the third round of examination. Round 3 exam, teamwork exam. Rules: candidates can choose to form a 5-member team with other candidates, or choose to team up with simulated NPC professions, and if they do not choose teammates in the end, the system will issue NPCs according to the profession matching. Assessment scenarios, within a simulated replica, are graded on the shortest time to beat the replica. Assessment difficulty: the system will match the team members based on their strength assessment. Where does one need to recover? There's no consumption at all, okay? However, Lin Hao still picked up the 2 bottles of potion, but put them into his spatial backpack. Daxia, in terms of education, is still willing to invest resources in training and assessment. These 2 bottles of potion, I'm afraid it's going to be more than $100,000. The first round of assessment is to test the individual's ability to attack with a single skill. The second round of assessment is to test the limited time, the efficiency of the candidate's attack power, a bit of group attack assessment. The third round of the test is a team fight. These tests are quite comprehensive and can indeed screen out qualified personnel. It can be put in colleges and universities for further training. As for the third round of team tests, Lin Hao didn't care too much. Playing copies? Although Lin Hao hadn't been awakened for long, he had played quite a few copies. Compared to a lot of students who have been nestled in the novice copy of the slow upgrade. He's an old hand at this. He didn't plan on finding anyone to team up with, just let the system match some teammates when the time came. He took his favorite insects and pushed copies by himself, never needing a tank, a support. He doubled as all professions by himself. Drip, drip, drip. The exam panel suddenly rang a few times, signaling that someone had requested a connection. Connecting. Boss, group me up, I want to team up with you. A voice came in through the system. Needless to ask, this duck male voice is not Yu Dapeng. Candidate Yu Dapeng has requested to team up with you, do you agree? This Yu Dapeng. Lin Hao smiled and pressed, agree. White light flashed and Yu Dapeng teleported in, appearing beside Lin Hao. Boss, finally a chance to hug your thigh. Yu Dapeng really did lie down at once and hugged Lin Hao's thighs with both hands. Throw the kaboom, out of breath, disgusting. Lin Hao kicked him into the corner. Yu Dapeng climbed up and went back to Lin Hao. Hey, boss, I rated S grade in the first round of exams and ranked 56th in the second round. Strong, right? Not bad. Qingbei Budo University recruited 100 people in Jiangning province every year, and by maintaining this score, there was a great chance of entering this college. Yu Dapeng, brought up by Lin Hao, was the highest ranked. Another tick. Lin Hao connected. It's me, Lin Shi, brother Hao, can you group me? I won't drag my feet, I have skills to massage. Lin Poetry. Agreed. Lin Shi appeared in the room again. Brother Hao, I thought you didn't want me anymore, even though I'm not much use, I'll hold your leg. Lin Shi, just like Rock just now, hugged Lin Hao's thigh at once. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. What is wrong with these two today? Lin Hao promised with his mouth full that he wouldn't not want her before Lin Shi stood up. Boss, you treat me differently, you weren't this gentle with me just now. Dropping sound. Lin Hao, it's me, Ning Yuan-si, shall we team up together? Ning Yuan-si appeared in this room again. You're all here, huh? When Ning Yuan-si appeared and saw Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, and the two of them, he froze slightly, but yes, I'm here, how could you not come? Farsi. Lin Shi went over and wrapped her arms around Ning Yuan-si. Ha ha ha, a few of us are all together today. A team of 5, only one person short. Ning Yuan-si said to Lin Hao. What other people are needed? With Lin Hao here, everything is enough. Yu Dapeng said. Aha! Lin Hao nodded. The three of them, they're good friends, so they're just grouped together. For the one missing person, just let the system match them randomly. Lin Hao didn't care what the match became. Right at this moment, in front of all 4 people, each of them popped up the exam panel. The results and rankings of the second round of the examination are hereby announced. The total number of reference candidates is 198,373, and the number of candidates entering the third round of the examination is 90,000. Ranking of results in the second round. Lin Hao, 300,000 points. Summer Ice, 150,000. Zheng Qian, 14,900. Boss, you're as perverted as ever, you're really still number 1 in the second round. Yu Dapeng jumped up. Lin Hao, when your score came out in the first round, I thought it was a mistake, 890,000, how far it pulled from the second place of 70,000. Ning Yuan-si was still full of shock. What went wrong? What strength is my brother Hao? It's not like we haven't seen it before, even if it's 8.9 million, I don't think it's strange. Let's see where you all rank in the second round. Lin Hao said softly. I was 78th in the second round. Yu Dapeng said. I was 47th in the second round. Ning Yuan-si continued. Just people are the lowest, I was 131st in the second round. Lin Shi's tears flowed out at once, this way I won't be able to go to Qingbei Martial Arts University with brother Hao. Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuan-si hurriedly comforted Lin Shi. Lin Shi, don't worry, in the third round, with the boss leading you, you'll rank forward. Aha! Lin Shi looked at Lin Hao and nodded. Less than 3 minutes to the third round of exams. Pattering sound. Right at this moment, Lin Hao's panel rang again. Anyone want to team up? Who contacts themselves? Lin Hao pressed, connect. May I ask if you're Lin Hao? I'm Xia Bing. A strange woman's voice. Xia Bing? The name seems a bit familiar, where have I seen it before? Lin Hao was stunned. Xia Bing? Isn't that the one who was always ranked second in the first round of the second exam? Ning Yuan-si suddenly said on the side, Lin Hao, you know her? Lin Hao shook his head. It's her. After Ning Yuan-si said this, Lin Hao remembered. I've looked at the rankings several times before, and I've seen her name without realizing it. Summer Ice? What's the matter with you? Lin Hao said indifferently. The tone was nonchalant, no, it was a little on the cold side. The other man seemed to freeze for a moment. Xia Bing did freeze, she could hear it in Lin Hao's tone. Lin Hao didn't have much of an impression of her. It's always listed under your name, can't you see it? Why does this guy have such a bad attitude? Something wrong? Lin Hao spoke again at this time. Wait, don't hang up. Xia Bing immediately said. She could sense that Lin Hao was going to hang up the communication immediately after that sentence. I wanted to ask, have you formed a team of 5 yet? Xia Bing took a deep breath and said quickly. She kind of regretted contacting Lin Hao. If one knew that Lin Hao spoke like this. 4. Lin Hao spat out 2 words. I want to team up with you guys. Xia Bing said after a short moment of silence. Chapter 88, what difficulty will be matched to this team, anyway? Team up with us? This request from Xia Bing was unexpected to Lin Hao. You are so strong, do you still need to use our power? Lin Hao's first reaction was that Xia Bing was trying to find strong people to team up and pull up the exam rankings and scores. With your power? What are you thinking? Xiaobing said coldly, what makes you think you're better than me? Heh, thanks to the fact that you're still the first in line, you can't even read the rules of the exam? There was a mockery of Lin Hao in his tone. Lin Hao froze slightly. If he didn't want to use his power, then why did he take the initiative to ask to team up with himself? The next few people also heard the pride in Xiaobing's tone. I've never seen a door-to-door beggar with such arrogance. Right away, Lin sure couldn't help it. If you don't want to form a group to hold, and you don't want Brother Hao to take you, then why bother rubbing yourself up and asking for a group? Even if you say yes, we won't laugh at you. A woman with breasts but no brain. Xiaobing from the opposite side coldly said. What are you talking about? It's your own flat chest that can't look at people's plumpness, right? My brother Hao likes big ones. Lin sure gasped. Idiot. Summer Ice said. Lin Hao suddenly reached out and snapped his hand, hanging up the communication. Lindsay is in love with her love brain and a bit of a nymphomaniac, but she is a friend after all. Who is your Xiaobing? Don't know at all. Lin Hao is not spoiled. Brother Hao, this woman bullied me. Lin sure hugged one of Lin Hao's arms and squeezed it to her side chest. Ning Yuanxi and Yu Dapeng, who were on the side, saw Lin sure being disliked, and for some reason, had a vague feeling of pleasure. This guy, too sticky for Lin Hao. It makes them next to each other, often a little too much to handle. It was just a pity that Lin Hao hung up the communication from the opposite side and the quarrel ended. Just as he was thinking about it, the comms went off again, drip drip drip. Lin Hao connected. What do you want? He asked lightly, didn't you say yourself that you didn't want a group with us? Calling in again, it was still Summer Ice. When did I say I didn't want a group? I just said I wanted to group with you, not to rub it in your face. Oh? And what is your purpose? Did you see the last rule, the difficulty of the test? The system will match based on the strength assessment of the team members. Your first and second round scores are exaggerated, so I want to work with the group to see how hard of a match the system gives. If I want to get cheap, wouldn't I be able to pull down my difficulty by getting a couple rookies to team up? I just want to challenge the highest difficulty only. Those two exams in front of me are just kindergarten level, so boring and uninteresting, don't you think? Lin Hao nodded. It's not that he didn't see the rules, he was just confident. He was sure what kind of test would not be a problem for him. Shady places that have walked themselves. Could it get any sicker? Agree to form a team. Summer Ice teleported over. The exams are set up so that team members, who can teleport to the same room, are supposed to allow team members to get together to communicate scenarios, plans of action, and effectively play as a team. A girl with very pale skin but cold eyes. The color is also very high. The entire Jiangning province's 300,000 combat department candidates, who rank second in both rounds of exams, was certainly not a simple student. A proper schoolteacher. Xiaobing, welcome. Ning Yuanxi greeted atmospherically. Welcome. Yu Dapeng also said. Poof. Lin sure glanced at Xiaobing's front breasts and straightened her mountains. Lin Hao, I'm curious, you scored ridiculously high in the previous 2 rounds of exams. What difficulty will the endless light tower match you with in the 3rd round of exams? Xiaobing stared at Lin Hao. What difficulty, won't we know when we go in later? Lin Hao said indifferently. The reason why he let Xiaobing's group in was because he had heard her talk about the difficulty and became a little interested. The exam was taken here. Lin Hao really felt a bit bored. The difficulty level is too low. Nothing challenging. Yeah? Look guys, Lin Hao and Xiaobing, the 2 strongest people are actually grouped together. Invigilation room. The invigilator, old Zhao, exclaimed. A few invigilators also came up to me. Lao Zhao could hardly stay away from Lin Hao's surveillance screen since the first time he looked at it. In his words, Lin Hao's exam is a bit boring, but so magical that people can't stop. General big test, candidates are handed over to the system to match NPC teammates more. There are also some usually good. There is a certain team tacit understanding of the student's team. On the surface, this is very casual, but this is precisely the core of the most reflective team test. Yes, the endless light tower, an intelligent treasure, can analyze the strength of the team members so as to match the content of the test that best suits the candidate's strength. Old Zhao said, what I'm trying to say is, these 2 strongest people paired together, the other few aren't bad either. What difficulty will the endless light tower give them in a while? Well, that's a question I didn't think of just now. Although there's no announcement of the difficulty level of the 3rd exam, which is divided into 3 levels, normal, nightmare, and hell. This team, which is presumed to be hellish difficulty, will at least rise to nightmare. If it's a hell level difficulty, then this team is bad enough. In the past, the big exam, although the hell level difficulty seldom appeared, but once it appeared, a lot of strong teams have folded and sank in this difficulty. So, this Lin Hao, too, might have been dragged down by this hurdle and collapsed after dominating the first 2 exams. We'll see. Director Qian, the highest administrator of the Unified Examination of Jiangning Province, is responsible for the examination supervision and management of hundreds of thousands of candidates. A proper bigot. Now, however, he was leading 5 men, heading for the exam building. He explained the exam before them in a polite manner. Those 5 or 6 people, all of them middle-aged and old, had an aura like a mountain, and at a glance, they knew that they were top-notch experts. A tall and thin old man laughed. "Old Qian, you don't have to be so polite, we're just here to observe for a bit, you don't have to accompany us, just go and take care of your own affairs." Director Qian laughed. "Can I not accompany you guys? You are the top 5 institutions of higher learning in our daxia: Qingbei Martial Arts University, Cherry Blossom Han University, Ningjiang University, Fudan University, and the Daxia Martial Arts Research Institute. You are either the dean or the vice-chancellor. All of you are pivotal big shots in daxia, and to be able to come to our province of Jiangning to select students, the students of Jiangning province are blessed. Now that there are more and more cracks all over the place and demons are invading everywhere, the human world today is in danger. And we also want to cultivate more excellent talents in order to preserve our great xia to be able to survive." As the few spoke, they arrived at a parlor. "Old money, what part of the big test is going on now?" "After the first and second, it's right into the third." "Good, then you can transfer the grade rankings, as well as the exam records to us, and we'll just check it out for ourselves, while you go about your exam business." "Good, then you guys look, call me if you have anything." Director Qian called for a few receptionists to serve tea to those 5 bigwigs. Director Qian walked out of the door inside. The current situation is estimated to be very severe, so all the top academies have taken the initiative to go around, looking for outstanding students. This competition is also white hot. If it was a time of peace, where would this happen? Aren't they all in the universities, waiting for students to apply? Chapter 89 Purgatory Level Difficulty Examination. The third exam, the team combat test, begins. Lin Hao's 5 people teleported from the restroom to the exam location. An island. Lin Hao and the others stood at the edge of the beach, which was the edge of the island. The waves are crashing. A note pops up in front of each person. Your team's current difficulty is Purgatory Level Difficulty. Travel to the center of the island, enter the copy of the island in the sea and pass the level at the end, and the points gained will be calculated according to the number of monsters killed, the difficulty of the copy, and the time taken to pass the level. Purgatory Level Difficulty? Xiaobing's face changed. What's the Purgatory Level Difficulty? Yu Dapeng hadn't studied the previous grand exams deeply. It's a bit similar to Lin Hao. But Yu Dapeng's lack of research is because originally the man was a horse's ass. And Lin Hao's lack of deep research was a complete confidence in his own strength. Strong and breaks everything. In the past, the third exam would only be normal, nightmare, and hell, 3 levels of difficulty, with the average candidate team being normal. Only very strong teams would be matched with nightmare, and a very few superlative teams would be hell. But we're purgatory level, not hell level. Yu Dapeng was puzzled. Purgatory level, I've never heard of it either. Maybe it's been there before, maybe it hasn't. But those big exam magazines have really never mentioned it. Xia Bing looked serious. Didn't you want to take the hard test when you first came to the group? Now you should have achieved what you wanted. Lin Hao smiled lightly. Xia Bing glanced at Lin Hao. Purgatory level, aren't you nervous? Is this all due to Lin Hao's outrageous scores of 890,000 single attack power in the first round and 30,000 points in the second round? Ning Yuancher said after some thought. Guess that's why. Alright, how difficult purgatory really is, we'll know in a moment. Lin Hao said indifferently. Lin Hao and the others looked toward the island. The island wasn't big, but it was 4 or 5 miles wide, and in the middle of the island, there was a light screen that seemed to be the entrance to a replica. From their place towards the middle of the island, they had to walk about 3 miles to reach the entrance to the island's duplicate. From a distance, there were quite a few monsters like crabs, birds of prey and such on the road. At that moment a crab on the seashore, as big as a lion, saw the 5 and quickly crawled toward them, as if it wanted to attack. Shout! Yu Dapeng roared and put a defense aura on himself, standing in front of the group. The team professionalism is good. Lin Hao's few people were at the back and threw a detection spell onto the crab. Cannibalistic crab purgatory grade. Rank, 35. Power, 5000. Agility, 4000. Spirit, 2000. Body mass, 5000. Skill, clamping. Pincer hop. The crab's pincers are the crab's special weapon, and when pinched, the crab's strength surges by 300%. No! Yu Dapeng let out a shriek. Those who were present, other than Lin Hao, the other four instantly froze as if they were wooden chickens. Level 35? Purgatory level attributes? The strength attribute is a whopping 5000 points. This is killing people, isn't it? Where is the exam? Yu Dapeng thumped his shield towards the ground. His nerves were very tense as he faced the crabs crawling head-on. He wasn't sure that he could block a few attacks. Ning Yuanxi and Lin Shi looked at each other and smiled bitterly. How is this test going to be taken? What purgatory level? It's totally super-duper super perverted level, alright. Anyway, I'm wasted, so it's up to Brother Hao. Lin Shi looked towards Lin Hao. So, the so-called purgatory is like this. Xiaobing muttered, it seems that this difficulty is at least 10 times the difficulty of hell. She looked forward furiously, and a turquoise, emerald-like bow instantly appeared in her hand. A white feather quickly hitched up. Whoosh! An arrow was shot at the crab that was almost in front of Yu Dapeng. Lin Hao nodded. Xiaobing's sense of reaction was quite good, and did not let the sudden change of events affect him too much as he quickly entered the combat state. At this time, Ning Yuanxi also reacted, and a white staff in his hand was raised, quickly releasing a bolt of lightning that struck the crab. 900. 650. 2 damage numbers floated up from the crab's head. The first damage was dealt by Summer Ice. The latter was typed by Ning Yuanxi. From this single damage value, it was clear that Xiaobing was indeed quite a bit stronger than Ning Yuanxi. However, one skill from each of the two of them only hurt the crab by less than a third of its blood. Boom! The crab crashes into Yu Dapeng's defense shield. 500. Yu Dapeng's blood level instantly dropped by a fraction. For Yu Dapeng, who was in a golden steel wolf gold outfit, this damage was very huge. If this crab takes a few more hits, he won't be able to top it. A green light flashed, and Yu Dapeng's blood quickly recovered. It was Lin Shi in the back who released the healing skill. Boom boom boom. The crab tried to pincer Yu Dapeng, but Yu Dapeng used his shield to hold on for dear life, and in a fit of pique, it charged at Yu Dapeng's shield several times in succession. Under the shield counter vibration, Yu Dapeng's blood level dropped in a truncated manner. This blood loss was faster than the amount of blood Lin Shi recovered. Ding 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 ding. The sound of arrows. Crackle of lightning. Xiaobing and Ning Yuanxi quickly output. Pust. The crab spewed out a mouthful of seawater, stomped on all 4 feet, and was killed by Xiaobing and Ning Yuanxi. A number rose above crab's head. Plus 100. Kill a monster, get 100 points. The two of them, Xiaobing and Ning Yuanxi, gasped and looked at the dead crab. There wasn't a hint of pleasure on his face. On the contrary, the face was very heavy. It's only one little monster on the beach, and it's so strong that it puts the whole group in danger. So, what about getting into the middle of the island again? What about re-entering the copy? What about the leaders and bosses in the replica? How do you fight? This crab monster's strength is equivalent to the level of the headless horseman demon in the land of shadows. Lin Hao looked at this scene and thought in his heart. It really is worthy of a higher rank than hell. Difficulty, much harder than I thought it was supposed to be similar to the hellish Lost Mines. Is this really the system's way of matching with reference to the strength I showed earlier? Xiaobing was right, her group coming over doesn't get comfort and ease, on the contrary, it's much more difficult. Invigilation room. Lao Zhao suddenly looked solemn, and the person who had been sitting, all of a sudden jerked up. This unusual behavior startled the several invigilators next to him. What's the matter with you, Cho? An invigilator complained. You? Guys, guess, what difficulty did Lin Hao's group team Endless Light Tower match? What difficulty? Didn't I say before, Lin Hao's strength is powerful and good, but a few of his teammates are quite a bit worse than him, probable possible nightmare. I guess adding Xiaobing on to go could have triggered the hell difficulty. An invigilator guessed. Nightmare difficulty? Inferno difficulty? Oh, you guys wouldn't have thought it, but the endless light tower actually matches out purgatory difficulty. What? What did you say? Purgatory difficulty? Where? I want to see the legendary purgatory difficulty. All the teachers in the invigilation room were shocked and a bit bewildered, and then they all jumped up in shock. All of them pounced on that surveillance screen of Lin Hao. Chapter 90, the third exam begins, Zhang Qian ranked first. Test Lounge. A bunch of principals who led the high school entrance exams and directors of education from all over the world are taking a break here. They have to wait for the students to finish their exams and take the team back. Large space lounge area, central air conditioning, and a test center receptionist serving tea. The environment is very cozy. However, at this moment, Zhou Ziyuan, he felt that his whole body was irritated and hot and his mouth was dry. One cup of tea after another. His eyes were dead set on the big screen in front of him. Breathing heavily. Two huge screens hang on the walls of the lounge area, and the big screen on the left is a real-time leaderboard of candidates' scores. On the right side, there are numerous small split screens, from which you can see the main candidate exam screen. Not only Zhou Ziyuan, but also all the other principals and directors, were all staring at the screen, all concerned about the examination situation of their own students. Ranking of results in the second round. First place, Lin Hao, 30,000 points. Second place, Xia Bing, 15,000. Third place, Zhang Qian, 14,900. These lines of red letters deeply stung Zhou Ziyuan's eyes. In the first round, the second round of exams, Zhang Qian was only ranked third. Zhou Ziyuan's Jiangjing No. 1 Middle School is the strongest middle school in Jiangning Province, and the provincial top students of the college entrance examination in the past years were all from their schools. The provincial capital, the political and economic center of a province, the official, is the largest the company, is the strongest talent, is the most excellent students, is also the strongest. As a matter of fact, the quality of this year's students has also made Zhou Ziyuan very satisfied. Half a month into the awakening, in Jiangjing First Middle School, 25 students had risen above 15, of which 10 were above level 20. How awesome is level 20? The strongest Qingbei Martial Arts University in Daxia, with a chance to enter at level 15. Level 20, that's a 10 out of 10. The highest graded student in the province, also out of their school, was Zhang Qian, grade 23. It was one level higher than Lin Hao's level 22. Zhou Ziyuan's goal this year, his school students, not only to enter the largest number of people in Qingbei Budo University, at the same time, this year's provincial top student is also his goal. If there is no accident, this year's provincial first prize winner, the probability will fall to Zhang Qian's head. Therefore, before the exams began, seeing that Mo Ren was unable to take the heat and fell for the trick, how could he not take the opportunity to step on it and avenge his old grudge from before? Setting up a bet was just what Zhou Ziyuan wanted. What he wanted was for him to win in a while and for Mo Ren to apologize to himself and admit that he was inferior to him in his life. It was very cool to see the high and mighty Mo Ren lower his head. As for losing? He hadn't really thought about it. However, the first and second exams came out, and Mo Ren's student, Lin Hao, was firmly in first place. His favorite student, Zhang Qian, couldn't even scrape second place and only came in third. Although the main event is still the third exam. But 2 losses in a row. It put him in a very grumpy mood. Inside, I felt as if it was getting bad. Zhang Qian, the top legend awakening profession, sword master, not only is his single attack very strong, his group attack is not weak either. Being able to rise to the 23rd level in half a month was also ample proof of his strength. Of course, that was also because the Zhang family was the strongest family in Jiangning province. The Long family strongmen guild was only the strongest guild in Yangqing city, and when placed in the entire Jiangning province, it was nothing more than a little brother compared to the Zhang family. The family is strong and has horrible resources in its hands. Therefore, even though Lin Hao's strength as a group attack ceiling was perverted to the extreme, he was still one level lower than him. However, this was also because Lin Hao wasn't extremely rank-seeking. He mixed through the wilderness alone, and Zhao Shaoling went thousands of miles away to open up the wilderness, and Yu Dapeng and the others played most of the day copies and fought a few fights. If, for example, Lin Hao had family strength, on the day of awakening, he would immediately be in a gold suit, have an unlimited supply of cooling stones, and upgrade the fastest copy. Then right now, Lin Hao didn't say 23 levels, he had no problem rising to 25. Besides, Lin Hao, even though he was at the 23rd level. However, it was possible that many level 40 or 50 professionals might not be his opponent. At level 60 or 70, there might also be a fight. It's just so awesome. Zhou Ziyuan stared dead at the screen in front of him, not quite daring to believe it until now. Zhang Qian, who is strong to this extent, everyone is sure to comment that this year's provincial scholar is not his, but he just lost to a rival student? Not even, you can't even get second, you can only come in third. If Zhang Qian lost to Xiaobing, he could still barely accept it. But losing to that Mo Ren student what's his name Lin Hao was absolutely unacceptable to him. Who Summer Ice is, he knows. She's her student. Zhou Ziyuan glanced at an old woman in the northwest part of the hall. That old woman, half old, but with a graceful temperament and a calm face, was blandly looking into the situation of the candidates on the screen. Zhou Ziyuan took another look at Mo Ren, who was not far away from him. Mo Ren was staring at the old woman with a disoriented look. Humph. The third exam began. Candidates' third round results are starting to come out. Ranking of third round results. First place, Zhang Qian, 1,700 points. Second place, Su Yifei, 670. Third place, Zheng Haoren, 669. Okay, the third round is Zhang Qian's main battlefield, it's in first place. Zhou Ziyuan was relieved. If in the third round, it was that Lin Hao who ranked first again, then he really might lose. The price of losing was a little too much for him to bear. That's to resign the principal's position and become a teacher in a small place like the 8th middle school in Yangqing City. He purposely went to look through that Lin Hao's ranking. 37,000th, Lin Hao, 30. Snort, it's all lined up in the sky, this person, he doesn't know anything about group battles, probably doesn't even have a sense of group battle, right? He thought about it and looked at Xiaobing's ranking again. 700th, Xiaobing, 100. This guy can't even fight in a group. It's possible for Zhang Qian to pass the third exam and surpass Xiaobing and Lin Hao to rank first, I may not lose. Zhou Ziyuan revealed a smile. An island. Zhang Qian and the 4 NPC professionals had advanced 200 meters. As a swordmaster profession, he used not a one-handed sword or a two-handed sword, but could maneuver 6 flying swords. Tank NPC professionals are at the front. He's putting flying swords in the back. However, 6 flying swords were seen circling and stabbing at the 7 or 8 cannibalistic large crabs running towards them. The sword light was spread out. Each sword slashes at the crab. As you can see, except for the fact that this crab in the center sword lost a large amount of blood. That crab was surrounded by its own kind, which also took splash damage. With 6 swords, it was a group attack now, but each sword also produced splash damage. It can be described as a group attack in, plus a group attack. The end is awesome. In less than a minute, the 5 crabs fell to the ground. Plus 50. Plus 50. His is nightmare difficulty, kill a crab, get 50 points. He looked at the points. First place, Zhang Qian, 1,950 points. Second place, Su Yifei, 730. Third place, Zheng Haoren, 729. Damn, the 2 rounds of exams just now scared me, I actually lost to those 2 spawns. Zhang Qian sighed in relief. At the same time, a wave of excitement rose within. The third game, that's the main battlefield for me, all of you keep your eyes open for me and the points, and tremble in my third point. Chapter 91 Teen Distribution Mechanism, Lin Hao strikes out. The head principals of the 5 top academies of Dixia also finished watching the replay of the first and second rounds of exams at this time. This Lin Hao, it's a bit interesting, I've heard before that he's a hidden awakening profession, I've always wanted to come and take a look, and sure enough, it's not simple. An old man laughed. More than uncomplicated, simply perverted alright? A single attack of 890,000, if it wasn't for the fact that the one presiding over this exam was the Endless Light Tower, I would have to think that some kind of bug had come out. Those favored insects of his, their numbers are high and their attack power is very strong. If this profession doesn't have any shortcomings in the future, it's properly a top pillar of Dixia in the future. Another old man said as he looked at Lin Hao on the screen replay. I think the second and third ranked Xiaobing and Zhang Qian are also not bad, both of them are legend awakening, especially that Zhang Qian, swordmaster profession, can manipulate a large number of flying swords. I heard that they can now manipulate 6 flying swords, if they reach a higher level, when manipulating dozens of flying swords, then the battle power, it's quite terrifying. Zhang Qian, the student with the highest rank in the entire Jiangning province, the one who reached the 23rd level? It's not that bad, ranked third, if you make a dash in the third round of exams, getting first isn't impossible. Yeah, the third round of exams has begun, and sure enough, the Shangqian is way ahead. Come on, let's see how the third exam goes. Plop. Another man-eating crab fell. Plus 100. Yu Dapeng sighed in relief. He was in the front row at the top. The pressure was really high. These crabs with sick attributes do so much damage. Xia Bing and Ning Yuanxi were also relieved. These crabs are so bloody, you have to keep outputting them, and it takes a long time to kill one. Even Lin Shi, who had been staying at the back, was very nervous. She had to keep an eye on Yu Dapeng and pull his blood back in time. She was really afraid that if she made a mistake, Yu Dapeng would have to collapse. Lin Hao looked at everyone's points. Xia Bing, 200. Ning Yuanxi, 196. Yu Dapeng, 180. Lin Shi, 140. Lin Hao, 60. Lin Hao thought about it for a while and probably guessed how the points were distributed. Kill a monster, get 100 base points. Then, points are awarded for contribution. For these two monsters, Xia Bing had the greatest output, so he scored 100 full points every time. Ning Yuanxi's output is nearly as good, but at 196, it's almost full. As for Yu Dapeng and Lin Shi press contribution, it's not as good as their two awesome outputs and scores lower. Lin Hao hadn't made a move. It is a paddle. No contribution at all. But because of the group, he could whittle down 30 points for every monster the team killed. So, 2 would be 60 points. This distribution ensures strong points and reflects the fact that different contributions do not have the same points. Similarly, even if nothing is given, the exam is a team achievement and can be glowing. Lin Hao, these monsters are too hard to fight, what should we do? Ning Yuanxi looked at Lin Hao. Now, they were just facing a few scattered monsters on the beach. Just head for the middle of the island. The road is littered with monsters. In the replica, presumably more. Lin Hao, aren't you going to make a move yet? How long do you want to see? Xia Bing said coldly. Before that, people hit and killed 2 crabs. Lin Hao just watched leisurely from the side. Purely to see what's going on. Though Summer Ice was not, for that matter, strongly displeased. But if you said you were just observing monster strength, then you've seen it. No more performance, no more action, it's just not right, is it? The team is everyone's, and each one has to do their best in order to maintain the team's fight. You can't have 3 girls fighting, heckling and beating the living daylights out of each other while you do the paddling, can you? It's been 3 or 4 minutes since the third test started. This party, however, has only killed 2 monsters and is straining to do so. Xia Bing sighed in his heart. He wanted to pursue a high challenge himself, which was why he chose to put down his face and find Lin Hao to form a team. Sure enough, it paid off. The system does match the challenge. It's just that the difficulty of this challenge is so sick. Too much difficulty and it's not a challenge. Could it be a system error? How did it match out such a difficulty out? It's impossible to beat it. Xia Bing looked at Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, and Lin Shi. One more look at Lin Hao, who was empty-handed. There was a sentence she almost blurted out. You guys are friends with Lin Hao, can you say a few words too? You can't let him paddle around here. If it's a rookie, it's okay to bring him along. It doesn't matter if you let him whore around a bit, the key is that he's not. On the contrary, it's precisely because of him that the system matches such a high level of difficulty, but right now, he's just watching the show. How is this okay? Isn't this the assholes of the team? What puzzled her was that these 3 people didn't mean to rush Lin Hao at all. Lin Hao doesn't fight. And they fought as hard as they could. It doesn't matter even if you just keep Lin Hao like this? What kind of team is this? I'm also convinced. I guess I stepped in a pit here today myself. Xia Bing was really a bit angry. It's bad luck yourself. Autonomous delivery to step in the hole, really own it. What were you thinking at the time? Let's hope that in the third round of exams, we didn't drop too many points, and relying on the results of the first and second rounds, the total score won't be too bad. However, it is estimated that the Qingbei Martial Arts University is in danger, and previously wanted to be able to get into the strongest Sanglong Academy of Qingbei Martial Arts University. Those few love brains, I'm also convinced that they don't even seem to pay attention to the exams. Sisters, it's 10 years of hard work, one day to decide to win or lose. Will you guys wake up? Women need to empower themselves too. Men, it only affects the speed at which sisters strike. Just then. I don't know if at first glance, 7 or 8 man-eating crabs wandered the beach in a group or what. all piled together and spotted several people along the beach at the same time. They fly and crawl over. No good. Xiaobing's face changed. After testing the waters just now, this team is okay with hitting 1 or 2. 7 or 8. Can't top that. This could kill someone. Too many monsters at once, let's retreat, pull back the sight distance and let these monsters return to their wandering state, then we'll lure them one by one to kill them. Xiaobing said sharply. She's an archer with high agility. The run should be faster than everyone here. But, to her amazement, faced with this critical situation, none of them listened to her and did what she said and ran away immediately. All looked at Lin Hao. Hey, hey, hey! Brothers and sisters, run for the hills! What are you looking at him for? Alright, I understand everything, let's start then. Lin Hao suddenly said indifferently. What's the point of pretending? Xiaobing was about to bolt. Come out. Lin Hao lightly spat. 50 gold-eating insects and 50 purple electric mayflies emerged in the void around him. A cloud of bugs forms. Kill. Lin Hao raised his right hand. 10 or so purple electric mayflies instantly spat out a streak of purple lightning. Those purple lightning bolts landed on those man-eating crabs that were almost crawling in front of the crowd. Crackle. 7 or 8 crabs instantly turned belly up and fell to the ground. Plus 100. Plus 100. Plus 100. 8 100-point floats up. Seconds? Xiaobing's eyes widened and she almost fell over. Chapter 92 Best Team Score Scrubbing Mode. Lin Hao looked at his points. 860. The rankings also went from about 60,000 to 970th. Get inside the top 1,000. This was the system's way of determining that every monster had given him a full 100 base points. That's right, this time it had completely turned into Lin Hao's main attack, with the other 4 people in the team paddling. However, even paddling adds 830 is equal to 240 points per person. An increase of 240 points in less than 10 seconds is scary enough. Sure enough, the moment Lin Hao made a move, it was a stone-cold shock. Boss, you finally made a move, and when you do, it's really extraordinary. Yu Dupeng shouted at Lin Hao and jumped up. Brother Hao, start presenting your might. Lin Shi also gave a thumbs up. Lin Hao, you're fast at this, but we have less points. Ning Yuanxi looked at his score inside. Hey, you guys. How come? Aren't you guys shocked? Seconds. This is a second break. Seeing the battle power that Lin Hao had erupted, as well as the 3 people who were calm and indifferent on the side. Xiaobing, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. But it's a level 35 purgatory level monster. And, take out 8 at once. How did you guys manage not to be surprised at all? This is completely abnormal, okay? Even Ning Yuanxi complained about scoring too little? Less than 10 seconds of paddling are 240 points, less of a ghost this speed, tens of thousands of candidates are not if you can reach it, okay? Poor me, I was just telling everyone to run. It turns out that they all know Lin Hao's perverted strength, and the ones who don't know are just me. You guys aren't going to laugh at me, are you? At this time, Xiaobing's heart was complicated. The expression on his face was unnatural. No one seemed to notice their embarrassment, though. That made her feel better. Well, you're going to score less points when you play like that. Lin Hao nodded. How about this, each of you, I'll divide 20 favored bugs to follow you. When you see the monsters, don't worry about defense, output to your heart's content, my bugs will protect you, and they'll attack after you attack. In this way, the speed won't be delayed much, and with you guys involved, your score should be higher. As well. A few people nodded. Lin Hao divided 100 gold-devouring insects and purple electricity mayflies into 80 to their side. Around him, on the other hand, he kept only 20. The monsters on this island are very difficult for the average person. However, for Lin Hao, it was still not too difficult. Taking first place won't be a problem at all. Lin Hao wanted to, besides being first himself, help out these little friends. A place at the Qingbei Martial Arts University was better given to other people than to these few classmates of his own. Then let's go. Lin Shi was filled with excitement as she looked at the 20 battle bugs hovering in front of her. Let's go, let me have a cow too. Yu Dupeng laughed and charged forward. Ning Yuanxi released 4 or 5 lightning bolts at a man-eating crab in the distance. The wounded, angry crab rushed at her. But when it came to her, the purple electric mayfly in front of her spat out several mouthfuls of lightning, instantly killing the crab. Plus 100. Although the purple electric mayfly followed Ning Yuan-si, the contribution of killing the crab was still calculated to Lin Hao, so Lin Hao added another 100 points. But instead of a scratch score of 30, Ning Yuan-si scored 80. Sure enough, this rule was similar to what Lin Hao expected. This score was not as good as Lin Hao's, but it was still very good. Key, kills monsters quickly. When the others saw that Ning Yuan-si had gotten 70 points just like that, they all rushed up as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, wailing. Soon. Plus 100. Plus 100. Plus 100. For a while, countless points floated up. Lin Hao was in the back, paddling up once more. However, this time is different from before, when you only got 30 points for dry paddling. But now, for every monster death, he properly got 100 points. After Xia Bing had jerked off about 10 crabs, she looked back at Lin Hao. Only Lin Hao leisurely followed the crowd. That's all right? Presumably he was the first person to play this alternative to high school? It's been a long day on this team. As you move toward the center of the island, the monsters that appear are not just man-eating crabs anymore. There is a Class 36 yellow-billed egret that hovers over the beach. There are quite a few pools of water on the island, and there are many leopard sharks roaming in the water, and when they pass by, these sharks will jump out and attack people, level 37. Most disgusting of all are the tube polyps that inhabit the trees of the island. However, none of these monsters were a match for Lin Hao's team. At first, they were a bit nervous once they saw piles of monsters, but seeing how many monsters Lin Hao's favored bug showed off their power time and time again, and how many of them they quickly killed, they were relieved. Later, everyone wailed and looked around for monsters, the more monsters the better. Points. Every monster is a valuable point. Soon, everyone had gone from being in the tens of thousands of points and killed their way into the top 100. The highest was Lin Hao, 78th. Summer Ice, 89. Ning Yuan-si is 92. 95th place in Yu Dapeng. 99 names of Lin Shi. That's still the result of them starting almost 10 minutes later than the others. Ranking of the 5, on the fast track to the top. Invigilation room. Old Zhao, that Lin Hao's team is still at the beach? Hasn't advanced yet? A teacher who was checking on the other candidates said. They couldn't always stare at Lin Hao. They are in charge of monitoring the entire Jiangning province's grand examination. Only the invigilator called Old Zhao, like he was possessed, didn't look at anyone, just locked Lin Hao's camera. Seeing that Old Zhao had been frowning and silent, that invigilator laughed. Purgatory difficulty, I don't know how the endless light tower matches it, this kind of exam, take it to a freshman or sophomore, it's not easy. Earlier, Lin Hao's team had matched the purgatory difficulty level, and they had shockingly spectated for a while. But seeing how hard this team struggled with crabs, it took half a day of fighting to kill one or two. They all shook their heads and went about other business. No, it's not on the beach anymore, it's a few hundred meters towards the center of the island. Oh? Quite fast. How did they fight? That invigilator came over with a smile. His eyes fell to the screen. Faintly. Yeah? What is this Lin Hao doing? All the candidates are nervous about outputting and killing monsters. He's fine, he seems to be strolling along the beach. Is the exam so unserious? Difficulty, that's a matter of ability. But monsters don't even fight, and that can be an attitude problem. This invigilator shook his head. Who said he didn't fight monsters? Old Zhao said with an odd expression, don't you know by looking at the other team members? Yeah, he rationed out favored insects to every member of the team? At this point, this invigilator also saw the door. Well, although he's laid back as hell, the output of every member of the team, the monsters killed, the big head counts to him. Old Zhao said. Is this considered cheating? Another invigilator approached. Of course it doesn't count, this is team combat, and, for every monster killed, Lin Hao contributes the most, how can it be considered cheating? Moreover, if it's cheating, the endless light tower wouldn't be able to discover it? But he's so relaxed, isn't he? It's more laid back than we are off the field. Chapter 93 Third Exam, Promoted First. Zhang Qian arrived at the entrance of the replica. He gasped. Even if he is a powerful sword master profession, and his group attack skills are extremely strong, and his efficiency in killing monsters is very high, but this pushes all the way from the beach to the entrance of the replica of the center of the island. He's also exhausted. He planned to rest for 2 or 3 minutes before entering the copy. He pulled up the real-time point standings. To be honest, he was a little nervous. I'm afraid that Lin Hao, all of a sudden, will come up and take the first place again. Ranking of third round results. First place, Zheng Qian, 11,700 points. Second place, Sui Fei, 8,670. Third place, Zheng Haoren, 869. Phew. Okay. The first is still your own. Looking further down, in the top 10, there was no Lin Hao name. Sure enough, this kid, he's only good for the first round, and the second round. Round 3, it didn't work at all. That summer ice, too, has fallen off somewhere. If one stays first. The final score, it is entirely possible to recover the first place. Let's see where he's ranked. Zheng Qian pulled down. 78? Zheng Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. So fast, it seems like when I looked earlier he was still behind 40,000 or 50,000 names. How did you get into the top 100 all of a sudden? But so what? It's a long way from my first place. He sneered. During the break, he checked out some of the stronger students from previous classes. To his great joy, those of his classmates, the most forward, were 6th. Far less than yourself. Yeah? Where did that Lin Hao name go? Zhang Qian turned back and looked again, and the 78th position had been replaced with an unfamiliar name. Zhang Qian scrolls to see. Lin Hao, 8th place. What? Zhang Qian's eyes went crimson for a moment. It's only been a little while, less than a minute, and he's gone from 78th to 8th in points? The monsters on this island, he had fought them and was well aware of the distribution of the situation. It doesn't make sense to boost so many points at once. It won't. Never. He angrily slashed his sword on a nearby rock. Anum. Bang. The boulder scattered into rubble and flung itself around. What's going on with this guy, anyway? I don't believe it. 8th place, although with first place, there is still a gap. But if this went on, with Lin Hao's rising speed, he really wouldn't be able to keep this first place for himself. Transmission. I was going to take a break for 3 or 2 minutes, but I saw how fast Lin Hao's ranking soared. It was only a minute before he couldn't rest. Immediately entered the copy. The same person who saw Lin Hao quickly scurry from tens of thousands to 78th, and then to 8th, was Zhou Ziyuan outside the exam room. He was in a cranky mood for a moment. What are you doing up front if you're not staying in the tens of thousands? His heart grew more and more apprehensive. Come on, it's too fast. At this point, he already had some regret in his heart for betting with Moren. Who could have expected that a dark horse like Lin Hao, a pervert, would appear? Go to the third round of exams. The large screen in front of him no longer showed the exam screen. Only points can be seen. So, seeing Lin Hao's rapidly soaring points, how could he not understand how he got them? Impossible, even if all these monsters were lying in piles, there for him to kill, there's no way they could be this fast. Indeed, if it was under normal circumstances, it really didn't make sense for Lin Hao to rise so fast. But where does Zhou Ziyuan know? For killing a monster, Lin Hao got 100 points. As powerful as Zhang Qian was, he only got 50 points for killing a monster. Therefore, for the same killing of a monster, Lin Hao's points were twice, 3 times, or even more than others. How can this not be fast? Zhou Ziyuan, aren't you a bit flustered? At some point, Moren stood behind Zhou Ziyuan. What am I panicking about? Zhou Ziyuan turned around to see Moren and said in a calm manner. In the first game, in the second game, you lost to me. In the third round, Lin Hao is gaining points fast. You should also see that it won't be long before he definitely gets the first place. Moren said indifferently, get ready and come to our Yang City's 8th middle school as soon as possible. No, this Lin Hao, several exam scores are very abnormal. I'll go find Director Qian to give feedback. I don't believe it. With that, Zhou Ziyuan stood up. Headed out of the rest area. Boss, we're at the entrance of the replica, should we go in right away or take a break? Yu Dapeng said excitedly. If you guys need a break, take a break, there's no rush. Take a minute's rest then, actually, we don't have much to lose. Xia Bing said. Other than that, their current state doesn't even come close to the meaning of the word attrition. Not many monsters can hit them at all. A little bit of consumption, that's just the output made to get a little bit more points. Otherwise, swinging for the fences is perfectly fine. Xiaobing once again looked at Lin Hao's favorite insect beside him. What the hell kind of bug is that? Where were the bugs captured? How did you do so much damage? These questions kept swirling in her mind. She let go of the detection spell. But the properties seen are average. She really wondered why killing monsters, any of them, was so much better than she was, when she can only be considered a good bug. This was very demoralizing for her for a while. She's always been arrogant and conceited. Now it's not even a bug. You tell me, how can I be embarrassed? Besides, there are 100 more here? Is that so damning? In fact, it wasn't surprising that Xiaobing couldn't see the truest bug properties. All she could see was the attributes of the favorite insects that hadn't been augmented. Lin Hao added 30 times, which she couldn't see. Boss, the second exam, you came in first? Lin Hao called up the real-time ranking panel. Ranking of third round results. First place, Lin Hao, 21,000 points. Second place, Zhang Qian, 20,900 points. Second place, Xiaobing, 19,700. Third place, Zheng Hoyin, 19,600. Seventh place, Ning Yuanxi, 16,890. First, Lin Hao didn't care too much. He also never thought that he would not get first place. Summer Ice went up to third. Ninjasi 7. 23 for Yu Dapeng. Lin Sure also made the top 50, at 49. The crowd was excited to check out the results rankings. Naturally very happy. Let's go, let's enter the copy. Lin Hao said lightly as he turned off the screen. Yes. Aha. The five walked into a curtain of light. You've entered a copy of the island's underworld. A prompt appears. A huge passageway appeared in front of Lin Hao and the others. The passage was large enough for dozens of people to walk at once. The four walls appear to be manicured and smooth. Underfoot, paved with lapis lazuli. The walls, far and near, are studded with many underwater pearls. These pearls radiate light. So the whole passage, though not as bright as the outside. But it's not exactly shady. The air in the tunnel was very humid, probably because of the sea. A couple of turtles were crawling around a short distance away. Chapter 94, all 5 in the top 10. What, he's number 1. Zhang Qian flew his sword across the room and took a breather after killing several turtles, then, he pulled up the leaderboard. Momentarily dumbfounded. First place, Lin Hao, 21,000 points. Second place, Zhang Qian, 20,900 points. He felt his body go cold and fall towards the abyss. The thing I feared the most, it still happened. No, no. First place is mine. Zhang Qian howled. I'm the one in the sky. I'm a sword master by profession, and behind me is the Zhang family, the number 1 family in Jiangning province. From the first day of awakening. I worked so hard, I didn't rest a minute, and ranked first in the province. How could I lose? I won't lose. Zhang Qian couldn't care less about resting and frantically rushed towards the monsters in front of him. I kill. Good boy. Better than his sister. Mo Ren looked at the real-time leaderboard of candidates' results on the screen. Lin Hao, already ranked first. Mo Ren looks down. Yeah? Ning Yuanxi also rushed to 7th? Mo Ren was surprised, this was unexpected. Lin Hao has not let him be so shocked, after all, the first round, the second round results there, are first. Lin Hao went up to number 1, and his feeling was, sure enough, number 1 again. But Ning Yuanxi, how come he's ranked 7th too? Thinking that there were 2 more level 15 plus, his key students, Mo Ren nervously looked over the rankings. This. Mo Ren rubbed his old eyes, really afraid that he had misread. 23 for Yu Dapeng. 49 for Lindsay. Ha ha. Ha ha. God bless the students of Yangchang. Surprisingly, 5 of them broke into the top 50. Top 50, what does that mean? That was perfectly capable of entering the Qingbei Martial Arts University, the number 1 institution of higher learning in Daxia. This is, completely, a groundbreaking first. In the past, in Yangcheng City, it took 1 or 2 years for one to enter Qingbei Martial Arts University. 5. Moren was so excited that his whole body was shaking. He turned his head to try to find Zhou Ziyuan. But it was already unknown where he had run off to. Could it be that this guy really wants to go to the director of the college entrance exam money and complain about Lin Hao's wrong grades? Ha, childish. The lounge where the principals of the 5 top academies were located was a VIP lounge. It was different from the big lounges like Moren and Zhou Ziyuan. At this point, all 5 were staring intently at the same screen. On the screen, what was displayed was exactly Lin Hao's group. The third round of exams, Lin Hao, ranking first was sooner or later, and sure enough, now it's number 1. This year's Jiangning provincial exam top scholar is almost internalized to be him. That's not really true, after all, the third round isn't over yet, and the current candidates, basically, have only just entered their copies. It's just a copy, is there any suspense here? TSK, the purgatory level difficulty is as shocking to beat as a normal level. What provincial top student? I reckon that he has a chance at the national top student this year. An old principal suddenly said. The national champion? A couple of principal bigwigs froze. Just now they had been thinking about the provincial top student and had never thought in the direction of the national top student. I've heard that this year's college entrance exam, the Ministry of Education has added a 4th round of exams compared to previous years, and the national top student will be assessed from the 4th round. Regardless of whether he's a national top student or not, Lin Hao is one of the outstanding ones. This person, Sakura Hen University, want to specially recruit him. The one who spoke was the president of Sakura Hen University. No, Lao Luo, Ningjiang University, have my eye on it as well, so let your school have it. The one who spoke was the director of Ningjiang University's enrollment office. Fudan University can specialize in full scholarships. Go on, what's a scholarship? My Dasha Academy of Martial Arts Studies gives out grants in addition to full scholarships. A couple of old men, university presidents, actually got into a fight in the break room. I heard that his will is the Qingbei Martial Arts University. An old man said indifferently. Moment. All 4 university presidents stared at him. Whether or not people want to go to your Qingbei Martial Arts University, ask to find out. A couple of principals, coming out of the break area, started calling around to make contacts. Both are reporting back to the school board. Please indicate how high a price can be offered to specially summon Lin Hao. Lin Hao, who was in the copy, didn't know that outside. Because of him, there had been big waves. These turtles have high defense. Yu Dapeng sighed. But it's slow moving, I can hit them a dozen times before they can crawl in front of me, so that way, I score higher than the crabs outside. Ning Yuanxi said happily as she held up her staff and released a bolt of lightning. Yeah, I'm ranked 2nd. Xia Bing was also very excited. At first, on the beach, she was desperate and quite regretful of coming to this group, but from the moment Lin Hao summoned his favorite insects, everything changed. It's too easy. The only thing she had to do now was to find a way to output more and just grab contributions from Lin Hao's bugs. In the beginning, she still had the heart to compare with Lin Hao, thinking that Lin Hao wasn't being too easy. Totally just lurking there. Paddling. But favoring every monster, he had the highest points. Exasperating. But then she died completely of this comparison. Can't compare. It is not to be compared. Convinced. Summer ice also slowly melted in from the strangeness of being on a team at first. As the copy advances, she felt as if she had teamed up with Lin Hao, Ning Yuanxi and the others many times, as if they had known each other for a long time. She looked at Lin Hao. This man, doing nothing but being present, creates an extremely strong cohesion. There's something about this man's idiosyncrasies that's really something. As for the non-output Yu Dapeng Linshur, they have their playstyle too. When Yu Dapeng saw the monster, he rushed up, taunted, resisted, and knocked back. A set of tank profession skills were used up, and the person took a few more steps back, not being hurt at all, and then Lin Hao's gold-devouring insects and purple electric mayflies were killed. This way, he could basically get 80% of the contribution points. That is, for a monster with 100 base points, he gets 80 points. This score was much higher than Zhang Qian's 50 points. Linshur, on the other hand, was at the back, following Lin Hao's side, constantly putting all kinds of assisting skills towards Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, and Xia Bing, and even when they were full of blood, they also put healing spells. Sometimes, even Lin Hao, who was paddling, was not spared. The main one is a blind. But strangely enough, the system recognized her behavior as well, scoring almost the same as Yu Dapeng. The group advances towards the replica. In addition to the most common turtles, there are level 37 mermaid warriors, level 38 venom-spewing starfish. All sorts of kooky seaside monsters. However, these originally designed hierarchical monsters are meant to be cascading stressors that would make the average book explorer cascading stressors. No, for this team, it makes no difference at all. They, in the main, play a cross-push. A head mermaid general, with a group of mermaid soldiers, 50 or 60 of them, all wearing thick armor, appeared ahead. This is one of the big hurdles that has caused many candidates to fold. But Yu Dapeng and the others were excited to see it. Like a pack of wolves meeting a pack of lambs. Another bunch of points. Several people wailed and rushed up with Lin Hao's favorite insects. A messy mess. 50 to 60 mermaid soldiers, all collapsed on the ground. Even that mermaid general leader died unwillingly with a bunch of favorite insects surrounding him. All turned into points. Hahaha, Yu Dapeng pulled up the ranking list, all 5 of us, all in the top 10. Chapter 95, The Final Pass, Mermaid Palace. Bug. In the invigilation room, old Zhao let out a long sigh. Ugh, 30 years from exams, this is the first time I've seen a team play the third copy exam like this. An invigilator also shook his head. Convinced. They were really convinced. What's this? Isn't that a brush off? One brush isn't good enough for all 5. Those 5 people, they're all in the top 10 now, right? TSK, 5 of the 10 spots are taken up. Pity the other candidates. That Zhang Qian who was first earlier, come and take a look, he's almost crazy now. Wow, not caring about defense at all, charging and killing so desperately, I'm afraid that before the test is over, people will be injured and teleported out of the test center. A surveillance screen. At this moment, Zhang Qian's eyes were glowing red, in the form of a madman, and when he saw a monster, he was the first to rush up. Can't wait to kill the monster and gain points. It's been completely out of order. The 3 main tests of the college entrance exam, the basic aptitude test, test for single attack ability. Attack power test, hundreds of monsters to see who kills more, this is a test of group attack ability. The third game, team combat, which is a test of group combat ability. It's only 3 exams, but basically every aspect tests the candidate's strengths and weaknesses. The endless light tower simulated various exam scenarios, and the candidates were going to get hurt, but die, that wasn't going to happen. In the event of a lethal situation, the candidate will be immediately transported out of the examination room. The heart is so bad. An invigilator shook his head. Yes, originally thought that his strength is good, is also a can be made talented, but cannot imagine, see the results of the rankings fell, then messed up, this kind of person, in the future, the achievement will not be too big. Oh, he thought he could rush the provincial first prize, unexpectedly, the first round of the second round was pressed into the second, the heart holds a breath, want to rush up in the third round, began to really get a period of time in the third round of the first place, but very soon, and was pressed down, probably too big a gap in the heart to bear it? What's second place, now dropped to 4th? By the looks of things, 4th place is about to be untenable. Poor boy. Ranking of third round results. First place, Lin Hao, 310,000 points. Second place, Xiaobing, 259,000 points. Third place, Ning Yuanxi, 237,000. Fourth place, Zhang Qian, 206,000. Sixth place, Yu Dapeng, 180,000. Eighth place, Lin Shi, 157,800. 5, all of whom stormed into the top 10. Ha, I knew it, follow the boss, it's awesome. Yu Dapeng looked at the ranking of grades and laughed. I'll have the chance to follow brother Hao to Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Shi looked at Lin Hao with a pair of peach blossom eyes. Lin Hao, I owe you again. Ning Yuanxi was also joyful. Before she referenced it, she analyzed it. She reckoned she was probably floating around the 100th percentile. That's about as optimistic an estimate as it gets. Sibei Budo University, there's a chance to get in, but it'll hang in the balance. Now, the third exam with the greatest weighting, he himself rushed to third place and gained 237,000 points. That's proper Sibei Budo University prep. Now, with this score, she could still choose some popular colleges of her choice in the Qingbei Martial Arts University. Xiaobing, on the other hand, was staring at the results list in a daze. She suddenly turned her head to look at Lin Hao. This guy. Not only was he a front runner in his own grades, he rode to the top of every test. The most amazing thing was that he was able to pull a bunch of his partners, all of them, up. No wonder, the people around him are following him closely and trusting him, completely and unreservedly. This year, how did one of these monsters come out? Such a person is not only among his own outstanding classmates, who have not seen. In his own huge family. There is no such person either. A grand palace appeared in the crowd's view. As the crowd gazed over the palace wall, they could see an unknown number of mermaid soldiers lining the streets of the city. There seemed to be 2 or 3 of the general heads among them. Not to mention, the mermaid queen boss in the palace. The final level, the boss is off. Xiaobing's complexion was aghast. Fighting small monsters is not the same as fighting a boss. Plus, it's the purgatory difficulty level. I don't know if here, Lin Hao's favorite insects can still suppress the monsters inside? Suspension. Xiaobing was a bit nervous and didn't dare to be careless. Lin Hao was also looking at the situation inside the city, not saying a word and pondering. Boss, how do we fight this time? Yu Dapeng asked. There's a bit too many monsters, can you beat them with your bugs? Ning Yuanxi also asked. Let me think. Lin Hao was still thinking. Lin Hao, your favorite insects are too few, but the monsters inside, I estimate there must be 1 or 2,000 of them, and there are also leaders and bosses, it's hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. Xia Bing frowned aside. Lin Hao's thinking made her mind tighten, and sure enough, relying only on Lin Hao's favorite insects to deal with this last level was difficult. Too few favorite bugs? There were still 200 of them in Lin Hao's pet space that hadn't been released. To knock down this palace. There's no need to put any more favorite bugs in at all. You haven't even made a move yourself yet? At this moment, Lin Hao was thinking about how he could make them get a little more points. Otherwise, a few big magic spells of their own were released, and the gold-devouring insects and purple lightning mayflies rushed in for a rattling messy kill. A couple thousand monsters? Not enough to stuff his bugs. However, how could Xiaobing know that Lin Hao was thinking about such a question at this moment? Seeing that Lin Hao had been contemplating. She said, why don't I use my long-range bow and arrow, and lure them out in small bits and pieces? Lin Hao, what do you think? I thought of it. Lin Hao pointed at the entrance of the palace, there's a choke point there, the monsters that pass through at once, just 6 or 7 of them, I'll have my bugs blocked there, while you guys are 50 meters away, so you can output as much as you want, and you'll get more points this way. Ha? Xia Bing froze. Is that what he's thinking? This is a good idea, boss, thanks for thinking of this. Yu Dapeng sniffed, but jumped up in excitement. This way, no matter how many monsters are inside, we're only facing 6 or 7, this method, I think it'll work. Ning Yuanxi and Lin sure agreed. This. Hey, is this a good idea? You guys can't just think about swiping points. If Lin Hao's bugs can't hold out and the monsters pour out all at once, what are we going to do? Xia Bing was half convinced. However, Yu Dapeng and the others had already followed Lin Hao's bugs towards the entrance of the palace. At that moment, a conch horn sounded. Soldiers inside the palace spotted the intruder and activated the alarm. The gates are open. 4 or 5 soldiers rushed out. Sure enough, not many soldiers came out at once. Dozens of gold-eater worms were stuck at that exit. Then, Yu Dapeng unleashed his tanking skills, taunting and knocking back. Ning Yuanxi, on the other hand, was flickering. Ringshi, spamming skills all over the place. Even, some of the secondary skills fell on the opposite monster. Mainly a hokey pokey. In a round of skill, when the soldiers rushed out, the gold eater and the purple bolt mayfly attacked. A few soldiers, of course, without a doubt, all fell. Then another group of soldiers rushed out. The same scene plays out again. This. How come it's so easy? Summer ice is numb. Chapter 96, Killing Monsters at a Cardinal Point, Trapping the Queen. If these mermaid soldiers weren't simulated by the endless light tower, the bodies that were killed would have disappeared after a short while, and hundreds or thousands of slain monsters were afraid that they would have already blocked the entrance. The city, with its thousands of mermaid monsters, seemed to turn out to be lining up to die. Ning Yuanxi and Xiaobing just output, and the fight was not too easy. It didn't take long for all the various sea monsters to fall. Bold invaders, how dare you harass this queen and kill my king's valiant warriors, you deserve to die. An angry female voice came out from the palace. A mermaid-shaped boss monster with a fishtail appears in the palace tower. This mermaid queen was extremely demonic-looking, but at this moment, it was filled with rage. Lin Hao and the others sent out detection spells. Mermaid Queen Purgatory level. Rank, 40. Power, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 11,000. Body mass, 10,000. Skills, Confusion, Tidal Wave. Song charm, anyone whose mental power is less than 50% of the queen's mental power is bewitched by the queen, losing their minds and falling into a sinking state. Tidal wave, the queen uses her mental power to create a tidal wave attack. Enemies in the tidal wave will have their life reduced by 500 per second. What a strong attribute, Lin Shi exclaimed, this monster, we can't fight it. So strong, us brittle outputs are in danger. Ning Yuanxi also said nervously. How about we back off, Lin Quantity, this monster can only be fought by your favorite insects. Right now, points and everything don't matter, as long as we can beat this boss, we'll be able to clear the level. Xia Bing frowned. Am I the only one who thinks that this mermaid queen looks pretty? Had ha. Yu Dupeng laughed foolishly, drool escaping from the corners of his mouth, and then, step by step, he walked in the direction of the mermaid queen. Rock, what time is it, and you're still gawking at a monster? Lin Shi said angrily. Ning Yuanxi also cast a contemptuous look at Yu Dupeng. No. Xiaobing's face changed. Just then, a singing song was clearly heard by all. Like floating in the void. When you concentrate on listening, you realize that the song is extremely beautiful and you can't help but sink into it. This is the Mermaid Queen's skill song charm, you guys be careful. Lin Hao said in a deep voice. This song is so beautiful. Xia Bing also had a face of infatuation. Yeah, never heard such a good singing voice before. Lin Shi and Ning Yuanxi followed Yu Dupeng. Pa! Both Lin Shi and Ning Yuanxi's staffs fell to the ground, but they didn't care. In the blink of an eye, except for Lin Hao, the other four were hit by the Mermaid Queen's song charm. Lin Hao suddenly rushed over. Then, flying up, he kicked Yu Dupeng in front of him. Wake up you! It was a kick with a lot of force. Yu Dupeng was kicked several steps away. Dash headlong into the stinking ditch by the city wall. However, he immediately got up from the ground, hemmed and hawed and giggled, didn't even look at Lin Hao, and continued to walk towards the palace. Ha! I can't even get him to wake up. Lin Hao frowned. You can't even wake up if you've been hit by a singing charm. The scene was, for a moment, bizarre. However, the four Yu Dupengs were seen walking like walking corpses, losing their minds as they walked towards the mermaid empress. That mermaid queen suddenly opened her mouth and exhaled. This breath transformed into a kind of translucent, boundless seawater. The tide rises and falls, flooding towards Yu Dupeng and the others. Then the 500 number kept rising above the heads of the four people in the middle of the ocean. Tidal wave, the queen uses her mental power to create a tidal wave attack. Enemies in the tidal wave have their life reduced by 500 per second. Not good, maybe after a short while, these four people will be killed and forced to leave the examination center. Since I can't wake up the person who was struck, I'll just interrupt you from casting the spell. A book appeared in Lin Hao's hand. The Very Keys of Solomon. The Wind Core. A beam of wind rolled up. It instantly came to the mermaid queen and trapped it. Yada yada yada. The queen chirped shrilly, trying to struggle to break out of the wind cluster. The wind cluster shook. The wind core. Lin Hao raised his right hand. 4 or 5 more wind clusters flew out. Layers of wind masses stacked on top of each other. Deadly trapped the mermaid queen. What's wrong with me? Ning Yuanxi and Lin Shi had the strongest spiritual power and were the first to awaken. Crap, just now we were hit by the mermaid queen's song charm. Xia Bing's face changed, revealing afterthought. So it's this mermaid queen who messed up. Yu Dupeng jumped up and cursed. Luckily, it was just a trick to lose one's mind. It would be a shame if one was so mesmerized that one couldn't help but do something private and sexual like watching a small movie. It was Lin Hao who saved us. Xia Bing looked at Lin Hao. How come he didn't win the song charm? She was puzzled. It's lower than 50% of the mermaid queen's spiritual power, and the mermaid queen's spiritual power attribute has 11,000 points, so doesn't that mean that Lin Hao's spiritual power is no less than 5,500 points? At this stage, for a 20 or so leveled professional, even with equipment, it's already remarkable that each attribute point can be greatly several hundred. How did he do it? What a fascinating man. How could she know that Xiaobing, Lin Hao was matched with a spiritual power suit, plus the Kuanpeng perverted bonus? It's long over 6,000 points. Now that this mermaid queen has been trapped by me, you guys can rest assured of your output. Lin Hao said to the crowd. Thinking about almost getting poisoned by the mermaid queen. The congregation is having a wave of gas. At that moment, all sorts of skills were thrown madly at the mermaid queen. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was on the side, and when the mermaid queen was about to break free from the wind cluster, he then added more wind clusters to trap it again. The mermaid queen's blood level, under the torment of a few people, continued to drop. In another copy. The entrance to the palace. Zhang Qian was panting roughly, cloaked like a madman. Kill, kill, kill. At this point, he was exhausted. But he rushed forward, slashing desperately with his sword. I won't lose, I won't lose. He kept mumbling under his breath. I am the pride of man, born elite. I also ranked first. School teachers, classmates, the entire Zhang family, those elders, peers, all look at me, all think I can certainly win the provincial first prize, so I cannot lose. Just now, he saw the real-time ranking of the results. It has fallen from starting in first place to 6th place. Trying to beat me with just a couple of vegetable bubbles? No way. An uncountable number of mermaid warriors fishtailed out of the entrance of the palace. Zhang Qian and his 4 NPC players. Surrounded on all sides. Even the most basic tank tops the front row, with the output in the center and the assistants cranking in the back. There is no more formation for such simple awareness rules. Boom! An auxiliary was attacked by a mermaid warrior, turned into a puff of smoke, and disappeared. Warning, you've been seriously injured. If you don't adjust in time, you'll be forcibly teleported out of the copy. Chapter 97, 5 people take up the top 5, the 4th round of auditions begins. Invigilation room. This Zhang Qian is crazy. An invigilator sighed. Earlier, in the first round, and in the second round of exams, he was able to rank second. Although not as good as Lin Hao, he was still glorious, but unfortunately, when he saw that the rankings slipped in the third round, the entire mentality of the person collapsed. In fact, Zhang Qian is not the only one. Many of the children of the world's families, who grew up in a superior family, under the careful cultivation of the family, their strength far exceeds that of their classmates, and without realizing it, they have developed the mentality of not being able to afford to lose. This kind of people, they really fall at the touch of a button. Even if the family piles up their strength, what's the use? Several invigilators shook their heads. Pity. That invigilator was going to turn off Zhang Qian's screen and turn to someone else. Just then, several white lights flashed through Zhang Qian's group. The team completely collapsed. All 3 NPC players turned into white light. Zhang relocated. In the end, it also turned into a white light and was forcefully transported out of the examination hall by the endless light tower. Luckily, it was a scene simulated by the endless light tower. If it was true when facing the monster, Zhang Qian would already be dead. The mermaid queen was trapped to death by Lin Hao's wind cluster. Couldn't get out the whole time. If it was a normal wind cluster skill, it definitely wouldn't be able to trap her. However, Lin Hao's skills were skill enhancement, enchanted. Normal skills, 2, to a perverted degree. The other 4, desperately outputting skills into her. What's this? Grabbing points. The mermaid queen's blood level, under the torment of a few people, continued to drop. Finally. Boom. The mermaid queen finally collapsed. Your team, kill the mermaid queen, pass the underground world copy, teleport out in 1 minute. At the same time, Lin Hao saw that he had gained plus 30,000 points. Summer Ice plus 25,000. Ning Yuan Si plus 23,000. Yu Dapeng plus 19,000. Lin Shi plus 18,000. With a flash of white light, several people rejoined the restroom. At this point, the system makes an announcement. The third exam, because Lin Hao, Xiaobing, Ning Yuan Si, Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi team passed the underground world copy, the third exam ends. This is the rule of time mentioned earlier. As it turns out, the third exam ends as soon as any team of candidates hits the barrier. As for the others, the score must be much lower with fewer Becesto fight. This rule, reflecting the efficiency test. At this time, the other candidates, some of them, had not yet hit the entrance of the replica. Some of them have just been in the copy for a short time. The following is the fourth round of selection, entry conditions, top 10 in each province. After 10 minutes, the top 10 will be automatically transported into the examination scene. This is no longer a municipal rodeo across the province of Gangneung. Rather, it's the provinces of the country, where the best of the best converge. Yeah? There's a fourth round of tests this year? Xiaobing was surprised. In all the years of the college entrance exams, there were only 3 exams. After the copy level is over, the high school is over. Haha, all 5 of us are in the top 10. Yu Dapeng pulled up the achievement ranking list. Ranking of third round results. First place, Lin Hao, 710,000 points. Second place, Xiaobing, 559,000 points. Third place, Ning Yuanxi, 537,000. Fourth place, Yu Dapeng, 496,000. Fifth place, Lin Shi, 460,000. It's into the top 5. Ning Yuanxi corrected. Yeah, top 5, we bagged the top 5, huh, follow the boss and eat meat and drink soup. Even I made it into the top 5, all because of Brother Hao. Lin Shi approached Lin Hao's side. A team that wasn't extremely outstanding when counting, but, under Lin Hao's pull, it actually swept the top 5 places. Say it, I'm afraid no one will believe it, right? Xia Bing muttered. Grouping information is only visible to the invigilators. The average viewer out there can just see the rankings of each individual's results. Well. Mo Ren looked at the third round score rankings. Almost happy. No principal cares as much as he does about his students' grades. As a veteran educator, every bit of excellence, every bit of improvement in his students brings him great joy. He thought 1,000 times. It was completely unexpected that Lin Hao, a student, had ridden out all the rounds of the exams and gotten first place. The most amazing thing is, Ning Yuanxi, Yu Dapeng, and Lin Shi, these 3, were actually in the third round, ranking in the top 5. And a distant 6th. With the combined results, even if they don't get the top 5, the top 10 is certainly not a problem. Congratulations, Mo Ren. A woman, coming to Mo Ren's side, said softly. Young aunt. Mo Ren became very nervous all of a sudden, and his speech was a little sloppy. 4 of the top 5 are your students, right? Yes, I wouldn't have expected them to be so out of their league and overperform. Mo Ren scratched his head. Yangqing City 8th Middle School, this time, famous, afraid of the whole Jiangning education sector, are shaking. Being praised several times, Mo Ren was a bit coy. Auntie Ying, how is that Ningjing 2nd Middle School of yours? Mo Ren, Zhou Ziyuan, Yinggu, classmates in college. After some entanglements occurred, they were both in the education line. Decades passed. Zhou Ziyuan became the principal of the 1st middle school in Ningjing City, while Yinggu became the principal of the 2nd middle school. Mo Ren, slightly weaker, returned to Yangqing City's small place as the principal of the 8th middle school. Our 2nd middle school can't compare to your Yangqing City 8th middle school the most outstanding is the 2nd ranked Xiaobing. So Xiaobing is your student? Aha! Countdown to the start of the 4th round of auditions, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This examination will not be counted as a high school score, and the points earned will be converted into merit points. Candidates who die will be teleported out, and the maximum time for the examination is 5 hours, at the end of which those who have not yet died will be automatically teleported to the end of the examination. What? Points earned, converted into merit points? Xiaobing was dumbfounded. What a great deal! How many merit points is the Ministry of Education releasing for this examination? Ning Yuanxi sighed. This merit point, in the eyes of the 2 of them, was very precious. Lin Hao recalled that he had previously performed outstandingly in the Shady Land, and the Yangqing City official rewarded himself with 100,000 merit points. He hasn't had time to work out how to use it yet. I've heard that merit points, in college, are more valuable than money, alright. Along with the queue, Lin Hao and the other 5 people disappeared from the restroom. Reappearance. It was actually in a large city. People come and go, traffic flows, and shopkeepers yell on both sides of the street. This. Lin Hao froze slightly. You'd have to say that teleporting into a room to test some aspect of your ability, or entering a copy, is fine. But this way, straight into a big city. A few people are like a few drops of water thrown into the ocean. What's the test? This is Mordor. Suddenly, Xiaobing let out a shriek. What? Xiaobing, you're not mistaken, are you? Ning Yuanxi's face also changed drastically. I can't be wrong, although it is said that the Magic City was already overrun into ruins by demons 10 years ago, that Oriental Pearl Tower is the very symbol of the Magic City. And what is it that teleported us here to test? A few people were talking. Just then, the sky darkened, and a slit tore through the void above the city gates. Countless demons swarmed out. Chapter 98 Demons Invade Mordor. Escape. What's the situation this is? Yu Dapeng exclaimed. Is this a real scene or a mock exam scene? Lin Shi also muttered. Demons crossed the border of Mordor and invaded the city. Boom boom boom. They fall to the street, grabbing one of the people who are running for their lives. Hiss. One was torn in two by the demonic monster. In the air, blood, flesh, and guts spilled all over the ground. Some, on the other hand, were grabbed by demons and thrown right into their mouths. More peoples, crushed to pulp by falling concrete blocks in the skyscraper fight collapse. A moment ago, it was a vibrant, human city. In an instant, it became hell on earth. Help! The cries of helpless despair. Ah! A mournful cry of anguish. It constitutes the city's lament. The flames are sky high. Crowd after crowd, dying under the demon's claws. Lin Hao and the other 5 people were dumbstruck. His face changed instantly, and he was all iron and pale. These monsters, the low-level ones, were level 20 or 30, and the high-level ones were level 60 or 70. Even Lin Hao saw some big demons that were crawling out of the cracks. The aura is monstrous. Pust. A demon not far from the crowd tore a woman into 2 pieces, threw it to the side, and flung it to the side of Lin Hao and the rest of the crowd. Blood and flesh splattered and landed on several people's bodies and faces. Sticky. Ah! Lin Shi couldn't help but let out a shriek. Vomit. She couldn't help but vomit it up. Let's go. Xiaobing drank sharply. Just then, a group of soldiers rushed in from the distance. It was the human city guards that guarded Mordor. Soon, the soldiers engaged the demons. A great battle between humans and demons unfolds. A human warrior, thrusting a long sword into a demon's body, kept churning as the demon fell down in a heap. A demon took a sledgehammer and slammed it down hard, smashing a human soldier into pulp. There was also a soldier and a demon who tore into each other, ripping each other's flesh and blood apart and swallowing them. And then, the same thing. Misery. Like a human tragedy. The first soldier fell and the next one rushed up. The first demon fell, and the next one pounced. The whole city instantly turned into a meat grinder. At that moment, a dozen or so candidates in general ran past Lin Hao and the others. Hey, run for your lives, what are you guys still staying here for? Saying that, and not caring how Lin Hao and the others were, those dozen candidates, following the crowd, frantically ran forward. Lin Hao, let's hurry up and go too. Ning Yuanxi shouted. At this moment, Lin Hao's ears and mind were buzzing. Before my eyes, everything, as if it were a floating light. This. Just humans fighting demons? Is this the kind of tragedy that happens when demons invade the earth? Is the real scene like this? Come on, boss. Yu Dapeng pulled Lin Hao and ran in the direction where most of the crowd escaped. Ula. A demon of hundreds of meters, with a head bearing flaming twin horns and holding a large iron rod, crawled out of the crack. All humans, die. Its dull howl shocked the entire city. The air was buzzing with the aftermath. The crowd of those running for their lives even changed their faces drastically. That troll, the giant stick swept through. Several 30- and 40-story buildings collapsed like sand sculptures on the beach. Countless boulders fell. On the ground, countless crowds of people running away were like ants, and in an instant, an unknown number of people were turned into pieces of flesh and mud. Just then, a huge sword light, like a long rainbow, came from far and near. Stab at the troll. The troll picked up his giant stick and blocked. Rumble. A human in a military uniform with a long sword flies into mid-air and engages the troll in a vicious battle. One man and one devil, fighting to the death. Who's that? A level 100 human powerhouse, right? Yu Dapeng, Xiaobing, and the others were stunned. Another group of men in the same uniforms came flying in from a distance. These ran while releasing various skill spells from their own hands. Storms, fireballs, thunderstorms, lightning. These people, they were so much better than those city guards before. Nothing is elite. The city guards that had just poured out to fight the demons were almost all dead at this point. Now, this group of warriors, only by and large, could resist the demon army attack. The demons in the rift, however, continued to flow, seemingly without end. At this time, Lin Hao and the others, who were fleeing, converged with another group of candidates. The two groups of people fled for their lives while shouting, "Hey brother, which province are you candidates from?" "We're from Hongsu province." "We are from Jiangning province." "Do you guys know what's going on? How did we teleport to the 4th round of exams and show up here?" "This is a demonic attack. It's like this is all a simulated scenario for the exam, right? God knows if it's simulated or real. Why do I get the feeling that if I get killed here, I won't survive? What is the Ministry of Education up to this time?" Suddenly, there was an uproar from the fleeing crowd in front of them. There was a reversal of running back. Hey, watch out, don't bump into me." "What the hell? There are so many demons up ahead, run." "What?" At this time, Lin Hao and the others, along with the dozen or so candidates, also saw that, in front, thousands of strange-looking demons appeared, slaughtering humans. It all turned into whoever ran the fastest and died the fastest just now. What bad luck, demons everywhere. The group of candidates, again, turned their heads and ran toward the back. But it's only been a short time. The ones in the back that ran the fastest, wowed and ran back again. A candidate pulled one person, "Hey, brother, I recognize you, earlier you ran in front of us, faster than Lu Xiang, then, there was a monster in front of you, you reversed and ran behind us, no, in front of us, now, you are running back from the front, how the hell did you run?" "Big brother, let go, there are demons back there too." That person broke away from that candidate's hand in a flash, and in a puff of smoke, ran off somewhere again. Really? While confused, there was a violent commotion in front of them. A group of demons appeared and killed and ate the crowd that was running out of breath. A human tragedy. "Boss, there are demons at both ends, where do we run now?" Yu Dapeng shouted anxiously. "Let's go into that building." Lin Hao pointed to the left. Lin Hao and the others ran towards a nearby building. The dozen or so unfamiliar candidates had no place to run, so they all followed Lin Hao and the others. It's a huge mall. Quite a few expensive clothes stores. In the old days, tens of thousands of pieces of clothing and whatnot, which only high-class rich people could afford, were now scattered all over the place. On it, there were quite a few footprints of people, also stained with blood, like garbage. "Shall we run upstairs, or to the basement?" Ning Yuanxi asked Lin Hao. "Head to the underground parking lot, even if the building collapses, it's not that easy to die," Lin Hao said in a deep voice. At this time, an unfamiliar candidate gave Lin Hao a thumbs up. "Brother, what's your name?" "You're the one with the clearest brain." After a period of soldiering, Lin Hao and about 20 other people stayed in a corner of the second-floor parking lot. Take a big breath. What the kind of high school exam is this? Isn't it too exciting? I almost died. Chapter 99, The Fourth Examination. This brother who has always had the clearest mind, can you tell me what's going on? Are we still taking the entrance exam? The candidate junior who had just expressed admiration for Lin Hao's escape asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao pondered. He suddenly said to Xia Bing, just now you said that this is the magic city? Yes, I'm not wrong, that 87-story Oriental Pearl Tower, the only one of its kind in Dacia, I've seen it many times in many materials, I won't recognize it wrong. Unfortunately, the magic capital with the title of the Pearl of the Orient has been occupied by demons 10 years ago, and to this day, it remains one of the forbidden places for human beings. Lin Hao said in a deep voice, so, we are now appearing in the Devil's Capital, a simulated scene from when the demons attacked the city? I think so. Xia Bing nodded. Our fourth round of exams teleported to the simulation scenario? And what is the content of the exam? Killing demons? I don't think it's right, although there are some low-level demons here, many of them are also high-level, I'm afraid there are 60 or 70 level ones, what are we being asked to kill here? Yeah, that doesn't seem right either. Ning Yuanxi said while doing so as well. Level 60 or 70, we're dead on sight. It's you, boss, your bug should be able to kill some. Yu Dapeng sighed. Look guys, our points are rising. Lin Shi suddenly called out. Yeah, mine too. A man called up the exam panel and shouted back. How much is yours? I've got 300 points on mine. Mine too, 300 points. I also have 300 points. No need to look. Xiaobing said, we've been here for about 30 minutes since we teleported in, and 300 points, which means, as long as we survive here, we'll get about 10 points for every 1 minute. Little sister, you say a little sense, then does not it mean that as long as we hide here, just one main fight to consume time, the longest time is not 5 hours, then in these 5 hours, we can get how many points to come? 5 times 60 gets 300, then multiply it by 10. How many? Yeah, 3,000 points. I don't panic when I hear you say that. Many were relieved. With all this chaos, it shouldn't be hard to hide for a few hours. It shouldn't be like this. Lin Hao shook his head. Oh, genius brother, what do you think? Seeing Lin Hao speak out, that admirer got excited all of a sudden. What you guys said just now is just one aspect. Lin Hao glanced at Xiaobing. Survival is a kind of test, but since this college entrance exam made such a huge simulation scenario, it's definitely not just for the test of escaping our lives. Makes sense, profound. The junkie nodded. I do, and one of the purposes of this mock exam is, for one thing, to show us what a tragic thing it is for demons to invade a city. It's a test of thought. One word, awesome. That little fanboy exclaimed, I've read about it in books before, but experiencing a real scene for the first time really breaks my perception completely. The crowd on the sidelines nodded. Secondly, that is, the survival test mentioned just now, this is also one of the purposes. After all, survival is also not an easy thing. 5 hours is just what we want. Maybe we may not survive for an hour, that's why we have the reward of 10 points for a minute. But Lin Hao suddenly changed his words. I think the country still wants us to become fighters, not escape experts, and I'm guessing that by killing demons, we might get more points. Truth. The fanboy jumped up. If a demon appears here, kill one and see how the points change. That fanboy's words just fell out. Coo coo coo. A strange sound. The crowd looked toward the sound. Heck, it was 5 demons. Somehow, so quickly, they invaded such a marginal part of the underground parking lot. It also shows the battle on the surface. It must not be good. The crowd couldn't help but change their faces drastically when they saw the demon show up. It's all the way down to the second basement level, and it's only been a few minutes, and there's a demon killing them. If so, where do you stay the full 5 hours? Run! Under great pressure, a candidate exclaimed, and then, frantically ran towards one end of the underground parking lot. This candidate's shocked cry immediately caught the demon's attention. 5 demons rushed towards that candidate. Then a demon slapped that candidate down from behind. Help! That candidate wowed. The other demon came to the candidate, lifted the candidate, and pulled with both hands. Whoa! That candidate was torn into 2 pieces. Drip 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 of water. That candidate's intestines and whatnot fell all over the place. At the moment of death, that candidate's desperate, terrified eyes fell into the eyes of the crowd. Instantly, many of the people in the corner trembled all over. Again, despair and fear in the eyes. Lin Quantity's eyes sank. Come out! 100 gold-devouring insects and 100 purple electric mayflies floated into the void around Lin Hao. The crowd froze. Kill! Lin Hao let out a low shout. Those 100 or so gold-devouring insects flew towards those several demons. At the same time, the purple power mayfly released purple lightning. A crackle. The 5 demons, struck by lightning, were reduced to ashes. Everyone froze. These powerful demons were killed? A man muttered. These demons, they're level 40 plus monsters, and they died just like that? The other speaker had a shocked look on his face. What kind of bug did you summon? So horrible? Another one gulped and looked at Lin Hao's favorite insect like he had seen a demon. Lin Hao, let's see if your points have changed? Xiaobing asked Lin Hao. Let's see. Lin Hao called up the panel. 800 points. Wow, so many. A man exclaimed. What Lin Hao said just now is right. Survival is a means to slowly gain points, but killing demons will gain points faster. Just now Lin Hao, you killed 5 demons and increased 500 points. In that case, roughly, if you kill a demon, you get 100 points. If I can abandon the exam now, I will definitely apply for abandonment right away. I don't want to die like that brother just now, being torn into 2 pieces by the monster, such a way to die. But where are the demons so easy to kill? A candidate grimaced. Everyone, it's not that demons can't be killed, it's just that we all have demons in our hearts, and we always feel that demons are synonymous with terror, and anyone who sees them will be terrified, so let's kill the demons that have invaded our homes, now. Lin Hao said in a deep voice. In his eyes, a murderous aura flowed. Everyone was shocked when they saw Lin Hao's eyes. What a look! It's like facing death. This man, he should have killed demons. No, I'm afraid he's even killed people, right? Chapter 100 From Running to Fighting. I've read many records of the fall of Magic City back then. At that time, within 3 days, the number of people who died amounted to more than 10 million. It was really a human tragedy. Xia Bing suddenly sighed. Back then, there were millions of demons that invaded the demon capital. The national army couldn't even defeat them. The end was already set, so what's the point of us reverting back to that year's plot? A candidate hesitated. How many people died just now in just a moment? I'm afraid I'm going to have nightmares every night for the next 10 days or so. A candidate whose entire body was still shaking at this point. Must have been quite a shock. Lin Hao looked around the crowd and said in a deep voice. Gentlemen, I won't repeat what I have just seen and felt. I have been wondering what I would have done if I had been here back then. The crowd was slightly stunned. Yes, if back then, they were here, did they find a place to hide, just like now? Maybe next, the lucky ones escaped out of Mordor, the unlucky ones, where to die is unknown. I do not want to say what people have heavier than imitai, lighter than the hair of such a great theory. I just feel that the evil people are breaking into our homes, killing our relatives and compatriots. If I still have a knife in my hand, I will pussyfoot around? First cut the mother a knife and then say, to die egg to the sky. The crowd shook. If those of us with knives pucker up and flee, what about the unarmed civilians, what happens? Yeah, chop him up, just die. If the world is destroyed, it's not a loss to pull a few cushions before dying. To die egg to the sky, afraid of them. A few simple sentences from Lin Hao caused a crowd of people to warm up. Lin Hao, you're right, in the face of such a situation, if I just run away and hide, then I might not be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Ning Yuanxi said with a heavy face. Yes, boss, these demons, I've wanted to cut them for a long time, you lead us to fight them. Yu Dapeng yelled. I'm not afraid to die either, count me in. Lin Shi also said. I'm going too. I'm going too. A bunch of wailing. Except for 1 or 2 people who kept their heads down and didn't squeak, the 4 Xiaobing people present, as well as the 15 or 16 candidates, all looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao's face sank. Fine, then let's kill up. Kill up. Kill up. With that, Lin Hao took the lead. With about 20 people in tow, they headed up from the second basement level of the parking garage. Just went up to the first floor. The crowd suddenly heard a sound of bones and flesh being chewed. Turned the corner, and then saw a scene of extreme horror. A dozen demons, crouching on the ground, were gnawing on the bodies of 4 or 5 dead humans. Some are nibbling with their hands, some are eating their thighs, and some are even cracking their heads and sucking the marrow out of their bones. An elemental mage immediately released a fireball that hit the demons. Whoosh! Xiaobing also shot a few arrows in succession. A bolt of lightning crackled, and Ning Yuanxi struck out as well. Those 10 or so demons completely did not expect that in this place, there was such a group of people who, upon seeing them, not only didn't flee in terror, but instead attacked them. These dozen or so demons, their level wasn't too high, around 30 or so levels. With such an attack from the crowd, 3 died. The rest of the demons got angry and wailed and lunged at the crowd. Taunt! Yu Dapeng blocked the front and quickly released a skill. Instantly, those demons seemed to look at Yu Dapeng, the dead fat man, in particular, and all rushed towards him first. Dying! Yu Dapeng let out a cry in his heart. However, there was not the slightest retreat. As a tank profession, it is true that the skin is thick, and the duty is also to stand in the front and protect the output and auxiliary at the back. However, there are limits to what a tank can do as a meat shield. If the enemy is too strong, the tank may not even be able to top a wave. The ones rushing over were a dozen or so level 30 demons. Crack, crack, crack. Just then, hundreds of purple lightning bolts landed in front of him. A burning smell. When Yu Dapeng opened his eyes, he saw the dozen or so demons that had rushed towards him all collapsed on the ground, their whole bodies twitching and rolling their eyes. Too dead to die. It was at the critical moment that Lin Hao's purple electric mayfly released lightning. In an instant, it killed the dozen or so demons in seconds. The crowd of candidates from other provinces and cities next to them were shocked. although it was said that Lin Hao had previously struck out to kill 5 demons. However, just now, these few, the crowd all shot together, and only killed 3, but Lin Hao was the one who killed all the remaining dozen. In that case, everyone's battle power combined is not inferior to him? No, even his battle power is several times the sum of the total battle power. Seeing that Lin Hao had such a powerful strength, the crowd shook, thinking that everyone just rushing up and killing demons might not be a pure death sentence. Everyone looked at Lin Hao. It seemed like they were all waiting for Lin Hao to give orders and then follow him to kill demons. Lin Hao had struck out twice, completely conquering these elite candidates from the provinces and cities who had always been arrogant. However, Lin Hao said, "Xiaobing, we'll be on the surface soon, the situation there is too complicated, you'll organize to bring them in a while." "What, you want to go alone?" Xiaobing was startled. "I'll be with the group as much as I can, but it may or may not be possible to go solo," Lin Hao said slowly. "Good, then be careful." Xiaobing nodded. The eyes lit up. The crowd walked out of the mall entrance, looked toward the street. Moment. All of them were dumbfounded. What a tragic scene it was. The streets were full of broken limbs, human flesh, and bloody mud. Uncountable layers of dead people. On those drains, rivers of blood flow. A tens of meters tall, gigantic, at least 80 levels or more fat humanoid demon was shaking its obese body, its big paws stomping on the corpses on the ground, and snapping its way forward. "It's too strong." The crowd didn't dare to move either. The big demons walked by, followed by a scattering of smaller demons. Most were in the 30s, and some were around 40. Kill. Lin Hao and his group began to strike. At one time, there were about 20 people with various skills coming out. Fire and lightning streak, instantly drying out a small group of low-level imps. However, the firepower of a few people triggered the attention of some nearby demons, which rushed this way. At this point, the crowd didn't care and desperately output. "Just asking to take a few more demons with me before I die." Boom boom boom. Some demons fell, but more charged. "Kill me." Lin Hao let 100 gold-devouring insects and 100 purple electric mayflies kill them. Lin Hao made a move. The situation was immediately different. Just now, although the crowd had a lot of skills and a variety of skills, these damages were quite a bit worse for the demons. It's also just enough to kill some low-level crunchy ones. However, with Lin Hao's strikes, not to mention level 20 or 30 demons, level 40 or so were also killed as usual. One time, countless demons were either bitten to death by the gold-eating insects or struck to death by the purple electric mayfly lightning. Piece by piece it fell. At the same time, Lin Hao's points had skyrocketed all the way. Chapter 101 Vicious Battle, Lin Hao makes a move. This year, a 4th round of assessment was added to the GCSEs and it was clarified that, instead of being settled on the basis of GCSE points, merit points would be used. This decision sparked amazement and curiosity among many. And, it's no longer a province-by-province test, but a collection of the country, with the top candidates competing together. That's why almost everyone is paying attention to the standings. However, they could only see the list, and could not see the examination scene at all, including those invigilating teachers. The Endless Light Tower had set strict permissions. Ranking of 4th round test scores. First place, Lin Hao, 2,000 points. Second place, Zhao Hu, 1970. Third place, Wang Taisen, 1920. Fourth place, Maggie Chan, 1,900 points. Fifth place, Cao Ratio, 1880. Lin Hao glanced at the list and turned it off. The first 5 places, apart from their own first place, were all students from other provinces and cities. This suggests that this defiant shift did not just occur to him or her. A number of other candidates also came to mind. Or rather, made the same choice. This made Lin Hao feel very pleased. The candidates who participated in the 4th round were the elites of all the provinces in the country, the human geniuses, selected to be the strongest 10, the representatives of this generation, and the future of Daxia. If these people, they're all pussies, then Daxia really has no hope at all. At this time, Jiangning Provincial Examination Center, the supervisors, the leading city principals, are all staring closely at the real-time performance rankings. I'm really curious as to what test content and scene the 4th matches. In the invigilation room, an invigilation teacher said regretfully. The Ministry of Education has added a selection contest this time, and even we don't have permission to look at it, we can only see the points change. Lin Hao is number one again. It's a pity that I can't see him perform. I love watching him take exams. Old Zhao said with great regret. Old Zhao, you've been looking at Lin Hao for a day, aren't you tired of it? A man laughed. He's magical. Although Lin Hao is still number one this time, but compared to the stunning first 3 games, it's a bit worse. Now he's with the second and third place, pulling not much points. It's entirely possible that he'll be brushed down. Yeah, kind of barely first. Lounge. Zhang Qian stood behind Zhou Ziyuan with a demented look on his face. Zhou Ziyuan's face darkened. He could not have imagined that his favored disciple would be sentenced to death teleportation out in the third examination. Although the results could also be ranked 17th. But, 17, is that where he belongs? Now, not even the 4th selection is eligible to participate. Like yourself, you can only be a spectator. Shame on you. Earlier, he had quarreled with Mo Rin and went to find Director Qian to report Lin Hao for cheating on the exam and asked to see the video of the invigilator. However, he never found Director Qian, so he had to return to the rest hall. He stared at the huge real-time results screen. Above, in first place, was that piercing name, Lin Hao. First place again? What kind of a man is he? A small local Yang city can produce such talent? I don't believe it. He decided that when he saw Director Chen in a while, he must give firm feedback that this person was suspected of cheating and should be severely scrutinized. Not far from Zhou Ziyuan, Emorin sat down with Inggu, and the two of them exchanged ideas about their teaching experience while watching the scrolling grades. It seems to be very cordial. Zhou Ziyuan looked at the back of the two of them. Then he looked at the useless student beside him and was very grumpy. Same time. Dozens of provincial and municipal examination centers across the country. The same invigilators, the major principals, all stared at the results screen at the same time. First place, Lin Hao. Which province is Lin Hao from? I heard it's a student from a small local school in Jiangning province. The National Masters competition, to get the first place, is much more gold than the one province 1 exam in Jiangning province alone. Various principals are talking about it. Also pointing and commenting. There were also some people who belonged to the guild's identity and were watching. At this moment, some of the resourceful ones began to report the situation to the upper echelons of the guild. In previous years, many big guilds would have their eyes on the entrance exam. Sometimes, direct intake. Alternatively, a contractual subsidy can be used, whereby the student continues to study at the university, and the guild covers the student's expenses and even pays the student's salary and bonuses, and so on. These students graduate and go directly into the guild. In a variety of ways, anyway. The purpose is to gather elite talent. However, there are many who have noticed. Many of the names on the achievement charts turned gray. This means that these people are dead. What kind of exam is it? So many people died so quickly. Terrifying, you know, every single candidate here is an elite amongst the elite. Mordor in collapse. More and more demons rush towards the mall entrance. There are just too many demons. The team has been split up into several pieces, each going their own way. The crises are many. Lin Hao was opening up a fight with a level 60 demon and fighting. Boom boom. Away from him, 2 candidates were under demonic attack. Turning into 2 white lights, they were transported out of the examination room. Immediately after that, several more people were ed over. Boss, we can't hold out. Yu Dapeng yelled from a distance. Lin Hao turned his head to look. Those few blocks were divided into bitter candidates. Dangerously accessible. Including Lin Shi, Xiaobing, Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi were all struggling. Can't support it much longer, it seems. Lin Hao's eyes sank. All out. 200 more gold-eating insects emerged from his side. Previously, Lin Hao had already released 100 gold-devouring insects and 100 purple electricity mayflies. 400 battle pets, that was all he had summoned from last night. Those 200 gold eaters were led by the elite gold eaters. Divided into a dozen small war parties. Flying towards Yu Dapeng's side. The boss still has the goods. Yu Dapeng shouted in excitement. When the others saw this, they were all energized. They had seen the power of Lin Hao's favored insects before. Lin Hao's 200 gold-devouring insects supported him. There's been a great deal of relief over there. However, it wasn't long before the situation deteriorated once again. Batch after batch of demons moved this way. Boss, we can't top it again, I'm afraid we'll have to leave the examination center first. Yu Dapeng shouted again from his side. At this time, the people in the bitter battle also looked towards Lin Hao's side. They were helpless, and their only thought was to take a look at Lin Hao, otherwise, they could only resign themselves to their fate. Lin Hao's eyes sank. Suddenly, the person jumped in mid-air. At the same time, behind him, a huge Kunpeng silhouette appeared. Whoosh! Lin Hao swept over the battlefield. What? Yu Dapeng almost kneeled. Boss, flying? What? It can actually fly? It's too much, isn't it? This is something only a level 60 professional can do. At this moment, Lin Hao was like a big fish in the air. Flying through the air with graceful movements, it was actually extremely fast. He came over Yu Dapeng and the others in a flash. Below him, there was a black mass of demons that were attacking Yu Dapeng and the other 20 people who were frantically borrowing the terrain and dying to defend. A strange magic book appeared in Lin Quantity's hand. Tornado. The Wind Core. 2 wind magic spells descended. Countless demons were caught up in it. Then, Lin Hao chanted for another long period of time. Blazing Sun of Death. As the chant ended, a huge blazing sun appeared over the demons. Countless death rays shot down. Ah! Countless screams. Large swaths of demons were burned to a crisp. Boss, it's sending a big move, let's output 2. Fight! Those 20-odd people, at this point, didn't care, and frantically struck at the disabled demons on the ground. If it was an uninjured demon, they'd have a long fight to kill it. But now, Lin Hao dried up with a round of blazing sun. Dead and wounded, tens of thousands of demons fell in large swaths. Xia Bingning Yuan Si and the others, all ran out to make up for it. Lin Hao's side was frantically killing demons. Already red-eyed. He was completely unaware of how many points he had reached at this point. And how much of a stir it caused out there. Chapter 102, Access to Watching the Exam Scene. Invigilation Room at the Provincial Examination Center in Zhongnin. All of the invigilators, all of them froze as they looked at that real-time score chart. Ranking of 4th round test scores. First place, Lin Hao, 270,000 points. Second place, Xia Bing, 50,070. Third place, Ning Yuan Si, 46,000. Fourth place, Yu Dapeng, 39,000 points. Fifth place, Lin Shi, 27,000. Half an hour ago, this Lin Hao's score was going up like a rocket like crazy. It has reached an unbelievable level. His score, which was higher than the sum of the scores of all the candidates behind him, was a large amount higher than the sum of the scores of all the candidates behind him. What kind of test is this? Let the first place and the people behind the score pull so big? Wouldn't that be a stage for Lin Hao to sing solo? In their minds now, a million S appear. Hey, Lao Xiao, go find Director Qian and see if you can apply for permission. I really can't figure out why Lin Hao's score is so high. It's no use, Director Qian probably can't get that access either. Alas, I am now so difficult. In the end, the 4th round of the examination. What kind of examination is used? What kind of examination scene is it? Do you know? Now my mood, it's like seeing a stunning beauty, but through a curtain, can't see That's a crude analogy, but I'm in the same mood, and after decades of invigilating exams, it's the first time I've ever seen that. Right, I remember just now Director Qian went to accompany a few university bigwigs. Maybe they have access to see the scenes of the 4th round of the examination. Why don't we go and look for them? But is that really good? Let's talk about it when we get rejected. Right now, I'm really curious to the point where I can't stand it. Well then, let's go find Director Qian together. The invigilation room. For a while, all the invigilators all left. Such a scenario is not only happening in the invigilation room of the Provincial Examination Center in Zhongnin. At the same time, the invigilators in the examination centers across the country were all equally shocked and puzzled. My God, this Lin Hao, why is the score so ridiculously high? Is he really stronger than all the other students combined? I don't believe it, I really don't believe it, I don't believe it to death. Where can I ask for viewing privileges? Ms. Lin, isn't your cousin in the Ministry of Education? Ask. Invigilators, more or less, are related to the education sector and know a lot of people. They all flexed their resources and looked around for connections. Wanting to get the permission to watch, they all wanted to see what this Lin Hao had actually done in the 4th round of exams. If anything, the number of invigilators per exam room is in the dozens. Then, the principals in the lounge hall, the guild scouts, that's countless. Originally, every rest hall is invariably noisy and chaotic, regardless of whether it is in Jiangning province or other provinces and cities. But, at this moment, every lounge was all dead silent. Every single one of them, tilting their heads, their eyes glued to the real-time results scrolling screen. First place, Lin Hao, 270,000 points. My god, first place, 270,000 points. 5 times worse than the 50,000 points for second place. Look, his score has risen to 300,000 points again. It's outrageous. The scores of all the top 10 candidates in the country combined can't even compare to more than him alone. Yeah, tell it to the devil. Jiangning Provincial Examination Area. Several presidents of the 5 top schools are also in a hurry. I say, old Wang, why are you moving so slowly? A principal complained. Okay, don't be in a hurry, this is not to get the permission, wait for me to enter the code can be opened. Quickly, I want to see what horrible things Lin Hao did in the 4th exam. Yeah, it's never been seen before, and while the first place finishes have been phenomenal in past years, there's never been a gap this big. The problem is, it's not just the current gap, can't you see, the points gap continues to widen now, that Lin Hao, his score has risen to 300,000 points. The screen flickered a few times. The screen is showing. Look! A ruined city appears on the screen. Tens of thousands of demons are going on a killing spree against humans. What? The principal's faces sank with horror. They both saw horror in the eyes of the principal across the room. Ryoko. A principal said in a deep voice, if I'm not wrong, the 4th round of examination designed by the Endless Light Tower this time should be a simulation of what happened 10 years ago, when the magic capital fell. What happened that year is a pain that can never be erased from the hearts of my people in Daxia. It is said that at that time, when the magic capital fell, a total of more than 10 million people died. Among them, there were also 600,000 warriors who were urgently mobilized from all over the world to go over there, and those warriors, at the time of the final battle, none of them came back. Old Zhang, back then, didn't your Sanglong Academy also have many students who traveled to participate in the war? A principal said to a gloomy-faced dean. He was none other than the dean of Qingbei Martial Arts University's Sanglong Academy, Dean Zhang. Dean Zhang said in a deep voice, yes. Back then, my Sanglong Academy's dean, Master Wu, heard that a large number of demons had appeared in the demon capital, and brought 80% of the academy's students to go on a conquest. Then finally, in the end, including the dean, all the teachers and students, one did not come back. Sanglong Academy almost died out, almost broken, and it was only in these 10 years that Sanglong Academy was able to recover a bit of vitality. Several other principals sighed. In a city battle like this, every single person is a drop of water in the ocean. Why did the Endless Light Tower simulate my Great Xia's most tragic battle this time? Yeah, can't figure it out. What can't be figured out, after 10 years of calm, now that the demons are once again stirring, the situation is getting more and more dangerous. All these years, we tried to protect our student children from being exposed to overly bloody battles and images at a young age, but not being exposed doesn't mean it won't happen. I agree with old Rascal that a greenhouse can never raise weather-resistant flowers, and the Tower of Endless Light may have been created with this in mind to plunge the students into the most harrowing episodes. Let them truly recognize the world. Alright, after all that, why did that Lin Hao get such a high score? We haven't seen it yet. Yes, quickly pull up Lin Hao's picture. The screen panned and drew closer to a person. Picture. However, Lin Hao was seen with a koan pang on his back, a magic book in his palm, and a black swarm of vicious bugs around him. He is traveling all over the battlefield. Everywhere they went, all kinds of demons were killed. There were level 20s, level 30s, and level 40, 50, and 60 demons. Beside him, a huge blazing sun radiates clusters of death rays. Feet. 6 or 7 huge tornadoes swept countless demons into midair before falling to the ground. That person, is it really Lin Hao? I didn't see it wrong, did I? A principal said in shock. How is he so powerful? Chapter 103. The 4th exam is over, we have to erect a statue for Lin Hao. This strength, I'm afraid it's not even comparable to a level 50 or 60 professional, right? I finally understand why his points are so high. Yes, with such strength, I'm only afraid that the demons who died under him reach tens of thousands. Look, behind Lin Hao, 40 to 50 candidates from our class this year have gathered, and they were infected by Lin Hao, and faced with such a sinister situation, they didn't choose to give in, but rose up to fight. A principal nodded. I just started to think that the candidates who entered this scene this time were fleeing in fear, but to my surprise, not only did they follow Lin Hao and fight back, but, as you can see, they were quite organized. Sanglong Academy's Dean Lao Zhang's eyes were slightly wet, he said with relief, seeing them fight, especially Lin Hao. I'm really happy. This class of students are not cowards. They step on the footprints of their predecessors and fight to the death against the demons, and there are people in their wake. God bless my Dasha. God bless my Dasha. God bless Dasha. God bless Dasha. Suddenly there was a noise at the door. A couple of principal bigwigs looked toward the door. In the doorway, a head with a sardonic grin probed in. Yeah, Director Qian, something wrong? One of the principals was a little confused when he saw Director Qian acting strangely. Director Money walks in. Oh, it's like this, a few of us invigilators, we all wanted to see Lin Hao's exam footage. I told them that I didn't have the authority, and they said that a few of you bigwigs should have it, forcing me to come to you. Don't worry guys, I know this is out of order, I'll kick them back. After saying that, Director Qian scratched his head and smiled sarcastically as he headed for the door. Wait, Director Qian, hey, I thought it was a big deal. I asked my superiors when I applied for permissions just now, and if anyone wants to come and watch, they can as long as a few of us agree. Really? Director Qian's eyes lit up. Well, why don't you call some of your curious invigilators over? Principal Wan laughed. This is completely understandable. When they invigilate the examination, it is estimated that they also watched a lot of Lin Hao exam performance in the 4th round, cannot see, the heart itching well. A few of us old guys are like that, let alone them. Director Qian quickly stepped out of the doorway and shouted, come over here, all of you, the principal's bigwigs have agreed. Snap. In an instant, at the door, 30 or 40 invigilators were crowded in, packing an exquisitely small VIP lounge to capacity all at once. A few of the principal bigwigs were squeezed into corners. The 5 principals were dumbfounded. In the Magic City. Continuing to infuse a large amount of magic, Lin Hao felt that his mental power was nearing its end. But the end of the poll. Still endless demons pouring in. There's no end to the killing. Tried my best, it's just a shame that I'm still too weak. Too weak. All this time, I've been thinking that I'm invincible, and when I landed on a real battlefield, I realized that I was so much worse. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. At this time, almost all of his gold-devouring insects and purple lightning mayflies were dead. He looked downward. There were dozens of his original teammates, but at this point, there were only 5 or 6 left. The others, all killed in battle. Yu Dapeng and Lin Shi, long ago, 10 minutes ago, turned into white light. The remaining Xia Bing and Ning Yuanxi were also seriously injured and dying. Seeing this, Lin Hao wanted to go down and save them. Just then, a sword light with fire flew from a distance. The speed was appalling. It seemed that from appearing to coming to Lin Hao's side, it was just a breath of time. Fire sword. It pierced through Lin Hao's body at once. 100,000. Lin Hao was struck away with 100,000 blood at once. However, Lin Hao wasn't dead yet. After all, he had 600,000 to 700,000 blood. A huge black shadow. He instantly came to Lin Hao's side and held that fire sword with one hand. This black shadow was 1,000 feet tall, and its entire body was burning with black flames, making it impossible to see its face. Lin Hao was like a small ant beside him. This demon, the aura emanating from his body was like a mountain or a sea. Unfathomable. Is this the true master of the abyss? Lin Hao's pupils shook violently. That black shadow held a sword in his right hand and slapped it at Lin Hao. Boom! Lin Hao was slapped into the ground by the giant sword. 200,000. Another 200,000 blood. Moreover, Lin Hao didn't have the power to dodge and fight back at all. That black shadow, suddenly holding a huge sword high in the air, slashed down towards the ground from a high altitude. Lin Hao felt that a huge sword that covered the sky, accompanied by flames that burned the entire sky, hacked down at him. Dying? Lin Hao was lying on the ground. Sword fall. Rumble. With this sword, a deep ditch was cleaved, 300 meters deep and 4 miles long. 400,000. Lin Hao transformed into a white light. Being teleported out of the exam room. Open your eyes. In front of me is the restroom of the Provincial Examination Center in Jiangning. Phew. He exhaled. Beside him, Yu Dapeng, Xiaobing, Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, and the others were all there. they all died before Lin Hao was finally killed. At this point, the five looked at each other. No one's even talking. Even Yu Dapeng, who has always been a chatterbox, was quiet at this time. Each had a very heavy face. The fourth exam made them really see how tragic it was when the demons broke the city. Although they deduced, while in the underground parking lot, that it was nothing more than a test simulation scenario. What really happened must have been more or less slightly different from what they saw and heard. But big difference. If one day in the future, the home that you live in is similarly attacked in this way, will your loved ones, your friends, end up the same way? This. Completely unimaginable. That last black shadow that showed up to kill himself, what kind of existence was it in the abyss? Lin Hao thought in his heart. Will there be a day when one meets him again, in a real scenario? On that day, will one still be struck down by him? Or, defeat him yourself? Oh, I believe that there will always be a day when we meet, and I, too, will always defeat it. End of fourth exam. Candidates are requested to wait patiently for the announcement of the scores and rankings of this year's college entrance exams in 10 minutes. Suddenly, a system prompt lit up in front of the crowd. The test is over. Summer Ice seemed relieved. Well, the test is over. Ning Yuan sighed. At that moment, there seemed to be a surge of power towards the crowd. When he reappeared, he was already in the rest hall. It was the crowd that was teleported out of the hall from the makeshift lounge. Lin Hao. Mo Ren saw it from a distance and shouted. Principal Mo. Lin Hao answered. Good, Lin Hao, your performance in this college entrance exam is too outstanding. You are stronger than your sister, you are the pride of our 8th middle school. Mo Ren looked at Lin Hao affectionately. The performance was average. Lin Hao was a bit embarrassed. Lin Hao, I decided, I'm going to build a statue of you in the 8th middle school, to recount your situation in this year's middle and high school entrance exams, and to use it to inspire, in the future, every student in my 8th middle school. Lin Hao instantly felt sweat running down his forehead. Principal Mo, that's not good, is it? Lin Hao, you misunderstood me, I'm not trying to praise you, I'm trying to inspire our students. This. Chapter 104, Lin Hao, National College Entrance Exam Scholar. Lin Hao and Mo Ren were talking. The big screen flashed and started announcing the overall results of this year's big exam. Ranking of high school test scores. First place, Lin Hao, 42,000 total points, National College Entrance Exam Champion. Second place, Xia Bing, total score 90,000. Third place, Ning Yuan Si, 86,000 total points. Fourth place, Yu Dapeng, 79,000 total points. Fifth place, Lin Shi, 77,000 total points. The entire rest hall instantly seemed to fall into dead silence. Then a mountain of clamor erupted again. It's too exaggerated, isn't it? The first place Lin Hao has a total score of 420,000. This counts as nothing before and nothing after. Look, you guys, it's still a national high school senior. Well. Lin Hao and Ning Yuan Si, Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, good job, you all made it into the top 5. Mo Ren laughed out loud. The wrinkles on his face seemed to open up in a smile. This is a glorious achievement that we, the 8th middle school, have never had before. Actually, the reason why we have such an achievement is all because Lin Hao brought it up. Ning Yuan Si smiled from the side. To be in the top 3, that was something that beat her to death before the exam. Although, the results were far worse than Lin Hao, the dead pervert. But, one counts oneself as a fighter. If Ning's mom and dad, uncles and uncles knew that he had actually come 3rd in the national exam, how happy he would be. She turned her head to Lin Hao and said, Lin Hao, thank you. In the past, she was bent on winning over Lin Hao. It even became her demon for a time. But after awakening, a period of time together made her realize that to win over Lin Hao? That wasn't a sensible idea. There's no way to win over him either. He is, already, the mountain that all those around him need to look up to. In my life, the luckiest thing for me, Rock, is to meet you, boss. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to rise to such a high level after my awakening, and if it wasn't for you, I would have been nothing but a pile of poo in this exam. Ouch, look at what you said, Dapeng, it's so hard to hear, but, brother Hao, because of you, I also made it into the top 5. Are you applying for Qingbei Martial Arts University? I can also get into this school. Oh, I'll go there to accompany you, okay? Lin Shi said from the side. Lin Hao, you did well. Mo Ren said from the side, not only are you strong, and you don't forget to help your partner, that's the kind of student I have in my 8th middle school. He leaned over and patted Lin Hao's shoulder. Congratulations to you as well, you won the national top scholar. It's our Yang City, the first national top scholar. You're stronger than your sister, even more powerful. Yes, I must also be stronger than my sister. Otherwise, how are you going to help your sister? Old Mo, congratulations. A voice rang out. The visitor was Young Gu, the principal of the 2nd middle school in Gangjing. And an old lover of Mo Ren's. Yes, she's my student. I just heard her say that Lin Hao helped her a lot. Without him, she definitely wouldn't have gotten second. Gu turned to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, thank you. Principal Ing, you are too polite. Lin Hao didn't dare to be too arrogant when facing the principal of such a famous school, and politely replied back. And, this person, but he, Principal Mo, was once a lover. If he dared to be bullish, he was only afraid that Principal Mo would clean him up. Lin Hao, hee, thanks. Behind Gu, a beautiful sister appeared, and it was none other than Xiaobing. You're Lin Hao. A pedestrian passing by shouted in shock as he heard a few people talking. What? He's Lin Hao. The man's voice was so loud that it seemed to throw a pan of water in a frying pan. Instantly, it blew up. He is Lin Hao, the first national scholar? Holy, to see a real person here. I can't imagine that the strength is strong and the person is still so handsome. Moment. In the hall, thousands of them all gathered around. For a while, it was waterlogged. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Densely packed, they all want to squeeze up and take a look at this year's top student of the college entrance examination. This unprecedented first. Brother, give way, I'll just take a look. A teacher who was squeezed to the outside was so anxious that he couldn't see it after jumping a few times. He was busy pulling the person in front of him and said, don't squeeze, you're stepping on my foot. Another one yelled. Our Channy Guild is the strongest guild in Jiangning province. May I ask Lin, are you interested in signing with us? There was a guild star scout whose clothes were squeezing through. That man blew ears. The strongest guild is our Heaven's Path Guild. Their Channy Guild is a second-rate guild at most. Another guild star scout called out. The two argued on the spot. As they argued, the two grabbed each other's collars and almost came to blows. You guys, move over. A faint voice rang out. The voice was small, but it had an extremely strong aura. The noisy crowd immediately and slowly quieted down. Then, all saw that not far away, 6 people slowly walked over. Each and every one of them, with an aura like a mountain, unfathomable. Isn't that Director Qian? Someone whispered. Yeah, this year's big exam the highest Inspector Qian Director, no matter who the 5 people behind, Qian Director personally give them with heel, but also accompanied by a smile. That must be a big shot in the Department of Education. Stop it, people are coming over. The crowd unanimously made way for those 6. These 6 people were none other than Director Qian and the principals and directors of the top 5 most prestigious schools in Daxia. Lin Hao. Director Qian shouted. You are? Lin Hao was confused. Lin Hao, this is Director Qian, he's the one who presided over the entrance exam in Jiangning province this time. Mo Ren parsed from the side. Director Qian, hello. Lin Hao greeted politely. However, he did not expect the province's examiners to come to him. What's up? Lin Hao, congratulations on winning the National College Entrance Examination. This is also the honor of our Jiangning province. Director Qian is polite. Director Qian stood to the side and stepped aside. Lin Hao, let me introduce you to these 5. They are President Wang of Sakurahan University, Director Zhang of Ningjiang University, Director Liu of Fudan University, President Zhao of Dixia Martial Arts Research Institute, and Dean Zhang of Qingbei Martial Arts University's Sanglong College. Every time Director Qian introduced a big shot, that big shot took the initiative to come forward and shake hands with Lin Hao. Lin Hao also greeted them separately. Qingbei Martial Arts University Sanglong Academy? Lin Hao noticed Director Qian's introduction. Then he looked at it a little more. This was a man in his 60s with half-white hair, but the aura on his body, extremely powerful, could not be felt at all if he was not careful. It's a top-tier powerhouse. In fact, not only Dean Zhang, but the 5 bigwigs present, which one of them was not a top-notch powerhouse? I wonder how they compare to that black shadow in the Magic City that finally killed himself. Lin Hao suddenly thought in his heart. A crowd of onlookers beside him heard Director Qian's introduction. Each one froze. So these are the big guys. Before, all could only be seen on TV by chance. I didn't expect to see the real thing today. I've heard that they are all pillars of the Great Xia Kingdom, and it's because of them that the demons couldn't attack our Great Xia these past few years. They are more than just university presidents and directors, they are leaders in many fields with all sorts of titles like president, chairman of the board. Instantly, there was an uproar and all sorts of talk. Chapter 105, 5 Famous Schools, Competing for Lin Hao. Lin Hao, I, Ningjiang University, have officially extended an invitation to you, wanting to specially recruit you. I don't know what you think? Director Zhang of Ningjiang University first sent an invitation to Lin Hao. As soon as Director Zhang's words fell, they immediately caused another round of clamor from the side. Ningjiang special recruitment, did I hear you right? It is not difficult to go to college, it is difficult to go to college with a background. Director Zhang personally recruited people, in the future is not everywhere to take care of, as their own personal disciple? Ningjiang University, a top-tier institution that can be ranked in the top 3 in our daxia, if it were me, I'd say yes right away. Old Zhang, what's your Ningjiang special enrollment? I'm giving a full scholarship to Fudan University. The one who spoke was Director Luo of Fudan University. Wow, a full scholarship? Fudan University is giving too good a deal, right? Someone on the side was shocked. Yeah, I've heard that in the whole of daxia, the scholarships of Fudan University are the most generous, and after 4 years of college, not only do you not have to pay for tuition, but when you graduate, you'll still be left with a large sum of money. However, I've heard that scholarships for resuming stretches are very hard to come by and are very competitive. Oh, their conditions are not considered much generous. My Sakurahen University also gives special scholarships, and I can promise here, if you enter our Sakurahen, the bachelor's and master's degrees, and guaranteed PhD students. Hey, Principal Wang, you're being unkind, aren't you? You're raising the stakes behind us? Director Zhang of Ningjiang University said with dissatisfaction. That's right, old Zhang, you just promised not to snatch anyone from us. Director Luo, who had resumed the stretcher, also had an opinion. Ha, old Zhang, old Luo, what are you guys thinking? Such a talent, how could I, Cherry Blossom Han University, let it go for nothing? On the contrary, it's you guys, don't grab it from me, just take it as me owing you a favor, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. In an instant, the principals and directors of the 3 top-tier academies fought, all for the sake of competing for Lin Hao. What with the bigot status persona and all, it doesn't matter. The conditions are also more generous than one another. This left the crowd of bystanders next to him all dumbfounded. Lin Hao, I've seen your performance in the 4th round of examination. I think you must hate those demons very much, right? I believe that the Grand Xia Martial Arts Research Institute is the most suitable for you, because, in all of Grand Xia, the top-notch demon research lab is in our research institute, and at the same time, this research lab, in the whole world, is also the top-notch. Principal Zhou, I knew it, you're bringing up this point about your lab to pull people in again. The other 3 principal directors sniffed and came to surround Principal Zhao. Instantly, the 4 principal directors were bickering. The crowd next to him went numb at this point. I've seen students trying to get into the school of their choice through the back door. Never seen a school robbing students like that. The key, which is robbing students, is still the top most prestigious schools. Someone muttered, what a ing hell of a way to live. Only Dean Zhang of the Qingbei Martial Arts University's Tsanglong Academy had been beside him, quietly, not getting involved. To the 4 old principal directors vying for Lin Hao, they just reported a smile. But Lin Hao suddenly walked up to him. Hello, Dean Zhang. Lin Hao, you did very well in the big exam this time, especially in the 4th exam. Dean Zhang praised Lin Hao amiably. Thank you, Dean Chang, for your praise. Lin Hao, today these 4 principals invited you, it's really a rare opportunity for you, however, think about it yourself, these 4 colleges and universities, all of them are the top schools in my daxia, and they also have their own strengths. I've heard that the Qingbei Martial Arts University Tsanglong Academy accepts students, and in addition to scores, it also requires a military recommendation letter to get in, right? Lin Hao suddenly asked. Yes, there is a historical reason for such a request, and our Tsanglong Academy also wants students like you, but, Tsanglong Academy is too poor to give those principals the conditions they have, and it is true that our academy admits students with less than a letter of recommendation from the military. Dean Zhang sighed regretfully. As he said, it wasn't that he didn't want Lin Hao. Rather, he couldn't give the conditions that several principals had just given. And, even if Lin Hao had good grades and didn't have a letter of recommendation from the military, there was no way for him to break this rule and accept him. The conditions are bad and the intake is still harsh. What's he gonna do with the others? A letter of recommendation? What if I have them? Lin Hao pulled out a letter from his pocket. Hand it to Dean Chang. Dean Zhang took it, opened it, and in an instant, his face became brilliant. So, you haven't even taken the college entrance exam yet, you got a recommendation letter from the military, and the letter also said that in Yangqing City, you made a huge contribution, and it wouldn't be too much to say that you had saved millions of common people in Yangqing City. Dean Zhang nodded to Lin Hao. Then, Dean Zhang, can I enter Sanglong Academy like this? Lin Hao suddenly said. Dean Zhang looked at Lin Hao. It turned out that what Lin Hao had always wanted to enter was his own Sanglong Academy. Lin Hao, I have to explain to you first, Sanglong Academy belongs to the military, you should know the meaning of the military, that's like a soldier, where there is a war, you may have to join the war at any time, you've gone through the 4th round of exams, you should see something. Yes, Dean Zhang, I saw countless teachers and students of Sanglong Academy inside. Lin Hao nodded. Then do you still want to join our Sanglong Academy? Yes. Lin Hao nodded. Fine, Lin Hao, then on behalf of Sanglong Academy, I welcome you to join. Dean Zhang laughed out loud. Good fellow, old Zhang, you belong to the bottom of the cauldron, we praying mantis catching cicadas, you yellow bird in the back ah. Old Zhang, you're going to treat us all to a big dinner tonight. Okay, tonight is on you. Dean Zhang cheerfully. He also didn't expect that in the end, Lin Hao would choose Sanglong Academy. Honestly, the conditions offered by those principals made even his heart skip a beat. Congratulations, Shang. Several principal directors came over to congratulate Dean Zhang. After they saw Lin Hao take out that military recommendation letter, they all knew that Lin Hao had long intended to Sanglong Academy. They fought, but once they landed, they wouldn't be annoyed even if they didn't recruit Lin Hao. The pattern is that big. In their eyes, Lin Hao was a talent of Daxia, anywhere. Of course, it would be a bigger face if it was produced by your own school. Just then, Zhou Ziyuan stumbled over from the distance. Earlier, when the 4th exam started, he looked for Director Qian everywhere, determined to report Lin Hao for cheating on the exam, but he couldn't find anyone anywhere. I was going to go back to the lounge and look for it later. But unexpectedly, diarrhea. He had been squatting on the toilet for 10 minutes and his feet were numb. That's what got me out of the bathroom, but not even 100 meters. As soon as his asshole shrunk, he hurried back to the toilet and squatted again. So much back and forth until now, when he returned from the restroom to the lounge. He had just returned and met Director Qian. So, with joy in his heart, he rushed over. Director Qian, I finally found you. I'm solemnly reporting to you that Lin Hao cheated during the several rounds of the college entrance exam. I demand that he be severely investigated. Zhou Ziyuan exclaimed. His voice was loud, and instantly, everyone looked at him. Chapter 106, Someone is particularly interested in demonic equipment. Old Zhou, what are you babbling about? Director Qian reprimanded. Zhou Ziyuan was stunned. But he continued, Director Qian, think about Lin Hao's 3 rounds of exams, each round, the results are so exaggerated, we are all after so many times of big exams, do you think it is reasonable, so he must have cheated, I suggest a strict trial. Alright, old Zhou, if you want to go crazy you go home and go crazy, Lin Hao is superbly strong, he's the topmost talent in my Dixia, now, he's already become a student of Qingbei Martial Arts University Sanglong Academy, this kind of unwarranted remarks, you should stop saying it. Although Director Qian was still on good terms with Zhou Ziyuan, he couldn't help but reprimand him at this time. What, a student from Sanglong Academy? Director Qian, you're not mistaken, are you? Zhou Ziyuan completely froze. In order to immediately block Zhou Ziyuan's disgraceful mouth and words, Director Chen followed, this is Dean Zhang of Qingbei Martial Arts University, he has just recruited Lin Hao into Qingbei Martial Arts University's Sanglong Academy. Zhou Ziyuan's face changed. Just then, a number of people next to him laughed out loud. Who's this? That's funny. Isn't this Principal Zhou from Ningjing First Middle School? What a joke, probably his students can't compare to others Lin Hao, so they want to slander them for cheating, shame on them. Zhou Ziyuan heard the crowd next to him talking. Almost understand what's going on. His face instantly became extremely ugly. Not having watched the 4th round of exams myself, I guess I missed a lot of information. Just got out of the restroom myself. Haven't figured it out yet, then, just. His face was green and white. Lin Hao, you finish your business first, and later, I'll go to your house in Yangqing City to find you and talk about something. Dean Zhang of the Tsunlong Academy said to Lin Hao. Okay, Dean Zhang. Lin Hao nodded. Several principals turned to leave. They completely ignored Zhou Ziyuan shouting just now. The onlookers on the side slowly dispersed. Zhou Ziyuan, you're too proud of yourself. If you change that, you're actually still a good teacher. Mo Ren looked at Zhou Ziyuan and said. Zhou Ziyuan raised his head, looking at Mo Ren. Alright, Mo Ren, I'm willing to gamble. Since I'm gambling, I can afford to lose. After I go back, I'll resign from my position as the principal of the first middle school, and go to Yangqing City to find you to report for duty. Mo Ren smiled and nodded. Good, I'll wait for you to come over. Zhou Ziyuan turned around, then walked off into the distance. Today, not only did he lose to his old rival Mo Ren, he also lost face in front of a large crowd, so he had no face to stay here. Hey, Zhou Ziyuan. Mo Ren suddenly shouted at his back. This year, my Yangqing City 8th middle school, there are 4 people into the National College Entrance Examination top 5, became the most honored middle school in the country. The 8th middle school, also very soon, become a national famous school. Even if it becomes the first high school in the country, it is not impossible. At that time, even if the first middle school in Ningjing is also greatly inferior, you come to our 8th middle school to teach, and does not aggrieve you. Zhou Ziyuan paused in his steps and didn't say anything after hearing Mo Ren's words. In no time at all, it disappeared. Mo Ren laughed. Don't look at Zhou Ziyuan, sometimes obnoxious, but he teaches, but he has a hand. When he was young, won a few times the National Excellent Teacher it. So, you pitched him to the 8th high school? Young Gu laughed from the sidelines. It's not the pits either, Auntie Ying. I think you, too, can consider coming to our 8th middle school. How about making you a vice principal? If you want to be the principal, it's not impossible. Well, let's see. The college entrance exams are over, and schools are organizing students to go back to school. Lin Hao didn't stay long after returning to the 8th middle school. Just go back to his home there. This high school exam completely accomplished its goal. Even beyond many, the original plan was to get the provincial first prize, but could not imagine to get the national first prize. Then, after all, he met Dean Zhang of the Tsunlong Academy. Drawing closer. And, on the spot, he joined the Tsunlong Academy of Qingbei Martial Arts University as a special admission. He opened the personal panel of the trading center. There are 400,000 merit points on it. Of these, 100,000 points were given by the military of Yangqing City. This high school exam, the 4th round of exams, certify 300,000 merit points. These, to hear the congregation tell it, are good. Better than money. That is, his favorite insects were all killed in the 4th exam, and he was afraid that it would take a lot of hard work to resummon them again. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. Earlier, he had bought 3 spirit suits and 4 million or so spirit potions, almost spending all of his fortune. Right now, he's just over 4 million. But it was all worth it relative to what was gained. Besides, didn't Yu Dapeng still have thousands of pieces of demonic equipment there? I wonder if the kids sold out. Let's buy some potions to restore some mental energy and summon some favorite insects out first. Lin Hao went up to the trading center and bought another 10 or so bottles of medium blue springs. That merchant seemed to be frightened by Lin Hao's so intensive purchasing of medium blue springs. It took a while to respond. Finally, he added a bottle to Lin Hao, saying that he was an old customer and had been included in the VIP membership. Anum. Pattering sound. There was a ringing of the address book. Lin Hao pressed connect. It's Yu Dapeng calling. Boss, we've been contacted by a large clientele for our demonic equipment. Someone is particularly interested in them, but I need you to make the call on this one? What's wrong? Last time we fought 1,500 pieces of demonic equipment in the shadowy land. Originally, this kind of equipment, in the market, not too valuable, because it has to go through the alchemist to clean up the demonic attributes, in order to be able to use it. But, I thought about it, demonic attributes must say that it is a bad thing, so, I divided the price of the hanging sale, to first try to explore the market price, hanging 5 pieces of single price 300,000, hanging 5 pieces. Of single price 500,000, hang 5 pieces at a single price of 1 million. Lin Hao nodded. This kid, Yu Dapeng, has a genetic predisposition to business. Boss, do you know, after today's examination, I went up to see 15 pieces, all swept away. The other party also took the initiative to contact me, said how many goods we have, she wants all of them, the unit price can all be calculated according to 1 million apiece. If so, that's an astronomical amount of money to sell this lot for. Boss, I didn't dare to make a decision, so I left your contact information so she could talk to you directly. Didn't I say that I'd leave it all to you? Lin Hao frowned. He's got a lot on his plate right now. However, Yu Dapeng hung up after that. It wasn't long before someone in comms sent a call request. Look at the name, Luo Shueyao. The name, it seems a bit familiar. Hello, are you Lin Hao? A woman's voice. I am. By the way, I contacted Yu Dapeng first, and he told me to look for you, saying that you have quite a bit of demonic equipment. So, this is the buyer Yu Dapeng was talking about. Yes. I'm more interested in this kind of demonic equipment, the price, 1 million apiece, according to your highest. Listening to the voice, the other party is a young woman, but the tone is arrogant, seems to be a big boss, opening to give the highest price. Chapter 107, Bargaining. A little bit of a rich and powerful tone. At $1 million, the price is higher than the average outfit. This kind of equipment is only $300,000 to $500,000 normally. It should be that the demonic equipment has a special use for the other side. The devil's suit, however, is not much on the market. Lin Hao was just about to agree when the other party asked again, how many pieces of this kind of equipment do you have? 30, 50, or 100 pieces, as many as you have, I want them all. Lin Hao was silent. The other party saw that Lin Hao didn't say anything. Do you want more money? If you have 100 pieces in a sizable amount, I can pay you 10% more. Lin Hao's silence, in the other party's eyes, was just an attempt to wait for the price to go up, to sit on the ground and raise the price a bit. These kind of people, see a lot of them. But it didn't matter, she just wanted the demon gear. It's something that's too important to her. Lin Hao suddenly said, for 1 million a piece of equipment, I don't have a problem with it, I can sell it to you, and the quantity is more than 100 pieces. What? More than 100 pieces? The other party breathed in sharply, is it hard to believe that there are more than 100 pieces? Where did you guys get so many demonic equipment? I have over 1,500 pieces. Lin Hao said indifferently. There was no sound from the other side for a moment. Then came an exclamation, what did you say? Say it again. I said I have over 1,000 pieces of demonic equipment here, what's wrong? My God. Lin Hao was speechless. 1 million for one piece, 1,500 pieces, that would be 150 million, I only have 27 million in my hand right now, or I just got it from selling a few spirit sets, I'm going to spend time looking for the money, don't sell it to anyone else yet, okay? Just sold a couple of spirit suits. Lin Hao finally remembered, wasn't this Luo Shueyao, the maker of the 3 spirit suits he had bought? The wind and water had turned, and it was her turn to buy something from herself. Oh, if that's right, those 3 spirit sets of yours are exactly what I bought. Lin Hao said indifferently. You? Originally, the Lin Hao who bought my equipment, is you? The other party seemed to freeze for a moment, good guy, a big boss who can place 3 orders in a row in one breath and spend 27 million without even negotiating the price, disrespectful. It's all what's going on. I can leave it to you, or I can give it to you cheaper, but I have one request. The opposite side froze, tell me about it? I want to know, what do you need all this demonic equipment for? What's the purpose? Silence across the room for a moment. It doesn't really matter if I tell you, this is my latest research and development, I can use the demon equipment to refine the demon spirit, this technology, only I understand it, so the demon equipment is of little use to anyone else, either. A demonic spirit? Lin Hao's heart moved. He clearly remembered Solomon's key, which had hundreds of magic skills on it. But it was all locked up and opened, requiring none other than the seed of the demon spirit. He had checked on the trading center and couldn't find an item like the seed of demonic spirit at all. This leaves the gold mountain of Solomon's keys empty, but out of reach. The demon spirit and the seed of the demon spirit, are they related in any way? Yo, you also know the term seed of demonic spirit, which is precisely made from demonic spirits, are you also a maker? The other party was stunned, thinking that Lin Hao was her peer. That's not true, so can you make the seed of magic spirit? Of course you can, this young lady is the most outstanding maker in Great Xia. The other woman proudly said. So how much demonic equipment does it take to quench and synthesize a demon spirit seed? Lin Hao couldn't imagine that he would get the news of the demonic spirit seed so quickly, and at that moment, he strongly pressed down his excitement and asked. About 50 pieces of demonic equipment to make a demon seed. In other words, with the 1,500 pieces of equipment in Lin Hao's hand, she could make 30 magic spirit seeds. Didn't you say that you only have 27 million in your hand? This amount of money is only enough to buy me 27 pieces of equipment, it's too far off. Hey, how do you people talk like that? Honestly with you, this young lady has a lot of money, not someone who can't afford to buy those equipments of yours. The other party felt that he was being mocked by Lin Hao and got a bit anxious. That's not what I meant. After selling your 27 pieces of equipment, I still have over 1,400 pieces that I can give to you. What? The other man thought he had heard wrong. But I want 25 of your demon seed. The remaining 1,400 pieces of equipment can be crafted into 30 demon spirit seeds according to the other side. What? Impossible, you think the seed of demonic spirit is so easy to make, huh? Luo Shueyao shouted. I'll give you up to 10 demon spirit seeds. Too few to be cost effective, at least 23. Big brother, I still have to buy a lot of materials before I can make it into a demon spirit seed. Let's do it this way, I'll give you 15 of them. I'm the only one with demonic gear right now, and you won't find that much gear without giving me 22. Do you want your hand to be so black? Okay, give you 18, convinced? 22, Lin Hao gave in a little bit. 19, that's the most. The other man reluctantly gave in a little too. 21 or nothing. Okay, just 20, big loss this time. Okay, 20. Lin Hao agreed. And, with a smile on his face. Yeah. The other party, seeing that the deal was done, instead seemed to be still a bit confused. Am I being set up by you? You transfer 27 million back to me, I'll transfer 1,500 pieces of equipment to you. When can you hand over the seed of demonic spirit to me? I realized that you look simple but are actually very cunning. I admit it, half a month. I'll give you the 20 demon spirit seeds that I created first. The other side hung up. It seems to be huffing and puffing. Done. If he gets 20 seeds of magic spirit, it means that he can unlock 20 magic spells on Solomon's key. It was also a complete qualitative leap from the current mastery of only 2 skills, Tornado and Wind Cluster. After a sale was finished, Lin Hao drank another bottle of medium blue spring. Look at the mental strength recovered a great deal as well. In one breath, he summoned 20 gold-devouring insects and 20 purple electricity mayflies. Looking at the 40 favored insects floating around him, Lin Hao was stunned. Among these 40 bugs, there were actually 2 elite-grade gold-eating bugs, and 2 elite-grade purple electric mayflies. Could it be that, after that vicious battle, my bugs have upgraded many into elite battle pets? If that was the case, then one's 400 or so favored insects must not have more than 40 elite favored insects? Lin Hao's heart fluttered, and he drank another bottle of middle blue spring. Summon more favored bugs in a bit and see if a 10th of them are elites. If so, that's a hairy deal. Just then there was a knock at the door. Lin Hao put the favored insect into the favored insect space. Then opened the door. Dean Zhang. Lin Hao was stunned. In the examination room, Dean Zhang said that he came to find himself to talk about something, and he did not expect to be so fast. Dean Zhang smiled at Lin Hao, then looked at Lin Hao's broken house inside. Just such a small house, but it has produced our national top scholar, not simple. Chapter 108 Teleportation, Going to Kyoto. Dean Zhang, please come in. Lin Hao opened the door to welcome the guest. He poured a cup of fresh water and put it in front of Dean Zhang. His small, shabby room had welcomed Zhao Kaijun from Yangqing City last time, and now there was Dean Zhang from Sanglong Academy. This all happened after his strength had skyrocketed. Strength is the face and status of a person. In the past, not even the neighbor's dog or the burglar patronized the house, and these days, it's really all the big boys that are frequenting the house. I'm used to drinking tea. Dean Zhang looked at the clear water in front of him. But I don't have it here. Lin Hao shook his head. I remembered that the last time Cho Choi Jun came, he seemed to have asked if there was any tea, however, he refused. Who prepares tea when you don't have enough to eat? You, boy, are a real piece of work, with no hospitality items at all. Dean Zhang looked at the room, this broken house not to mention tea, here in addition to the 4 walls, the other objects are also few and far between. It was also unknown how Lin Hao managed to survive here. Who would have thought that such a house would produce a top talent? Dean Zhang had to take a sip of water. Lin Hao, I came here to tell you something. According to the reasoning, the real enrollment is 2 months later, but as a specially recruited student, you're now also already considered a student of Qingbei Martial Arts University's Sanglong Academy. Lin Hao nodded. A small town in the southeast province, a small crack appeared a while ago. Although the ones that appeared were some lesser demons, the local city guards didn't have many and couldn't cope with it. They declared upwards to ask for support. Our Sanglong Academy is preparing to organize some teams to go and support them. Do you have the intention? Right now? Lin Hao froze slightly. Yeah, if you want to get involved, you're coming with me here. That team leaves in a couple days. Yes. Lin Hao nodded his head in agreement. He had nothing to hold on to here. It didn't matter if he came and went alone. Besides, right now, he still wanted to kill monsters and upgrade whenever he had the chance. After the fourth exam, he felt that it was now only 22 levels too low. That endless toxin skill book can be learned if you can charge up to level 30. It also gives 3 more chances to enter the worm world. Good, then pack up. We'll leave here. First go to the city guard of Yang City. There's a teleportation array there. We can return to Kyoto directly through it. Lin Hao didn't have much to clean up, and simply took some objects. And look at this little 20-square-foot house. He's lived here for 5 years. Now, it's time to leave and go to a new place, and in the moment, it's still slightly emotional. Dean Zhang, we can go now. Yes. The two walked out the door. Let's speed up a bit and fly directly to the city guards of Yang City. A green-colored air current emerged from Dean Zhang's body, and these green-colored air currents formed a whirlwind that wrapped around Dean Zhang. Come on, Lin Hao, I'll take you flying. Dean Zhang waved at Lin Hao. Flying? Yeah, that's faster. I can fly too. Lin Hao said softly. Dean Zhang was stunned. Yes, I remember, in the fourth exam, I saw that you could fly. Lin Hao, I was just about to ask you, what was that all about? Generally speaking, professionals, at least, have to reach level 60 before they can learn the relevant flying skills. It's one of my favorite insect skills. Favorite insect skill? This Insect Tamer profession of yours is also quite interesting. I heard that this is a hidden awakening, the first appearance of a new profession. Lin Hao nodded. A Koan Pang silhouette appeared behind him. This seems a fish? Kind of like an ancient Koan Pang. Dean Zhang curiously looked at Lin Hao's flying technique. Whoosh! Lin Hao flew into midair all of a sudden. Good guy, very fast. Dean Zhang praised. The whirlwind came together on his body, and he followed suit and flew into midair. Go, Lin Hao! Dean Zhang's body folded and flew in a northwestern direction. He was a wind elemental mage and was good at utilizing wind techniques. Lin Hao followed behind Dean Zhang, keeping a distance of 100 meters, not too far but not too close all the time. Yeah? Dean Zhang was surprised. Lin Hao's flying ability, besides being strong in short-range change of direction, his endurance was also very strong, and after these 10 minutes had passed, he still didn't show the slightest sign of strain. Whoosh! Dean Zhang doubled his speed at once. After half a minute, he turned back. Lin Hao was still about 100 meters away from him, not too far and not too close. Yeah? That good? This speed can be He picked up speed again. In the sky, 2 silhouettes swished across the sky like meteors. Lin Hao kept following Dean Zhang without falling behind. It made Dean Zhang smack his lips. Good lord, this kid, amazing as he is, really is. An hour later. Dean Zhang brought Lin Hao down to the city guard's barracks. 2 men came walking head-on. It was Zhao Kaijun and Chen Ziqing. Dean Zhang. Both of them greeted Dean Zhang respectfully after welcoming him. Lin Hao, congratulations. Firstly, you have taken the national first prize, and secondly, you have joined the Sanglong Academy of Qingbei University. Zhao Kaijun turned to Lin Hao and smiled. Thanks. Lin Hao responded with a smile. Lin Hao, I knew that with your strength, taking the first prize would be no problem, but I thought that what you might have obtained was the provincial prize in Jiangning province, but I didn't expect that you would directly take the national one. Chen Ziqing had previously been quite unconvinced by Lin Hao, and on a few occasions, had made things a little difficult for her, but after the line in the shadowy land, her feelings with Lin Hao drew much closer. Being in the military is all about being straight, love and hate. As long as it is recognized, it is considered a comrade in arms or a friend. Obviously, Lin Hao is now both a comrade in arms and a friend in her heart. Dean Zhang, the teleportation array is ready. Are we leaving right away? Why don't you stay for dinner? Zhao Kaijun retained. Another time, still have to rush back to Sanglong Academy for a bit. Okay. Zhao Kaijun said to Lin Hao again, Lin Hao, the path of growth, there will be many more twists and turns. You must keep your beginner's heart. I believe in you. You'll become an outstanding warrior. Daxia, in the end, still have to rely on you young people. Uncle Zhao, I'll try my best. Dean Zhang and Lin Hao walked into the teleportation array. White light flashed and the two disappeared into the barracks. This time, the teleportation distance was very far, completely different from the several times Lin Hao had carried out earlier. He felt as if he was in a colorful wormhole. The violent weaving made his head spin. But how powerful Lin Hao's mental power was now, this little bit of dizziness was nothing to him. At most, it was just a slight discomfort. 10 minutes or so. The two finally reached the location and the two stepped out of the formation. Dean Zhang glanced at Lin Hao and was slightly surprised. He's taken a number of young ones on long-distance transmissions. Every time they came out, these young men almost always threw up, or at least, were uncomfortable for a little while. Lin Hao, however, seemed to be fine. This kid, willpower, mental strength so strong? Another place to be surprised, this time when one goes to Jiangning province, one really picks up the treasure. This kid really surprises people again and again. Chapter 109 First Arrival at Sanglong Academy, staying at the fishing pavilion. The end point of the teleportation was at a teleportation point in Qingbei Martial Arts University's Sanglong Academy. Lin Hao was slightly surprised. He couldn't imagine that there were so many teleportation stations built in that Sanglong Academy. A teleportation station, an expensive facility. This is a side note that the students and faculty of Sanglong Academy can use them to teleport to almost any part of the country at any time. Extremely maneuverable. It's just a college at a university. Why is that? It was dusk when the two took the teleportation point. The lights are on. Walking around the campus, Lin Hao saw some senior men and women hurrying to and fro. In many dormitories, or teaching buildings, gusts of powerful auras were also felt. Through the court and across the courtyard. Dean Zhang led Lin Hao into a hotel called Fishing Pavilion. This guest house is in the middle of a cluster of greens. Mediocre. But when you enter, it's something else. Inside, the decor is muted and unassuming. At the door were two level 50 professional guards. In the shadows, a number of wary eyes swept by as well. The ones guarding the door are all level 50 professionals. Lin Hao is slightly surprised. This hotel is not simple. Lin Hao, it's late today. You can rest in this hotel for a day first, and then tomorrow you can go and simply go through the formalities. Someone will take you to meet those teammates of yours then. Dean Zhang said to Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded. Dean Zhang. A 40-level tough lad came up and gave Dean Zhang a military salute. Little Zhang, you're just in time. You're responsible for arranging everything for Lin Hao. Dean Zhang commanded. Yes, Dean. The young man respectfully replied back to Dean Zhang. Then, he glanced at Lin Hao who was standing beside Dean Zhang. Faintly. The person that Dean Zhang personally brought here, and who had been instructed to arrange for a good reception, was actually such a young student? Who is Zhang Wen? That was the person with the highest position in the Sanglong Academy, with one word. It was the big man who commanded tens of thousands of Sanglong Academy students and teachers. It is the god of war in the hearts of many Sanglong teachers and students. In Daxia, it was likewise a pivotal big shot. When he was young, he was a formidable military war general in the abyss, and only when he was a bit older did he enter the Sanglong Academy as the dean. What young man is not revered, or trembles, before him? But this young student, unknown to him, just stood beside him so casually. Not the least bit apprehensive and formal. Can't see any sense of status gap. At that moment, a cradle of surprise flickered in his eyes. However, he lived up to his professional training. Although, in his heart, waves of shock flooded through him, on the surface, this color of surprise, he hid it well. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Zhang Tao, please follow me. Lin Hao, we'll see you in a few days. Dean Zhang waved at Lin Hao. Good, Dean Zhang. Lin Hao responded indifferently. Yeah. The always stern Dean Zhang was so pleasant to a young man who was only in his teens. In his tone, he was also extremely valued. It was like nothing he had ever seen before. Who the hell is he? However, how many people who can enter this fishing pavilion are simple? I guess, either it's the son of a big shot in the dynasty, or it's some kind of close relative of Dean Zhang. Zhang Tao made an initial guess. He couldn't help but quietly look at Lin Hao a few times again. Next, Zhang Tao welcomed Lin Hao into a very spacious room. Nice place. On the outside, this fishing loft doesn't look like much. Lin Hao had thought. Dean Zhang had brought him here to find a random place for him to stay for a while. But when he entered the room, he immediately felt different. The various furnishings are very elaborate. There were also formations laid and enchanted by masters of formations. One is very comfortable inside. This place, it's pretty good, he thought to himself. After Zhang Tao explained in detail how to use the various items, he finally said, "Mr. Zhang, if there's anything you need, just talk to the front desk and I'll be right there." "Thank you. You're too kind, it's what I should do." Zhang Tao went out and gently brought the door with him. Closing the door, Zhang Tao looked back at the doorplate. Only then did he breathe out. Just now, he did his best, careful, afraid of serving badly. He didn't know what Lin Hao's identity was. But seeing that Dean Zhang personally brought over and entered this fishing pavilion. Never easy. Besides, looking at him beside Dean Zhang, so casually aloof, can it be simple? Identity so special, let Dean Zhang so valued. And not the four great dukes of the capital, in the end who is it? Lin Hao simply washed up. Another bottle of Central Blue Springs. He had already summoned 20 gold-eating insects, purple electric mayflies and elf butterflies each. Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised. These favored insects had probably gone through a great battle, and 1/10 of them had become elite level. An elite level favored insect was twice the attributes of an ordinary favored insect. Think of 5 years in the city of Yangchang. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Life is a little tough. Fortunately, after awakening, he started a new life and, without realizing it, became the leader of his peers. He also ended up successfully entering the Qingbei Martial Arts University, the strongest school in Daxia. Next. For one thing, find your missing sister, and if she's in any kind of trouble, stand by her and help her out. Second, he himself started his professional life from this Tsanglong Academy. It has to become stronger. The Yangchang stage is still too small. He's already stirring up a whole storm there. Tsanglong Academy, Qingbei Martial Arts University, capital city. A broader stage, no doubt. Lin Hao gently pulled open the room curtains. Outside, the sky is starry. Above the earth, all the lights are on. The capital, at last. After summoning a dozen or so favored insects, Lin Hao drank another bottle of recovery potion. Dean Zhang said that the team would be leaving for the Demon Rift in a few days. That's why it's so important to be prepared for all sorts of things ahead of time. Snap. There was a knock on the door. Yeah? He had just come to the capital and didn't know a single person who would come looking for him. Lin Hao listened to the door. Sinker. Could it be a hotel attendant? Lin Hao walked through the clouds. Opened the door. Whoosh. A compact scurried in. At the same time, a faint scent of a young girl. Lin Hao was slightly stunned. However, he saw the visitor hug Lin Hao with one son. Lin Hao, you're finally here. Zhao Shaoling? Now Lin Hao was really surprised. He himself suddenly decided in the morning that he wanted to follow Dean Zhang and come to the Qingbei Martial Arts University in the capital. Teleport over quickly. And only then did it land in such a place. It's all so bad that you can't even tell where you're going to be next. But, it's only been half an hour since I entered this fishing loft myself. Within half an hour, how did Zhao Shaoling, who had been separated from Lin Hao for some time, get his information and find his room precisely? It can't help but be an amazing thing. I thought you forgot about me, Lin Hao, not coming to me for so long? Zhao Shaoling whispered, complaining a little. How did you find me so quickly? Lin Hao asked. Zhao Shaoling smiled, that's because I've been paying attention to you, Lin Hao. Awesome, Lin Hao, I heard news about you in the capital as well. Lin Hao looked at Zhao Shaoling in front of him, and suddenly remembered that when he was in the wilderness line, he met her, and then, the two of them opened up the wilderness and fought bosses together. Been naked together too. When they parted at that time, she told Lin Hao to just stay at her house when he came to the capital. Chapter 110 Zhao Shaoling and her classmates and girlfriends. Zhao Shaoling took a few turns around the hotel hallroom. TSK, she looked around, then at Lin Hao, a hotel in the fishing pavilion. Lin Hao, you stayed on your first day here, marvelous. What's so special about this place? Lin Hao was stunned, he didn't understand why Zhao Shaoling said that, isn't it just a place to stay and sleep? A place to stay and sleep? Lin Hao, you're right. Zhao Xiaoling lost her smile. But, this place is not quite the same. This is the place that Qingbei Martial Arts University specializes in to receive VIPs. People who aren't of a transcendent status can't even live here, just like the famous Daiou Yutai Hotel in the capital. You've heard of it, haven't you? They are the same. Daiou Yutai Hotel, Lin Hao had heard of it, a place where leaders, chiefs, or foreign guests were usually entertained. If two places, with the same properties, are the same, then it's really not too simple. However, when Dean Zhang brought himself here, it also looked very casual, like a random place for Lin Hao to land. I can't imagine that Dean Zhang thinks so highly of you. Zhao Xiaoling sked, however, that's also because Lin Hao, you have great potential and excellence. In Dean Zhang's eyes, you should be a talent that can grow into a cutting-edge battle force in the future. Alright, Zhao Xiaoling, don't come and brag about me. Lin Hao shook his head with a smile. I'm not blowing you off, it's only been a few days since we last parted ways. You've risen from level 16 to level 22. People are still level 20 even now, they've been surpassed by you. Zhao Xiaoling's mouth pouted. By the way, I heard that you participated in the battle of the demon of the shadowy land of the young city guards, and saved the day. The battle report was reported to the Ministry of the Army, and even Zhao Kaijun, who has always been high-minded and proud, extremely appreciated you. Who was Zhao Kaijun, the tough general of the Abyssal Army in those years? It's just that he nestled in the young city and low-profiled quite a bit in the past few years. In the big exams, you were even more brilliant, riding high, and ended up taking the national top spot with ease. Lin Hao, I knew you weren't simple. Unexpectedly, you're even more powerful than I expected. Zhao Xiaoling didn't hide her praise for Lin Hao. Alright, Zhao Xiaoling, why did you come to my place? Lin Hao wanted to digress. This chick came here and kept praising herself non-stop, making himself feel weird. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, right? I came over to find you to go eat together, and by the way, I introduced a few classmates and girlfriends to you. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and nodded. Being new to the area, he wasn't familiar enough with it. Besides, following Dean Zhang, flying and teleporting, his stomach was a bit hungry. Walking out of the colder Sanglong Academy base. Come to the campus of Sibei Budo University. Here, it's much more lively. At the same time, Lin Hao realized how huge this school was. Qingbei Budo University is an institution of higher learning in name only, but it is open-ended, unlike high schools, where high walls are built and students study in a cage. With neither ear to the window here, there are no walls or boundaries, and the school is integrated with society. Zhao Xiaoling briefly introduced herself to Lin Hao as she walked. Lin Hao saw it too, and he was a bit surprised. He had always thought that the school path was tree-lined, with schoolchildren walking along the forest path walking with their books, and in a corner of the early morning, there were students reading aloud. But what he saw now completely shattered what he had thought. Here, the so-called school road seems no different from the commercial street of the plaza. Both sides of the street. A variety of stores line the street. There are also pedestrian streets, shopping malls and supermarkets, food and drink. Of course, there are also fewer stores of equipment, medicines, and the like that professionals need. Hot and bustling. Granted, there are crowds of people coming and going. Most were young male and female students in their 20s. But there are also many members of the community. Many vendors yell hard in front of their stores. Of course, there are few or not many campus young men and women couples, hand in hand, shopping malls, eating KFC, in and out of the theater, living a good campus love life. Just now, Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling almost bumped into a couple who hugged and kissed on the spot on the road. Lin Hao circled around a bit awkwardly. Zhao Xiaoling, on the other hand, looked at Lin Hao with a sideways glance that seemed to be greatly meaningful. There's also a bit of flirting going on. I have to say, to each his own, college life is so colorful. Zhao Xiaoling led Lin Hao around 7 turns. Finally, walk into a private room in a restaurant. Push the door open. It was a large private room of hundreds of square meters, with a large mahogany round table in the center. At the table, 3 girls were already seated, waiting. All beautiful women. Any one of them would be the class flower of the school. Zhao Xiaoling, if you don't come, I'm going to serve dinner. Yelp. A woman wearing smoky makeup seemed to be a bit impatient and yelled when she first saw Zhao Xiaoling walking through the door. There were still chopsticks in his hand tapping the tabletop. However, she soon saw Lin Hao behind Zhao Xiaoling and gave a slight yelp. Then he stopped moving. Same time. The other 3 girls all slid their eyes from Zhao Xiaoling to Lin Hao. They stared at Lin Hao, their gazes very direct. On his face, there was also a kind of bad look that seemed to be smiling. It was almost as if the words having an affair were pasted onto Zhao Xiaoling and Lin Hao's faces. Lin Hao gulped slightly. Is that how you look at people? Hey, hey, hey. What's with the eyes? Don't look at me like that, okay? Yo, Zhao Xiaoling, I said why did you go for half a day and ask us to wait here dryly, so it turns out, you went for a stroll with your lover, making love to each other, and remembered us only after you had your fill before you came back, ah? The young girl who had spoken earlier flirted again. Bah, say what? Zhao Xiaoling poo-pooed it. Lin Hao smiled bitterly in his heart. Are all the women in the capital so direct in what they say? Okay, Luo Shueyao, people boys are a bit shy, you speak more subtly, don't scare people. Come on, brother, you sit next to your sister, sister will give you dishes in a while. Another girl in a green dress said. And he waved to Lin Hao. Su Liu, good, you're teaming up with Luo Shueyao to flirt with my friend, aren't you? See if I'll clean you up later. Zhao Xiaoling laughed and cursed at the green-skirted woman. Then, she walked over and sat next to the green-skirted woman, then greeted Lin Hao to sit next to her. In this way, it separated Lin Hao. Lin Hao sat down. He glanced at the girl who was called Luo Shueyao. Short, casual and slicked back hair. Smoky makeup and extremely good-looking. A casual outfit, but with a shorter top, revealing a small white flat stomach and belly button. As Lin Hao looked at her, she also happened to tilt her head and stare at Lin Hao. The two men's eyes met in the air. Lin Hao was not a shy person. But at this time, sitting in the middle of a bunch of beautiful women, facing the gaze of each like a wolf like a tiger, he really is a little unbearable. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Yelp. By the way, someone else just called that girl Luo Shueyao. It couldn't be such a coincidence that this was the same Luo Shueyao who had 2 transactions with Lin Hao? But there are so many people in the country with the same name. This Luo Shueyao may not be that Luo Shueyao. Lin Hao, let me introduce you. Zhao Xiaoling pointed to the 3 girls around her, including the girl in the green skirt, and said, these 3 are my classmates, in fact, also your schoolmates, Ling Frost and Su Liu. Among them, the girl in the green dress was called Su Liu. Sister? They're both students at Sibei Budo University? This is Luo Shueyao, my best friend. Jin Xiaoling introduced again by pointing to the smoky-suited woman a little farther away. Chapter 111 Lin Hao's favorite insect. Lin Hao greeted them one by one. This is my friend, Lin Hao, who just came to Qingbei Martial Arts University today. Zhao Xiaoling also introduced Lin Hao to them. Welcome, my dear schoolmate, Su Liu smiled at Lin Hao. Zhao Xiaoling is usually quite busy, if there's anything, you can just come and find Sister Su. Saying that, he even threw a you-know-what look at Lin Hao. A few of the girls sniffed and giggled. Lin Hao noticed that when Zhao Xiaoling said the word Lin Hao, Luo Shueyao, the one who was sitting the farthest away, slightly raised her head and glanced towards Lin Hao. A look of surprise flashed across his face. This little demeanor didn't escape Lin Hao's eyes either. Could it, indeed, be her? When trading earlier, Lin Hao also noticed that Luo Shueyao's location was the capital. But no matter what, it was unexpected that on the first day of arriving here, he would meet the real person who claimed to be the #1 maker of the Great Summer. Isn't it though, not sure? After a few girls had a playful meal, they started ordering and preparing for dinner. Truffles, salmon, foie gras, steak. Then there was a bottle of red wine. Looking at these girls, they smoothly reported the name of the dish. Like an everyday ordering pattern. Lin Hao was surprised in his heart. These dishes, exquisite, famous. Could it be that? Here are all little rich girls? He was acquainted with Zhao Xiaoling, but with each other, he didn't bother to explore the family situation. Lin Hao only knew that Zhao Xiaoling shouldn't be an ordinary family. But now one contact with her circle. It was then realized that it was very uncomplicated. Soon, professional waiters were serving up a variety of dishes. The food was expensive, but the portions weren't huge. Just a little bit of each. So little, so expensive. Not enough for a bite. Of course, these things, to the current Lin Hao, were nothing. If the dividends from the development of the Shady Land arrived, Lin Hao would actually be a rich man now. However, if placed in the past, a single bite of food here would be worth a week or 2 of Lin Hao's meals. Zhao Xiaoling wanted to pour Lin Hao a glass of red wine. But Lin Hao shook his head. Zhao Xiaoling and the others didn't forcefully persuade them to drink, so the 5 of them drank. In no time at all, a blush rose on several of the girls' faces. It's more playful. A few girls chatting, the topic went to cosmetics, bags, and whatnot, chatting feverishly. Lin Hao couldn't interject either. There's boredom in listening. Right now, all he wanted to do was wait for Zhao Xiaoling to finish eating, and then, breaking up, he'd go back to the Diaoyu Pavilion Hotel. On the contrary, that Luo Shuiyao seemed to have little interest in cosmetics and other favorite topics of girls. Lin Hao realized that she had quietly looked at herself several times. Lin Hao, what's your occupation? Luo Shuiyao suddenly asked Lin Hao. Insect Tamer. Lin Hao said back. Insect Tamer? I've never heard of it. What kind of profession is it? The few girls who were chatting about cosmetic bags stopped their conversation at the word and all looked at Lin Hao. What occupation? What this says is that you can contract to summon some little bugs. For a moment, Lin Hao didn't even know how to explain. Just now, seeing these girls chatting about cosmetic bags so eagerly, he felt that he was a bit out of place when he said career expertise or something. He was carried away by these girls. Bugs? A smaller, short-haired girl in a white dress gave a surprised cry. Lin Hao, you're not going to contract those flies and cockroaches or something, are you? How disgusting is that? A bead of sweat ran down from Lin Hao's forehead. That's not true, but it's really some strange bugs. Lin Hao said helplessly. Put. Zhao Xiaoling laughed. Lin Hao, you don't need to care about these three ES. She turned her head to the short-haired girl in white dress and said, Lingfrost, what are you talking about? Lin Hao's favorite insects are very powerful. Hee, Lin Hao, I'm just kidding, don't you mind? The girl called Lingfrost smiled at Lin Hao. We heard Zhao Xiaoling come back and say that you favored bugs not 1,000 times, but 800 times, saying that your battle bugs are so powerful. A profession like bug tamer, we've never heard of it before. We heard Zhao Xiaoling say that you've only been awakened for a short while. It's a hidden awakening, the first new profession for human beings. Lin Hao, can we take a look at your favorite bugs? Of course, if it's inconvenient, then forget it. Su Liu suddenly said. Lin Hao, you don't have to care about them. Zhao Xiaoling said. She was afraid that Lin Hao would make things difficult. Besides, a professional, and people in general, have their own inconveniences to show. Lin Hao understood what Zhao Xiaoling meant. However, to Lin Hao, it didn't matter. That's not impossible. Come out. Lin Hao softly shouted. A gold-devouring insect floated around Lin Hao. What emerged was actually an elite gold eater. The elite gold eater is an evolved version, which can be much more hideous than the normal gold eater. When it emerged from the void around Lin Hao, it was like crawling out of hell. The body was the size of 2 palms, not very large, but the armor on his body glowed with a dark, cold light and was covered with evil runes, like the curses of engraved hell. In the compound eyes on either side of the head, there was a mass of burning weird flames. Once the elite gold eater came out. Then he stared at a few girls in front of him, his cold gaze seeming to look at a few prey. The teeth of the jaws are like 2 curved sides, emitting a gently chilling click sound, as if foreshadowing the bloodshed that is about to ensue. Ah! Lingfrost was the first to exclaim. Those girls blushed at the same time. Both bodies leaned slightly to get out of their chairs. Lin Hao, why are your favorite insects so scary? Su Liu also said nervously. That Luo Shuiyao suddenly stood up from her chair and stared at Lin Hao's gold-devouring insect. No, isn't it cute? Lin Hao smiled faintly. The elite gold-devouring insect seemed to flutter twice around Lin Hao as if pleasing him. Finally, his wings closed and landed in Lin Hao's hand. Seems well-behaved to a fault. The girls saw this and were scared, but curious. They want to come over and get a good look at it, even touch it. But once it came into contact with the cold gaze of the gold eater, backed off again. Lin Hao, does this bug of yours bite? Lingfrost asked curiously. Will. Lin Hao said indifferently. Ha? Lingfrost was shocked. But Lin Hao continued, but it will never bite you, don't worry. Put. Zhao Xiaoling smiled, alright, Lin Hao, just don't scare them, don't you know, girls are most afraid of insects. At this point, they all understood that this hideous bug was not going to hurt them. Still, it was fearful, and that thought of touching it only dared to exist in their minds. Lin Hao smiled and was about to take the gold-devouring insect back into his pet space. At that moment, the door to the booth was pushed open. A man in his mid-20s walked in. He glanced at Lin Hao's gold-devouring bugs, and then at those few sisters who were still slightly frightened. Indifferently, he said, "Shu Liu, this is what you said, our other teammate? This is his battle power? A little bug?" The language was rather dismissive. Chapter 112, Teammates in Action. When this person walked in, Lin Hao felt a slight burning aura. Lin Hao knew that this was caused by occupational reasons or the powerful attributes of the equipment on his body. A fire mage? There was no doubt that this was a powerful professional. There are a variety of professions, but in terms of functional attributes, there are three main categories: defense, output, and support. Either way, it's essential for the team to be missing and has a pivotal role to play as long as it's plucked. However, it cannot be denied that the output, relatively speaking, is a bit more sought after. After all, the killing power, or rely on the output. In the output class professions, group injury effect is the best, belongs to the elementalist or mage, followed by some power melee physical system swordsmen, assassins, thieves. Explosive power is also extremely amazing. Lin Hao's sister, the Shadow Dancer, was a type of the assassin lineage. Life value and defense is poorer, but sneaking ability is excellent, and displacement speed is extremely fast. The explosive power is very sharp, speaking of one hit to kill. Humans have had a few top assassins emerge that have left many big names scared and unable to sleep peacefully. Some professions have a combination of abilities, with some defense, some damage, and some support and control. These kind of people say nice things in everything. To put it bluntly, nothing is very good. Lin Hao's bug tamer profession was also categorized as the summoning department. Similarly, there are druids, necromancers, mechanics, and so on. This is the type of profession that is good at everything and not very good at anything. When this man came in, he saw Lin Hao alone among a bunch of beautiful women, warbling, so dashing. Even, with an odd little bug on sale. It was a bit of a turn-off at the moment. "Fire Dharma King, coming?" Shu Liu greeted warmly. "Wang Bin, come with us to the southwest town this time," Zhao Shaoling whispered to Lin Hao. Lin Hao was slightly stunned. Dean Zhang said that a team of students and faculty needed to be sent to the southwestern town to assist the local city guards, for defense. The specifics, however, have not been talked about. Said someone would come and talk to him specifically. Is it? Is the contact person Zhao Shaoling? All of us here are teammates, too? Wang Bin glanced toward his seat. The seating position of several people in the seat was very subtle at that moment. Lin Hao sat next to Zhao Shaoling, while Zhao Shaoling and Shu Liu were adjacent to each other, and then proceeded to go down. It was a series of sisters sitting in a row. It was obvious that Wang Bin was not willing to sit next to Lin Hao. His eyes lit up when he saw an empty seat beside Luo Shueyao. So, he circled around a bit and went over to sit next to Luo Shueyao. "Shueyao, you're much prettier after not seeing you for a few days." On his face, a curt smile. It seemed that Wang Bin was acquainted with Luo Shueyao and the others, and he gave Luo Shueyao a self-confessed dashing and playful greeting. However, Luo Shueyao rolled her eyes at him and didn't seem too impressed. This made Wang Bin a bit snappy. Luo Shueyao pulled her chair with a clatter as she stood up. "I'm full, you guys talk about your actions and it's none of my business, I'll withdraw first." Seems to hate Wang Bin a little bit. "Shueyao, why did you leave so quickly?" Wang Bin said sharply, "I came here mainly because I wanted to find you. I still have something to say to you in a while." But Luo Shueyao didn't ignore him or reply to his words. "Alright then, Shueyao, let's meet again some other day then." Several sisters said goodbye to Luo Shueyao. That Wang Bin has been trying to chase Luo Shueyao, but Shueyao ignores him, a licking dog. Zhao Shaoling whispered to Lin Hao. Lin Hao sat quietly, not commenting. He wasn't at all interested in this boring stuff about men and women in the city. Luo Shueyao stood up and walked towards the door. That Wang Bin gaze followed Luo Shueyao. That Luo Shueyao was almost to the door, when suddenly, she turned around again and walked towards Lin Hao, who was closest to the door. Coming to Lin Hao's side, the distance was still especially close, almost next to Lin Hao. Lin Hao smelled the scent of her body. She gently patted Lin Hao's shoulder, spread her smile and said, "Lin Hao, I'm very happy to meet you today. I'm very interested in your favorite insects. Let's make a date some other day. I'll take a look at your favorite insects again." Just now, Luo Shueyao had been a bit arrogant. Now, suddenly showing a smile to Lin Hao, it seemed that the two of them were friends with a special feeling. Passionate for no reason. The girls in the audience were all slightly stunned. Lin Hao frowned even more. Because, he saw that along with her words and actions, the eyes of that Wang Bin on the opposite side looking at himself became even colder. Instantly, he became even more hostile towards Lin Hao in general. Luo Shueiyao smiled, and Wang Bin's reaction fell into her eyes. Only then was Luo Shueiyao satisfied, turned around, and walked out. So you, Luo Shueiyao, are playing careful tricks in front of me? Lin Hao's eyes sank slightly. This is using me as a knife. Having used this small action, it was completely intentional to provoke Wang Bin's hatred towards me. However, at the moment, I couldn't tell how malicious she was, but rather like a mischievous person who liked to play with people's hearts and minds. This Luo Shueiyao, that's how she is, sometimes she's really annoying. Jia Shaoling laughed on the side, don't pay any attention to her, and don't socialize with her, this person is bad as hell. Men and women in this capital city have so many minds. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. Alright, then let's talk about what's next, the Southwest Phoenix Town Row. Shu Liu opened her mouth and said. Xingbei has probably formed 3 teams to go and support them this time, although they are free to participate. However, on this trip, the danger is not too great, and the academy also has generous rewards. I was planning for the 5 of us to form a team. After Chu Liu finished speaking, several other girls nodded. It seemed that before Lin Hao came, the girls had a preliminary discussion. Lin Hao, I have to accompany me this time. Oh, if the mission is successfully completed, the academy will reward at least 1,000 merit points each, which can be exchanged for quite a few good things. Zhao Shaoling said. 1,000 merit points? Lin Quantity was stunned. Yeah, if we didn't go out, we wouldn't be able to get so many reward points. Of course, apart from merit points, we can also complete credits. Every year, the Qingbei Martial Arts University has tasks to complete as a credit test. Lin Hao thought, if it's a credit that must be completed, then it's worth a line. If it's just merit points, now that he has 400,000 merit points, this amount of merit is not enough to stuff his teeth. There's no problem teaming up with the 4 of you, but this guy, well, I can't think of any point. Wang Bin suddenly glanced at Lin Hao and said. If I'm not mistaken, he's only level 22, and what kind of playing profession is an insect tamer? Output? Defense? Aid? But it's just a soy sauce playing profession. Several of the girls froze at that. None of them had expected how Wang Bin suddenly objected to what he had been talking about earlier. Shu Liu looked at Lin Hao, then turned her head to look at Wang Bin, and said with a slight bit of dissatisfaction, Wang Bin, what do you mean, everyone is arranged? What do you mean by suddenly changing your mind? Chapter 113, if you are attracted to her, you will definitely be played to death by her. This time, basically all of the things are Chu Liu planning, now halfway out of them off. It's hard for her. Isn't my point clear? A team, everyone must play a role, we can't carry a drag, can we? Who is he? Wang Bin insisted. Wang Bin. Shu Liu was so angry that she stood up. This is the person that Dean Zhang of Long Academy just brought back, saying that he came over to help us. Shu Liu moved the name of Dean Zhang, trying to use this to imply to Wang Bin that this is the person Dean Zhang pushed over, so don't cause any more trouble here. Sure enough. Dean Zhang's name still had a certain deterrent effect, and at that moment, Wang Bin's tone was much weaker. Still, he snorted in a small voice, come over and help us? Oh sneer. However, when he thought of just now, when Luo Shueiyao, the goddess of his heart, finally left, she was so affectionate towards this guy, Wang Bin got angry again. He stood up and said, you'd better think this over carefully, I still stand by my opinion that it's best to have a team where everyone can play a role. After saying that, Wang Bin opened the door and left. After Wang Bin left, the atmosphere of the private room fell silent for a moment. Lin Hao, I'm sorry, about Wang Bin, later, I'll go talk to him. Shu Liu said. This Wang Bin guy is really something, Lin Hao's strong, 1,000 times beyond his imagination, what a drag, he himself is the drag. Zhao Shaoling was also a bit angry. Indeed, Wang Bin's words are too harsh. Ling Frost also said. Right now we're lacking a main output in our team, otherwise, do you guys think I want to see him like that? Shu Liu sighed. When she said that, a few of the other girls sighed as well. Lin Hao said indifferently, actually, there's no need for you guys to make things difficult, it doesn't matter to me at all if I'm grouped with you or not. Lin Hao, if you don't group, I won't either, I'll join you. Zhao Shaoling huffed. Hey, Zhao Shaoling, that's not good, we're a whole, you can't have a man and not want your classmates, right? I said, I'll just go find Wang Bin to communicate with him later. Shu Liu laughed bitterly. Can a good team be broken up just like that? Sister Liu, of course I won't leave you guys. Zhao Shaoling smiled, alright, the meal is finished, I'll go back with Lin Hao first, he just came and is probably tired. Shu Liu nodded her head. Zhao Xiaoling took Lin Hao's hand and left as well. In the booth, 3 girls were left at once. What to do, Li Yu? Ling Xiang asked. Alas, what else can be done? I'll go talk to Wang Bin properly again. Xu Liyu smiled bitterly. As you all know, Xiao Ling was originally not level enough, level 20, and also rely on us to bring. However, she is an assassin, mainly touching in charge of figuring out the situation. The impact is not too big. But now there's another Lin Hao who's only level 22, now he's just such a favored insect, his offensive and defensive abilities are estimated to be very small. We're under a lot of pressure right now. If Wang Bin doesn't get involved, our entire team, who do we rely on for output? Leave the restaurant. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling walked down the street. What is that Luo Shuiyao's occupation? Is she participating in this operation? Lin Hao asked. Xia doesn't participate, she's not a combat profession, she's a maker, Zhao Xiaoling introduced, suddenly stopping and staring at Lin Hao. Hey, you wouldn't have seen someone with a pretty face and had your heart set on it, and have come to pry with me about her situation, right? What is this? The maker, then, presumably, was the one he had traded with. Lin Hao, I can warn you, this woman, although she's my best friend since I was a child, but she's so scummy that the pond can hold tens of thousands of fish. If you get attracted to her, you'll definitely be played to death by her. I didn't mean that. Lin Hao was speechless. She teased you just now. Zhao Xiaoling hummed. Her suitors can be lined up from the capital city to the abyssal city, that Wang Bin is also one of them. I can see that she just now intended to use you to stimulate Wang Bin, otherwise Wang Bin wouldn't have been so hostile towards you. However, she's not a bad person, she just likes to mess around and play with the boys, teasing you to death, but just ignoring you. Speaking of this, Zhao Xiaoling also smiled helplessly and bitterly at this bosom friend of hers. But yeah, she's super pretty, and the Luo family, it's one of the 3 biggest families in the capital. What boy wouldn't like someone like that? Lin Hao, would you like her too? Lin Hao was once again speechless. Are girls that associative? I know you won't you? Lin Hao. Zhao Xiaoling stared at Lin Hao. Aha! Lin Hao faintly answered. Lin Hao, you can't be like her and turn bad and become a sea king, if so, I'll ignore you. Back to the fishing court. Zhao Xiaoling also went back and made an appointment to come over to Lin Hao again tomorrow. Lin Hao returned to his room and sighed in relief. He completely did not expect that the first day he came to the capital, encountered, is such a thing. What's going on here? Zhao Xiaoling didn't say anything about her family's situation, but, with Luo Shuiyao of the 3 great families being a bosom friend who had played with her since childhood, it was estimated that her family, too, wasn't simple. Is the capital's rich kids circle so jealous? It seems like it's not as good as Yang Chang, Yu Dapeng or Ning Yuan Si Linsher, everyone is much simpler. Just thought of Yu Dapeng. There was a drip 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 from the combs. Lin Hao opened it. Yu Dapeng. Whoever comes to mind, comes to mind. Boss, why did you suddenly go to the capital? Yu Dapeng's voice. I came over early with Dean Chang and asked me to participate in some activities organized by the school. Boss, you're not being nice enough, leaving without even saying hello. Just now Ning Yuan Si and Lin Sure even approached me to inquire about where you went. It's too urgent, I wanted to come here and contact you guys again. Lin Hao said helplessly. Boss, I also want to go to the capital now. Yu Dapeng suddenly said. Oh? What are you doing here so early? Lin Hao was slightly stunned. Boss, I suddenly developed a great idea. Yu Dapeng became excited all of a sudden. I've thought about it, 4 years in college, first of all, definitely have to follow the boss you hang out, we make a name for ourselves in the capital. In addition, what is the basis for supporting us to do great things? There must be money, equipment, medicines and so on, right? I want to go to the capital to start a guild, our own guild, with you as the president and me as the vice president, so I'm going to go to the capital early to investigate and find out more. Guild? This Lin Hao hadn't thought about it. In terms of business intuition, Lin Hao really can't compare to Yu Dapeng. His family stormed out of business, and that's how they got their start in business. Yeah, boss, you're definitely behind me, right? Let's talk about it when you get here. Okay, boss, then I'll ask Ning Yuan Si to see if she'll come to the capital early with me. Chapter 114 Medicine Drinking Maniac Lin Hao. Hang up on Yu Dapeng. Lin Hao wanted to log into the trading center to check the conditions for guild formation. Just as I entered the system, I saw a prompt in the bottom right corner. Tapping it, it turned out to be the 3 pieces of level 20 gold equipment that had been sold when he fought Boss Celsus during the previous openings with Xiao Shaoling and dropped them. At that time, you get 3 gold pieces of Celsus staff, Celsus dagger, and Celsus one-handed sword. This was days ago. Because Lin Hao used the form of bidding and listing, it would take a few days to end. This way, and Luo Shuiao's 1 byte price tag to sell things have their own advantages and disadvantages. A 1 byte price means I'm selling this and no one can buy it without reaching the price I've marked. Agree to my bid and immediately both parties can complete the transaction. It was just like Lin Hao buying Luo Shuiao's spiritual 3-piece set. The bidding format, then, is similar to an auction, with a slightly lower reserve price. Then set a time. During this time period, a lot of buyers find in and those who are interested in buying make a bid. Then, when the time comes, the highest bidder wins. This approach is where the seller's willingness to sell is stronger. 3 level 20 gold suits were sold for a total of 3.14 million. Not bad. Lin Hao nodded. The key is that this money came at the right time. Lin Hao had spent money like crazy earlier, almost spending all the money he had on him. Seeing the incoming 3.14 million, Lin Hao didn't hesitate and spent another 3 million on 30 bottles of medium blue spring. Lin Hao's spiritual power was too high. If he only relied on recovery meditation to slowly recover, he was afraid that half a month wouldn't necessarily make up for it. Moreover, the amount of favored insect essence he had to summon was too much, and this was all going to take a lot of mental energy. Lin Hao opened his attribute panel and looked at it, nodding with great satisfaction. Name, Lin Hao. Occupation, Bugmaster. Rank, 22. Power, 3420. Agility, 1320. Spirit, 6825. Body mass, 2520. Occupational skills, Insect Pact, favored insect summoning level 22. Gifted skills, skill enhancement level 3, position swap, worm world travel 1 time. Summoning level 22 gold eating insects, current population 5220. Summoning level 22 purple bolt float, current number 5220. Summon level 22 elf butterflies, current number 10220. Summoning level 22 kunai first order, current number 11. These attributes could only be described with the words terrifying as hell. When Lin Hao spent $3 million and placed an order for 30 bottles of medium blue spring, that boss was having dinner with his young lover. Boss Lin, you want another 30 bottles? Crackle. He was so shocked that the chopsticks he was using to hold the food fell to the floor on the spot. He had previously understood that all of the medium blue springs procured by Lin Hao were used to drink for themselves and restore their spiritual power. And in the past few days, Lin Hao had been buying a few million almost every other day. Bulk purchases. It's appalling to drink medicine like that, isn't it? What kind of pervert is this? The average person who drinks like that would have burst himself long ago. Boss Lin, the first time we traded, I could tell that you are a man who does great things. The potion boss fawned in courage favor. Cut the crap, hurry up and send it to me, I need it urgently. Lin Hao had seen this virtue of the boss for a long time, and at that moment, he directly told him. Fine, I'll ship it to you right away. After the boss finished speaking, he immediately ran towards his warehouse. Hey, then in a while, are we still going to the Guozheng Hotel to get a room? Seeing that the atmosphere was thick, but the boss suddenly ran away, the heavily made-up mistress said anxiously. 10 minutes later, Lin Hao got 30 bottles of medium blue springs. Picked up a bottle and tilted his head back. Then, the spiritual power is growing rapidly. It's too much of a burden to consume potions like that, that's not an option. Lin Hao looked at his account balance, and there was only 140,000 left. Another pauper. If only I could make this kind of potion myself. Lin Hao sighed, or, if someone from his own guild made it, that would be fine too. 100,000 blue springs in a bottle. Big blue springs, or extra large blue springs costs more. In fact, if you count the cost, there is no 100,000 so much. A bottle of medium blue spring cost, at most, 50,000, but the apothecary to make money, wholesalers want money, retailers also want money. There's too much of a spread in the middle. Yu Dapeng said he was going to start his own guild, so maybe is the way to go. Lin Hao checked it out. Guilds are divided into levels 1 through 5. The lowest ranked guild is a level 5 guild. The conditions for the establishment of a level 5 guild were very simple. The founder could start it by paying 100,000 merit points. Almost no threshold. Lin Hao thought that he now had 400,000 merit points on him, so even if he handed over 100,000 points, it would be harmless. But that is, Lin Hao felt that there was no threshold. 100,000 merit points is a difficult mountain to climb for many companies or bosses. Uncounted people, they're stuck here. If they knew that Lin Hao regarded the 100,000 merit points requirement as no threshold, it would be strange if they didn't run over and beat Lin Hao half to death. Lin Hao's first night in the capital. It was spent in drinking medicine to restore his mental strength, summoning favorite insects, and resting. By the next morning, Lin Hao drank 20 bottles of medium blue springs. 180 favorite insects were also summoned, of which roughly 18 were of the elite category. This also confirmed Lin Hao's earlier guess. After several battles, his favorite insects evolved quickly. It seems that it's still necessary to keep fighting and fighting more so that you and your favorite insects can be improved. As he was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Opening the door, the visitor was none other than Zhao Xiaoling. Today's Zhao Xiaoling was dressed a bit coolly, with a light pink halter dress. The beautifully shaped shoulders and collarbones of the neck were exposed. Beneath the knee-length skirt were rounded, slender legs. Zhao Xiaoling came in and looked east and west before saying, "Yeah, Lin Hao, didn't you find a young lady last night?" "What the hell?" Lin Hao cried and laughed. "Lin Hao, after we finalize the implementation in a few days, we're going to head towards Southwest Phoenix Town, so while there's a bit of free time, I'll take you around." "Good thing too." Lin Hao nodded his head. Probably in these few years, he had been hanging out in the capital. Sooner or later, he had to learn more about it, and now that he had Zhao Xiaoling as a tour guide with him, he couldn't wait to do so. When he walked out of the doorway, Lin Hao saw Chu Liu and Ling Frost, the two girls who were together last night. Dare I say that Zhao Xiaoling had made an appointment with them long ago. Lin Hao took out a bottle of medium blue spring and drank it after briefly greeting the two. He now had over 6,000 points of empty mental energy, and each bottle of medium blue spring could restore 1,000 points. Drinking 6 bottles barely replenished his mental energy. A few people first took Lin Hao around the campus of Qingbei Martial Arts University. In less than half an hour, Lin Hao touched another bottle of middle blue spring and drank it on his head. Lin Hao's unusual behavior caught the attention of several sisters. This one is the research building. This is the Budo arena. This one is the school building. The three of them kept introducing Lin Hao. Half an hour later, Lin Hao drank another bottle of medium blue spring. A few of the girls looked at Lin Hao curiously. In another half hour, Lin Hao drank another bottle of middle blue spring. Now, several of the sisters were surprised. This person, how did he drink the medium blue pill like water? Chu Liu thought to herself. It's only been out for a short time and you've drunk 4 bottles. Ling Frost also thought. However, they were all too embarrassed to ask Lin Hao. After about 20 minutes, these girls kept looking at Lin Hao. They all want to see, this Lin Hao went out and drank 4 bottles, is it punctual half an hour, and then drink on? Chapter 115 Culinary Maniac Sisters. Fast forward to 30 minutes. Ling Frost couldn't help but look at his watch. Time, to 30 minutes. At this moment, Lin Hao punctually took out a bottle of medium blue spring and drank it. Sure enough, drinking again. Ling Frost marveled. 5 bottles up. Chu Liu looked at Lin Hao in shock. Lin Hao, do you have a misunderstanding of the central blue spring? Do you take this as mineral water? You've only been out for a while and you've already drunk 5 bottles. Chu Liu couldn't help but say. Yeah, Lin Hao, how much spiritual power do you have? A bottle of medium blue spring can restore 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Even Zhao Xiaoling couldn't help but ask. The average person, level 20 or 30, even if they are of the spiritual lineage, isn't their spiritual power just 300 to 500 points of spiritual power? For a moment, Ling Frost thought that Lin Hao had adopted this tie and pompous way of pretending. However, a bottle of 100,000, this is a bit too expensive to pretend. But what about Lin Hao, this all drink on 5 bottles, if not pretend, 5,000 spiritual power, okay? 5,000 psychic points? How can it be? It's not a lot. It's just a bit more than the average person. Lin Hao returned lightly, on my body, it's all spiritual power suits, so there are more spiritual power points. All mental power suits? What's with the outfit? A couple of the girls were very confused. Such equipment, they had never heard of. However, perhaps it was precisely this that made sense, otherwise, it didn't make sense for Lin Hao to drink so many spiritual power potions to recover. 5,000 points now. It's definitely to the top. After Lin Hao said so, they also understood. But they were very wrong. 5,000 points of mental power, could this be piled up by equipment? However, the girls couldn't be blamed for this, as they had never seen anyone with a full body pile of spiritual power suits. So, in their minds, they don't have a clear idea about this number either. Lin Hao's 5,000 points of spiritual power, what a terrifying number. They, just vaguely, felt that what Lin Hao said didn't seem right either. But it didn't reveal what the problem was. 20 minutes passed and it was almost half an hour again. These sisters, although they knew that Lin Hao would definitely never be able to drink the medium blue pill again. However, all of them unanimously looked at Lin Hao. 5 times previously. Lin Hao all drank his medicine right on time. The magic has been generated. Therefore, even though they knew it was impossible, the several sisters still looked at Lin Hao frequently. Knew he wasn't drinking, but wanted to see him do it. It's just an eerie feeling. It's like when someone upstairs shoots a pickleball and bangs the ground every 10 seconds, and even though you're downstairs and are annoyed to hear that sound, you can't help but want to hear the bang after the 10th second. 29 points. These 3 sisters simply stopped and stood still, then stared at Lin Hao. It didn't disappoint them. Lin Hao touched out another bottle of medium blue spring and drank it. The 3 sisters, instantly speechless. Numb. At this time, they didn't even bother to think about why Lin Hao could have an exaggeratedly outrageous spiritual power of over 6,000 points or more. What they noticed was Lin Hao's exaggerated drinking of medicine. Less than a morning. Lin Hao drank 6 bottles of medium blue spring, just like drinking water. Okay. After another half hour, Lin Hao finally stopped. No more medicine. The 3 sisters were somehow relieved to see this. They were really afraid that Lin Hao would drink so endlessly. Then, it will make them feel that they don't recognize the world anymore. The 4 strolled through the campus in the morning. Another fine meal at the restaurant at noon. Looking at the truffles, foie gras and caviar in front of me. It was Lin Hao's turn to be surprised. These girls eat so well every day, thousands of dollars per meal, are they really that rich? But how could he know that he himself had just asked for $600,000 to drink the medicine? In the afternoon, the crowd went to the Capitol Plaza to stroll. At the end of the day, it was dinner time again. Lin Hao couldn't help but think, what will these girls eat later? Finally, they stopped eating truffles, foie gras and caviar. I'm a bit tired of eating at lunch, let's eat something lighter for dinner. A few sisters said. Lin Hao nodded his head. The Saudi princess family can't afford to eat such expensive food all the time, can they? This time. Eat. Australian dragon, bluefin tuna, king crab. Roe. I admit, it's poverty that limits my imagination. Lin Hao felt a bit numb. That night, when he returned to his room, Lin Hao summoned all 6,000 spiritual energy in one breath to the favored insects. Now, I can't even restore my mental power without relying on nature, there's no money left. Lin Hao smiled bitterly. But an hour later, Yu Dupeng called. 2 things were said, one was that the ores and flower plants obtained from the last shadowy land were all sold, and Lin Hao got $20 million. Secondly, 2 days later, he, Ning Yuanxi, and Lin Shi all came to the capital. After hanging up on Yu Dupeng, Lin Hao looked at the $20 million in his card. The mind struggled for 10 minutes. Eventually, he started to buy the center blue springs. On the 3rd day, in the morning, Jia Shaoling all came to Lin Hao's room on time, to find him. Like an alarm clock. It was as if she simply had nothing to do every day, specializing in receiving Lin Hao. Lin Hao came to the capital on the 3rd day. The group finally began to depart for the town of Phoenix in the southwest. At this time, Lin Hao used the past few days to frantically drink medicine and frantically summon, finally summoning his battle pets to the upper limit of their number. 220 gold eaters. 220 purple lightning floats. 50 elf butterflies. This was the first time Lin Hao had the strongest strength. Though, not quite the pinnacle. Not only did Lin Hao's team of 5 depart at the same time, but also the other 3 teams from Qingbei Martial Arts University were traveling with him. The levels are all around 30. In comparison, Jia Shaoling was at the lowest level, only level 20. The next one was Lin Hao, 22 levels. It was also unknown how Chu Liu had persuaded Wang Bin. Anyway, when Wang Bin was with the crowd, he stopped mocking or verbally attacking Lin Hao. Just very cold. 4 teams, 20 people, using the school's teleportation array. The teleportation array couldn't go straight to Phoenix Town, it was first to the nearest place called West Sea City, and then, from West Sea City, it would teleport to Phoenix Town. Teleporting from the capital to West Ocean City. They are also more than 10,000 kilometers apart. It's a long-distance teleportation now. When the 20 people teleported from the capital to West Sea City, half of them exited the teleportation array and vomited on the spot. Teleportation is not only expensive, it's actually not very comfortable, and the vertigo is particularly strong. However, Lin Hao's spiritual power was too strong. He felt only a slight vertigo. See the scene of luxurious vomiting. He was a bit speechless. He had no choice but to wait for half an hour before he and the crowd teleported from West Sea City to Phoenix Town. Short distance this time. It doesn't make much of a difference to the crowd. Outside the teleportation array, there was a group of city guards, roughly a dozen of them, waiting for the students of Qingbei Martial Arts University. Chapter 116 First Arrival in Phoenix Town. The town of Phoenix is said to have over 100,000 people though in the geographies. However, the population was scattered, living in various parts of the 100,000 mountains, and in fact, the population of the small town market town was only about 10,000 people. The street is lined with mostly tiled houses of town residents. This time from the Qingbei Martial Arts University to come to the students, many of them are people in the capital. See this scene in front of me. Compared to the prosperity of the capital, this place is almost the same as a ragged countryside, narrow and dilapidated. What a Thai place this is all about. Wang Bin was, at that moment, a bit resentful. His words were instantly echoed by some. Yes, it's not easy to find a tavern to stay in here for fear. I have to soak in hot water at night at home. A girl complained. Alright, we came on a mission this time to support Phoenix Town, we didn't come here to play around. Chu Liu said. When she said this, the other complaining students were too embarrassed to say anything else. At that moment, among the city guards, a man in his 30s with a flat head crossed the crowd. My name is Zhao Feng, I'm the captain of the Phoenix Town City Guard. Welcome to all the elite scholars, you've traveled a long way to help our Phoenix Town. I thank you all on behalf of the villagers here. Phoenix Town is a small place, the facilities are a bit sketchy, so be more tolerant, everyone find a place to settle down first, and we'll check out the situation at the Rift tomorrow. When some students saw that this was the case, they could do nothing about it. What else is there to do but follow the customs? But some people saw Zhao Feng and lit up. The captain of the city guards, that's a snake in the ground. If we get his help, not only will we be able to find a good place to land, but perhaps, this big mountain might even be able to find some wild food that can't be eaten in the city. At that moment, someone came forward and said, Captain Zhao, we're not familiar with this place, can you arrange a better place for you? Of course. Zhao Feng said without hesitation. He turned to a couple of sidekicks and instructed them. One by one, a dozen or so border sergeants took the students to the town's hotels and restaurants, and acted as tour guides in arranging for these students. But he kept himself in place and didn't leave. I've got a little business of my own, so I'll go first. In Lin Hao's team, Wang Bin said, turned around and left. Hey, you! Chu Liu wanted to call out to him, but before she finished her words, Wang Bin walked away. How is this person like this, a team of, want to leave the team will leave the team, there is no point of organization and discipline. Ling Frost also cannot help but say. Forget it, let him be, as long as he can come back to the group before we enter the Rift tomorrow. Chu Liu smiled bitterly. Chu Liu, as the captain of this team, although, likewise, she was not accustomed to seeing Wang Bin bullying, but if she did not try her best to coordinate with each and every member of the team. This is a team she fears will fall apart. Especially the indispensable output in Wang Bin. What are we going to do then? These people ran so fast earlier, I guess the 1 or 2 ghost houses in town were occupied by them. Ling Frost laughed bitterly. There's no place to stay, what does it matter, let's find a place to go camping, that would be fun. Zhao Xiaoling leaned against Lin Hao's side. Previously, she and Lin Hao, didn't they meet when they were camping in the wilderness? You guys, who is Lin Hao? Zhao Feng suddenly came forward and asked the crowd. I am. Lin Hao looked at Zhao Feng and returned indifferently. Earlier, I contacted General Zhao Kaijun to ask him to help us, and he recommended you, saying that if you could come everything in Phoenix Town would not be a big problem, and to my surprise, I really waited until you came. Zhao Feng went forward and shook Lin Hao's hand. Lin Hao, you guys come with me. Tonight, you'll just rest at our military headquarters guest house. Phoenix Town is too small. If anything, the conditions are relatively better. It's our place, and, for dinner, I'm all ready. Zhao Feng said enthusiastically to Lin Hao. At this moment, Xu Liu, Ling Frost, and the others all looked at Lin Hao with some surprise. None of them could have imagined that Lin Hao would come to this remote town and still have connections and receive the best courtesy. Even they get the glory. So you're acquainted with General Zhao? Lin Hao understood at this time the reason why Captain Zhao Feng was so enthusiastic about himself. However, General Zhao praised me too much. Among these students, basically all of them are level 30 professions, but I'm one who's only level 22. Zhao Feng was also stunned at his words. At this time, he also saw Lin Hao's level, 22nd level. Compared to those students just now, the gap is indeed not small. It did take him a bit by surprise. He had thought that Lin Hao was at least level 30 or above. However, Zhao Feng immediately put away the surprised look he had just had and said with a smile, "What's so important about rank? Even General Zhao thinks highly of you. That's enough, please follow me." Yelp. Zhao Feng's attitude was a bit unexpected for Lin Hao. But he's a real man. When Lin Hao and his group arrived at the military headquarters, a table full of food was really set up. It's all mountain souvenirs, and there's nothing good to entertain your guests. Lin Hao didn't care. He came from a poor family, on the line of food, very casual, can eat enough on the line. Rather, it was Zhao Xiaoling Chu Liyu's group of high-class diners who would probably be more picky. Lin Hao had seen their meals before. This wild mushroom, it's so delicious. Zhao Xiaoling chucked a piece of the dark stuff into her mouth, then her eyes glowed. Wow, this is scrambled eggs with wasp pupa? Chu Liyu exclaimed, her double chopsticks immediately reaching over. Lin Hao was a bit speechless, he didn't understand anything they said. Captain Zhao, tell me about the crack situation in your Phoenix Town this time. Lin Hao refused Zhao Feng's offer to try some briefcases and asked about the operation. Well, as you can see, Phoenix Town is more mountainous, and we didn't even know that a rift had been created here at first, until a few villagers died in farming, and we found out in the mountains that a sub-dimensional rift had opened up here. Zhao Feng said to Lin Hao. At this point, the girls were curious about the briefcase jug. Ling Frost poured some into the bowl and used chopsticks to stick some into her mouth. Yeah? It's not very strong, almost like red wine, but it's so mellow. I'll try it too. Xu Liyu and Zhao Xiaoling also came to be interested. What kind of monsters came out there? Lin Hao asked. We also found out later that it was an arm-sized black ant. Zhao Feng continued, in the beginning, this rift was only A-rated, and the ants that came out weren't considered very strong, so we hunted them down in the mountains and basically cleaned them up. Then, by the time we got back to it, the rift had gone from A to B. In the Shadow Landline, Lin Hao to the world on the rift level agreement some understanding. Simply put, rift is a kind of two-way channel, a level, through the level limit of 10, B level, for the level of 20, the same thesis up, the more advanced. It's rumored that the cracks there in Mordor have reached the J level. In other words, any level 100 monster in the demon realm can enter the earth realm from there. We sent people into the spatial copy to explore and understand the monsters inside. There is only one kind, it is the same as the black ants outside, it is not too much, only we don't have enough troops here. After a preliminary understanding, we withdrew. By the time we sealed the exit with the boundary, within a few days, the rift had already risen from level B to C. Therefore, we felt that merely sealing the exit was no longer an option, and that we had to enter the passageway replica and clear out the monsters inside before we could solve the problem once and for all. No, it's just waiting for you guys. Lin Hao nodded. However, after hearing the basic situation, Lin Hao frowned slightly. Ants are swarming animals, so Zhao Feng said that no matter if they were invading in or in the copy, the ants they had seen were not much. That's a little strange. Lin Hao was pondering. Pop. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. Lin Hao turned his head, and the one who tapped his shoulder was Zhao Xiaoling. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoling's little face was red and her mouth was spewing with alcohol. She yelled at Lin Hao with half-squinted eyes, Lin Hao, if you're a brother, drink with me. Chapter 117 Drunken Zhao Xiaoling. Dizzy. Just now, when Lin Hao he and Zhao Feng were studying the crack situation, these three sisters drank on the briefcase. What's a briefcase? It's a white wine that the mountains make themselves. Not too high in degrees and flavorful in the mouth. 5-pound jugs, not much left now. Ha! Xu Liyu and Ling Frost giggled on the sidelines. The three were already 7 or 8% drunk. Lin Hao was speechless. Lin Hao, you don't have to worry, this kind of wine doesn't go to your head. With the amount of alcohol these three ladies drink, it will take at most a little while for them to wake up. Zhao Feng laughed. Then we'll see about it tomorrow. Lin Hao wanted to take these people back to rest, fearing that if they drank anymore, it would be a big deal. Hospitality. After settling down the three drunken girls, Lin Hao returned to his room. Took a breath. This guest house, although not as good as the city hotel, but very clean, giving people a sense of comfort. It should be just as Zhao Feng said, this town, I'm afraid that the best place to stay is here. It was unthinkable that the best place, which was previously fought over by various students, had landed on their heads because of Zhao Zaijuan. Lin Hao went up to the trading center, opened the resource board, and carefully looked at the ant swarm life attribute. The more I look at him, the more I feel out of place. At least, unlike what the exploratory team saw, the ant population was small. Maybe they saw nothing more than a few wandering worker ants. Snap. That's when the door to the room knocked. Lin Hao turned off the trading center and opened the door. A delicate and soft body instantly jumped into Lin Hao's arms. Mixed with the smell of alcohol and the scent of a young girl's body. The visitor was Zhao Xiaoling. Lin Hao frowned. Zhao Xiaoling, if you're not sleeping in your room, what are you doing here with me? What? Isn't this my room? The little hand waved a little as he spoke. Zhao Xiaoling opened her eyes and said with a big, vague tongue. Lin Hao gently pushed Zhao Xiaoling away from his arms. I'll send you back to your room to sleep. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoling stumbled a few times and came to the side of Lin Hao's bed. Her body collapsed, and she actually fell asleep. Hey, this is my bed. Your bed is next door. You're sleeping in my bed. Where am I going to sleep? Lin Hao was distressed for a while. He just had to close the door first. Coming to the bathroom, he got a hot, wet towel and lightly placed it on Zhao Xiaoling's forehead. Why do you drink so much? Zhao Xiaoling rolled over, her skirt swinging to the side, revealing her long thighs to the base of her legs. Now, the white, round, slender, straight, smooth, long legs are completely presented in Lin Hao's line of sight. Lin Hao swallowed hard. Turn your eyes elsewhere. Never mind, first we'll sleep on the couch tonight until she comes to her senses. Just lay down on the couch. Zhao Xiaoling on the bed, thighs a pull, posed into a big shape, mouth muttered, Xiaolin Zia, you quickly come up to serve this palace, served well, this palace greatly rewarded. What's this all about? Come on, come and have a massage with this palace, or else, drag it out and cane it. How dare you, don't you even listen to the words of this palace? You, Zhao Xiaoling, are you playing the role of the empress and the eunuch, or the queen and the head of the house? Zhao Xiaoling, who had been muttering all this time, suddenly opened her eyes slightly. A brilliant light flashed, his eyes sweeping towards Lin Hao. Then the mushy state returns. Double stomp. Stirring away the quilt that Lin Hao had covered her with earlier. Lin Hao, who had been unable to sleep peacefully, sighed and could only get up from the sofa and walk to the bed. Prepare to cover Zhao Xiaoling again. Zhao Xiaoling narrowed her eyes slightly and rolled over, facing Lin Hao, her small mouth slightly pouting. Lin Hao was stunned. At this time, Zhao Xiaoling, her delicate face had a light blush, her cherry mouth was slightly pouting, and in her gentle panting, her stunning face exuded a tantalizing aura. Lin Hao looked at Zhao Xiaoling's slightly pouting mouth. Delicate, rosy, like a sweet, beautiful spring fountain. It seems to be saying to Lin Hao constantly, want to kiss? Come and kiss me. If you kiss it, you're an animal. Not kissing is just beastly. At this moment, Lin Hao's eyes were also on fire. His head, slowly lowered. His mouth, slowly sinking down, was getting closer and closer to Zhao Xiaoling's rosy little mouth. It had gotten so close that he could feel Zhao Xiaoling slightly gasping out breath. Hurry up, idiot, why are you moving so slowly? Zhao Xiaoling, whose eyes were slightly narrowed, almost went crazy. Come on, kiss me, come on. People can't wait. Why is it slowing down again? Hey, big brother, I've acted like this, and the opportunity has been given to you. Holy, if you don't kiss me, I'll kiss you. Zhao Xiaoling, who had been pretending to be drunk, was screaming madly in her heart. If she wasn't afraid of destroying her Oscar Gold Award, she would have wanted to jump up from the bed and directly press Lin Hao into it. Then, forceful kisses, conquests. Lin Hao's head, sinking down to Zhao Xiaoling's head, melted for a full minute. Finally, Lin Hao's heel was less than an inch from Zhao Xiaoling's mouth. A great sense of happiness hit Zhao Xiaoling. The nerd, finally. She began to feel the airflow of Lin Hao's gasping breath. Her slightly narrowed eyes closed gently. At the bottom of my heart, for no reason, I feel a panic. Ryoko. Ryoji again. Zhao Xiaoling, who hadn't moved, opened her eyes, only to see that Lin Hao had stretched out, gently pulling the quilt over and covering her neck. Then, gingerly, he returned to the couch and lay down. So dull. Zhao Xiaoling smiled cheekily in her heart. She looked at Lin Hao's back in a daze, out of her mind. No more stories tonight. If he sleeps in his own bed for the night, he'll probably just lie on the couch all night. Half an hour later, Zhao Xiaoling suddenly sat up, pretended to yawn, and then said, "Yeah, Lin Hao, why did you come to my room?" "You're awake. What, I ran to your room, you ran to my room?" "Yeah." "No way, right, how could I possibly run away from your room?" Zhao Xiaoling pretended to be shocked. "Look at this room, is it yours or mine?" Lin Hao was so helpless. If it was determined that he ran the girl's room, it would really be a wash of water. "Yeah, right. Oh, why am I in your room?" "Wait, so you didn't just do anything to me, did you? You must have wanted to kiss me, right?" "No matter, I've been on the couch." Lin Hao was a little flustered as his insides tightened and he forced himself to explain. After all, just now, he had wanted to kiss her in a moment of anger. Thinking, should she wake up drunk and kiss her without knowing it? Evil rises most easily when a person feels that the law does not exist to restrain them. Really? But why did I feel like someone was trying to kiss me just now? The mouth was leaning over my mouth. There is absolutely no such thing. Lin Hao said squarely. "Oh well, I'm sorry, I just got drunk and probably ran to you in a daze, so I'm going back, yeah." Chapter 118, entering a copy for the first time. Lin Hao got up at 8 o'clock the next day. But what broke him was that he had waited a full 2 hours for these three sisters to freshen up. In the end, the three sisters dawdled down the stairs, and with Zhao Feng leading the way, they began to head to the cracks of Phoenix Town. Lin Hao didn't quite understand. Obviously he was going to fight. Why did the girls have to dress up carefully as well? When he arrived at the crack, originally Lin Hao thought he was late. But what made him even more speechless was that even with all this procrastination, by the time they arrived at their destination, they were, still, the earliest group among the 20 students who came with them from Qingbei Martial Arts University. Why are the students of Sibei Budo University so bad? Can this kind of team form a strong fighting force? Probably seeing Lin Hao's mind, Zhao Feng said, after last night's initial understanding, these students all felt that the rift was just a few ants in the rift, and that this trip was too easy, so they were slacking off. Heh, simple? Sooner or later, they'll pay for their foolishness. Lin Hao laughed coldly. After a few variant copies, Lin Hao's mindset was no longer as childish as that of the average student. Zhao Feng looked down at Lin Hao and sighed in his heart. Probably only someone like Lin Hao could be called a warrior. Be cautious, be careful, and never be careless. Just be afraid to peer match. Yeah. Just then, Lin Hao realized that there was a group of people with fine equipment all over their body, long ago measuring something in front of the crack. There is a tiger and a wolf in the lookout. Looking at the faces and attire, they weren't the local city guards, nor were they students from Qingbei Martial Arts University. What are they? Lin Hao asked. Someone from the Satan Guild. Zhao Feng said back. A guild? Lin Hao frowned lightly. For some reason, none of the guilds Lin Hao had contacted seemed to be very good. In Lin Hao's sense, these people, too profit-oriented, didn't care if others died or lived. Satanic Guild, I actually haven't heard of this guild either. Zhao Feng smiled bitterly. They also arrived in Phoenix Town last night, saying that they came from the northwest, and that they were also going to enter the rift for support, and not much else. What made Lin Hao even more strange was that Wang Bin, the fire magic from their team, was also with them at this moment. Somehow, when Lin Hao saw these people, he always felt that there was a familiar aura about them. A fine line to follow. The 5 evils of Yang Chang? Yes, the aura on them was the same as the 5 evils of Yang Chang that Lin Hao had encountered at that time when he first went out into the wilderness. This group had been hunting Zhao Xiaoling to get the information about the wilderness boss from her. When Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling were opening up the land, they even trailed behind, trying to kill Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling and get the boss items they had obtained. However, in the end, all of them died at the hands of Lin Hao. Wang Bin, why are you here so early? Shu Liu was also a bit surprised to see Wang Bin and shouted towards him. Wang Bin's expression was very cold as he glanced at Chu Liu and finally landed on Lin Hao again. What, Chu Liu, after giving you so much time to think, you still end up choosing to bring this 22nd level waste? Wang Bin suddenly said, Zhao Xiaoling is fine, after all, a sister always has some privileges, but what use is he? Just relying on that one bug of his? When Wang Bin first met Lin Hao, he had a look of disgust on his face, but he hadn't spoken so directly. But now, he directly called Lin Hao a waste. Lin Hao's face was slightly cold. Wang Bin, what did you say? You're the one who's a big trash. This young lady wants you to give any privileges. Without waiting for Lin Hao to say anything, Zhao Xiaoling jumped ahead. How do you talk like that? At this time, Chu Liu's face was also red with anger. She had always defended the team, and after the disagreement at the last dinner table, Chu Liu found Wang Bin and also said many soft words. But now once they met, Wang Bin ate fire again. At that moment, she couldn't help but say, Wang Bin, I admit that we need you as an output, but we're all on the same team, so don't be disrespectful to others just because you have a higher rank. That's right, Wang Bin, you once had a level 10, level 20 stage as well, why do you need to say such things? Ling Frost chimed in from the side. Heh, respect? In this world, only those with great strength can command respect. Wang Bin sneered. Wang Bin, Lin Hao is our friend, we are not going to give up on him, if you don't feel like bothering to be with us, you can leave the team. A wave of temper came up from Chu Liu as well. Poof. Seemingly seeing that Chu Liu was on the verge of flipping out, Wang Bin grunted and said nothing more. Just a sneer in his eyes. At that moment, several people from that team walked towards the road. For some reason, they actually wanted to get out of here, at this point. When they passed by Lin Hao Zhao Xiaoling's team, they kept staring at the three sisters Zhao Xiaoling Chu Liu Lingfrost. A few tiger and wolf desires appeared in his eyes. However, they didn't come up and provoke anything. It left quickly and was gone in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later, the students from Qingbei Martial Arts University finally came one after another. 3 by 3. It took over an hour for all the people to come. Since everyone has arrived, let's begin. Zhao Hu opened the boundary when he saw that everyone had arrived. Eventually, 20 students and 2 teams of 10 city guards all made it through the entrance and into the rift. What was presented to the crowd was a wilderness. The sky was cloudy and low, giving a very depressing feeling. Under the feet of the earth, the land is black, far and near some dead trees, just without exception, all have no more leaves, only withered trunks. The wind of the wilderness brushed by, and Lin Hao seemed to smell a burning, pungent and fishy odor. It's a very odd flavor. It's not that simple here, everyone be careful. Lin Hao confided. Aha! Zhao Xiaoling nodded. She had opened a desert with Lin Hao and had seen Lin Hao's strength at that time. Since Lin Hao said that this place wasn't simple, there must be a reason. Pfft, simple or not, it's not simple for people, and it's certainly not simple for someone like you at level 22. Wang Bin picked up the conversation from the side. Lin Hao sniffed coldly, why are you talking so much? What are you barking here all day long? Wang Bin had provoked him several times, and Lin Hao was already on fire. This is the last time. If he dared to provoke again, Lin Hao wouldn't mind striking out and letting him reacquaint himself with what it meant to be strong. What did you say? Wang Bin was also furious. Being told by a lowly one that he spoke as if he were barking wildly was like a weak person provoking the dignity of a strong person. All running to deal with the cracks, we are both teammates and comrades in arms. Zhao Feng had no choice but to come over and beat the mud. Ah! Suddenly, a female student shrieked. At the same time, poof, she collapsed. What's going on? The crowd spread out in all directions around the girl. At that moment, the crowd also saw that a black ant was lying in the mud at the sisters' feet. There are arms thick. 2 small tentacle whips grow on top of the head. A pair of fangs, still sticky with blood. One student immediately swung his longsword and slashed it across the ground. Put! That black ant was cut into 2 by a sword. A burning, pungent, fishy odor emanated. Heck, just now this ant was ambling along in a color similar to the color of the earth's dirt. The girl stomped on it. Then, a bite from that ant took a huge bite of flesh off this girl's foot. The girl was unsteady on her feet and collapsed on the spot. If there are not classmates around, girls who lose their head start are highly likely to be buried in the mouths of ants. Everyone be careful. Zhao Feng said in a deep voice, these ants aren't strong, but they aren't that weak either. The crowd saw that everyone had entered the rift and the monster hadn't killed a single one yet, but it had turned around and injured one person. Out of the division. Bad omen. At that moment, all of them also slightly put away their playfulness. Begin to cautiously watch the underground advance. Sure enough, as soon as the attention was focused and after advancing tens of meters, the crowd spotted the sprawling ants on the ground in 2s and 3s. Chapter 119, Discovering the Endless Cave. These ants were at the same level as Lin Hao, and they were all just 22 levels. The students present were generally ranked at level 30. They are certainly no match. An output that quickly wiped out these black ants. As long as everyone is more careful, these ants can't threaten us yet. A student said. Sure enough, all the way forward. Scattered ants were found. The students worked together and fell back on taking out these ants without getting hurt. The group's nervousness relaxed. Along with advancing, Lin Hao felt that in the air, that fishy odor was getting thicker and thicker. He couldn't help but frown. He always had a feeling as if there was some kind of danger ahead. Rumble. Whoosh. Put. Crowds of students saw the same black ants and kept releasing spells, bows and arrows. Those ants weren't too many, and every time 1, or 3 or 5 appeared, they were immediately output by dozens of people with a crunch. These ants tried to run and didn't even have a chance. Either they were blasted into charcoal cinders or shot into hedgehogs. Kill them all. Slowly the crowd dispersed. It's much more efficient to kill. Lin Hao's team, too, was involved in the battle. Zhao Xiaoling, the assassin, stealthily went to the ants' side and suddenly erupted with a powerful attack that would seriously injure the ants with one blow. Chu Liu as a paladin is defense plus melee. She swung her sword for output in addition to taking care of the team's defense. Ling Frost, on the other hand, is a priest who heals plus aids. She can heal, purify, and shield. What she was doing now, however, was simply putting a shield on each person. Wang Bin also demonstrated his great ability as an output. Even if it was a simple rapid-fire fireball, the power was still amazing. An ant couldn't afford 2 or 3 of his fireballs, and it fell to the ground and died. Instead, it was Lin Hao who summoned a gold-devouring insect to fight. However, Lin Hao's gold-devouring insect was also very strong. When you see ants pouncing on them, a clacking and biting can be dealt with. Earlier, the crowd thought that Lin Hao was summoning plus assistance. However, after fighting for so long, he hadn't seen Lin Hao release a single supporting skill. But seeing as how his favored bugs are okay in battle. And no one asked him to do anything anymore. Besides, the current situation was that 20 students, plus 10 city guards, already had an absolute advantage. 2 hours later, the crowd made their way around the copy. Kill all the ants you come across. In between, a few students, out of carelessness, were bitten outside. Other than that, it was easier than expected. Clean up the monsters in the copy. Everyone had a cheerful look on their faces. The trip was easy and the school's rewards counted for a lot. I should be able to call it a day and go home. Everyone began to look for the channel connection, and then destroyed the connection, even if they interrupted the connection between the two worlds. After interrupting it, this rift passage will become a dead passage, and after some time, it will form a separate copy that will only refresh. The monsters inside, too, will never come out again to plague the earth. However, to their surprise, they searched everywhere and couldn't find the connecting passageway opening. Soon, suddenly Wang Bin shouted out, "Come and see, you guys, there is a passage entrance here." The crowd gathered around. A circular entrance about 10 meters in size appeared under a depression. And, still, under the cover of a family of green plants. If you don't look hard enough, you may not find it. It's also hard for Wang Bin to find all this. The cave was pitch black. It's impossible to see inside from outside the cave. Where does this tunnel lead? What's in there? Now the crowd was a little hesitant, there was an unknown presence inside. Nor dare they venture forth. General for the exploration of the unknown. A human scout will go to scout the area, and only after the situation is largely clear will a team of professionals enter to clear it. Scouts, a type of assassin line, are good at stealth. I guess the entrance to the passageway is inside, let's go in and kill and clean up and call it an early night. A student said. But it's unexplored inside, could it be dangerous? What danger could there be? If there were serious monsters in there, they would have come out and moved long ago and we would have seen them. Yeah, there's only those black level 20 or so ants here, There aren't any other kind of monsters at all. What are you afraid of? Could it be that we still have to go out, and then, waiting for the scouts to arrive, go in and explore again, and then we'll be the ones to clean it up? This way back and forth, without 10 or 8 days, I'm afraid it won't work. Are we going to keep waiting like this in this broken town? Let's go inside. I can't stand waiting here for another 10 days. A group of students were talking. In the end, the vast majority decided to go in. That very few people will have to go with the flow. Let's go in then. Jia Feng finally said. He had wanted to follow the normal processing flow. First the scouts scouted, then the professions all cleaned up, but he couldn't resist these students clamoring for a long time ago. However, it's an unknown place in there, so we still need to be more careful. He reminded the crowd. At this moment, Lin Hao noticed that Wang Bin, who first discovered this cave, was thinking about something. Did he already know there was such a cave? At this point, some of the captains began to distribute the inventive idam. It was a medicine invented by the apothecary, and when consumed, it could, for a brief period of time, give a person some night vision, though not as much as during the day, but at least, the effects of darkness were half as weak. After the crowd entered the cave through the opening. Surprisingly, it was quite wide inside, and in the tunnels, 5 or 6 people could pass. And, unlike normal dead caves, the air is cloudy and musty. On the contrary, it's very well ventilated. Even the wind could be felt blowing from the depths of the cave. It didn't take long for the group to realize that the entire tunnel was very twisted and divided. We all don't want to separate for the time being, so we can only choose one of the paths to follow at random. Half an hour later. The guys were a little taken aback. How come there's still no sign of an end in sight? Why is this passage so long? Someone couldn't help but make a sound. Yes, we've traveled 4 or 5 miles, haven't we? Passed through no less than 50 diversions, I'm afraid. Are we lost? Lost? Don't you scare me. It's in the middle of a debate. Suddenly, at both ends of the passage, there was a dense rustling sound. The crowd was aghast. I don't know what monsters will appear. After all, just now all the way. Except for seeing a dozen or so ants exactly like the ones outside. No other monsters were ever seen again. But now only those rustling sounds are heard. Initially, it can be judged. I'm just afraid that the number of monsters that suddenly appeared is very alarming. The crowd was apprehensive. Ants again. So many. Someone exclaimed in shock. In the sight of the crowd, at both ends of the passage, densely packed, uncountable ants appeared. They were crawling along the floor, the sides, the roof of the cave, towards the crowd. I'm afraid there are hundreds of them just from seeing them. Far out in the darkness, it seemed that thousands. These ants, obviously those outside, were much larger and, it seemed, much stronger. The crowd felt sweaty. 28 level ants, and the attributes are so scary. Someone probably used a detection spell on one of the ants. Out of breath and shouting. In the voice, it was full of fear. Chapter 120, Defeat as a Mountain. This time it's bad, watch out everyone. Seeing the black pressurized army of ants in front of her, Chuliyu's scalp tingled, her face changed greatly, and she shouted out anxiously. She, the paladin tank, was going to be at the front in a while, so she immediately put an aura of resistance on herself. Resistance aura, which boosts her resistance by 30%. Zhao Shaoling also instantly entered stealth. Ling Frost, on the other hand, quickly put a shield on each of them. Her priest shield was not as good as Chuliyu's paladin's resisting aura, but it had some protection. Where's Wang Bin? Why is he missing? Chuliyu suddenly called out. The big battle was imminent, and he, a pyromancer, was the main output. It seemed to be here just now. Ling Frost looked around. However, at this moment, where was Wang Bin's shadow? Heck, at some point just now, this guy quietly left. This guy left at some point. Is this still a human being? He didn't say anything when he left, now everyone is going to be killed by him. Chuliyu couldn't help but burst out. It's too much. Ling Frost said, this time, none of our team has any output. Let's follow the group and find a way to retreat. Chuliyu hated her teeth. If she saw Wang Bin again, she would immediately give him a sword. We're caught in a trap, this is an ant nest. Zhao Feng's face sank. He looked at Lin Hao and said, these ants are very smart, they are waiting for us to completely enter the cave before they round up, they are trying to kill us all. The city guards around him immediately formed a formation, ready to meet the army of ants that would soon arrive. Lin Hao looked into the depths of the dark cave. Not bad, they do want to kill us all, but the smart one is the ant queen, and only the queen can organize an ant army with a battle sequence, otherwise, ants that have lost their command are just as scattered sand. But right now, we also don't have the ability to find the ant queen and kill it. Zhao Feng smiled bitterly. Lin Hao nodded. What's the point of talking about the ant queen? Let's deal with this wave of ants in front of us first. Don't panic, everyone, only by working together and forming battle formations will we have a chance to resist. Zhao Feng yelled at a group of students. These students, usually organized by the school, were outnumbered and fought low-level monsters with absolute strength. Just like earlier outside. Where have they ever seen so many monsters roaming the mountains? These ants were not weaker than them on their own. Moreover, the oncoming ants had an army formation, exuding a strong and biting battle intent. At that moment, these students, pale and at a loss for words. There wasn't much of a reaction to Zhao Feng's reminder. Let's run away. Suddenly, a student saw a crosswalk to the side and yelled. Then, regardless, he ran for the diversion. Once this opening was made, the hearts of the people changed even more, and immediately afterward, a few more people followed the man and fled toward the divided path. Zhao Feng's face changed and he shouted, "Don't mess up, if you mess up everyone will die." Zhao Feng was from the military, so he understood that when two armies fought against each other, the most feared thing was that the army would be afraid and flee in disarray. In this way, the army will be defeated immediately. However, these students, after all, are not in the military. How can they think of not losing their lives to fight each other to the death when they are faced with a terrifying enemy? Fleeing for one's life is the first reaction in human nature. Bad. Zhao Feng's face turned pale and a look of despair appeared. They're all in chaos, we can't hold them off, we have to retreat too. Shu Liu pulled Zhao Xiaoling Lin Hao and Ling Frost a bit. With the crowd running toward that split. Lin Hao hesitated, sighed, and could only follow Chu Liu's few people. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about going all out to fight the Ant Legion here. With so many battle pets and skills, he was stronger than perhaps all these students combined. But if you give everything you have to kill all these tens of millions of ants, what about the tens of millions more behind them? Well, kill the tens of millions more behind them, but what if there are tens of millions more? Then we'll end up dying here? Battles, furthermore, are won when all people work together. Now the whole crowd's heart is scattered. Then he, alone, could at best help break their back and protect their retreat. The crowd went in all directions, and even if he had won the fight, the students, all of them, were buried in an ant's stomach. Therefore, Lin Hao thought about it for a long time, but decided that it would be better to see the situation. All city guards break off and retreat as they fight. At this point, Zhao Feng couldn't do anything about it, and all he could do now was to keep more people who were fleeing for their lives so that they would have more time to buffer. Yes. The 10 city guards took up battle formations and began to resist the front of the ant army that had arrived. Boom boom boom. Both sides of the city guards and the ant army vanguard make contact. All sorts of attacks erupted instantly. The city guards, head and tail, calmly responded to the battle and in a moment, killed more than a dozen black ants. But these 10 or so are almost negligible to the legions of ants behind them, that are hundreds, thousands, a steady stream. Chrysalis. These city guards could only attack and defend while slowly moving towards the parting of the road. Ah! There was a sudden scream. Heck, it was a city guard that was moving and was pounced on by a few black ants. The rest of the city guards were trying to help. But it's already too late. It was only a few seconds before hundreds of ants were crawling all over him, frantically tearing at him. The screams lasted less than 10 seconds. Then he stopped, and there was no sound, and the bystanders knew that the man was dead. After 10 seconds or so, the blackened pile of ants on that city guard dispersed. The ground. Hers was only a skeleton. It was actually a very short period of time, and her flesh and blood were being eaten up by those ants. It's horrible and tragic. At that moment, these city guards, one after another, changed their faces dramatically. The movement toward the diversion accelerated at once. But, with speed comes more breakage. Then, immediately, 2 more city guards were pounced on by the ant swarm. Same ending. A few dozen seconds later, both city guards were nothing but broken bones. Retreat. Zhao Feng's face changed dramatically. Clusters of vines grow. He bellowed, and on the floor of the cave, clusters of vines immediately grew. His profession, a druid. These vines went from seed to breaking out of the ground and growing to several meters long in just 10 or so seconds. A fence of vines was built. But these ants don't care about people or vines. Wherever it passes, not an inch of grass grows. Zhao Feng's vines were soon similarly chewed clean by the ant swarm. Zhao Feng's face went white. It seems to have suffered a considerable injury. "Hurry up, my vines can't hold up," he urged loudly. However, his vines were chewed clean though. But it also bought some time. After the ants broke through the vines, Zhao Feng and the city guards also arrived at the fork in the road. Then, like those students earlier, they frantically ran inside. A steady stream of ant hordes chased towards the diversion. Among the divided paths, Shu Liu rushed at the front with her long sword and shield in hand. Her face was grim and her hair was disheveled. Even the beautifully applied makeup from the morning was smudged. She slashed an ant in front of her with her sword, not bothering to step forward to make up for it, and shouted, "You guys stay close to me." Chapter 121 Collapse, Contract. The group of students ran for their lives. In the diversion, far and near, there were also quite a few scattered ants blocking the way, but it wasn't as terrifying as those ant hordes in the back. The crowd also had to fight and flee. These blocking ants were not many, but they took up a lot of precious time for the students to escape. Some turned back, seeing the cave diversion and the army of ants coming after them. The two sides are getting closer too. The moment became more anxious. 2 or 3 students who stumbled and fell in their flight were roiled by the swarm of ants. 10 or so seconds later, all that was left were the remnants of bones and a puddle of wet, blackened sludge underneath the skeletal cavern. They didn't see the tragic situation of the city guards just now, but now, this tragic situation was happening around the crowd. For a while, the students were pale and their hands and feet were shaking. "I don't want to be eaten by ants," someone cried out. "I don't want to die here," another person cried. "I haven't had a boyfriend yet, I don't know what it's like to be in love yet, I still want to live. I'm going home to my mom." The sound of ants eating meat and tearing silk, and various students crying out. For a moment, everyone was as if they felt the end was near. Suddenly, just then, rumble. Loud bang. With the ground shaking. Ahead of the crowd on the fleeing road, a fire suddenly flashed. Smoke rolls in. When the crowd encountered this change, they didn't know what had happened for a while. Wait for the smoke to clear. The scene that horrified everyone appeared. The passageway they had escaped through was blocked due to the collapse of the change just now. But they didn't even have a chance to escape. Someone collapsed the front passage with explosives. Zhao Feng's face turned blue when he saw the blocked passageway. "Who is it? Who is it that wants us to be killed by ants?" Shu Liu's face was pale. At this point, all the fleeing students saw clearly what was now happening. Both the front path is blocked. The only thing to do then was to turn around and fight to the death with the legions of ants behind them. But can the fight be won? That's impossible. In the minds of the crowd, the student who had just been eaten down to the bones came to mind. For a moment, the undead lost their souls. The other end of the blocked passage. A squad of 5 men watched coldly as the cave dirt and rocks blocked the passage after the bomb. "Boss, it's blocked," a team member who had finished setting off the bomb said. A leading man among them nodded. "Let's also hurry up and find the ant queen, whether it's it or it's surrounded by countless ant eggs, there will definitely be countless ant eggs." "Boss, they've set such a high price, if it's really as estimated, if we find the royal family in a while, even if we don't have 100,000 or 80,000 ant eggs, or if we get 10,000 or a few thousand, we'll be rich." A team member's eyes glowed red, his state excited. The leading man laughed at another team member. "Wang Bin, this play you came up with seems to be good, blocking them here, letting them hold back those ant troops, so we can take a shortcut to find the queen with ease, but those over there, they are all your classmates, can you bear to do that?" Beside the leading man, it was clearly Wang Bin from Lin Hao's team. Wang Bin sneered, "In this world, having money and strength is the king's way, only a man's foundation, classmate? Classmates are nothing." Well, Wang Bin, this thought of yours matches us very well. After this cooperation, I'll see that you come over to our side." Wang Bin was delighted at his words. "Thanks for taking me in, boss, I'll do my best. It's just a pity, there are a few chicks across the street that are quite good looking, it would be cool if we could get our hands on them and play for a few days." A team member said with a bit of regret. "How many of my teammates, are good looking? Usually when I tease them, they ignore me, humph, good death this time." Wang Bin spoke with a bit of anger. However, these people's family backgrounds are not simple, and I didn't want to kill them, but if we keep them, our business might be discovered. The leading man laughed. Forget it, women, as long as the money, what kind of no? As for the fear of being found, that does not exist. After a short while, they're regardless of men and women, beauty and ugliness, are only left with a pile of white bones, but also know who with who it. Fair enough. Well, let's not waste time here, let's move. Yes, boss. The other end of the passage. Look at the panicked and confused students. Zhao Feng yelled, there's no way back, everyone must fight in unison. Wake up, all of you, and stop hesitating. All of you who want to live, take up arms and fight. Zhao Feng let out a loud roar. It shook the students' brains, and actually, for a moment, drained much of the terror from their brains. Some of the students came to their senses and gritted their teeth and pulled out their staffs or bows and arrows, standing with the crowd, ready to fight. At that moment, a few of the fastest running black ants came to the crowd. A couple of tanks up front. Push the ants away. Lin Hao typed a control measurement technique over. Caveman Abyssal Demon. Rank, 28. Power, 9,000. Agility, 7,000. Spirit, 2,000. Body mass, 5,000. Skill, biting. Bite, increase the speed of the ant's bite by 100% and their bite force by 100%, duration, 3 minutes, cooldown, half an hour. Level 28 Demon Ant, with attributes as strong as ever. These ants were stronger than human professionals of the same level. No wonder, when these students see them, all they think about is running away. Ants are also bugs, I wonder if they can be contracted? Lin Hao suddenly came up with such a thought. To be honest, Lin Hao had never contracted a pet insect in this world after awakening the bug tamer. Both traveled to the bug world to make the pact. I have to say, the bug world is awesome. The 4 types of favored insects that Lin Hao had currently contracted to, whether it was the gold-devouring insects of the combat system, the purple electricity floaters, or the elf butterflies and kunpangs of the auxiliary system. All of them are tough as hell. He still had one more bug world shuttling opportunity that he didn't use, but Lin Hao planned to do it again when he was a bit more advanced and stronger. Bug contract. The bug tamer can, within a certain range, be able to make a contract with a bug to make the bug his or her favored bug. There exists a chance of failure. Insect contract. Lin Hao, in this critical situation, released his professional skill at a black cave ant on the opposite side. Moment. Lin Hao's spirit then linked up with the ants. Lin Hao's spiritual power was landing on the ants, yes, however, it didn't stay in the ants' spiritual world. Instead, they followed a silken thread if any, and headed deeper into the cave. Was surprised. Lin Hao suddenly felt connected to a certain place, something spiritual world. Boom. That thing sensed the spiritual power from Lin Hao. All at once, he burst into a rage. Unleashing a powerful spiritual force crashed into Lin Hao. Aha! Lin Hao stifled a grunt. However, Lin Hao's current spiritual power was also incredibly strong. Lin Hao continuously output his spiritual power. With each other, 2 spiritual forces battled in the void. Boom boom boom. There was a violent fluctuation in the spirit worlds of both sides. Chapter 122 The End of the Road, Lin Hao strikes. Lin Hao, what's wrong with you, your face is so white? Zhao Shaoling asked in surprise as she watched Lin Hao's change from the side. She was with Lin Hao earlier. Always seeing Lin Hao's calm demeanor, this was Lin Hao's style, she knew it. No matter how vicious the situation was, this boy always kept his composure. It made her think for a while that nothing in this world could threaten Lin Hao's state of mind. As a matter of fact, he was indeed powerful far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But now, is he nervous too? Zhao Shaoling sighed. At this moment, Lin Hao was fighting with his opponent to the point of intensity. Lin Hao didn't have the time to answer Zhao Shaoling at all. The other side is fierce and arrogant. He couldn't just lose the battle. He needed to focus on fighting the other side. Now that the situation is so menacing, it's only natural to be afraid. Ling Frost said. She glanced at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, Zhao Shaoling was a friend she still liked. Not only is he handsome, but he's also very calm. It is the strength almost. A summoning profession that isn't nearly as functional as it stands out on its own. After all, even if he removed those support skills, he was still a proper nurse, holding an indispensable position in the team. Lin Hao's pet was only a small bug. Though looking at it just now, that little bug of his has a good single attack. However, in a situation like the current one, with a cave full of monsters, he wouldn't be able to play much of a role. However, even so, she would rather be with Lin Hao than deal with someone like Wang Bin. People like Wang Bin are too much. Holds himself to a higher point of strength, is so arrogant, and never cares about his teammates. This little boy, he probably didn't go through any terrible battles. Now I'm so scared I can't even speak. Lin Hao, later on, you and the girls will follow closely behind me. Be careful not to leave my protection range, otherwise, it's very dangerous. Shu Li Yu also delivered in a deep voice at the side. Ahead, the black pressurized ants had already reached the crowd. Those who were the first to regain their minds were also in fighting shape. Starting with their backs to the blocked-off cavernous road as the rear, then, the tanks were up front, with all sorts of support and output behind them. Everyone hold steady, tanks pay attention to protecting the output, and healers must keep an eye on the tanks. Zhao Feng commanded the crowd. Steady on, we can win this fight. Zhao Feng was from the military and had been through quite a few battles, and he kept giving the crowd a boost. At this moment, everyone had a gloomy face. Rustle. Fight. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 various spell attacks. Swish 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 various shooter attacks. Shu Li Yu stood in the front line, using her shield to continuously push away the ants that pounced on her. But there were too many ants, and humongous. 2 ants crawled up to her and opened their mouths to tear at her. Oops. She hurriedly pushed them away with her resistance skill. But it has been wounded. Ling Frost hurriedly put a healing spell on her. Ouch no. Suddenly, a student on the edge of his station is dragged out of the lineup by several ants. The crowd was just about to rescue them, but a bunch of ants swooped in. A few treatments landed on him, but to no avail as the student rolled around on the ground in pain. In no time at all, there was no sound. No matter what, everyone has to withstand the first wave. Zhao Feng hissed. The army of ants was like a tidal wave. In an instant, 3 or 4 more city guards and students were overwhelmed by ants. Where the ants pass, only a pile of white bones remains. The crowd grew more and more alarmed. The entire defense was shaking and seemed to be collapsing. And once it collapses, that's what happens when everyone has to bury the ants. Situation. Tight and grim. Shrink the formation. In addition to constantly releasing binds, Zhao Feng also commanded the crowd to fight. Fighting rages outside. In the spirit world, Lin Hao also went crazy. It was just that no one knew what was happening to Lin Hao at this moment. Everyone else thought that the man was terrified. A slight poof issued from the battlefield amidst a loud roar. That black ant that served as a bridge suddenly exploded with its entire body. Herself couldn't take it and burst into flames. Then, Lin Hao's spirit line also disconnected all of a sudden. Phew, that failed. He understood that these ants should not have an independent spirit world, so it was almost impossible to contract. Their spiritual world, connected to something, the spiritual actions of these ants, in fact, all controlled by the other side. This thing, if Lin Hao expected it well, that would be the Ant Queen. If he contracted an Ant Queen, or paralyzed the opponent with a mental victory, then, perhaps, the perilous situation at the scene might be solved. Lin Hao, we can't hold out anymore, what should we do? Jia Shaoling gave a startled cry and slapped away an ant that pounced on her. Very critical. People keep dying. Come out. Lin Hao let out a soft cry. More than 200 gold-eating insects and purple electricity floaters instantly emerged from the void around him. A black, dark cloud formed. Zhao Feng glanced over to Lin Hao's side and was shocked. What's with all the pets? I'm afraid there are hundreds, right? Shu Li Yu and Ling Frost, who were by Lin Hao's side, were also stunned, as if they couldn't believe it. Isn't Lin Hao's favored insect one? How did it suddenly become so many? I don't know what the battle strength is though. But it was appalling enough to have such a large number, a black mass. Zhao Shaoling returned to Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao, how did your bugs become so numerous? And what is this purple color with lightning? She asked curiously. Used to open up with Lin Hao. She had seen how powerful Lin Hao's bugs were. The number is also 30 or 40. Far from being as terrifying as it is now, the ones that have appeared here now are feared to be 200 or so. It's only been 10 days or so since I've seen you. Is that all the favored insects he can summon? If she knew that Lin Hao, at this moment, had not only released 200 or so, but 400 or so, no, if she included the elf butterflies that were stealthily attached to him, the number was even more terrifying. How would she feel? Lin Hao felt that putting 200 out to sea first should be enough. There's no need. Let it all out at once. But even if only half of it was released, it was enough to cause a huge shock to the people next to him. At this time, the 10 or so people next to them also noticed the strange movements on Lin Hao's side. What kind of profession is this? It's amazing that you can summon so many bugs. I just don't know how good the battle is, but at least it can be used as cannon fodder to help top it off. The crowd was thinking. The 100 or so gold-devouring insects around Lin Hao were led by a dozen elites. Buzz off. Like a bomber towards the sea of ants in front of them. At the same time, 100 or so purple lightning floats released countless purple lightning bolts in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Pop, pop, pop. After 100 or so lightning bolts, large swaths of ants fell piece after piece. What is it? It's too fierce, isn't it? In an instant, the crowd gasped in shock. The power of these ants was something that the crowd had learned just now. Not only is the attack strong, but the defense is not weak either. It takes a lot of output at the same time to kill one. But now, when Lin Hao struck out, in a few seconds, he took out a large group of people in seconds. They then looked at the purple floating around Lin Hao. No one thinks, anymore, that these bugs can be used as cannon fodder. On the contrary, none were appalled. If these bug lightning bolts landed on him, I'm afraid that he would die more completely than those ants, right? Chapter 123, We're Teammates. Just now, there were about 200 bugs around Lin Hao. Then fly out 100 or so. With these remaining 100 or so, a single unison blast took out hundreds of ants, and the bodies lay all over the place. Stronger than it should be. And what about the 100 or so that flew out just now? How is it? Think about that. The crowd immediately looked again toward the beetles that had fallen into the legions of ants. Oh, my God. But see those gold-eating insects in the ant group, killing in all directions. Between the fangs opening and closing, there must be an ant bitten off the head. Black gold-eating insects and black ants rolled and tore across the ground. There were constantly ants that had their heads bitten off, or all of them had bitten through their bellies and stomachs, bursting out with fishy-smelling ant liquid. These black beetles were no weaker than those purple electric insects. Zhao Feng looked at Lin Hao's favorite insect in shock and bewilderment. The numbers are horrific. The combat is even scarier. He's a druid, which counts as half a summoning line. But their own pets, compared to Lin Hao's, were simply garbage and had to be thrown away. Is this his true strength? So scary. It's no wonder that Cho Choi Jun highly esteems him. It had been a wailing crowd situation. After being suddenly released by Lin Hao with 200 or so favored insects, the battle situation instantly changed. At least, the ants in front of them were now at up. Phew. Those who were fighting breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the tanks at the front. They looked back at Lin Hao, now showing gratitude. If Lin Hao hadn't changed the battle situation, the tanks on the front line, could have been torn apart by the ants at any time. At the same time, they were also appalled by Lin Hao's perverted strength. Rip and tumble. Crackle. The gold-eating insects and purple electricity floaters were on fire, unfolding their terrifying killing abilities. Ant after ant goes down. But down goes one batch after another, and there is still a steady stream of uncounted numbers behind them. As time passed, Lin Hao's gold-devouring insects also began to suffer casualties. Everyone don't freeze, assist Lin Hao's battle pet and carry out an attack. Zhao Feng also found problems. Immediately bellowed. Those people who had been stunned and froze by Lin Hao's battle favors also started to wake up, and they also started to release their skills to match the output. However, at this time, the mentality and the party is completely different from heaven and earth, and now, everyone is uplifted and sees life again. Lin Hao looked into the distance, where the visible and invisible passages were. All are ants. I don't know, exactly, how much more is behind it. Yeah. At this time, Lin Hao realized. His group panel with Zhao Xiaoling, Chu Liyue, and Ling Frost had countless tips. Lin Hao opened it. Your team kills cave worker ant abyssal demon, experience plus 40,000. Your team has obtained the item worker ant sharp tooth 3. Your team kills cave worker ant abyssal demon, experience plus 40,000. Your team has obtained the item Worker Ant Sharp Teeth 4. Your party has obtained Silver Level Nightmare Longsword Demonized, Strength plus 30, Constitution plus 30, Strength-based skills increased by 7%, available at level 25. Such a message had just now swiped hundreds or thousands in such a short time. Lin Hao roughly skimmed through it. It's all about getting tips on experience points, items, and equipment. It was similar to the Shadowlands, a rift space that was unopened and occupied by a species like demons. Slightly differently, the monsters in that space of the shadowy lands had more experience and almost every monster dropped equipment. It's much worse here. Most of the equipment that was dropped was silver, and only a small portion was gold. But the number of monsters here is an unknown number of times that of there. There are ants here now, seemingly endless. Just now, Lin Hao had almost forgotten about experience and items. At this moment, Lin Hao noticed that Zhao Xiaoling, Chu Liyuet and Ling Shuang all had their group panels open and were watching. The three people's expressions, without exception, were all dumbfounded. Chu Liyu and Ling Frost looked up at Lin Hao, full of horror. Ling Frost gulped and said with difficulty, "This experience value, it's also gone up too horribly, right?" It was the first time she had ever experienced such a situation. "Lin Hao, I'll disband the team with Ling Frost, we can't take so much experience value like this," Chu Liyu said to Lin Hao. Shocked, appalled, and after the surprise, she came to her senses. A team that basically shares the team's gains in terms of value, but when that balance is upset, then the team loses its original rules. If it's a sporadic 3 or 5 small monsters, it certainly doesn't matter. But if it's hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, that's a different story. Who can fight so many monsters that other people who didn't pay for it can share it? Even if Chu Liyu and Zhao Xiaoling were sisters, she couldn't disregard Lin Hao's feelings. Therefore, without waiting for Lin Hao to make a sound, Chu Liyu took the initiative to mention it. A trace of regret flashed through Ling Frost's pretty eyes. This kind of opportunity was a blessing of the heavens, but she took a deep breath and also said, "Yes, all these monsters were killed by Lin Hao, we paid too little, we can't do sharing in the team. After all, the numbers are too huge." Although, the big head was taken by Lin Hao, after all, his output percentage was too high. "Lin Hao, you can fight by yourself, I'll just team up with the two of them and fight slowly," Zhao Xiaoling also said. As soon as they spoke, Lin Hao understood what it meant. They don't want to take advantage of him. "What are you guys thinking, we're teammates, aren't we?" Lin Hao smiled. At that time, Wang Bin, the main output, wanted to ostracize Lin Hao, who seemed to be useless, and they all disagreed. Now if he drains them all, although one gains is a bit more. But what's the difference with the original Wang Bing idea? With his own ability, this way to kill over, this kind of scene and gain, Lin Hao really didn't care too much about it. He's done a lot of this kind of thing previously, hardening Ning Yuanxi, Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi and others to a whole new level. All of them can enter the level of Sibei Budo University. It also benefited from Lin Hao's help. He really didn't mind letting those close to him get something out of him. Grow up at the same time. Velvet, even you say that? You're going a bit overboard. Lin Hao pinched Zhao Xiaoling's nose. "I knew it, Lin Hao, you won't leave me behind, hee hee." She was really afraid that Lin Hao wouldn't even group her for the sake of experience value. If that happens, she is bound to be very sad, and it's more than just the experience value. "You guys be careful, there are too many ants, we're not safe. As for a little experience value, I don't really care, and you don't have to care either, we are teammates. We are teammates." Ling Frost mumbled and repeated Lin Hao's words. "Right, you guys don't need to mention anything about leaving the team anymore, Lin Hao isn't such a person," Zhao Xiaoling also said to Chu Liyue and Ling Frost. "Good, Lin Hao, we really weren't wrong about you, you're a person who is very much enough of a friend, we thank you then." Chu Liyu was also very happy, "But don't worry, these harvests and items and equipment, they are all yours, let me transfer the captain over to you, because right now it's the default mode for the captain to keep the items first." "No need, Liu, you take it first, the items you get, when the time comes, we can use what we can use, what we don't need to sell and split the money between us, have you forgotten what I said, we are teammates?" "Okay, Lin Hao, I understand." Chu Liyu also understood at this time that Lin Hao was sincere, and at that moment, she stopped being pretentious, "Then I'll collect it first." She then smiled bitterly, "However, at this rate of development, I guess it won't be long before my backpack won't be able to fit anymore. Then transfer the captain to me, I'll fill it up and transfer it to Ling Frost, this kind of thing, don't interfere with Lin Hao," Zhao Xiaoling said. Aha! Lin Hao nodded. He turned his head to look at the battlefield ahead. There are too many ants, just relying on these 200 battle bugs isn't enough to deal with them. Lin Hao frowned lightly and muttered. Chapter 124 Lin Hao releases 200 more war insects. Lin Hao, I can't imagine that your battle pet is so powerful. Zhao Feng could finally catch his breath. He glanced ahead at the battle. Although it couldn't be said that the fight was won, right, but at least, hundreds of gold-eating insects were fighting in the front, and then hundreds of purple lightning floaters were remotely outputting from the back. A crunchy, messy kill. This first wave of the Ant Legion attack was topsy-turvy. Before Lin Hao's strike in the square, Zhao Feng he had exerted all his strength to lead the city guards and students, but he still couldn't stand up to the black tidal wave of the Ant army. The crowd was about to be overwhelmed. At the critical moment, it was Lin Hao who stepped in to save the day. If Lin Hao hadn't stepped in, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Being powerful isn't enough, the most important thing is that, surprisingly, there are so many of them. To this day, Zhao Feng still couldn't hide his shock. It's not a big deal for a battle pet to be strong. The problem was that Lin Hao had too many bugs. Yeah, Lin Hao, I thought you only had one battle pet, but I didn't expect such a large and terrifying number. Shu Liu looked at Lin Hao's more than 200 favorite insects, her eyes showing envy and fire. Surprisingly, there were so many, powerful and incomparable battle pets. Lin Hao, with you as the main force and those of us assisting in attacking together, we should be able to resist these ants. Zhao Feng said. Suddenly, his face changed. There was a commotion up front. There were cries of alarm. Hurrah! Among those arm-thick legions of black worker ants, there appeared many golden ants that were bigger than an adult size. These large golden ants were far away, and their mouths spewed out green-colored liquid. Those fluids fell on the tanks in front of them. Those tank professionals, instantly, had nuisance sounds ringing out from their bodies, with large swaths of skin and flesh corroded away, revealing white bones. These liquids are extremely corrosive acids, anthranilic acid. Nurse, heal me. Come on, come on, come on. If I don't cure you, I'm going to die. There was a panic of soldiers and horses, and the formation collapsed. Several tanks yelled anxiously. Lin Hao and Zhao Feng threw a detection spell onto those golden ants. Cave Soldier Ants Abyssal Demons. Rank, 29. Power, 10,000. Agility, 8,000. Spirit, 9,000. Body mass, 7,000. Skills, Bite, Acid. Bite, increase the speed of the ants' bite by 100% and their bite force by 100%, duration, 3 minutes, cooldown, half an hour. Acidic liquid, soldier ants can spew out acidic liquid with corrosive properties within their bodies, corrupting their opponents. Soldier ants? Zhao Feng's face changed. Soldier ants are far more powerful than worker ants, and in an anthill, soldier ants are the true battle ants. Originally, facing the worker ant core. It's hard enough to resist. Now, reappear these far more powerful soldier ants. Now, who else can save them? Flakes of ant acid sprayed over. Whoever it falls on, the skin and flesh corrodes and disappears. The end is powerful and incomparable. Could it be that we're still going to die here today? Shu Liu muttered. At this moment, everyone present was greatly alarmed. In desperation, every single one of them looked towards Lin Hao. Despite knowing that just now, Lin Hao had already emptied out his family's fortune by summoning 200 incredibly sharp battle bugs. It was also impossible for Lin Hao to have such a powerful favorite insect anymore. But face the desperation. They still couldn't help but look at Lin Hao. If Lin Hao didn't have a solution, then there really was no hope for everyone. Lin Hao looked at the worker ants and soldier ants that came from far and near, like a mountain of ants. It seemed that his earlier thought of letting 200 battle bugs settle the battle here was not going to work. If he didn't come out again, these city guards and students, they would all have to die. Keep coming out. Lin Hao let out a chorus. Moment. Another 200 battle favors floated out from the void around Lin Hao. A black mass. It's this black powerful and unmatched black beetle again. Under the command of the Silver Elite. Like a special elite unit. Their eyes were glazed over, like they had crawled out of hell. The teeth of the jaws are like two curved sides, emitting a gently chilling click sound. In the compound eyes on either side of the head, there was a mass of burning weird flames. Eager for the harvest of life. There were also many, many flying insects that waved their purple wings, and electric light surrounding them. This kind of purple electric flying insect, the killing power had just been seen by the crowd. Terror! Now, both the black beetles and the purple electric flying insects. Another big one out. Ah! The crowd around Lin Hao couldn't help but cry out in shock. And? There's even this much? This bug tamer profession is too terrifying, isn't it? Is this still human? The crowd was in a state of shock. Some people slightly moved their feet, slightly away from Lin Hao's battle pet. It's friendly though. But Lin Hao's battle pet's, the killing aura, was too heavy. They were instinctively afraid. The eyes that looked at Lin Hao were appalled. This man, too, is horrible. Xu Liu, Ling Frost, and the others, who had previously seen Lin Hao there dumbfounded and pale, thought that he was weak and scared. Now it seems that's not the case at all. With such a battle pet, even if his owner was a piece of, it was still an existence that stood at the top of the food chain. Someone with that kind of strength. Will you be afraid? It's hilarious to think that I thought others were weak, myself. Shame. Kill me. Lin Hao waved his right hand. Whether it was the gold-devouring insects or the purple electricity floaters, they immediately attacked the legions of ants in front of them. 400 or so war bugs. Killing at the same time. Piece after piece of black worker ants fell. Who? Zhao Feng exhaled, slightly calming his shocked heart at this point. He looked at Lin Hao. I wonder how strong he is as a master. However, regardless of the strength of the main body, with so many battle pets, this world, one could walk sideways. I'm afraid that even 100 druids like myself are no match for anyone else. Before they even met him, they were afraid that they would all die under his insect army. Lin Hao didn't care about the eyes of the crowd looking at him at this moment. He stared into the distance, at the soldier ants. And a steady stream of ant legions in the rear. Then he remembered earlier, the terrifying existence that had engaged in a spiritual battle with himself. Gotta end the fight here soon. It's not easy to summon these favorite insects by yourself, that one is launched with money, you can't die too much here, otherwise, you'll have to buy blue pills to drink again. It seems that one has to step up to the plate as well. Besides, with so many ants here, experience items and equipment are not small numbers. It's not a long way to teleport to this place, so what's the point of making a fortune and then talking about it? Thinking of this, Lin Hao let out a soft cry. Solomon's Key. An odd magic book with a demonic aura appeared in Lin Hao's hand. A terrifying demonic aura filled out in all directions. Zhao Feng, who had been watching Lin Hao, was startled. If he hadn't been traveling together for a long time, he would have simply thought that Lin Hao was a demon. The group of students next to him were also startled. What's that in his hand? Just the breath alone is so terrifying. Why is there still a demonic aura? Chapter 125 Lin Hao's Tornado and Death Blazing Sun. Tornado. One after another, a total of 3 huge tornadoes appeared in front of the crowd. Boom. These tornadoes whirled and whistled rapidly through the narrow cavern, roaring like beasts. Deafening. A large number of ants, as well as the rocks in the cave, were swept into the wind and clicked. Countless shattering sounds. Now people were too close to Lin Hao's tornado. The crowd felt as if the world was coming to an end, rumbling as if the whole world was shaking under the raging wind. Moment. At the tornado, there were countless ants being swept up. What kind of skill is this? It's too much, isn't it? Is he a wind elemental mage? Are these still human skills? The 3 girlfriends, Zhao Xiaoling, Xu Liu, and Ling Frost, looked up for a moment and watched Lin Hao wield his terrifying skills. A moment later, looking down at the group panel. No one's face was appalled. The information on the group panel was constantly flashing at a speed that was impossible to see with the naked eye. Those experience values are like supersonic ultrafighters. Flying wildly at Mach 10. 40,000. 400,000. 4 million. 40 million. Ling Frost's eyes dropped. A constant shudder ran through his entire body. See this information as in the Matrix code. Flicker. At this point, she was numb. Suddenly, the crowd heard another whisper from Lin Hao. The wrath of the yin-yang, the power of burning the sky, the blazing sun of death, listen to my orders, the wheel of red flame, dazzling the world and appearing, scorching all the living beings, all things are ashes. What? All to B's eyes widened. Deadly staring at Lin Hao. I wonder what kind of horror he's getting up to play again. Don't get it though. But this man, who has come up with nothing less than amazing. Moment. There was a sense of foreboding in the crowd. Something big and scary is coming to the world again. Mansion of destruction, by my wish, call the spirit of Yen, the blazing son of death, descend to the world. To kill the enemy. Descend and kill the enemy. 4 words were finally spat out from Lin Hao's mouth. A huge blazing sun. Floating in the distance. It shines like white burns throughout the cave. The crowd couldn't help but close their eyes for a moment. Immediately after, countless golden rays spilled down from the blazing sun. These filigree gold threads. But where it touches the ants, none of those ants emitted black smoke. Then turned into coke. Is this a forbidden spell? Ryoko. Ryoko. Someone spat out the words with difficulty. Definitely a forbidden spell. This kind of forbidden spell can't be cast without a level 60 or 70 mage. Look guys, he's only at level 23, yelp, just now it seemed like he was only at level 22, upgraded? A 23 level professional is so powerful, it really refreshes my knowledge. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and someone else had told me, I wouldn't have believed it to death. I've upgraded. Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed excitedly. I also upgraded. Shu Liyu was appalled. I've risen too, I thought it would take at least half a year. Ling Frost had a numb face. Zhao Xiaoling, where did you meet your friend from? Why are they so scary? Shu Liyu looked at Zhao Xiaoling. He. To tell you the truth, you may not believe it for fear, I met him in the wilderness, in the grove, as you often call it, and he has a black mole on his left buttock, which I have also seen. As Zhao Xiaoling spoke, she couldn't help but laugh out loud herself when she got to the back of her words. Thinking back to that time, that wilderness boss also released a death blaze, burning all the clothes on her and Lin Hao. The two were naked. Though she pretended to be dead at the time, she occasionally opened her eyes. Happened to see Lin Hao's ass. This was something that should have been unknown to Lin Hao all along. It's so funny. She couldn't help but laugh every time she thought about it. What? You guys go to bed and do that shy thing? Ling Frost's face was filled with shock when she heard this. Horrified, he looked at Zhao Xiaoling. No, where were you thinking? Zhao Xiaoling's small face reddened, pooh-poohed it, and hurriedly said. Shu Liyu looked at Zhao Xiaoling, half convinced, half doubting, then how do you know that Lin Hao has a black mole on his left buttock? This. Zhao Xiaoling couldn't say anything at once. She couldn't talk about that scene at the time, could she? I knew Zhao Xiaoling you were bragging. Seeing that Zhao Xiaoling couldn't say anything for half a day, Ling Frost hummed, I know la, you're trying to emphasize your intimate relationship with Lin Hao, but it's not like he's your husband right now, and isn't really your personal. Good you Ling Frost, what do you want? Zhao Xiaoling pouted. What do you want? Who wouldn't want to pick up a guy like that for a boyfriend? How dare you? Alright, you all stop being so flirty, alright, right now we're in danger. Shu Liyu rebuked the two. With Lin Hao here, I've never been afraid. What a perilous situation, Zhao Xiaoling had an expression of disinterest. At this moment, Lin Hao released the blazing sun of death nearby. The ants were cleared out in a big way. To this point, the original ferocious batch of ant legions were beaten up and routed by Lin Hao alone and his warbugs. A crowd of city guards and students, at this moment, each of them suddenly realized that they had nothing to do. Net stood here, watching Lin Hao perform. In fact, they are self-aware. They can't intervene at all now. With their strength, they were simply not enough. It's over, the backpack on me is full, it can't fit anymore. Shu Liyu smiled bitterly, Xiaoling, I'll leave the captain to you. Her backpack didn't have many original items, and there was an extreme amount of empty space. But for such a short time, it had been too much to put down. Predictable. How many ants had Lin Hao and his battle bugs killed? Aha! Zhao Xiaoling nodded. Upon accepting the handover from the captain, she saw a frantic accumulation of items and equipment stacked in her backpack. This speed, it's too fast, right? In so many dozen seconds, it's dozens, no, almost hundreds. Got it, right? Shu Liyu smiled, scared, right? Shu Liyu shook her body, seemingly carrying an extremely heavy traveling bag. Actually, it's all just feelings. Even with a full backpack, the load is big, but it won't affect the person. But when you have a backpack filled with thousands and thousands of items, even if the reality is that it has no effect, people feel it. Say Zhao Xiaoling, you. Shu Liu suddenly said. Sister Liu, what's wrong? Zhao Xiaoling asked strangely. Lin Hao isn't your husband yet, so I can tease too, right? Shu Liu laughed out loud. Fine, Sister Liu, you're just like Ling Frost, laughing at me aren't you? Zhao Xiaoling pinched towards Chu Liu's thigh. Finally less. Lin Hao looked deeper into the cave, where the ants were obviously much less. Just now, Lin Hao double-pronged his attack. Should have killed tens of thousands of ants. I really thought that it was impossible to kill them all? Lin Hao smiled faintly. He looked at his experience bar, level 24, 95%. Just now, I almost went up 3 levels after a crunching kill. One had to know that at Lin Hao's level, it wasn't at all like when he was at level 10 or so, when he could upgrade like crazy. Today, in this copy, it should be possible to level up to 25. One round of copies and you're up 3 levels. The number of ants, as you can see, is so great. Everyone kill the remaining ants. Zhao Feng commanded the crowd and began to clean up the remaining ants. The connection of the crack should be at the Ant Queen. Lin Hao said to Zhao Feng. Ant Queen? Zhao Feng was flabbergasted.